Chapter 1. Late winter was the coldest time of year in Huajing. The ice and snow quietly melted away, bringing waves of bitter chill. In the princess's manor, Rong lay in bed beneath a thick brocade quilt. Numerous braziers had been placed around the room, heating it until it felt like the height of summer. Many people stood in the room, but no one spoke. Rong felt dizzy and disoriented. Though she was far from comfortable, compared with the alternating chills and fever and the constant coughing up of blood over the past few days, this was much more bearable. Change the towel again. A clear, elegant male voice spoke. A maid beside him respectfully answered, yes, followed by the sound of water. Then Rong felt someone gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. The person's movements were tender, as though handling a porcelain doll, careful not to accidentally break it. Rong hazily opened her eyes and saw a man dressed in white. He appeared to be in his early 40s, with an elegant bearing, handsome and gentle features, and an indescribable grace in his every gesture. Simply looking at him was extraordinarily pleasing to the eye. Noticing that she had opened her eyes, he raised his gaze to meet hers. Seeing Rong staring intently at him, he paused for a moment before smiling gently. Has the princess awakened? Hearing this, Rong remained dazed for a while. The man reached out and helped her sit up, propping a pillow behind her back. He took a bowl of pear soup from a maid and brought it to her lips. Drink a little first. It will soothe your throat. As he spoke, he fed her one spoonful at a time. The perfectly sweetened soup entered her mouth, gradually clearing her mind. She finally recognized the person before her, Su Rongqing, the steward who had served her for many years in the princess's manor. He was her most trusted advisor and closest confidant. Just as Rong was about to speak, she felt a sudden itch in her throat. She raised a hand to push away the spoon he was holding, covered her mouth with a handkerchief, and began coughing violently. Su Rongqing gently patted her back to help her catch her breath. After a long while, she finally calmed down and immediately got straight to the point, asking about matters at court. How is the matter of the crown prince progressing? It remains deadlocked, Su Rongqing calmly reported, relaying the news she was most concerned about. Prime Minister Pei refuses to yield and insists on supporting the first prince as crown prince. I've already arranged for someone to expose a scandal involving the first prince's subordinates. A memorial will be submitted tomorrow. He truly refuses to give up. Rong caught her breath. Su Rongqing allowed her to lean against him, and feeling his warmth, Rong coughed lightly. The reason he wants to establish Li Ping is all because of Qin Jinjin, isn't it? She's been dead for so many years, yet he still clings to her memory and refuses to let go. Yin'er is the legitimate son born of the empress, the rightful heir. How could Li Ping ever be worthy of the position of crown prince? You're only saying that out of anger. Su Rongqing chuckled softly and raised his hand to massage her temples. Rong immediately felt much more comfortable. Leaning against him, she listened as he spoke in a low voice. Pei Wenxuan naturally has his reasons for supporting the first prince. The first prince's maternal clan has little influence, and he has been close to Pei Wenxuan since childhood. If the first prince becomes emperor in the future, he will have no choice but to rely entirely on Pei Wenxuan. For Pei Wenxuan, that means he can continue wielding great power and live out the rest of his days in peace. How is His Majesty now? Listening to Su Rongqing's explanation, Rong calmed down considerably. His Majesty remains the same. He's unconscious and unlikely to last more than a few days. The Empress sent a message from the palace yesterday, urging you to make preparations as soon as possible. The matter of establishing the crown prince can no longer be delayed. Rong said nothing. She leaned against him for a long time before slowly speaking. Rongqing. Su Rongqing responded. Rong remained silent for a long while before finally saying, I feel that I won't last much longer either. Su Rongqing's hands, which had been pressing her acupoints, paused for a moment. Rong said nothing more. She truly felt that way. When she opened her eyes that morning, she had already sensed that she was nearing her limit. Actually, I've lived long enough in this lifetime. Rong spoke slowly. I'm only worried about the Empress and Yin'er. If I'm gone, Pei Wenxuan will dominate everything. I'm afraid they won't be able to contend with him. Don't worry. Su Rongqing's voice deepened. If you die, he won't live either. I'll kill him and send him to accompany you in death. Hearing Su Rongqing's words, Rong chuckled softly. She raised her head and looked at the face before her. He was nearly 51 years old, yet he showed almost no signs of aging. If not for the few strands of white hair at his temples, one could hardly guess his true age. Even now, standing among a crowd, he still looked like the kind of man young girls would adore. 30 years ago, Su Rongqing, the eldest son of the Su family and only just past his coming of age, had been the dream lover of every woman in Huajing. Even now, as he grew older, he remained a cherished dream in many hearts. I never knew, Li Rong said with a smile as she looked at him, that our minister Su could also get angry. There are many things that make me angry, Su Rongqing replied with a soft laugh. Just as he was about to say more, a maid's voice came from outside. Your Highness, Prime Minister Pei requests an audience. Hearing this, Li Rong glanced at Su Rongqing, somewhat puzzled. What could he be here for at a time like this? If your Highness doesn't wish to see him, Su Rongqing said calmly, you may decline. Li Rong thought for a moment, then smiled. Never mind. After all, we were once husband and wife. Let's meet one last time. Who knows? This might be our final meeting. Su Rongqing said nothing. He simply sat there in silence. Li Rong turned to look at him, somewhat confused. Rongqing, as though snapping back to reality, Su Rongqing stood and said respectfully, then this subordinate will go and invite Prime Minister Pei inside. With that, Su Rongqing helped Li Rong settle comfortably against the pillow, adjusted her clothing, and left. Li Rong had someone bring her a bronze mirror and touched up her makeup slightly. Not long afterward, Su Rongqing led Pei Wenxuan inside. Pei Wenxuan was still dressed in his black court robes, with wide sleeves and a fitted waist. Red swirling cloud patterns adorned the broad sleeves, paired with a red inner robe that made him appear even more slender. He had been exceptionally handsome in his youth, and now, at the age of knowing his fate, though he was no longer as strikingly handsome as he once had been, he possessed a steadiness that few young men could match. He entered the room and bowed to Li Rong. With every movement, a faint, refreshing fragrance drifted toward her. Li Rong couldn't help glancing at him a few more times. Pei Wenxuan had always been reserved. Why would he carry such a noticeably scented sachet? Sensing that something was strange, she kept her expression neutral, her eyes curving into a smile. Just as she was about to ask him to sit, she couldn't help coughing lightly. Su Rongqing hurried forward to pat her back. Pei Wenxuan watched coldly. After a long while, Li Rong finally recovered and looked up at Pei Wenxuan with a smile. No one visits the temple without a reason. Prime Minister Pei hasn't returned to the princess's manor for many years. You must have something important to discuss today. Pei Wenxuan remained silent, his eyes calmly fixed on Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing pretended not to notice his gaze and stood motionless at the side. After a long while, Pei Wenxuan finally spoke, his voice cold. Have him leave. Li Rong wasn't surprised. Pei Wenxuan disliked Su Rongqing, and the fact that he hadn't cursed him outright was already a sign of respect for her. After all, she and Pei Wenxuan were still nominally husband and wife, even though they had long since separated. They were still allies, so she didn't make things difficult. She glanced at Su Rongqing and gently said, Rongqing, please wait outside for a moment. Only after Li Rong spoke did Su Rongqing bow to the two of them, straighten, and withdraw. Once he left, everyone else in the room followed, leaving only Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong. Li Rong coughed lightly, while Pei Wenxuan remained silent. After a long while, Li Rong finally said, If you have something to say, say it. Regarding the matter of appointing the crown prince, Pei Wenxuan said, looking up at her and immediately turning to political affairs, I came today to discuss it with you. What is there to discuss? Li Rong feigned ignorance of court affairs, speaking lightly. Xiner is the legitimate son of the empress, gentle and virtuous. What more is there to consider? We've cooperated for many years. I don't want to beat around the bush with you. A hint of coldness entered Pei Wenxuan's eyes, and his tone grew heavier. The third prince is arrogant and willful, unsuited for the position of crown prince. Moreover, his maternal clan is too powerful. If anything were to happen to us, the influence of the empress's family at court would likely become uncontrollable. What difference is there between the empress's family and us? Li Rong laughed mockingly. You speak so righteously, but you know perfectly well what you're after. Rather than discussing it with me, Why don't you tell me what you'll do if I refuse? Are you determined to have Li Yan ascend the throne? Nonsense. Li Rong raised her voice. Yen'er is the legitimate son of the empress. Should we let the son of a concubine take the throne instead? Pei Wenxuan fell silent. After a long while, he said, Are you holding a grudge against Jinjin? Can't you call her consort Qin? Li Rong couldn't help reminding him. Is Jinjin a name you can use? Pei Wenxuan fell silent again. After a long while, he stood. You can still shout like that, so your health must be quite good. Since you disagree, then so be it. From now on, we'll each use our own methods. Don't blame me for not warning you. With that, Pei Wenxuan turned and left. Li Rong watched his retreating figure, her blood boiling with anger. I'd like to know exactly what kind of methods you're talking about. Whatever you think they are, Pei Wenxuan replied without turning around, his voice icy. That's what they are. Li Rong said nothing, merely letting out a cold laugh. Could you possibly kill me? Do you think I wouldn't? Pei Wenxuan turned to look at her, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Li Rong stared into his gaze, momentarily dazed. His gaze was so cold that it snapped her back to reality in an instant. Pei Wenxuan was the kind of person who would do anything to achieve his goals. There had been nothing between them to begin with. Only the title of husband and wife binding them together and forcing them to cooperate. When their interests aligned, Pei Wenxuan could tolerate anything from her. Now that they were at odds, it was no surprise that he would resort to any means necessary. Li Rong watched him storm out and slam the door behind him, then began breathing heavily. Su Rongqing entered and, seeing how furious she was, hurried over to soothe her while instructing someone to fetch her medicine. As he gently patted her back, he said, He must have come here with no good intentions. You're ill. Why bother seeing him? Li Rong remained silent, leaning against Su Rongqing as she coughed. A maid brought the medicine, and Su Rongqing first had it tested to ensure it was safe before handing it to her. Li Rong took a sip and was about to speak when, the instant the medicine reached her stomach, a violent, wrenching pain tore through her abdomen. Blood surged up her throat. She clutched Su Rongqing's sleeve, lurched forward, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Rongqing froze for a moment before crying out in shock. Li Rong. Li Rong collapsed over the edge of the bed, gasping desperately. Her insides churned violently. Su Rongqing held her, shouting for the imperial physician while simultaneously pressing his fingers to her wrist to check her pulse. A moment later, Su Rongqing's hand began to tremble. It's fragrant beauty, he blurted out. Upon hearing the name of the poison, Li Rong instantly recalled the unusual fragrance on Pei Wenxuan. Fragrant beauty, the same poison that had killed Qin Jinjin in the imperial harem years ago. Fragrant beauty was typically placed in incense burners, its scent accumulating over time until it caused poisoning. But there was another method. After someone had been exposed to the fragrance, a medicinal catalyst could be used to trigger the poison directly. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her abdomen, Li Rong swallowed the blood in her mouth. It was Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong's thought. That wolf cub had finally made his move against her. He wanted to install Li Ping on the throne. At court, the emperor was lost in his pursuit of immortality and the Zhao, while the empress's methods were no match for Pei Wenxuan's. Li Rong was his greatest obstacle. In the past, he had tolerated her for years because of her status as the eldest princess. But now that the emperor was dying, he no longer needed his identity as imperial son-in-law to gain the emperor's favor. With her as his political rival, it was only natural that he would seek to eliminate her. Only someone who had known her for 30 years, like Pei Wenxuan, could poison her so seamlessly within her own manner. So that unusual scent on him had been fragrant beauty, and this bowl of medicine had likely been prepared by his people. If she had agreed to his terms earlier, this medicine would never have reached her. But she hadn't. So he had decided to kill her. Li Rong's thought. He actually dared to kill her. As the realization struck her, Li Rong couldn't help vomiting another mouthful of blood. Faintly, she heard the footsteps of the imperial physician approaching from outside. Her mind had never been clearer. Li Rong's thought. She could not let him live. The pain made her exceptionally calm. Even if she died, she would make sure he accompanied her to the grave. Take my token, she gasped urgently, clutching Su Rongqing's hand as the physicians rushed in and began applying acupuncture needles. Gather the elite guards of the princess's manor and set an ambush at White Robe Lane, under the charge of assassinating the princess. Execute Pei Wenxuan. Blood gushed from her mouth as she spoke. Li Rong covered it with a handkerchief, her words muffled. His men will certainly retaliate fiercely. Once it's done, inform our advisors and leave immediately. After Pei Wenxuan is dead, the Empress will handle the rest. You must not become targets. Stop talking. Su Rongqing held her tightly, his voice trembling. I understand. I'll handle it. Just focus on the physician. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. If I die, Li Rong said as her vision slowly darkened. Pei Wenxuan must not live. Chapter 2. The last words Li Rong spoke before her death were about Pei Wenxuan, the man who had been her husband for 30 years. After that, she lost consciousness, convinced that she was doomed. How could her long-ailing body possibly withstand the potent poison of fragrant beauty? Yet, unexpectedly, after an unknown length of time, she woke again. She awoke lying in a warm, soft bed, sunlight streaming gently into her bedchamber. The air carried the scent of the orchid incense she had loved in her youth. As she groggily opened her eyes, she heard a familiar yet strangely distant voice gently call out, Your Highness, you're awake? Hearing the voice, Li Rong turned her head and saw a serene, gently smiling face. The woman's features were not particularly beautiful, but they were delicate and pleasant. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, dignified and composed, reminding Li Rong of someone from her memories. In disbelief, she called out, Jinglan. The other woman smiled, reached out to help her sit up, and said softly, It's already mid-morning. His Majesty has just finished court and sent word that he wishes your Highness to join him for the midday meal. This servant was about to wake you, but you woke on your own. Listening to Jinglan's words and looking around, Li Rong felt a surge of astonishment. She rose with Jinglan's assistance and washed up while surveying her surroundings. By the time she finished washing her face, she was certain. This was the Palace of Eternal Joy. The Palace of Eternal Joy was where she had lived before her marriage. Jinglan had been her personal attendant back then, accompanying her from the palace all the way until her wedding before later becoming the stewardess of the princess's manor. In her youth, Li Rong hadn't liked Jinglan very much. She found her rigid, and her words were often unpleasant to hear. Instead, she had favored the more ingratiating Jinmai. However, her mother, the Empress, had favored Jinglan, so after the princess's manor was built, Jinglan had still been appointed its stewardess. It wasn't until Li Rong was 30, when Jinglan died shielding her from an assassin's blade, that she understood. Some people's deeds spoke louder than words, even if they never boasted of their merits. Seeing the living, breathing Jinglan and the familiar palace of her youth, Li Rong composed herself and finally accepted that she seemed to have been reborn. Moreover, she had returned to her youth. She needed to determine the current date as soon as possible, but she didn't want to arouse suspicion. As she washed her hands, she recalled Jinglan's earlier words and tentatively asked, His Majesty summoned me for a meal. Did you find out what it's about? Although her father, the Emperor, seemed to dote on her, he rarely summoned her for meals. Every such invitation had been a proverbial banquet at Hongmen. Her arranged marriage, for instance, had also begun with a meal. This servant does not know, Jinglan replied. After a moment's thought, she added, However, I heard that some time ago, His Majesty ordered various families to submit portraits of marriageable young men. Oh, so it was indeed that meal, the one concerning her arranged marriage. Li Rong took the towel from Jinglan's hand and dried her hands, then gestured for the attendants to help her change clothes. Once dressed, she picked up a small golden fan from nearby, stepped into her palanquin, and was carried toward the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Recalling events from so long ago was difficult, but amid the creaking of the palanquin, her memories gradually became clearer. She remembered that before the age of 18, her relationship with her father, Li Ming, had been quite good. She was the eldest princess, born of the legitimate empress, and Li Ming's first child. Since childhood, Li Ming had treated her well, even better than he treated her younger brother, the Crown Prince Li Chuan. She cherished Li Ming's kindness toward her, for somehow, even from a young age, she had understood that it was extremely rare and precious for an emperor to be willing to treat someone well. so she did everything she could to please Li Ming. In truth, she was mischievous by nature. But because Li Ming often told her that women should be gentle and virtuous, she suppressed her true temperament and carefully disguised herself as a gentle and virtuous princess. The better she pretended, the more Li Ming praised her. He often said that she was the best among his many children and that, had she not been a woman, she would have been fit to rule the country. Back then, whenever Li Ming praised her, she would strive even harder. It was only much later that she understood what it meant to be praised to death. She had trusted Li Ming unconditionally. Typically, a princess would be betrothed by the age of 15, then marry, leave the palace, receive a fief, and establish her own princess's manor. But when she turned 15, Li Ming said he couldn't bear to part with his daughter and asked her to remain in the palace for a few more years. She believed him. She stayed until she was 18, when her mother fell ill. Li Ming finally decided to arrange a marriage for her. He brought portraits of 4 young noblemen for her to choose from. All 4 were of high status and handsome appearance. After careful consideration, she chose the one she found the most handsome, Pei Wenxuan. But when she later investigated his background, she was shocked. Pei Wenxuan seemed decent enough on the surface. He was handsome, gentle in temperament, and the legitimate eldest son of the noble Pei family. He could even be compared to Su Rongqing, the most distinguished young nobleman in Huajing. The problem was that he had no father. It was said that he had achieved the top rank in the imperial examinations at 17, but his father, Pei Lizhi, suddenly fell ill and passed away. His uncle, Pei Lixian, used the excuse of mourning to send him back to their ancestral home in Jinling. 3 years was neither long nor short, but by the time he returned after mourning, the entire Pei family was already under his uncle's control. Pei Wenxuan was casually assigned a low-ranking 8th-grade position in the Ministry of Justice, overseeing prisons. Anyone with eyes could see that Pei Wenxuan's life was not easy. In fact, his status as the legitimate heir alone was enough to make his life difficult. He was essentially a fallen noble, and Rong naturally refused to accept marrying someone like that. So she quickly investigated the other 3 candidates. The 3 candidates were Lu Yu, the heir of the Marquis of Ningguo, Yang Quan, the second son of Marshal Yang, and Cui Yulong, the newly appointed top scholar. The more she investigated, the more shocked she became. Lu Yu was rumored to have been born with intellectual disabilities, though his mother had always concealed it. Once the Marquis of Ningguo passed away, his position as heir would inevitably be lost. Yang Quan was a madman. He had grown up in military camps, killed with a blade at the age of 7, and was notorious for his violent temper. None of the maidservants around him had survived. As for Cui Yulong, he came from a humble background and, in principle, had no major flaws. However, his greatest hobby in life was visiting brothels and writing poems for courtesans. He wasn't a bad person and was quite carefree, but what future could someone like that have in officialdom? Among the 4 candidates on her list of potential husbands, not a single one was anything but outwardly splendid and inwardly rotten. She couldn't help wondering how much effort her father had put into compiling such an utterly terrible list of prospective husbands. After learning the backgrounds of all 4, her heart grew cold. That night, she went to see her mother, intending to cancel her engagement to Pei Wenxuan. But the first thing her mother said after hearing her was, "You must stay with him." Rong had been stunned. Then she listened as her mother calmly explained. "The crown prince has gained too much momentum at court lately. Your father is wary, and with the maternal clan's influence already too strong, if you were to marry someone with power and status, your father might no longer be able to restrain himself. So you must marry him and live with him. When your brother ascends the throne, you will be the eldest princess. At that time, if you wish to divorce, you may. If you don't wish to divorce but find the marriage unpleasant, keeping a few male companions is nothing." Her mother's words had left Rong utterly bewildered. For the first time in her life, she had heard someone tell her that keeping a few male companions was nothing. Her mother reached out and gently touched her face, speaking softly. "My child, all women in this world suffer. The only way to avoid suffering is not to learn virtue and obedience, but to seize power. You must fight for it, seize it, and hold power in your own hands. You cannot rely on having your fate handed to you by others. Whether it is your father, your husband, or your brother, you cannot depend on them. You are no longer young, her mother continued, her gaze calm, yet sorrowful. And I don't have much time left to protect you. You have been clever since childhood. Even if Pei Wenxuan is useless, what does it matter? You can succeed. It is not him you need, but this marriage to shield you from disaster. If you do not marry, I fear your father will no longer tolerate you. And so she married. After marrying Pei Wenxuan, she had already prepared herself to abandon this useless man and become the eldest princess through her own efforts. Yet after the wedding, when she finally came to know the man rumored to be gentle, weak, and likely to be eliminated by his family at any moment, she understood what a smiling tiger truly was. She gained a good ally. They used each other, supported each other, and distrusted each other. She became the eldest princess, and he became the prime minister. Their marriage became the strongest contract between them, an oath sealing their alliance at court. They worked together seamlessly, and their cooperation brought her some joy. In the early days, she even thought that perhaps they could truly become a couple, live together, have children, and grow old together. Until one day, she suddenly discovered that this man already had someone else in his heart. This wasn't really Pei Wenxuan's fault. Their marriage was one of necessity. How could their hearts be forced to belong to each other? She didn't particularly like Pei Wenxuan either, but because she had once held some hope, discovering the truth still left her with a trace of disappointment. She was proud by nature and couldn't tolerate even the slightest impurity in her marriage. If this was a marriage, then both parties had to uphold their vows of loyalty, with no room for other thoughts. If there were other thoughts, then this marriage should no longer be a marriage. It should merely be an alliance. From that moment on, she became the eldest princess, Rong, and Pei Wenxuan, in her heart, became forever Lord Pei. Lord Pei had his own white moonlight, whom he carefully cherished for a lifetime. And Rong found her own pleasures. She watched operas, listened to music, and enjoyed the pleasures of the world. Later, when the Su family fell into misfortune, she risked her life to rescue Su Rongqing, whom she had admired in her youth, from prison and settled him in the princess's manor, where he became the first and only guest minister in the eyes of others. They each lived their own lives. Their marriage had nothing to do with romance, only the sharp and decisive battles of the imperial court. It began at court, and it ended at court. Rong was lost in thought when the palanquin touched the ground. She heard Jinglan's voice from outside. "Your Highness, we have arrived." Holding the golden fan, Rong looked up at the plaque of the Taiqing Hall. Now, everything was beginning again. Rong's thought. Should she choose Pei Wenxuan this time? Chapter 3. If she didn't choose Pei Wenxuan, what other options did she have? A fool, a madman, a playboy? Compared with those three, even though Pei Wenxuan had once fed her a bowl of fragrant beauty, she actually felt he wasn't entirely unacceptable. After all, Pei Wenxuan had one overwhelming advantage. He was good-looking. A good-looking person, whether male or female, was pleasing to the eye, and she could forgive many things they did. However, living with Pei Wenxuan in her previous life hadn't been particularly upsetting, but it certainly hadn't been very joyful either. There had been far too much scheming and plotting, and merely thinking about it was exhausting. To live another lifetime only to follow the exact same path as before seemed rather pointless. She hadn't really gotten to know the other three candidates in her previous life, so why not see them with her own eyes this time? Lost in thought, Rong walked into the Taiqing Hall. By then, Li Ming was already seated and had changed into casual attire. He was chatting with the chief eunuch, Zhang, while wiping his freshly washed hands with a handkerchief. Li Ming was not yet 40 and was in the prime of his life, looking vigorous and spirited. He possessed a vitality absent in old age and a composure lacking in youth. It was truly the most glorious period of a man's life. Naturally handsome, he had grown a beard to make himself appear more dignified, giving him a uniquely mature and steady air. As Rong entered the room and glanced at Li Ming, her expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, she felt somewhat dazed. After all, she hadn't seen Li Ming in nearly 30 years. Suddenly seeing her biological father again, regardless of everything that had happened in her previous life, she couldn't help feeling emotional. Recalling how she had behaved in her youth, she respectfully bowed. Li Ming smiled and gestured for her to sit beside him. Rong picked up her chopsticks, blinked, and asked coquettishly, "What inspired your majesty to invite your daughter to share a meal today?" Hearing Li Rong's girlish, charming tone, Li Ming's voice softened, even though they were discussing a serious matter. As he watched the eunuch test the food for poison, he leisurely replied, "Today, the court discussed your marriage. I thought you're no longer young, so I called you here to talk about it." "Marriage?" Li Rong feigned surprise, then lowered her head as though embarrassed. "Shouldn't this matter be discussed with the empress?" "You are my daughter," Li Ming said with a hint of dissatisfaction, though his eyes revealed his appreciation for her obedience. "Your marriage should be decided by you. You must choose someone you like." With that, Li Ming turned and instructed Zhang, "Bring the portraits." Zhang acknowledged the order and had 4 portraits brought forward. He then unrolled them, revealing the faces of 4 men. Li Rong instinctively glanced over, but immediately felt that doing so was improper. As an 18-year-old young lady, she ought to avoid openly staring at portraits of men. So she tried her best to appear shy, turned her head away, and coughed lightly. "Who are these 4? They are the candidates I've selected for your husband. Take a look and choose one." "Yes," Li Rong replied softly before turning back to examine the 4 portraits. She actually couldn't remember the appearances of the candidates from that year very clearly. After so many years, she only remembered the stunningly handsome Pei Wenxuan. Back then, she had been too embarrassed to look closely. She had merely glanced at the portraits before settling on Pei Wenxuan. Now, however, she felt no such embarrassment. She stared intently at the portraits of the 4 men, studying each one carefully. It had to be said that her father hadn't treated her poorly. Although these 4 men collectively represented the 4 extreme choices of a fool, a madman, a libertine, and a fallen noble son, they all had one thing in common: handsome faces. Perhaps Li Ming had considered their appearances from the very beginning, fearing that if they were too ugly, she might throw a fit. Thus, although the 4 gentlemen differed in appearance, each possessed his own unique charm. Lu Yu, the heir of the Marquis of Ningguo, had a gentle and refined appearance. He looked clean and pure, like the boy next door, radiating an air of innocent simplicity. Yang Quan, the second son of General Yang, had sharp, star-like eyebrows and piercing eyes, carrying the weathered air of the battlefield. Setting aside the fact that he was a murderous madman, his appearance could indeed be described as handsome. The newly appointed top scholar, Cui Yulong, wore a peach blossom smile as gentle as the spring breeze. He was clearly the image of a charming libertine, the sort of man adored by women. As for Pei Wenxuan, a portrait could hardly capture even a tenth of his grace. With phoenix eyes and thin lips, he was as elegant as an immortal. Even in a painting, his eyes were breathtakingly beautiful. In person, he was utterly captivating, possessing an ethereal beauty that ordinary people could hardly resist. Of course, it would have been best if he truly were an immortal. Unfortunately, at his core, he was a blind beast, a wolf or a tiger, which ultimately diminished some of the poetic charm. She lazily looked over the 4 men, propping up her chin as she pondered. Seeing her stare for so long, Li Ming, who had been fiddling with his teacup, couldn't help laughing. "Why have you been looking for so long? Is there no one you fancy? I've already vetted the family backgrounds of these gentlemen. You only need to choose one you find pleasing to the eye. I'll take care of everything else." "It's not that I don't fancy any of them," Li Rong said lazily. She straightened up, a hint of worry appearing on her face. "It's just that they're all so handsome, and I want them all." Upon hearing this, Li Ming, who had been drinking tea, choked. Li Rong hurriedly stood and patted him on the back, flustered. "Your daughter knows she was wrong. I was only joking." Li Ming slowly caught his breath. Only after hearing that Li Rong had been joking did he calm down somewhat. Shaking his head helplessly, he smiled. "You must be bored, frightening your father like that. It's just that I really don't know how to choose. They're all so handsome." Li Rong thought for a moment before leaning closer to massage Li Ming's shoulders. "Father, how about giving me a chance to meet them?" Hearing her words, Li Ming's gaze grew somewhat profound. On the surface, Li Rong pretended to notice nothing, as though she had truly spoken innocently and without thinking. Her words were somewhat risky. To Li Ming, her marriage was a test to determine whether the daughter he had personally raised had become the person he wanted her to be. Back then, She had harbored no suspicions whatsoever and had faced her father without a trace of doubt. Only then had Li Ming truly felt at ease, or perhaps softened his heart. Within the royal family, there weren't only strategic games. There was also an emotional contest. After all, people were not unfeeling plants or trees. Beneath all the power and influence, there was always some pitiful shred of genuine affection. That was also why her mother, while teaching her to be clever and adaptable in handling matters, had never truly discussed the power struggles between the emperor and empress at court in too much detail. As long as she remained that innocent, carefree princess, her father would always retain some measure of affection for her. Just as when she had married Pei Wenxuan back then. Given Pei Wenxuan's circumstances at the time, marrying a princess was naturally out of the question, and he had no promising future ahead of him. Yet at the very least, he could still provide her with a stable and secure life. Now that she hadn't immediately made a choice and had instead raised objections, Li Ming would naturally become suspicious. Yet if she were to marry Pei Wenxuan directly again in this lifetime, she would still feel a hint of regret. After all, they were all such handsome young men. What if, after getting to know them, a miracle happened? Rumors were only rumors. What if some of them were inaccurate? Pondering Li Ming's thoughts, Rong raised her hands to massage his shoulders and mumbled, "I've already waited so many years. What matters most in marriage isn't appearance, but character. I think it would be better to disguise me as an ordinary girl, have someone introduce us, and let me meet them, chat for a while, and develop some feelings first. It would be even better if they could take me out of the palace to have some fun. I've heard Linglong Pavilion's roast duck is the most delicious. Hugua Temple's peach blossoms are beautiful, and also..." Stop. Li Ming chuckled, amused by her words. "Are you really going to meet potential husbands? Or are you merely looking for an excuse to leave the palace and have fun?" "Of course I'm serious about meeting potential husbands." Rong blinked, reached out to hug Li Ming, and swayed him as she pleaded. Father, please. I'm your most beloved little daughter, and you love me the most." All right. Li Ming couldn't help laughing helplessly as Rong coaxed and swayed him. "Then meet them. It's almost time for the spring banquet, isn't it? Didn't I give you a manor on the outskirts of the capital?" Rong blinked. After a moment, she pretended to have only just realized what he meant and exclaimed in surprise, "Father, are you suggesting that I host the spring banquet? Your aunt hosts a banquet in the royal gardens every year. You're a princess too. What's wrong with hosting a spring banquet?" Li Ming smiled. As he spoke, he patted Rong's hand. "I'll assign some people to help you. When the time comes, host the spring banquet and invite all 4 of them. You can meet them privately from behind a curtain and have a chat." Then Li Ming's expression turned serious, and he earnestly instructed her. "However, you must remain reserved. Don't disgrace the royal family." "Understood." Rong immediately brightened. "I knew father would be the best to me. I love father the most." "What about your mother, then?" Li Ming asked with a teasing smile. Rong immediately straightened her expression. "Of course, I'd say she's wonderful when I see her, but mother is too strict. How could she possibly compare to how good father is to me?" Hearing this, Li Ming burst into laughter. He gently tapped her nose and chuckled as he scolded her. Little flatterer. The meal passed in joy and harmony. When it was time to leave, Rong even had someone carry the 4 portraits for her and swaggered out, looking like a proud little peacock. But the moment she stepped into the palanquin, Rong's smile vanished, and she slumped down, utterly drained. After all, she wasn't truly 18 years old. Pretending to be charming and likable had to be done with great care, lest she accidentally overdo it and alert Li Ming. The relationship between Li Ming and her wasn't merely about struggles for royal power. She was his first child, and a daughter at that. His affection for her wasn't false, but power and influence were inevitably entangled in their relationship. Her mother's family was too powerful, and as Li Ming grew older, his desire to maintain control over authority only intensified. Then there was her younger brother, Crown Prince Chuan, who was now 16 years old. Li Ming was a harsh and warlike ruler, while Chuan advocated benevolent governance, earning significant support at court. A son with prestige and ability, whose political views opposed his father's and who was approaching adulthood. A maternal clan that held military power, and a suspicious, controlling monarch. Together, These factors had destroyed most of the trust within the palace. Caught in the middle of it all, Rong had simply been unaware in the past. It wasn't until she turned 18 and suddenly awakened to the truth that she realized 18 had become the most difficult year of her life. Yet that hardship had only been difficult for the Rong of that time. The Rong of today could handle it with relative ease. After pausing for a moment, she called softly toward the outside. Jinglan. Jinglan approached the palanquin and replied in a low voice, "Princess, in a while, His Majesty will send someone to oversee the spring banquet. Receive them." Jinglan was momentarily stunned before understanding dawned on her. She whispered, "Understood." The so-called assistance was nothing more than surveillance. Li Ming was watching her, so she would have Jinglan watch those people in return. She knew Jinglan was clever. There was no need to spell everything out. After a while, Rong thought for a moment, then lifted the curtain with her golden fan and beckoned Jinglan closer. Jinglan leaned in, puzzled. "Princess, send a few people," Rong said, lowering her voice, "to keep an eye on these individuals' households. Report every single one of their actions to me in detail." With that, Rong paused before adding one more instruction. "Especially Pei Wenxuan." Author's note, Mini Theater 1. Rong. Judging by appearances, my 4 prospective husbands cover all the bases. The boy next door, first love type Lu Yu. The domineering beauty Yang Quan. The mature, womanly charm of Cui Yulong. And the ethereal fairy sister Pei Wenxuan. I think the lineup is quite impressive. Pei Wenxuan holds up a banner. Let me emphasize, this site is nicknamed Chaste and Devoted Husband. Only 1-versus-1 relationships are allowed, and descriptions below the neck are prohibited. Detailed descriptions above the neck are also forbidden. No explicit content of any kind is permitted, whether physical or psychological. I am a very generous person. There is no such thing as jealousy or displays of possessiveness. Titles like Vinegar King have nothing to do with me. If you have any issues, take them up with the official platform the author belongs to. Thank you, Rong. As if I'd believe you, you sly old fox. Reviewer. Chapter locked. Mini Theater 2. Pei Wenxuan. Didn't you say you didn't want to be with me anymore? That you didn't care about me? That you didn't want me? Yet here you are, having me specially monitored. Huh, such a contradictory woman. I really am different from those 3 scoundrels. Rong. Finding a sense of superiority from being the best among a group of scoundrels? I'm having you closely monitored precisely because, among the 4 scoundrels, you stand out as the most outstandingly scummy. I'm afraid you'll stir up trouble. Pei Wenxuan. You're going to marry me anyway, so stop making a fuss. Rong. Why should I marry you? Pei Wenxuan. Just ask around. Who among this crowd is as obedient and easy to command as I am? Rong. True enough. What a good dog. Pei Wenxuan's. Silence. Chapter 4. When Rong's people quietly infiltrated the Pei residence, Pei Wenxuan was standing before a basin of clear water, calmly examining his reflection. He had actually come back to life. Looking at his 20-year-old self, he found it somewhat unbelievable. However, years of court life had taught him to restrain his emotions. Even though his heart was in turmoil, his face remained composed. The attendant beside him, Tong Yi, watched him nervously and whispered, "Young master, are you all right?" Ever since waking that morning and asking what day it was, Pei Wenxuan had been lost in thought. Although Pei Wenxuan was usually not much of a talker, he rarely remained silent for so long. Tong Yi couldn't help feeling uneasy. "Young master, if you're unwell, I'll go fetch a physician for you." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan finally looked up. No need. He washed his face and went straight outside. As he walked out of the courtyard, Tong Yi hurried after him. After holding back for a moment, he finally said, "Young master, if something's troubling you, don't keep it to yourself. You might feel better if you talk about it. Miss Qin came to break off the engagement, but you can't blame her. She truly cared for you, it's just." No need to say more. Seeing Tong Yi rambling on, Pei Wenxuan stopped and turned to instruct him. "From now on, don't mention this matter again." With that, he tucked his hands into his sleeves and stood outside the courtyard, gazing into the distance at the tall tower within the palace walls. The tower soared into the clouds, painted in red lacquer and topped with golden tiles. Copper bells hung beneath the eaves, tinkling in the wind, just as he remembered. Back when he lived in the prime minister's residence, whenever he encountered trouble, he liked to stand in the courtyard and gaze up at the distant tower. Now, that habit seemed to have remained. As he gazed at the tower, his heart gradually calmed, and he began contemplating his current situation. He remembered that at 20, he had just finished observing mourning in his hometown and returned to Huajing. His second uncle controlled the Pei family, while his mother was weak and easily bullied, feigning illness all day to avoid trouble. Although he was the most legitimate heir of the Pei family, he was ostracized by his relatives. As the legitimate eldest son of the prestigious Pei family in Huajing, he could only work as a lowly prison guard in the Ministry of Justice. The present time should be shortly after his engagement had been broken off. When his father was still alive, he had arranged a childhood marriage for him with Qin Jinjin, the daughter of their family friends, the Qin family. The engagement had been made early, without any particularly formal ceremony. They had simply exchanged jade pendants to seal the agreement. Thus, he and Qin Jinjin had grown up together, and he had wholeheartedly looked forward to marrying her. Who could have expected such a sudden change? His father had passed away early, and the Qin family was now on good terms with his second uncle, Pei Lixian. So it was only natural that Qin Jinjin would break off their childhood engagement. The engagement had been informal, and the breakup was equally simple. After returning the tokens they had exchanged years ago, there wasn't even a letter. She simply left some silver behind before departing. Of course, he didn't blame Qin Jinjin. He himself lacked capability, so there was no reason to blame the young lady. And what happened afterward? Pei Wenxuan tried hard to remember. Later, his awkward status should have caught the emperor's eye, leading to his betrothal to Li Rong. Given Li Rong's current status, marrying her to someone from a poor family would be too embarrassing and would likely provoke public discussion. Yet marrying her into a prestigious and powerful family would be like adding wings to a tiger, something the emperor had to fear. Someone like him, seemingly noble in status but with no future prospects, was the most suitable match for Li Rong. With the status of imperial son-in-law, the Pei family began to value him once more, and he gained a true pillar of support at court. According to the timeline, the imperial edict bestowing the marriage should arrive soon. Even with this second chance, he still had to marry Li Rong. At that thought, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. He and Li Rong were like enemies from a past life. They had cooperated for a lifetime, yet remained suspicious of each other for a lifetime. He had thought that even if Li Rong felt no marital affection for him, she would at least treat him with the courtesy of a friend. But in the end, when faced with power, she could still strike him down without batting an eye. However, if he died, she wouldn't live either. She gave him a sharp blade, and he returned the favor with a bowl of poison that tore through her insides. There had never been any debt between them, not even in life. Human resentment often stemmed from injustice, but in the 30 years they had shared, there had been no injustice to speak of. His heart belonged to another, and she had someone by her side. She gifted him swords, and he offered her poison. Thinking of it that way, even though she had killed him, he found that he harbored little resentment. Now, given this second chance, even the thought of marrying Li Rong again didn't stir much anger in him. In fact, he couldn't help remembering. At 18, Li Rong still possessed a touch of innocence and kindness. She would occasionally blush when she saw him, and on the day she lifted her bridal veil, she had looked up at him with a gentle gaze, her smile carrying a hint of sincerity and earnestness. Holding the wedding cup, she had said to him, "Pei Wenxuan, no matter the reason we're together, since we've become husband and wife, I still want to spend my whole life with you." If, in this lifetime, he didn't let Li Rong discover his feelings for Qin Jinjin, or if he simply stopped caring about Qin Jinjin altogether, then she wouldn't become enraged, wouldn't separate from him, and wouldn't meet Su Rongqing. Perhaps they could still become an ordinary married couple and grow old together. The suspicions and struggles of his past life had already exhausted him. If possible, he too wished for an ordinary family and a peaceful, stable life. As for Qin Jinjin, in his previous life, he couldn't have her, yet he had protected her for a lifetime. Looking back, duty had outweighed love, while regret had overshadowed longing. Since fate had destined them not to be together, he might as well let her go. After coming to these realizations, Pei Wenxuan calmed down. He turned to Tong Yi and said calmly, "Let's go back." For now, he didn't need to do anything. He only needed to wait for the imperial marriage edict. However, after waiting at home for several days, the marriage edict never arrived. Instead, an invitation to Princess Ping Li's spring banquet was delivered to his residence. Ping Lu was Li Rong's title. Looking at the gaudy invitation, Pei Wenxuan felt a flicker of unease. He frowned, unable to help wondering whether he had ever attended a spring banquet hosted by Li Rong in his previous life. Was he simply too old and had forgotten? Or had reality already diverged from his memories? While Pei Wenxuan remained at home pondering the meaning of the spring banquet, Li Rong was in the palace, eagerly arranging the event. She loved lively occasions like this. When she was young, she had found them noisy. But as she grew older, she realized that the elderly enjoyed watching young people complain and make merry all at once. It made her feel vibrant and full of life. Besides planning the spring banquet, she had many other matters to attend to. First, she selected an entirely new wardrobe, packing all her old black, white, and cool-colored clothes away at the bottom of her chest. She specifically chose vibrant shades such as red and gold, dressing herself in dazzling brilliance, radiant and captivating. Afterward, she also revived all the beauty routines from her previous life, spending each day from morning until night massaging, soaking in baths, and applying fragrant ointments. She neglected not a single detail, fully enjoying the pleasures of being a princess. Finally, she also had to find time to listen to Jinglan report on the activities of those four young masters. Lu Yu stayed at home every day counting ants. He had already identified 2 anthills and befriended the ants. Yang Quan had recently been fighting at the training grounds, sending 3 colleagues to the infirmary. His father had then whipped him until he was bedridden, where he had spent the past 2 days crawling around. Cui Yulong had recently been in high spirits at the brothel, writing 30 poems that received widespread praise. As for Pei Wenxuan, he went to work every day and practiced calligraphy, living like a retired court official despite his young age. The strangest thing he did was stand at his own gate every day, as though waiting for something. Of course, he eventually succeeded in receiving her invitation to the spring banquet. Heaven rewards the diligent, Li Rong remarked. She was soaking in a bath filled with flower petals as she listened to Jinglan's report, and she couldn't help asking, was he surprised and delighted at the time? Did he wonder how a minor 8th-rank official like him could possibly receive an invitation from Princess Pinglu? Was he overjoyed? No, Jinglan replied calmly. At the time, Lord Pei didn't look particularly pleased. His servant, Tong Yi, asked him how he had received the invitation and whether it had been delivered to the wrong person. What did he say? Lord Pei said. Jinglan recited precisely. The invitation wasn't delivered to the wrong person. He's good-looking, so this invitation must have been sent by you. Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of water. For the first time, she realized that Pei Wenxuan had such confidence in his own appearance. But Li Rong soon grew puzzled. How did Pei Wenxuan know that she liked good-looking people? The question lingered in Li Rong's mind. Time passed quickly, and just as Li Rong felt she had adapted to life in Changle Palace, the day of the spring banquet arrived. The day before the banquet, she traveled ahead to her suburban villa, avoiding the travel plans of the other noble families in the capital the following day. By the next morning, young masters and ladies from various families began arriving one after another. Outside the villa, there was a continuous stream of luxurious carriages and fine horses. Each family's carriage was exquisitely decorated, while servants bustled around them, presenting a grand and dignified scene. Before long, 2 jade-adorned carriages arrived one after the other. The carriage in front bore the jade-carved character Su, while the carriage behind it displayed the character Pei. The 2 prominent clans of Huajing had arrived in succession, and everyone made way for them. Shortly afterward, the carriages stopped one behind the other. Someone emerged first from the Su family's carriage. He was dressed in white brocade robes, with a jade hairpin securing his crown. His features were clear and handsome, his demeanor gentle and refined, and he exuded an elegant, captivating air. The moment he appeared, someone eagerly called out, "Young Master Su, you've come too." "The princess invited me," Su Rongqing replied with a smile. "How could I not come?" With that, he stepped down from the carriage and instructed his servants to quickly make way for the carriage behind him. As soon as Su Rongqing appeared, Everyone gathered around him, chatting warmly. When Pei Wenxuan descended from his carriage, few people paid him any attention. Pei Wenxuan stepped down alone. Hearing Su Rongqing's voice, he couldn't help looking up. This was the man who would accompany Li Rong for the next 20 years. He did not like him. His dislike for Su Rongqing had almost become instinctive. After all, even if both he and Li Rong could clearly explain themselves and live their separate lives, Su Rongqing remained a challenge to his dignity, much as Qin Jinjin was to Li Rong. This aversion had nothing to do with love. Rather, it stemmed from that small measure of pride within his heart. However, this was already another lifetime, and Pei Wenxuan felt it was somewhat irrational to dwell on matters of the past. He quickly turned away and led Tong Yi into the courtyard. Although Su Rongqing was engaged in conversation, his steps didn't pause, and he entered the courtyard shortly after Pei Wenxuan. By this time, Li Rong had also awakened. After finishing her makeup, she yawned and hurried toward the courtyard where the main banquet was being held. Just as she reached the entrance, she heard a familiar voice. The voice sounded slightly different from how it had in later years, yet it remained deeply etched in her heart. She knew that voice far too well. Li Rong instinctively turned around. Then she saw two people standing before her. One wore white robes and a jade crown, smiling as he stood there. The other was dressed in blue robes with a golden crown, staring at her in a daze. One was refined and gentle, the other handsome and upright. Standing not far apart, the two of them made a stunning sight. Li Rong looked at them and was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Su Rongqing was the first to regain his composure. He bowed to Li Rong, and from his lips came the words he had spoken countless times in the past. Your humble servant, Su Rongqing, greets Her Highness the Princess. Author's note. Now, let's make a choice. If you were the princess, would you 1. Respond to Su Rongqing and strike up a conversation with him. 2. Politely respond to Su Rongqing and strike up a conversation with Pei Wenxuan. 3. Ignore both, respond politely, and leave immediately. Come on, 1, 2, or 3. The most popular choice in the comments will decide the opening of the next chapter. Mini Theater. Pei Wenxuan. I am my ex-wife's only choice. Now, all I need to do is wait for the emperor to assign me a wife. Waiting at the gate every day is my greatest effort. First day of waiting, no wife assignment order. Second day of waiting, no wife assignment order. Third day of waiting. A messenger from his wife arrives. Hello. Here is your entry ticket for the spring banquet fiancé competition. Pei Wenxuan. Why do I have to compete for the fiancé position? Li Rong. Sorry, but I have at least 4 backups. Get in line, compete hard, and promise me you'll do your best, okay? Chapter 5. Option 1. Receive the most votes. Choose Option 1. Respond to Su Rongqing and chat with him. After a brief moment of dazed silence, Li Rong finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Su Rongqing's voice. The same person, similar words, spoken at different times, ultimately carried a different feeling. When Su Rongqing had spoken those words in the past, they had always been tinged with respect, caution, and many obscure meanings she couldn't decipher. But now, when Su Rongqing spoke them, there was only straightforwardness and gentlemanly grace. It was merely a polite greeting, far removed from the many implications those words would later carry. This was Su Rongqing at his finest hour. The Su family was still at its peak. Su Rongqing was the legitimate eldest son of the Su family and enjoyed the emperor's deep favor. Even when facing a princess, he carried himself with dignified confidence. Seeing Su Rongqing like this, Li Rong couldn't help smiling. She had never spoken to Su Rongqing at this age before, so she couldn't resist praising him. Rumors say young Master Su is the foremost gentleman of Huajing. Seeing you today, I can say that your reputation is indeed well-deserved. That's merely everyone's excessive praise. Su Rongqing lowered his head with a light laugh, seeming somewhat embarrassed. It's nothing more than a jest. How could it be a jest? Li Rong unconsciously softened her voice. At first sight, I could tell there was something extraordinary about you, young master. If you dare not claim to be the first, I'm afraid no one in Huajing would dare claim it. Your humble servant, Pei Wenxuan. A clear, bright voice abruptly interrupted just as Li Rong finished speaking, calmly declaring, pays his respects to Her Highness the Princess. Hearing Pei Wenxuan's voice, Li Rong turned her head. Pei Wenxuan quietly looked at her, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. It had been many years since he had last seen the 18-year-old Li Rong. In his memories, from some point onward, Li Rong had always worn heavy makeup, appearing weary and lifeless. She always carried the scent of alcohol, and whenever he saw her, she was either listening to music or watching dances. She seemed to have lost all backbone, spending every day clinging to Su Rongqing. He didn't like that version of Li Rong, yet that version had long since become his entire memory of her. Until now. Suddenly, he saw the 18-year-old Li Rong again. She was dressed in a magnificent red palace gown embroidered with golden phoenixes, adorned with golden hairpins and swaying ornaments. Her bright features were only lightly powdered, and she stood gracefully with a radiant smile. She glanced back at him, her eyes and brows as beautiful as if painted by a masterful brush, seemingly capable of captivating hearts. Of course, his heart wouldn't be captivated, but that didn't stop him from appreciating Li Rong's beauty. Yet, just as he became slightly lost in thought, Li Rong had already begun speaking with Su Rongqing. Li Rong had always admired men like Su Rongqing. Pei Wenxuan instantly realized that the situation was somewhat unfavorable. Back then, there had been no such spring banquet, and Li Rong seemed to have rarely seen Su Rongqing. Now that she had met Su Rongqing, would she still be willing to marry him? If this were the older, scheming Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan might have had some confidence. But with the 18-year-old Li Rong, he couldn't quite determine whether she would be willing to use her marriage as part of a political calculation. What if she were foolish enough to fall in love with Su Rongqing at first sight and refuse to marry him no matter what? Then Li Rong would truly be doomed. Pei Wenxuan quickly ran through the current situation in his mind and finally decided to take the initiative and draw Li Rong's attention toward himself. He remembered that his wife, from her youth until the day she died, had always been fond of good looks. And coincidentally, his greatest advantage might just be this handsome face of his. If he hadn't deliberately allowed her to discover that Qin Jinjin occupied his heart back then, Su Rongqing might never have gotten his opportunity. Summoning immense courage, Pei Wenxuan forcibly inserted himself into the conversation between Li Rong and Su Rongqing. "I pay my respects to your highness the princess." He had thought that once Li Rong saw his face, she would at least exchange a few words with him. Little did he expect that after he spoke, Li Rong would fall silent for a moment before merely saying, "Oh, you may rise." Then she turned her head and smiled warmly at Su Rongqing, her voice noticeably softer. "Young Master Su, please come inside." Su Rongqing sensed the awkward atmosphere but pretended not to notice. Following Li Rong's lead with ease, he replied gently, "After you, princess." With that, the two walked side by side into the courtyard. Pei Wenxuan raised his head and watched their retreating figures walking shoulder to shoulder, his lips pressed tightly together without a word. Tong Yi noticed his master's expression and couldn't help feeling concerned. "Young master," Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath. "It's nothing." After speaking, he followed the others inside. Li Rong and Su Rongqing strolled leisurely forward. Su Rongqing was a considerate man. Since Li Rong walked slowly, he adjusted his pace accordingly, always remaining half a step behind her. In the past, Li Rong would already have linked arms with him by now, chatting coquettishly. But now, mindful of her status, Li Rong merely discussed light-hearted matters with Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing came from a noble family and excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. No matter what subject Li Rong brought up, Su Rongqing could immediately engage with her. Their conversation flowed so smoothly that Li Rong couldn't help feeling pleased. Since her rebirth, this was the first time she had truly relaxed. For one fleeting moment, she felt as though she had returned to the princess's manner of those days, with Su Rongqing accompanying her. Though her youth had faded, this person had remained by her side all along. In truth, she couldn't quite define her relationship with Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing had never confessed his feelings to her, and she had only vaguely said to him one rainy night, "Rongqing, if you're unhappy, I can divorce Pei Wenxuan." Su Rongqing hadn't responded. After a long while, he had taken a step back, knelt before her, and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Your Highness is a golden branch and jade leaf. Rongqing dares not aspire so high. I only wish to serve you for life, following you in life and death. If, after my death, A handful of yellow earth could be left by your side. With my bones scattered there to accompany you eternally, that would already be a great fortune. As for other matters, this humble subject dares not harbor such thoughts. Moreover, Prime Minister Pei is a great asset to your highness. For the sake of reputation, propriety, and practical considerations, this should not be done. I implore your highness to reconsider. To Li Rong, that had been a gentle refusal. She dared not give too much of her heart to someone who had rejected her. Yet after 20 years of companionship, it was impossible not to develop some affection. Sometimes, she felt she had simply grown accustomed to Su Rongqing. After all, in this lifetime, no one else had ever suited her so perfectly. But at other times, she wondered whether she had ever truly loved anyone in her life. She couldn't figure it out. Later, she simply stopped trying. After all, as one grew older, many things ceased to matter. Having that person by her side was enough. Whether she loved Su Rongqing or not, this person held a unique place in her heart. Tapping her golden fan, she chatted and laughed with Su Rongqing, feeling a twinge of regret. What a pity. She could never marry Su Rongqing. If she dared tell Li Ming that she wanted to marry Su Rongqing, perhaps the very next day she would receive an imperial decree ordering her into a political marriage. Li Ming would likely send her off to some barbaric land, where she would die under mysterious circumstances along the way. Thinking of this, Li Rong composed herself. Still smiling, she entered the courtyard with Su Rongqing before the two parted ways, as though their meeting had truly been nothing more than an ordinary encounter. Pei Wenxuan had been silently watching them from behind the entire time. Even after taking his seat, his gaze remained fixed on them. Tong Yi poured tea for him and crouched nearby, whispering, "Young master, that's the princess. No matter how beautiful she is, you shouldn't stare at her. If you're caught, you'll be punished. Be quiet." Pei Wenxuan scolded him in a low voice. Tong Yi shrank back. Only when Li Rong and Su Rongqing finally bowed to each other and parted did Pei Wenxuan look away. He picked up his teacup, maintaining a dignified posture as he said, "I wasn't looking at the princess." Tong Yi. The young master's airs had grown increasingly grand lately, and his mind seemed to be deteriorating. Pei Wenxuan drank tea alone for a while until most of the guests had arrived. After Li Rong announced the beginning of the spring banquet from the elevated platform, she retreated to the private courtyard at the back. At an event like the spring banquet, if a princess of her status chose to mingle with the crowd, it would be considered sharing joy with the people. Retreating in private and summoning individuals for separate audiences was the more conventional approach. Once Li Rong withdrew to the rear courtyard, Pei Wenxuan's heart settled. He vaguely guessed the purpose behind Li Rong hosting the spring banquet. Though he wasn't entirely certain, he had pieced together most of it. He waited quietly in his seat. Before long, a young eunuch approached and whispered, "Young Master Pei, the princess summons you. Please follow this servant." Hearing this, Tong Yi immediately grew flustered. He looked up at Pei Wenxuan, who simply set down his cup. "Wait here for me. Don't wander off and cause trouble." With that, Pei Wenxuan stood and followed the eunuch away from the crowd. He asked no questions. This surprised the eunuch, but it also saved him the trouble of explaining. He couldn't help developing a slightly more favorable impression of Pei Wenxuan. As he led Pei Wenxuan toward the rear courtyard, the eunuch smiled and said, "Young Master Pei need not worry. The princess summoning you is not a bad thing. To be summoned by the princess is a great honor for Wenxuan." Pei Wenxuan replied calmly, "Your concern is appreciated, eunuch. Wenxuan understands." The eunuch chuckled. "The young master is a wise man." Pei Wenxuan was led into the rear courtyard. The moment he entered, the noise outside seemed to fade away, separated from the tranquility within. Li Rong's villa was connected to a peach blossom grove. Her rear courtyard stood at the boundary between the grove and the front courtyard. The farther one went, the more peach blossoms appeared. Petals drifted onto the wooden corridor, creating an atmosphere of serene beauty. The eunuch led Pei Wenxuan into a room. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 men kneeling on the floor, waiting. Hearing Pei Wenxuan enter, all 3 turned their heads toward him. Some looked bewildered, some thoughtful, and some clearly anticipated a spectacle. For a moment, it felt as though a grand stage had been prepared, waiting only for the audience to settle before the gongs and drums sounded and the drama began. With a single glance, Pei Wenxuan knew who the three kneeling men were. His heart sank. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether he felt more annoyed or frustrated. This lifetime was far too absurd. If Rong wanted to arrange a marriage, she could simply make her choice in the palace. Did she really expect him to compete with these men? He was seething inside, but nothing showed on his face. Following the attendant's directions, he knelt beside Cui Yulong. Cui Yulong fanned himself with a folding fan and smiled. I didn't expect Lord Pei to come as well. Does Lord Pei know why Her Highness summoned us? No. Pei Wenxuan's reply was icy. Cui Yulong chuckled softly, as though amused. Is Lord Pei truly unaware? No. I've heard a rumor. Cui Yulong lowered his voice to a whisper. They say His Majesty intends to select a consort for the princess. What do you think? If the princess has called us here. Before he could finish, a eunuch's loud announcement echoed from outside. Her Highness the Princess arrives. As the words rang out, a woman holding a small gold-dusted fan gracefully walked through the doorway. She wore a wide-sleeved, off-the-shoulder palace gown embroidered with golden phoenixes. Pei Wenxuan was the first to lower his head and kowtow according to etiquette, kneeling on the ground to await Rong's entrance. The others saw Pei Wenxuan kneel and gradually lowered their heads as well. Only Cui Yulong remained upright, craning his neck to look outside. A beauty like the princess. Missing even a single glance is a sin. Before he could finish, Pei Wenxuan grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. Cui Yulong cried out in pain just as Rong reached the doorway. She walked past Pei Wenxuan. From where he knelt, he could only see the hem of her long skirt trailing across the ground and a faint glimpse of red, phoenix-embroidered shoes beneath it. As she passed, a fragrant breeze swept by. The scent was elegant, like a spring breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers, lingering at the tip of his nose. Then Rong sat behind a beaded curtain, leaning lazily against the armrest of her chair. Her clear voice carried an innate softness as she gently said, "You may rise." As she spoke, the four men slowly raised their heads. Rong rested her chin on her hand and gazed at the four men kneeling below. Lu Yu knelt in the innermost position, dressed in white. He knelt upright with his head lowered, not daring to look at her. He wasn't as handsome as the others, but there was a certain cuteness about him. He possessed a purity and innocence uncommon among the others, as though he were still naive and unaware of worldly affairs. Beside him, Yang Quan wore a black martial outfit, his hair tied high behind his head with a cloth band. His expression was cold, and even while kneeling, he resembled an unsheathed sword, exuding an indescribable chill. Yet his features were handsome, and that coldness gave him a distant, captivating allure. Cui Yulong was somewhat livelier. He wore a light green brocade robe patterned with subtle bamboo designs, a jade crown on his head, and a paper fan in his hand. Covering his forehead, he frowned slightly. He looked as though he had been carved from white jade, truly living up to his title as the Jade Gentleman of Huajing. And Pei Wenxuan knelt closest to the door. He gazed calmly at her, dressed in a blue robe embroidered with cranes, his expression serene. He stood like a solitary crane, proud yet tinged with an indescribable loneliness. The four men quietly watched her. Rong rested her chin on her hand, swept her gaze over them, and lightly tapped the armrest. Today, she had to keep one of them. After all, she had spent so long speaking with Su Rongqing earlier. If she didn't show a clear inclination now, Li Ming might grow anxious. So, who should she speak to first today? And who should she keep? Author's note. Come on, let's continue choosing. The one with the most votes will appear at the beginning of the next chapter. If you were Rong, speak to Lu Yu first. Speak to Yang Quan first. Speak to Cui Yulong first. Speak to Pei Wenxuan first. Mini theater. Pei Wenxuan. Even without a scene, I'll force myself into one. Your Highness, your humble servant Pei Wenxuan. Rong, eek. Drag him away, drag him away. Those familiar with my writing know that the male lead is usually a growth-type character. Pei Wenxuan will become more likable later on. His goodness is the kind found in ordinary people, realistic yet carrying a hint of hope, fantastical yet tinged with a touch of worldly charm. As for Su Rongqing's goodness, it is the kind found in fantasies, perfect in every way, yet lacking some of the authenticity of ordinary people. But each has his own merits. In the early stages, readers will appreciate Su Rongqing, and in the later stages, they will come to appreciate Pei Wenxuan. This story doesn't contain too much angst and should end with a happy, harmonious conclusion. Chapter 6. The option with the most votes is 1. Lu Yu. Speak with Lu Yu first. Li Rong observed the four men without saying a word. Behind the beaded curtain hung a thin veil, allowing Li Rong to see their appearances clearly, while they could only vaguely make out her figure. After a moment of silence, Li Rong tilted her chin toward Jing Lan beside her. Understanding her meaning, Jing Lan bowed to the four men from behind the curtain and said respectfully, "Her Highness has heard of the esteemed reputations of the four young masters in the capital and was curious to meet you. Thus, she summoned you here for a conversation. Please relax and don't be overly nervous." The atmosphere, which hadn't been particularly tense before, noticeably tightened upon hearing those words. Previously, they had been uncertain about the purpose of the summons. Now it was clear. What woman would summon several men for no reason? It had to be related to marriage. Yang Quan's and Cui Yulan's expressions immediately changed, while Lu Yu seemed oblivious to what was happening, sitting quietly as though somewhat bored. Pei Wenxuan, as always, kept his emotions hidden. His gaze calmly swept over the other three, discerning their thoughts from their expressions. What he noticed, Li Rong naturally noticed as well. Holding her teacup, she quietly observed the four men. Yang Quan's eyes were eager, as though he wanted to speak several times but restrained himself, deeming it inappropriate. He wanted to marry the princess, and Li Rong could easily guess his motives. Yang Quan had a poor reputation and was often marginalized within the Yang family. If he could marry a princess and treat her well, the misdeeds of his past might gradually be forgotten. If he hadn't seemed so eager to marry her, Li Rong might have considered speaking with him further. After all, Yang Quan would later prove himself a capable military commander and die on the battlefield. If the rumors of his earlier madness were false, it would indeed be a pity. But seeing his ambitious demeanor now, the sense of imminent danger he gave her made Li Rong believe those rumors were likely at least partially true. Cui Yulang appeared more cautious, as though weighing his options, idly tapping his fan against his palm. Li Rong could almost guess his thoughts. This man was truly bold. He was probably intrigued by her appearance, but wary of her status as a princess and unwilling to become involved. In her previous life, despite his exceptional talent, he had grown bored with officialdom after only a short time and resigned to return to Yangzhou, where he spent the rest of his life writing poetry in brothels. It wasn't that he lacked talent. He had been a top scholar and had managed to survive in the political arena despite his temperament. He was simply born free-spirited and despised court politics. Pei Wenxuan remained exactly as she remembered him, calm and unreadable, revealing no trace of emotion. Li Rong had little interest in observing him and finally turned her gaze toward Lu Yu, studying him quietly for a moment. Among the four, Lu Yu was the least striking in appearance. Though not outstandingly handsome, he was remarkably pleasant to look at. At first glance, he seemed merely decent. But the longer one looked at him, the more he resembled clear water flowing gently past, soothing and refreshing. After watching him for a while, she spoke softly. "Young Master Ning." Her voice carried the coquettish charm of a young girl, yet it was naturally tinged with a hidden huskiness. When the two qualities blended together, her words trailed off slightly at the end, creating an indescribable tingling sensation that seemed to seep into the listener's ears, a seductive gift from heaven. The expressions of the three people beside him varied. Only Lu Yu, the one being addressed, still looked somewhat bewildered. Li Rong thought for a moment, omitted a word, and called again. "Young master." This time, Lu Yu understood. He looked at Li Rong and bluntly asked, "What do you want from me?" His straightforward manner made Li Rong laugh. Softening her tone, she continued, "What did you do today, young master?" Lu Yu frowned and thought seriously before replying. "So many things. I got up in the morning and put on clothes. Alon changed my outfit 10 times. One yellow set, one blue set, one." He spoke like a child, recounting every detail as though everything were fascinating. Li Rong lightly tapped her fan as she listened with great interest. Her silver bell-like laughter frequently drifted from behind the beaded curtain. As Li Rong chatted with Lu Yu, finding him highly amusing, The other three were left to the side, feeling somewhat awkward. Pei Wenxuan glanced at the figure behind the beaded curtain, his heart fluttering with unease. The current situation seemed increasingly different from his memories. Rong appeared to have no interest in him whatsoever. Why? Had something gone wrong somewhere along the way? Or perhaps he had never truly understood the 18-year-old Rong? The thought weighed heavily on him. After chatting with Liu Yu for a while, Rong turned to exchange a few words with Yang Quan, then spoke briefly with Cui Yulong. When it was Pei Wenxuan's turn, she perfunctorily asked about his well-being before yawning. "I am tired. Please make yourselves at home." With that, she had someone help her to her feet and withdrew directly. After she left, attendants escorted the four men out. Pei Wenxuan deliberately slowed his pace and surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that the person leading Liu Yu away was Jing Lan. He knew how important Jing Lan was to Rong, and he was also well aware of Rong's current circumstances. Rong's lengthy conversation with Su Rongqing today had actually been quite dangerous for her. If Li Ming thought she was interested in Su Rongqing, it would be disastrous for Rong. If she were clever, she would certainly find a way to shift the focus and make the emperor believe she had taken a liking to one of the four men he had selected. Now that Jing Lan had gone to fetch Liu Yu, it seemed Rong had set her sights on him today. Pei Wenxuan's heart sank. After a moment's thought, he hurried outside and saw the attendants waiting for them at the entrance. Among them, the attendant wearing the Marquis of Ninggua's jade pendant looked the most anxious. The moment the eunuch emerged, the attendant rushed forward and urgently asked, "Esteemed sir, I am the personal page of the Marquis of Ninggua's son. Have you seen my young master?" "Oh, your young master Ning's page." The eunuch looked him up and down before smiling. "The princess has taken a liking to the young master and kept him behind for a chat. Aunt Jing Lan will send someone to fetch you shortly. There's no need to worry." Hearing this, the page was momentarily stunned. The eunuch then turned to bid farewell to Pei Wenxuan. "Young Master Pei, I'll take my leave here. Please make yourself at home." "Thank you, sir." Pei Wenxuan was well versed in etiquette. As he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, he discreetly slipped a silver ingot into the eunuch's hand, which had been subtly raised before him as though by accident. The eunuch beamed with delight, bowed deeply, and hastily took his leave. Once the eunuch had departed, Pei Wenxuan turned his attention to the page standing nearby. Noticing the boy's anxious expression, he approached and whispered, "Are you reluctant to have your young master accompany the princess?" The page was taken aback by Pei Wenxuan's question, then eyed him warily. "And you are?" "Pei Wenxuan," he replied swiftly. "I accompanied your young master to meet the princess earlier. May I ask, is your young master prone to offending her?" Though Pei Wenxuan phrased the question delicately, the page understood that he had discerned young Master Ning's simple-mindedness. Liu Yu seldom ventured outside and was kept well hidden by his mother. Whenever he did go out, servants always closely attended him, so few people knew about his condition. Hearing Pei Wenxuan's words, the page responded directly. "Since you already understand my concerns, might you have a solution? When you see your young master later, have him feign a fainting spell. But won't the princess take offense?" The page pressed him urgently, but Pei Wenxuan remained calm. What fault can be found in illness? It is deliberate offense that invites true blame. The page fell silent. Pei Wenxuan turned away. "I've said what I can. The rest is up to you." With that, Pei Wenxuan returned to the front courtyard. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed Cui Yulong seated among a group of women, including a young noblewoman whose palm he was reading. Pei Wenxuan's thought, "He's keeping his distance from Rong." Pei Wenxuan wasn't concerned about him. Meanwhile, Yang Quan was still speaking with a eunuch, frowning as though annoyed. After a moment's consideration, Pei Wenxuan picked up a cup of wine and, while no one was watching, spilled it over Yang Quan's seat. The spring banquet was in full swing, with the guests enjoying themselves. Pei Wenxuan moved through the crowd, casually plucked a jade pendant from a drunken man, and tossed it beneath Yang Quan's table. Having accomplished this, he turned and made his way back to the entrance of the rear courtyard, where he stood quietly waiting. Before long, Yang Quan's angry shout erupted from the crowd. "Whose jade pendant is this?" His outburst caused an immediate commotion. The owner of the pendant, a man of no insignificant standing, eyed the piece in Yang Quan's hand with displeasure. Why are you shouting when you're holding my pendant? The man's retort immediately sparked a quarrel between the two. Hearing the uproar, Pei Wenxuan smirked derisively before turning back, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he stood respectfully. In the rear courtyard, Rong sat beside the lake. She had requested fishing gear and prepared the plain boiled eggs Lu Yu had mentioned liking earlier. As she peeled an egg, she waited for Lu Yu to return after changing his clothes. Earlier, his attendant had accidentally spilled wine on him and led him away to change. Rong suspected something might happen, but she remained unhurried. She placed the eggshells on the table and leisurely said to Jing Lan behind her, "See how well I treat him? I've rarely peeled eggs for anyone with my own hands." Just then, Jinmai hurried over with a flustered expression. "Princess, something's wrong. Young Master Ning has fainted. If he's fainted, summon the imperial physician." Rong placed the peeled egg on a small decorative vase nearby. "Why come to me?" Rong's detached demeanor, as though nothing mattered, silenced everyone around her, making them momentarily feel that Lu Yu fainting wasn't such a serious matter after all. After a brief pause, Jing Lan respectfully asked, "Your Highness, would you like to continue fishing by yourself, or?" Rong didn't answer. She brushed the crumbs of eggshell from her hands, took a handkerchief from Jinmai, and wiped her fingers. "Jinmai, go outside and bring that scoundrel waiting at the back gate in here." Jinmai was taken aback. After a moment, she stammered, What if there isn't a scoundrel at the gate?" "Impossible." Rong glanced up. Pei Wenxuan is definitely there. Jinmai finally understood. She was supposed to fetch Pei Wenxuan. She hurriedly led the others away. Once everyone had left, Jing Lan knelt behind Rong, pouring wine for her while voicing her confusion. "Your Highness seems to dislike Pei Wenxuan. Why summon him then?" "Lu Yu has already fainted," Rong scoffed. "Do you think anyone else would dare come?" Jing Lan looked bewildered, but Rong offered no further explanation. After a while, Jinmai led Pei Wenxuan inside. Pei Wenxuan knelt and bowed respectfully to Rong, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. "Your humble servant, Pei Wenxuan, greets your Highness." Rong remained silent and continued peeling her egg. Pei Wenxuan knelt patiently, showing no sign of impatience. A long while later, Rong finally spoke. "I've peeled an egg and want to put it into this bottle, but the opening is too small. I can't get it in." She looked up at Pei Wenxuan. "I've heard of your cleverness, young Master Pei. Why not lend a hand? If you can't get this egg into the bottle intact, you'll be unworthy of your reputation as a clever man. You might as well jump into the lake. At least that would show some backbone. Your Highness means that if I fail, I must jump into the lake." "Exactly," Rong replied bluntly. "That's precisely what I mean." "Your Highness, this is rather absurd," Pei Wenxuan protested. Rong rested her chin on her hand, admiring the sight of Pei Wenxuan kneeling before her and trying to negotiate. A secret delight stirred within her. For some reason, seeing him like this was strangely pleasing and gave her an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Knowing perfectly well that Pei Wenxuan was trying to reason with her, she obstinately pressed on. "Yes, it is absurd, but I'm a princess. What's wrong with being a little willful? Your Highness, as a princess of noble standing, you shouldn't make things so difficult for your subjects." Pei Wenxuan continued reasoning with her. Rong plucked a grape, ate it, and continued tormenting him. "Yes, I am a princess. What's wrong with making things difficult for a lowly 8th-rank official like you? Your Highness, if I succeed, does that mean I won't have to jump into the lake and can instead sit down and speak with you properly?" "Exactly," Rong began replying instinctively. But before she could finish, Pei Wenxuan stood, removed the egg from the small bottle, tore a page from a nearby book, opened the incense burner, and used it to light the paper, dropped the burning paper into the bottle, placed the egg back over the opening, and quickly retreated, kneeling respectfully once more. His movements were fluid and seamless. By the time Rong realized what had happened, he was already kneeling again. "Enraged," she exclaimed. "Who gave you permission to step forward and tear a page from my book?" No sooner had she spoken than the egg resting over the mouth of the bottle suddenly dropped inside with a soft thud. Rong and her attendants stared wide-eyed at the egg that had disappeared into the bottle. Pei Wenxuan raised his head and looked at Rong. "May I ask, Your Highness, If I may now sit down and speak with you properly? Author's note, continue choosing. 1. Yes. Let him sit and chat. 2. You dare tear my book? Throw him into the lake. Mini theater. Pei Wenxuan. Am I not very clever? Rong. I think you're looking to die. Chapter 7. Rong watched him quietly. The 20-year-old Pei Wenxuan was far more handsome than the man she remembered, but the arrogance ingrained in his bones remained unchanged. Just by looking into Pei Wenxuan's eyes, she knew he was angry. In the past, when he was Prime Minister Pei, he could argue with her when he was angry, and she could understand that. But now, Pei Wenxuan was merely a low-ranking 8th-grade official. Where did he get the confidence to quarrel with her? Rong smiled faintly. She stood, looked down at Pei Wenxuan kneeling on the ground, and said gently, Very well. As a princess, I keep my word and clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. If you want to speak properly with me, that's fine. But before that, how should we settle the mistakes you've made? This humble official does not know what he has done wrong. You tore my book. Rong pointed toward the torn pages on the table. And why did young Master Ning suddenly faint? Why couldn't the others come? I suppose you already know the answers in your heart. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't realized Rong could be so clever. Had she sent someone to watch him earlier? Pei Wenxuan's mind raced with possibilities, but his expression remained calm. May I ask how your highness intends to punish this humble official? Jump in. Rong tilted her chin toward the lake. Pei Wenxuan pressed his lips tightly together and said nothing. Seeing his silence, Rong knew he was furious. She laughed. If you want to become my imperial son-in-law, can't you endure even this small grievance? Your highness knows that I wish to become your imperial son-in-law. Pei Wenxuan raised his eyes to look at Rong. Rong found the question somewhat amusing. Otherwise, what are you doing here? With that, Rong no longer wanted to drag matters out. She said directly, Either jump in and then speak with me, or get out. Let me make this clear. If you leave, it won't be easy for you to come back. Pei Wenxuan clenched his fists, his face pale with anger. For a moment, it felt as though he had returned to his previous life, arguing with Rong. She had always been sharp-tongued, capable of infuriating him until his blood boiled. It was strange. With other people, he was always composed and steady. He had been spat on and cursed at court, insulted at his own doorstep, and endured countless infuriating incidents, yet he rarely lost his composure. Only with Rong did every argument feel as though it shortened his life by 10 years. This woman was both willful and unreasonable whenever she argued. He used to think that perhaps married life had changed her. But now, it seemed marriage hadn't changed her at all. She had simply hidden her true nature too well when they first married, and he hadn't noticed. At her core, this woman was a shrew, domineering, unreasonable, and willful. Pei Wenxuan could see that she disliked him, and he'd had enough. He knew perfectly well that Rong would definitely choose someone today, and that person would most likely become her husband in the future. Among the others outside, none were as suitable as he was. Right now, in this emergency, she could only turn to him. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath. Then this humble official will take his leave. He kowtowed, stood, and turned to walk away. Rong hadn't expected him to leave so decisively. Momentarily stunned, she hurriedly called after him. Don't you want to speak with me anymore? No. Pei Wenxuan refused loudly without looking back. Rong tapped her golden fan against her palm, gave Jinglan a meaningful glance, and called loudly to Pei Wenxuan as he walked along the corridor over the lake. But I want to speak with you now. Embrace. Before the word sorry could even leave his lips, a shadow guard suddenly darted out from the side. Caught completely off guard, Pei Wenxuan was shoved straight into the pond. Laughter erupted all around. Rong watched from a distance, smiling as she slowly made her way toward the spot where Pei Wenxuan had fallen. Pei Wenxuan knew how to swim. Although the sudden plunge startled him, he quickly regained his composure, adjusted his posture, and surfaced. Then he saw Rong standing above him at the edge of the corridor. Dressed in a red palace gown embroidered with phoenixes, she looked down at him with a smile. All right, let's talk like this. I'm quite satisfied. Pei Wenxuan said nothing. His eyes remained fixed intently on Rong above him. The servants nearby whispered among themselves, while some of the maids giggled softly, though it was unclear what they found so amusing. Rong watched Pei Wenxuan. He was drenched from head to toe, with bits of waterweed clinging to his handsome face, leaving him utterly disheveled. Yet somehow, his disheveled state gave him an indescribable kind of beauty. He resembled a lake spirit emerging from the water, capable of bewitching hearts with nothing more than his face and eyes. But there was no seductive pretense in those eyes. There was only anger and resentment, burning like fire in Pei Wenxuan's gaze. As those emotions surfaced, Rong's earlier cheerfulness slowly faded. Suddenly, she felt that this was pointless. After all, this Pei Wenxuan wasn't the man he would later become. Bullying him now felt like tormenting a child. Looking down at him from above, her expression gradually turned cold and detached. After a long pause, she turned away and said indifferently, "Enough. No more games. Come up." Then she instructed Jinglan beside her. "Take him to change his clothes." After giving her orders, Rong turned to leave. Glancing back, she saw Pei Wenxuan swimming toward the shore, where others pulled him from the water. The spring lake was still chilly. He shivered as he stepped onto land, and the servants hurried over to offer him an outer robe. To every person who helped him, he softly murmured his thanks, careful not to overlook anyone. His cautious demeanor was almost pitiable. After all, no young master from a noble family would normally carry himself with such unease. Pei Wenxuan noticed Rong's lingering gaze. Turning his head, he saw her watching him. His eyes instantly turned cold, and he quickly looked away before striding off in haste. Seeing him glare at her, Rong couldn't help curling her lips into a smile. So young, yet so fiery-tempered. Rong sat beside the lake and had someone warm tea for her. She read a book while waiting for Pei Wenxuan. After a while, he finally returned. He had changed into a white brocade robe patterned with swirling clouds, his hair tied high beneath a jade crown. As he approached from a distance, he looked as though he had stepped straight out of a painting. Rong stared at him for a moment, then discreetly shifted her gaze away when Pei Wenxuan arrived. He knelt and bowed in greeting. Rong calmly said, "Sit." Pei Wenxuan rose and sat down, kneeling beside Rong. She lowered her head to read her book without saying anything. After waiting for a while, he finally heard her speak in a flat tone. "If you have something to say, say it." What was there to say? Originally, he had come to analyze the advantages and disadvantages with Rong, hoping to make her understand that he was the best choice. But after these few encounters, he had come to realize that Rong probably understood everything perfectly well. "Your Highness already knows everything there is to say." Pei Wenxuan's voice was calm. After a moment of silence, he added, "If there is anything more to add, this humble official can only tell your Highness that if you are willing to marry me, I will treat you with sincerity." Upon hearing this, Rong looked up and eyed Pei Wenxuan with a hint of amusement. Sincerity? As she spoke, Rong leaned against the small table beside her and propped her chin on her hand. "Tell me, what does this sincerity entail? The household will honor your Highness above all. Should it be otherwise? For the rest of my life, Wenxuan will have only your Highness by my side." That was true, but it wasn't for her sake that he remained chaste. It was for the sake of the former fiancée who had broken off their engagement, the woman who still occupied his heart. Rong's smile widened. "Isn't that only natural? Not only should you have only me by your side, but your heart should also belong solely to me." Pei Wenxuan stiffened. He wasn't someone who lied. Or rather, when it came to matters of the heart, he wouldn't lie. Had he been willing to tell even the smallest lie back then, she would never have known that someone else occupied his heart. Perhaps she could have been deceived for a lifetime. Such honesty. One hardly knew whether to criticize or praise it. Rong picked up her cup. She thought Pei Wenxuan would do as he had in their previous life, and openly admit that this marriage was nothing more than an alliance. She waited with a smile for him to speak. But after a long while, Pei Wenxuan said, "Your Highness is right. From now on, Wenxuan will not think of anyone else." Rong was taken aback. After a moment, she couldn't help laughing mockingly. She suddenly realized that, compared with anger, she was far more disgusted by deception. She slammed her cup onto the table with a clatter. "Eat the eggs." Pei Wenxuan looked bewildered. He turned toward the plate of jade-white eggs beside him. Rong let out a cold laugh. "Didn't you say the household should honor me above all?" I worked so hard to peel these eggs, and you won't even eat them when I tell you to." Pei Wenxuan remained silent, frowning. After a long while, he finally said, "There are too many." "Then eat them all." Li Rong snapped. The attendants had long since retreated into the distance and were watching the two from afar. Pei Wenxuan had no idea what had provoked her temper this time, but he didn't want to become a spectacle for everyone else. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to endure it. "I've just eaten. I'll have them later." Li Rong snorted coldly. Remembering that they still had to put on a show for the old fox in the palace today, she beckoned to Jinglan beside her and raised her voice. "Bring the chessboard." Playing chess was the one way the two of them could coexist harmoniously under any circumstances, because all their battles and confrontations could be confined to the chessboard. Jinglan fetched the chessboard, and Li Rong called Pei Wenxuan over. "Sit. Let's play." Pei Wenxuan was puzzled. He had also thought that, with the atmosphere between them so awkward, they might as well play chess. He simply didn't understand why Li Rong had thought of the solution before he could suggest it. It was almost as though she already knew how the two of them could get along better. Pei Wenxuan's suspicions deepened. Li Rong directly took the black stones and began placing them on the board. Just as in her previous life, she liked to open on the star points. Seeing her move, Pei Wenxuan had no intention of going easy on her. He immediately followed his usual strategy, placing his stone on the star point diagonally opposite Li Rong's. The two began to play, their attention entirely focused on the game. Li Rong's thought. Facing a 20-year-old Pei Wenxuan, she was practically guaranteed to win. She would go a little easy on him and give him some face, lest she be accused of bullying a child again. Pei Wenxuan's thought. Facing an 18-year-old Li Rong, he should go a little easy on her. Li Rong had always been spoiled and willful. If she lost too badly, she would probably throw another tantrum. Thus, both began the game intending to go easy on the other, while each remained convinced of their inevitable victory. Yet before even a third of the opening had been played, both of them sensed that something was wrong. This style of play, these tactics, this pattern. What difference was there between this and the way they had played chess against each other in their 50s in their previous lives? Chapter 8. Realizing this, both of them were inwardly shocked. Pei Wenxuan kept his expression unchanged, lowering his head to gaze at the chessboard while fiddling with a piece in his hand, pretending to ponder his next move. Li Rong, meanwhile, raised her eyes and sipped her tea as she secretly observed him. Pei Wenxuan reviewed Li Rong's actions from beginning to end. Though she appeared willful and spoiled, her actions were actually quite methodical. She wouldn't cause trouble without reason. What seemed like unreasonable provocation was often simply her way of punishing someone. But since this was supposedly his first meeting with Li Rong, what could he possibly have done to displease her enough to make her torment him like this? However, if he assumed that Li Rong, like him, had also been reborn, everything made far more sense. If Li Rong had been reborn now, it meant his subordinates had succeeded. With her intelligence, she would certainly have guessed before her death that he was the one behind it. Faced with the enemy who had killed her, the fact that she could restrain herself from killing him outright was already an act of extraordinary mercy. Tormenting him was merely a way to vent her anger. As for whether she still intended to marry him, that remained unknown. After all, in their previous life, Pei Wenxuan's heart sank. Li Rong and Su Rongqing had, in a way, been fond of each other. Though his mind was in turmoil, Pei Wenxuan's expression revealed nothing. He placed down his chess piece, feigning deep thought. Li Rong secretly studied Pei Wenxuan's expression. Seeing him appear as calm as ever, she grew puzzled. She remembered the 20-year-old Pei Wenxuan as still possessing a touch of youthful awkwardness. He had been acutely aware of his circumstances and far more even-tempered. Back then, during their first meeting, although he had maintained a semblance of composure, his eyes had betrayed a hint of nervousness. After all, meeting one's future wife, and a princess at that, should naturally stir some emotion. But the Pei Wenxuan before her wasn't merely emotionless. He treated her like an old acquaintance. That was why he dared to confront and oppose her, scheming right under her nose and outmaneuvering the other three men. This Pei Wenxuan was too strange. But if he, like her, had also been reborn, then everything made perfect sense. In an instant, suspicion arose in both their hearts, a suspicion that was almost certainty. Yet both were cautious by nature. Having suspicions meant they needed verification. Moreover, if the other person had truly been reborn, whether to reveal one's own rebirth became a matter requiring careful consideration. Thus, neither spoke. Each pretended to remain calm and composed, as though nothing were amiss. The two continued playing for a while, each harboring their own thoughts as an eerie silence enveloped them. Jinmai and Jinglan stood some distance away. Jinmai whispered, "You said the princess didn't like young Master Pei, but I think they're getting along quite well." The princess's thoughts. Jinglan sighed. They're becoming harder and harder to fathom. Halfway through the game, both Rong and Pei Wenxuan had somewhat recovered from their initial shock. Once their emotions settled, they began considering what to do next if the other person had indeed been reborn. Outside the courtyard, rain began to fall, droplets striking the pond and sending ripples across its surface. The sound of chess pieces landing on the board intertwined with the patter of rain. Rong was the first to break the silence. "Young Master Pei, in wanting to marry me, have you considered what our life would be like after we wed?" Pei Wenxuan hesitated before finally saying, "I would treat the princess well. He would treat her well, because that was what he had done in their previous life. He would try to understand her, strive to grow closer to her, and make her happy." Back then, Rong liked seeing him dressed in white, so after their marriage, aside from his official robes, he wore white for many years. Until one day, he heard that Rong had once said, "When Rongqing wears white, there are no immortals left in this world." He learned every dish Rong liked to eat and made them for her again and again, until he practically became her personal chef. No one understood her tastes better than he did. Until one day, Su Rongqing began learning to cook. Rong suffered from pain in her legs whenever the weather turned cold, so he studied massage, acupressure, and acupuncture. Whenever it rained or grew cold, he would massage her legs until she felt comfortable enough to fall asleep. Until one day, they argued so fiercely that Rong told him, "I don't need you. I have others too." Thinking of these things, Pei Wenxuan felt somewhat distressed. But when Rong asked, he could only say that he would still do those things a second time. Yet as he answered, he hesitated slightly, knowing the outcome already. Should he truly try a second time? Their relationship hadn't ended well. Half a lifetime spent together, only to end in a life-and-death struggle. Most of their lives seemed to have been wasted. Rong sensed the hesitation in his words and knew he was uncertain. She lowered her head to look at the chessboard and slowly said, "I believe you would treat me well. But would you ever come to like me?" Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan lowered his gaze. Rong looked up at him, her expression serious. "Would you see me as your wife, or merely as your ally?" Pei Wenxuan remained silent. Outside, the rain fell softly. Rong stared at the intersecting lines on the chessboard as though she had suddenly lost interest. She tossed the chess piece back into its box, leaned against her chair, and turned to watch the lotus leaves swaying beneath the rain in the courtyard. Slowly, she said, "I've thought about it. If I were to be with you, then in this lifetime, I probably wouldn't have a husband. I'd only have an ally. In the inner court, husbands and family aren't truly important. What matters is the power in one's hands. But when a person reaches the peak and walks alone through this world, they begin to envy the warmth and liveliness of an ordinary life." As she spoke, Rong turned toward him and chuckled softly. "Tell me, what's the difference between a lonely ruler and a wandering ghost?" Pei Wenxuan said nothing. He understood everything Rong was saying. He quietly watched her. She was an 18-year-old girl who should have been at her most radiant, yet her languid posture and every gesture carried a desolation and loneliness far beyond her years. She was like a beautiful ghost drifting through the mortal world, stunning yet solitary, so much so that merely looking at her made one's heart ache. Seeing Pei Wenxuan remain silent, Rong smiled faintly. Rong's thought, if Pei Wenxuan had also been reborn, he would understand what she meant. Pei Wenxuan did understand. He simply didn't know how to respond. Just then, Jinglan approached from a distance beneath an umbrella and whispered to Rong, "Princess, it's raining heavily. The eunuch from the palace says it's about time to end the gathering." Rong nodded. "Tell them I'm not feeling well. You go and see the guests off." Jinglan acknowledged the order and withdrew. Once she had left, Rong turned toward Pei Wenxuan. who was kneeling opposite her. "Young Master Pei, do you think I should marry you and live this kind of life?" She was genuinely asking for Pei Wenxuan's opinion. Although Pei Wenxuan had quarreled with her for many years and had even ultimately killed her, he had one redeeming quality. He never lied to her. Whether it was good or bad, whether such a life was worth living, she believed the answer Pei Wenxuan gave her would certainly be true. Yet after she asked the question, Pei Wenxuan merely raised his eyes and quietly gazed at her. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Just like during the decades of their previous life, whenever he saw her, this smile was completely different from the genuine smile of the 18-year-old Li Rong he remembered. The 18-year-old Li Rong had been wonderful. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, Pei Wenxuan still remembered the beginning of their marriage. When he lifted Li Rong's bridal veil, the girl beneath it had looked up at him with a mixture of shyness and curiosity. Then, while drinking their ceremonial wine, she had said to him in a clear, crisp voice, "Wenxuan, no matter why we're together, since we've become husband and wife, I still want to spend my whole life with you." At that moment, he too had sincerely thought about living well with Li Rong, having children, and accompanying each other for a lifetime. Until Li Rong discovered that he liked Qin Jinjin. In truth, Pei Wenxuan himself didn't know whether his feelings for Qin Jinjin could be called affection or responsibility. They had grown up together from childhood, and she had always occupied a place in his heart. He had once hoped to spend his life with Qin Jinjin, but it wasn't meant to be. Later, Qin Jinjin married Li Rong's younger brother, Crown Prince Lichuan. As Crown Prince, Lichuan was a good prince, but not a good husband. Because of political alliances, even while he was still Crown Prince, he already had a principal consort and 4 concubines, 5 women in total. Qin Jinjin, with her upright and honest nature, was unfamiliar with the schemes of the palace. She had married into the Eastern Palace for the sake of a family alliance. Without Pei Wenxuan's help, she would have perished long ago amid its conspiracies and plots. He intervened to help her, and Li Rong naturally knew about it. At first, she said nothing. But later, during a palace banquet, when he secretly helped Qin Jinjin escape another predicament and nearly exposed himself, Li Rong had to step in and cover for him. On the way home that day, they sat together in the carriage. Li Rong said nothing. Pei Wenxuan felt somewhat flustered, wanting to explain but unsure what to say. He only felt that whatever Li Rong might say would be justified. After they returned home and entered the bedroom, Li Rong walked to the table and poured herself a cup of tea. With her back turned to him, she asked, "Do you like her?" Pei Wenxuan stood by the door. He actually wanted to say no, but he felt he shouldn't lie, so he could only tell the truth. "I can't let go of her." "What is your relationship with her?" Li Rong held the teacup, appearing exceptionally calm. Pei Wenxuan continued answering truthfully. They had been betrothed as children. They were childhood sweethearts. His family had fallen into decline. The Qin family had broken off the engagement. Qin Jinjin had been forced to marry into the Eastern Palace. "I just want to help her," he said hoarsely. "I have no other intentions. She's the Crown Prince's consort. I won't do anything." After he finished speaking, Li Rong remained silent for a long time. That silence became Pei Wenxuan's most profound memory of that night. He watched as Li Rong kept drinking water, cup after cup. After what seemed like an eternity, Li Rong finally appeared to recover. She turned toward him and asked only, "Will you betray me?" "No," he answered immediately, gazing at her. "You are my wife. I am not your wife." Li Rong looked at him, her expression serious. "I am merely your ally." Those words left Pei Wenxuan stunned. Li Rong turned her head to look out the window and spoke calmly. "This arranged marriage, neither of us had a choice. We both did it for power. Truthfully, there is no romantic affection between us. You have someone in your heart, and I have someone in mine. We simply hadn't made it clear before, which led to some misunderstandings. Now that it's out in the open, it's nothing. It's not a big deal." Li Rong smiled, her eyes looking as though they might brim with tears at any moment. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Pei Wenxuan stared at her blankly. He wanted to deny it, yet he felt Li Rong's words weren't entirely wrong. His feelings for Li Rong weren't romantic. After all, a person couldn't love 2 people at once. With Qin Jinjin in his heart, how could there be room for Li Rong? Seeing his silence, Li Rong lowered her head and spoke gently. "Once everything is clear, it's nothing. We'll go on as before, but I hope Lord Pei understands. I am not your wife, and you are not my husband. I don't care who resides in your heart, and you shouldn't care who I'm with. We each have our own lives and our own pleasures. I only ask Lord Pei to promise me one thing." Rong stared at him, her gaze as sharp as an eagle's. "Since we are allies, we will never betray each other." That night, it had rained as well. Just like now, rain poured from the sky. Rong walked up to him and stared into his eyes. "Pei Wenxuan, speak." He couldn't find the words. Seeing his hesitation, Rong smiled. "Pei Wenxuan, if you don't speak, I'll assume you have feelings for me. But if there's affection between us, then everything you've done would be utterly repulsive. We shouldn't be together. I'll go ask my father. No matter what," she said calmly, "we must divorce." Thunder rumbled loudly. Pei Wenxuan looked at Rong as she tilted her head up to meet his gaze. At that moment, he finally understood just how uncompromising this woman was when it came to matters of the heart. Even if it meant mutual destruction, she demanded something pure and untainted. So he smiled. "Why go that far?" he said with difficulty. "You're right. We are allies. I have someone else in my heart, and I shouldn't control you. Divorce isn't good for either of us. Let's leave things as they are, shall we? Under the guise of husband and wife, we'll live our separate lives. As allies, we will never betray each other. If I break this vow," Pei Wenxuan's voice was hoarse. Rong smiled. "May I die a wretched death." Yet in the end, they still broke their own vows. And the oath was fulfilled exactly as foretold. Chapter 9. Pei Wenxuan felt a slight ripple in his heart as he recalled the moment they made that vow. In truth, until his death, he had never imagined that Rong would actually move against him over the position of crown prince. Because he had never considered the possibility, he had been completely unprepared on his way back to the princess's manor. At the moment of his death, he had been overwhelmed with unwillingness, determined to drag that woman down with him no matter what. In their previous life, they had chosen to become allies. But the reality was that no alliance in this world could share identical interests for an entire lifetime. They had died at each other's hands, and now they had a chance to choose again. Pei Wenxuan gazed at Rong before him. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his tone calm. "You shouldn't marry me." As he spoke, he knelt and bowed before Rong, respectfully saying, "All I can offer your highness is this, but the life your highness seeks shouldn't be limited to this." Hearing this, Rong showed no surprise. She laughed lightly and said softly, "I also know that what I want is something you can't give me. It's just that I'm somewhat troubled now. If I don't marry young Master Pei, then whom should I marry?" Pei Wenxuan's eyelashes trembled slightly. Pei Wenxuan's thought. This would be the last time he planned for her. After a moment of contemplation, he gave her a name. Lu Yu. This aligned with Rong's own thoughts, and she couldn't help feeling intrigued. "Explain." "Your Highness's current predicament lies in the Emperor's suspicion. In truth, as long as the Crown Prince ascends the throne, your Highness will have a secure future. Therefore, the most important task now is to protect the Crown Prince." Pei Wenxuan continued calmly. "Among the Marquis of Ningguo, the Yang family, and Cui Yulong. Cui Yulong comes from a humble background and is utterly useless to you. Marrying him would be the most pointless choice. Moreover, he is dissolute by nature, fond of writing poetry, and leaves vulnerabilities everywhere. If your Highness marries him, he may only bring trouble to the Crown Prince." Rong twirled her folding fan. As for the Yang family, their power is too great, and Yang Quan's temperament is overly sharp. The Emperor's intention in arranging a marriage between your Highness and the Yang family is, in essence, because His Majesty has begun to harbor suspicions toward them. If Yang Quan marries your Highness, it won't be long before the Emperor takes action. Your Highness would be implicated, and the Crown Prince could easily be dragged into it. Yang Quan is someone you absolutely must not marry. Indeed. Rong's eyes turned cold. His ambitions are too great. As for young Master Ning, although the Marquis of Ningguo's household isn't a prominent clan, the Marquis was the Emperor's study companion in his youth and once took a sword for His Majesty. The Emperor values loyalty and friendship. Although he may not often think of the Marquis now, there remains a measure of brotherly affection between them. This could be advantageous for your Highness. Pei Wenxuan continued. The Marquis is steady and prudent, while young Master Ning is simple-minded and rarely leaves home. Although this may not be ideal for marriage, he certainly won't hinder the crown prince. Most importantly, Pei Wenxuan looked up at her. Young Master Ning is in poor health. In their previous life, Lu Yu had passed away from illness in the winter 3 years later. Li Rong understood Pei Wenxuan's implication. She lightly tapped the small table with her fan. You mean that since he's in poor health and simple-minded, I can marry him and wait for him to pass away. Then, once my younger brother ascends the throne, I can remarry. Yes. Pei Wenxuan spoke calmly. This way, you can ease the current emperor's vigilance, allowing your highness to avoid drawing attention. In the future, given your highness's status, remarrying wouldn't be difficult. Li Rong nodded. In truth, she had been thinking the same thing, but hearing Pei Wenxuan say it aloud gave her a little more reassurance. However, she hadn't expected Pei Wenxuan to say such things. She couldn't help smiling as she raised her eyes toward him with a hint of curiosity. If I don't marry you and find my own way out, what will you do? Pei Wenxuan picked up the tea beside him and took a small sip. If your highness is willing to lend a hand, that would naturally be best. If not, I have my own path to walk. With that, he gave a slight nod. Your highness needn't worry too much on my behalf. The way he nodded seemed to practically spell out, mind your own business, across his face. Li Rong was both angered and amused by him. She truly felt that Pei Wenxuan possessed a remarkable talent for instantly making her blood boil. She turned to look at the sky and said lightly, It's getting late. You should go back, young Master Pei. If you don't leave soon, the borrowed carriage might get muddy on the way back, and I'm afraid the steward will scold you again. Hitting where it hurt, striking straight at the heart. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan felt that all the plans he had just laid out for her had been wasted on an ungrateful soul. To still serve so diligently a woman who could stab him to death with a single sentence. Pei Wenxuan's thought. He must be a living bodhisattva reincarnated. So he gave a mocking smile, bowed respectfully, and said, Yes, I shall take my leave now. I've wanted to leave for a long time. Thank you for your highness's gracious pardon. Leave quickly. I won't see you out. I'll be on my way. After saying this, Pei Wenxuan immediately stood without the slightest hesitation and strode straight out. A servant waiting outside held an umbrella for him. Pei Wenxuan thanked him softly and followed the servant away. Li Rong watched Pei Wenxuan's retreating figure, feeling as though she were watching a memory fade into the distance. She gazed quietly for a moment before turning toward Jinglan behind her. Prepare some money and ginger soup to send to him. Li Rong's thought. Consider it a reward for him finally acting like a decent human being at the end. Although Jinglan couldn't quite understand what Li Rong was thinking, she never questioned her mistress's decisions. After bowing respectfully, she went to prepare the money and ginger soup as instructed. Pei Wenxuan left the villa seething with anger. By then, most of the guests had already departed. With a stern expression, he boarded his family's carriage and was about to leave when he heard Jinglan calling from afar. Young Master Pei. Hearing Jinglan's voice, Pei Wenxuan frowned, lifted the curtain, and stepped out. He saw Jinglan hurrying toward him, another maid holding an umbrella for her. The palace maids under Li Rong were exceptionally well trained. Even while walking through the rain, they moved steadily without splashing a single drop of mud. Jinglan carried a box. Upon reaching Pei Wenxuan, she bowed before standing and handing it to him. Young master, the weather is cold and rainy today. Her Highness instructed me to prepare ginger soup for you to drink on your journey. Pei Wenxuan was taken aback for a moment. After a pause, he looked at the box and said softly, Thank Her Highness for her kindness. Jinglan smiled and handed him the box. Take care on your journey, young master. Pei Wenxuan acknowledged her words, thanked Jinglan, took the box, and re-entered the carriage. The box had 2 layers. Pulling open the first layer, he found a bowl of ginger soup, still steaming with warmth. Pei Wenxuan was reminded of the first year of their marriage, when Jinglan would give him soup suited to the weather every day he went out. Pear soup on dry days. Mung bean soup on hot days. Ginger soup on cold days. These were all Li Rong's habits. He said nothing and quietly watched as the carriage began to move. Suddenly, he realized with startling clarity that once the carriage departed, he and Li Rong would never meet like this again in this lifetime. From this moment onward, each would go their separate way, and the grudges and grievances of their previous life would be wiped clean. Unable to resist, he lifted the carriage curtain and called to Jinglan, who was returning to the villa. "Miss Jinglan." Jinglan turned and saw Pei Wenxuan sitting inside the carriage. He looked at her and opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, he regretted not having said more to Li Rong. Hearing his voice, the coachman stopped the carriage again. Jinglan walked back, looking at Pei Wenxuan in confusion. "Young Master Pei, please convey a message to the princess for me." Pei Wenxuan gripped the curtain tightly and stared intently at Jinglan. "Tell her that since I'm leaving this time, she must take care of herself. In all matters, she should act cautiously and not be too bold." Jinglan was bewildered by his words. Before she could ask anything, Pei Wenxuan quickly dropped the curtain, his figure disappearing behind it. The carriage began moving once more, its wheels clattering along the road. Pei Wenxuan leaned back inside, feeling as though he had suddenly lost all his strength. He slumped against the carriage wall as a sense of suffocation washed over him. After a while, he opened a drawer and took out the bowl of ginger soup, which was still steaming hot. He took a sip. The warmth, accompanied by a spicy kick, flowed down his throat and into his stomach, carrying with it a subtle sweetness. He smiled faintly, a trace of nostalgia appearing in his expression. Pei Wenxuan's thought. This was probably the last time in this life he would drink Princess Ping Li's ginger soup. After Pei Wenxuan left, Jinglan returned. Li Rong stared at the chessboard on the table, idly twirling a piece between her fingers. It had to be said, Pei Wenxuan's chess skills were truly exceptional. Over all these years, among everyone she knew, only he could match her so evenly, making their battles uniquely engaging. Others lacked the skill, while Su Rongqing preferred to deliberately let her win. Only that scoundrel Pei Wenxuan was both daring and fierce. Hearing Jinglan enter, she said lightly, "He's gone." "He's gone," Jinglan replied respectfully. "Before leaving, he left a message for you." "What is it?" "Young Master Pei said that since he's leaving this time, you must take care of yourself. In the future, you should act cautiously in all matters and not be too bold." Hearing this, Li Rong was momentarily stunned. After a pause, she let out a bitter laugh. That man really worries too much. With that, she stood and casually tossed the chess piece back into its box. Since when does this princess need him to worry about her? After speaking, she turned to look outside the courtyard, where the rain beat against the lotus leaves, causing them to tremble and sway. Not far away, a group of people lay in ambush along the road, beginning to set up obstacles. "Young master," a youth holding a knife spoke apprehensively. "After all, she's a princess. For us to take action like this, is it really what?" The young man beside him wiped the blade of his knife and glanced at the youth with a mocking smile. "Do you think that if we don't seize the princess, His Majesty will spare us? Stop dreaming." The young man turned his head and looked coldly toward the distant villa. "Only by marrying the princess and binding ourselves to the crown prince will we have a chance of survival." Hearing this, the youth fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "You're right, young master." The sky gradually darkened, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Pei Wenxuan finished the ginger soup sip by sip, then rolled up the curtain. He gazed at the mountains and rivers beneath the heavy rain, feeling as though the downpour were washing over his new life. After a moment, he heard the sound of galloping horses. Soon, a group of people rushed past him on horseback. Their clothing was plain, making it difficult to tell which family they belonged to, but Pei Wenxuan recognized at a glance that their horses weren't breeds from Xinjiang. They were war horses specially supplied to the border regions. These war horses looked no different from ordinary horses, and most people wouldn't notice the distinction at a glance. But Pei Wenxuan had once overseen frontline logistics and recognized them immediately. Now, in the middle of this heavy rain, these people were rushing out of the city in such haste. The direction they were heading led toward the royal villas. If they were traveling to the border or conducting official business, they should have departed through one of the other city gates. So what were they planning? Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment. Then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Pei Wenxuan's thought. They were targeting Li Rong. Author's note, mini theater. Li Rong. If I don't marry you and find my own way out, what will you do? Pei Wenxuan's inner thought. Damn it, I don't know what I'll do either. Why ask me such an awkward question? But a real man handles things himself. Am I supposed to beg you? No way. I'm a grown man. I'd never do something so embarrassing. Pei Wenxuan, outwardly, with a proud expression. I have my own ways, princess. Don't worry about it. Rong, get lost. Chapter 10. Such horses were virtually exclusive to the Yang family in Huajing. Now that the Yangs were gathering their men and rushing toward the princess's manor, there could only be one target. They wanted Rong. Given Yang Quan's character, if there had been no opportunity to marry Rong, he naturally wouldn't have considered it. But now that the opportunity had arisen, a madman like him was capable of anything. Under normal circumstances, Yang Quan would likely arrange for someone to pretend to kidnap Rong, then swoop in as the hero to rescue her at the critical moment. Afterward, spending a night alone with Rong might stir her feelings for him. Even if Rong remained unmoved, Li Ming was an emperor who placed great importance on reputation. If Rong and Yang Quan spent an ambiguous night together, Li Ming would undoubtedly arrange their marriage regardless. If Rong resisted, wouldn't Yang Quan resort to even more extreme measures? In that case, to preserve the royal family's dignity, Li Ming would likely still marry Rong off to him. Once she was wed, he could move to eliminate the Yang family and settle accounts afterward. With the Yang family destroyed, if Li Chuan intervened for Rong's sake, it would play directly into the emperor's hands. He could shift the blame for the Yang family's downfall onto the crown prince and use it as grounds to propose his removal. If Li Chuan ignored Rong, the emperor could use the Yang family as an excuse to strip Rong of her status, either demoting her to a commoner or sending her to a convent. That way, the emperor could rest assured that the crown prince would have no opportunity to use Rong's marriage to win anyone over. Thus, for Li Ming, as long as Rong's virtue was compromised, she would inevitably be forced to marry Yang Quan. But where had Yang Quan gotten such audacity? Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes, recalling their previous life. Not long after this, the Yang family had nearly been wiped out on the front lines. He didn't believe for a moment that the emperor hadn't been behind it. Yang Quan's desperation likely stemmed from knowing that, thinking this, Pei Wenxuan turned his head. He looked at the small bowl on the table, then shifted his gaze toward the box beside it. The box had 2 layers. He stared at the unopened lower layer, hesitated for a moment, then pulled it open. Inside lay gleaming white silver. Rong had previously mocked him for borrowing a carriage from home, knowing perfectly well how dire his current circumstances were. Though she had ridiculed him, now that they were parting, she had still considered his needs and prepared money for him. The sight of the silver dazzled Pei Wenxuan's eyes. Without another thought, he shouted, "Tong Yi, stop the carriage." Hearing Pei Wenxuan shout, Tong Yi hurriedly brought the carriage to a halt and asked in confusion, "Young master? Hurry back now. Go to the crown prince's residence and tell them the princess is in danger. Someone is trying to kill her. Tell them to send people immediately." As he spoke, Pei Wenxuan jumped from the carriage and quickly untied one of the horses for Tong Yi. "Go quickly. Don't delay." "What about you?" Tong Yi asked anxiously. "Aren't you coming with me, young master?" "I have to go back and find the princess." Pei Wenxuan replied immediately, "Don't worry about me. Go now." Tong Yi dared not delay. Although he was worried about Pei Wenxuan, he gritted his teeth, mounted the horse, and hurried away. Pei Wenxuan looked at the carriage, still pulled by the remaining 3 horses, climbed aboard, and turned around to rush back toward the villa. After driving for a while, he realized it was useless. By the time he arrived, the Yang family's men would probably already be there. He might not even be able to approach the villa. According to Rong's travel habits in their previous life, she would have at least 20 shadow guards by her side, assigned by the empress. Including her attendants, there would be at least 100 people. The group of Yang family members who had just passed numbered around 40. They had ridden at great speed, with green-patterned waist tokens hanging from their belts. According to the Yang family's customs, green-patterned tokens belonged to reinforcements. Typically, their reinforcements numbered around half the total force, which meant the Yang family likely had nearly 100 men lying in ambush. Given the skill of Rong's shadow guards, if she encountered a sudden attack, they could at least ensure her escape from the villa. The greatest help he could offer now was to delay the Yang family's pursuers. Once he understood this, Pei Wenxuan stopped moving forward. He roughly calculated where Li Rong might break through and retreated some distance. He quickly surveyed the surrounding terrain. The road was flanked by reed fields, with a few scattered trees growing among them. The reeds were nearly as tall as a person, making it impossible to see any movement within. Wenxuan climbed into the carriage and rummaged through it, finding some clothes, flint, swords, and rope. First, he unharnessed the horses, led them into the reeds, and tied them to a tree. Then he returned, dismantled the carriage with several swift strokes of his sword, and cut it into several planks. Using rope, he connected the planks and placed them on both sides of the road. He then propped large stones beneath the planks, gathered numerous rocks, wrapped them in clothes, and placed them at one end of each plank. He set up several such traps, finally connecting them all with a single line. As long as he pulled the line, the ropes stretched across the road would rise. The horses would trip over them, and once the ropes were pulled taut, they would tug on the planks, launching the rocks from the opposite ends. After finishing, Wenxuan relaxed slightly. As long as Li Rong successfully escaped, his interception of Yang Quan's men would ensure her getaway. Whether he himself could escape, however, was uncertain, but he no longer dwelled on it. Once a decision had been made, there was no point in overthinking it. He hid in the reed field, lying flat on the ground and clutching the rope controlling the trap mechanism, with a makeshift wreath of reeds on his head for camouflage. He was simply waiting for Yang Quan to arrive. While Wenxuan painstakingly made these preparations, Li Rong lay on a rocking chair, gently swaying as she ate grapes Jinmai fed her. There are people lying in ambush outside. She closed her eyes, listening to the shadow guard's report. The shadow guard knelt on the ground and respectfully replied, "Quite a few. His Majesty's men have already gone to seek reinforcements. Your Highness, please rest assured and wait." Rest assured, Li Rong opened her eyes. Why wouldn't I be? After all, those people won't kill me, will they? Everyone around her remained silent. Li Rong straightened and said calmly, "However, if we remain here much longer, those people will probably attack the villa. We might end up trapped like turtles in a jar before His Majesty's reinforcements arrive." "What does your Highness mean?" The shadow guard looked up at Li Rong. She replied calmly, "We need to leave now." "Impossible," Jinglan immediately objected. "Leaving now is too dangerous." "Did I say I was leaving?" Li Rong turned her head, looking somewhat puzzled. Jinglan frowned. "What does your Highness intend to do?" "In a moment, Jinmai will disguise herself as me. Then all of you will take my carriage and boldly head toward the main road. Once you leave, Yang Quan will surely pursue you. At that time, I can quietly slip out the back door with Jinglan. Isn't that simple?" Hearing this, everyone present immediately understood. The shadow guard nodded. "Your Highness is wise. Proceed immediately." Li Rong yawned. "It's not a big deal. Even if I'm caught, I'll just sleep there for a night. It's not as though I'll suffer any losses. Yang Quan is quite good-looking." Li Rong glanced at a maid standing nearby and raised an eyebrow. "Isn't he?" The maid she addressed froze, then hurriedly knelt and anxiously replied, "Whatever your Highness says is correct." Seeing the maid so flustered, Li Rong couldn't help laughing. "Why are you so nervous?" "I don't bite." "All right," she said calmly. "Make preparations. We'll split into 2 groups. I'll leave through the back door." With that, Li Rong extended a hand. Supported by Jinglan, she leisurely walked toward the room. Jinmai hurriedly went to prepare. In less than half an hour, the first convoy departed from the villa in a grand procession. By then, dusk had already fallen. Li Rong remained seated on a small couch, flipping through a travelogue. Seeing her composed expression, Jinglan respectfully said, "Your Highness, it's time to prepare to depart." Li Rong hummed in acknowledgement, but didn't move. After a while, a shadow guard leaped through the window, knelt on one knee, and whispered, "Your Highness, the people lying in ambush outside haven't moved." As expected, Li Rong sighed. "I wondered how Yang Quan had the nerve to abduct me without worrying about mishaps. So there's a traitor helping him." She looked up at Jinglan and smiled. "Jinglan, change into my clothes. Take the others and ride out through the back door. Circle around the back of the mountain, stay far away from the main road, and leave quickly. Don't let them catch you." Jinglan was momentarily stunned. Then Li Rong instructed the shadow guard, "Assign 15 men to escort Jinglan out. Leave 5 with me." The shadow guard acknowledged the order. Jinglan quickly recovered and replied, yes. She changed into Li Rong's clothes, then led the men away in haste. Not long after they left, earth-shaking battle cries erupted. Li Rong immediately stood, changed into a set of guards' clothing she had prepared beforehand, and tied her hair into a man's bun. Then, leading the remaining 5 shadow guards, she took advantage of Jinglan drawing the pursuers toward the back mountain and shot out through the main gate like an arrow from a bow, racing toward the official road. The night wind was fierce. In the distance, the lights of Huajing illuminated the night sky. Li Rong galloped through the darkness, unable to distinguish the stars from the moon. Yang Quan led his men in pursuit of Jinglan for a while, when he suddenly spotted figures galloping away along the official road. Realizing the truth, Yang Quan roared, "Chase them on the official road." Meanwhile, Pei Wenxuan lay prone in the mud, waiting. Li Rong's carriage had just passed. Yang Quan's pursuers would probably arrive soon. His heart pounded wildly as he nervously gripped the rope in his hand. Then he heard the thunder of approaching hooves. In the darkness, a group of plainly dressed men brandishing sharp blades chased after Li Rong's carriage. Although their faces were impossible to distinguish in the night, this had to be Yang Quan's group. Pei Wenxuan silently counted the distance as the riders approached. 3, 2, 1, pull. Pei Wenxuan yanked the rope sharply. Li Rong's horse tripped and reared in fright. Li Rong tumbled to the ground. The shadow guard cried out urgently, "Your Highness!" At the same moment, countless cloth-wrapped stones flew through the air, striking Li Rong and the shadow guards directly. A small stone struck Li Rong on the head. Her vision instantly went dark. Li Rong's thought. She had underestimated Yang Quan. He seemed like a fool, yet he had actually managed to set an ambush here. When Pei Wenxuan heard the cry of, "Your Highness," he knew something had gone wrong. Looking at the unconscious Li Rong, his heart sank. Moments later, he heard Yang Quan's furious shouts as he and his men closed in from behind. "Princess, don't run." Hearing this, the shadow guards drew their swords in unison and charged toward Yang Quan. Amid the chaos, Pei Wenxuan hurriedly crawled out of the reed marsh, hoisted the unconscious Li Rong over his shoulder, and, with reeds still clinging to his head, dashed back into the marsh. By the time the shadow guards realized what had happened and turned back to carry Li Rong away, they were shocked to discover the princess was gone. Author's note, mini theater. Li Rong. I once thought Lord Pei was clever, resourceful, cunning, and treacherous. Now I know I was wrong. And Mo Shu Bai, what do you think now? Li Rong elegantly touched the white bandage on her head. Li Rong. I think he's an idiot. Pei Wenxuan. About this matter, I can actually explain. Li Rong. Explain. Pei Wenxuan. Actually, if you hadn't overcomplicated things, my plan would have worked perfectly. Li Rong. If you hadn't come, I would have been perfectly fine. In truth, this is probably a story where 2 positives make a negative. A hero saving a beauty? Not a chance. Chapter 11. Pei Wenxuan carried Li Rong over his shoulder and dashed into the reed marsh. While the shadow guards and Yang Quan's men were still fighting, he cut the ropes tethering the horses, gave them a sharp whip, and sent them fleeing in 2 different directions. Then, with the unconscious Li Rong, he dropped to the ground and lay perfectly still. By the time both sides realized what had happened, Li Rong had already vanished. Seeing something dart swiftly through the reeds, the 2 groups immediately split up and chased in separate directions. Once Pei Wenxuan saw them pursuing the horses, he quickly got up, hoisted Li Rong over his shoulder again, and sprinted toward the dense forest in the distance. He normally didn't possess such strength, but in this life-or-death situation, he couldn't even feel Li Rong's weight. Carrying her, he ran as fast as he could, not daring to stop for even a moment. Li Rong slowly regained consciousness on his shoulder. As soon as she woke, she felt something digging painfully into her stomach. She let out a sharp hiss. Hearing her, Pei Wenxuan hurriedly asked, "You're awake?" Li Rong felt nauseous from all the jostling. Her stomach hurt, her head was spinning, and the constant bouncing made her feel even worse. "Put me down." Confirming that she was awake, Pei Wenxuan immediately set her down. Before Li Rong could regain her bearings, he grabbed her and dragged her forward. "Hurry, Pei Wenxuan." Li Rong had no idea what was happening. As he dragged her through the dense forest, she trembled and said, I think I'm going to be sick. Swallow it back. Pei Wenxuan replied decisively, then hurriedly explained, there are still pursuers behind us. Before he could finish, Rong retched violently toward him. Pei Wenxuan reacted swiftly, releasing her and leaping aside just as Rong dropped to her knees and vomited on the spot. Pei Wenxuan stared at her in stunned silence. He quickly scanned their surroundings to make sure there were no pursuers nearby, then walked over to Rong and handed her a handkerchief. Frowning, he asked, are you all right? Rong wiped her mouth with the handkerchief, stood gracefully, and surveyed their surroundings. Where is this? Pei Wenxuan fell silent. Seeing that he didn't answer, Rong's heart sank. She frowned. You don't know. We were running too frantically earlier. Pei Wenxuan replied calmly. I didn't pay attention to the path. Right now, we should be somewhere in the forest. Obviously, Rong snapped angrily. I know we're in the forest. I'm asking how we get out. We'll wait for help. Pei Wenxuan's mood soured at her outburst. He turned and started walking ahead. Let's find a suitable place to rest first. Yang Quan's men might still track us down. Hearing this, Rong thought it made some sense. However, seeing Pei Wenxuan's sullen expression only irritated her further. The thought that she was injured while he remained completely unscathed made her even more displeased. So she simply stood where she was and refused to move. After walking several steps, Pei Wenxuan noticed that she wasn't following. He turned back and frowned. What's the problem now? My head hurts. Rong raised a hand to her forehead and sighed. I can't walk anymore. Alas, your head hurts, not your legs. Pei Wenxuan retorted instinctively. But the moment the words left his mouth, he remembered how she'd gotten that head injury. A pang of guilt washed over him, and his attitude immediately changed. Clearing his throat, he said, but it's still no small matter. I'll carry you. With that, Pei Wenxuan walked over to Rong and crouched down in front of her. Rong stared at Pei Wenxuan's unusually agreeable behavior and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Suspiciously, she glanced around him to make sure there weren't any traps before cautiously climbing onto his back. Pei Wenxuan carried her and chose a direction to walk. Seeing that he seemed to have a destination in mind, Rong couldn't help asking, where are we going? First, we'll find water. Pei Wenxuan answered directly. Rong couldn't help laughing. You even know where to find water? There are methods. Pei Wenxuan was quite patient when answering serious questions. For example, you can observe the types of plants, how densely they grow, the elevation of the terrain, the clouds. As he spoke, Pei Wenxuan paused. Then he said, why do you need to know this? Anyway, such matters will never fall to you. You're right. Rong nodded. This sort of thing only appeals to troublemakers like you. Rong. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath. Will you die if you don't speak properly? With other people, no. Rong grinned. But with you, I can't help myself. I just think Lord Pei looks better when he's angry. Then you're sick. Pei Wenxuan retorted bluntly. And blind. How dare you be so insolent? Rong lay lazily against his back. Is this how you speak to this princess? Apologize to me immediately. You're still this arrogant, even outside the palace. Pei Wenxuan sneered. Do you believe I'll leave you here? When Yang Quan finds you, let's see what you do then. As if I'm afraid. Rong raised an eyebrow. Can he kill me? At worst, he'll marry me. With that short-lived look of his, can he even survive this winter? I'm afraid he won't make it to the new year before going to meet Zhang in the underworld. Once I'm a widow and my father dies, I'll immediately keep 10 or 20 retainers. Wouldn't that be delightful? You're still thinking about keeping retainers at a time like this. Pei Wenxuan scoffed. That's so like you. Of course. I'm optimistic. Rong sighed. But speaking of which, I never expected Yang Quan to be so clever. I sent out 2 groups, yet he still guessed my real route and set an ambush. He's quite an extraordinary figure. How did he die so easily in our previous life? Pei Wenxuan fell silent. He didn't dare speak. Rong had her arms wrapped around Pei Wenxuan's neck. Suddenly, she looked at him curiously. By the way, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to have gone back? Pei Wenxuan remained silent. He had never lied to Rong before, but now he didn't have the courage to tell her the truth. Seeing his silence, Rong couldn't help laughing. You didn't come back to save me, did you? Pei Wenxuan. You dog. You're not so bad after all. Say less. Pei Wenxuan spoke awkwardly. Save your energy. Why didn't I see you at first? Where were you hiding? And did you really come alone to save me? No way. You're so. Before the word stupid could escape her lips, Rong suddenly realized something was wrong. Was Pei Wenxuan really that foolish? Even if he had no power or influence now, would he truly come alone, without any preparation, and confront Yang Quan head-on? Moreover, there was something strange about Yang Quan's actions as well. If he had guessed her plan from the beginning and set up an ambush along the way, why hadn't he stationed his men directly ahead? Why would he need to circle back from the rear mountain to pursue her? Rong suddenly understood. Her grip around Pei Wenxuan tightened instinctively as she sneered. Lord Pei, there's something I'd like to ask you. It was me. Realizing that Rong had figured it out, Pei Wenxuan immediately confessed. But I can explain. I genuinely wanted to help you. Those stones all landed on me. Rong laughed in fury. Pei Wenxuan, tell me the truth. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Are you here for revenge? Pei Wenxuan fell silent. Rong's fury surged, but she forced herself to remain calm. Her voice strained. She ordered, put me down. Pei Wenxuan quickly set her down. Rong stormed ahead, wanting to put some distance between them because she was afraid she might lose her composure. Knowing he was in the wrong, Pei Wenxuan hurried after her. If I said I didn't want revenge, would you believe me? Of course you wouldn't. Do you have any reason for me to believe you? Rong spun around. It seems to me that you were simply desperate, with no other way out. You were determined to marry me, but too proud to admit it. So you came up with this scheme to take advantage of the situation. She pointed an accusing finger at Pei Wenxuan. You simply couldn't stand the thought of me marrying Lu Yu. Why would I care? Pei Wenxuan frowned and earnestly explained. You and I have nothing to do with each other. Who you marry is none of my business. Why would I interfere? Nothing to do with each other? Rong let out a cold laugh. Do you think I don't know you? You simply can't bear to let me go. Nonsense. The words can't bear to let go immediately provoked Pei Wenxuan, making him react like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're not in my heart at all. If there's anyone I can't bear to let go of, it's Xinjin. Don't you have any sense of that? Oh, so you dare bring up Qin Jinjin with me? Hearing him mention Qin Jinjin, Rong immediately abandoned all pretense of concealing her identity. If you liked her so much, why didn't you marry her? In our previous life, wasn't it me you married? Yes, you never cared about me, but you couldn't bear to let go of my status as a princess. Pei Wenxuan, you are truly the most shameless, spineless, despicable pretty boy I've ever met. Me a pretty boy? Pei Wenxuan laughed in anger. Am I as much of a pretty boy as that advisor Su of yours? Rong, think about it. Aside from relying on you at the very beginning of our marriage, when did I ever depend on you for a living? And at the start, we relied on each other. You gave me a career, but didn't I help your brother ascend the throne? And later, didn't you make plenty of use of me? Forget everything else. Just the daily expenses of your princess's manor. Whose money paid for those? Well, I truly thank you for that. Rong laughed mockingly. Thank you for spending money every year to support my lovers. You're so generous. But don't you know why you spent that money? If you weren't my imperial son-in-law, do you think my imperial brother would have trusted you so much? Please, don't flatter yourself. You weren't supporting me. You were buying resources from me. Lord Pei, get a grip, will you? Oh, so I was buying resources from you? Then what about when you used my intelligence network and my covert agents? Did you pay a single coin for that? And what about when you used my name to pressure people and asked me to persuade my imperial brother? Why don't you mention that? Huh? Was there ever a time when His Majesty didn't suspect you? When he clashed with you, accused you of misconduct, and threatened to send you back to your fief, who came begging me to intercede and put on a show? No matter what, His Majesty is still my own younger brother. When you were dragged out by his order to be caned, who went to the imperial study and pleaded for you. And you have the nerve to bring that up? That year, the two went back and forth, hurling insults at each other and dredging up one old grievance after another. They argued well into the night, until both were panting and out of breath. Pei Wenxuan had carried Rong while running for so long earlier, then carried her on his back for another long stretch. His strength had long since been exhausted. Rong, being injured and less physically strong, had also run out of energy. The two resembled a pair of fighting cocks, glaring fiercely at each other, neither willing to admit defeat even though both were utterly spent. After a long while, Pei Wenxuan's stomach let out a loud growl. He had spent so long crawling through the mud and hadn't eaten dinner. At the sound, Pei Wenxuan froze. Rong finally found an opportunity to step down. For once, she didn't mock him. Instead, she turned away and said, "Forget it. This princess is tired and will rest first. Go find something to eat. After we've eaten, we can continue arguing." This humble official finds that most reasonable. Pei Wenxuan nodded and followed behind Rong. They walked quietly, one after the other. After a while, Rong sighed. "I never thought you would really come back too." Pei Wenxuan was taken aback. After a moment, he lowered his head and softly replied, "I've returned." Then, unable to stop himself, he murmured under his breath, "Your Highness, the Grand Princess." Author's note, Mini Theater. Mo Shu Bai. Please summarize your behavior today. Rong, A Battle of Eagles. Pei Wenxuan, A Clash of Tigers. Readers, A Squabble of Chickens. Chapter 12. The water source wasn't far ahead. After their fierce argument, both of them were utterly exhausted and finally stopped quarreling. Rong descended the small slope first and reached the flat ground near the water. There were patches of grass a short distance from the riverbank. Too tired to care about cleanliness, she simply sat down. Pei Wenxuan arrived more slowly, having gathered some dry firewood in the woods along the way. When he reached the riverbank, he saw Rong sitting on a patch of grass. She seemed utterly exhausted, yet still insisted on sitting upright. The usually domineering woman now sat quietly with her arms wrapped around her knees and her face buried against them, not making a sound. She looked somewhat pitiful. Pei Wenxuan had grown too accustomed to being ordered around by her, so seeing her like this felt strangely unfamiliar. He set down the firewood, cleared the grass from a patch of muddy ground, then crouched down and arranged the wood into a small pile before using a fire starter to ignite it. As the firelight brightened, Rong lifted her eyes toward the warmth. She was both weary and drowsy, but the ground beneath the grass was damp. If she lay down, her clothes would soon become soaked. So she resisted the urge to lie down, though sitting like this was uncomfortable as well. Faintly, she heard Pei Wenxuan return to the woods. After a while, he came back with his outer robe bundled around a large pile of something. Rong glanced over and saw that he seemed to have gathered a heap of dry leaves. He piled the leaves thickly on the ground, spread his outer robe over them, then called to Rong, "Come here and lie on this so the wind doesn't blow the leaves away." With that, Pei Wenxuan turned away, rolled his trousers up to his knees, tied the hem of his robe into a knot, and headed toward the water's edge with his sword in hand. Rong wasn't one to refuse kindness. She got up, walked over to his robe, and lay down on it. She immediately felt much more comfortable. After lying there for a while and listening to the sound of flowing water nearby, she found herself unable to sleep. She rolled over, propped herself up on her elbows, and gazed at Pei Wenxuan not far away. Pei Wenxuan stood motionless in the river, sword in hand. His patience was remarkable. Rong watched him for a long time, and aside from his eyes, he didn't move a muscle. He looked much as he did when hunting his enemies in court. Rong rested her chin on her hand and observed the young man from afar, gradually beginning to appreciate the sight. When Pei Wenxuan wasn't speaking, his face truly was unmatched in the capital. His features blended gentleness with sharp handsomeness, without appearing overly soft, and he possessed an indescribable pride that wasn't unpleasant. Under the moonlight, dressed in white and holding a long sword as he stood quietly in the flowing water, he truly resembled an immortal descended to the mortal realm, bathed in the moon's pure radiance. Pei Wenxuan had flaws in every other respect, but when it came to his face, Rong had nothing to criticize. Especially now, at 20 years old and in the prime of his youth, she found him far more pleasing to the eye than the old man he would later become. Rong watched Pei Wenxuan for a while longer. Then, with swift precision, he plunged his sword into the water and skewered a fish. He tossed the fish onto the bank, then turned back and resumed waiting. After a moment, he repeated the trick and speared another fish. With both fish in hand, he crouched beside the river, quickly cleaned them, washed his hands, skewered the fish onto branches he had prepared beforehand, and carried them back to the fire. Knowing Rong was awake, he held out one of the fish as he approached and said impatiently, "Roast it yourself." There was nothing inherently wrong with Rong grilling her own fish, but she simply couldn't stand Wenxuan's tone when he ordered her around. So she completely ignored him and lazily replied, "This princess doesn't know how to grill fish." "Then don't eat." "But this princess loves fish." Rong smiled. "If you don't grill it for me, I'll snatch any fish I see." Wenxuan fell silent. He was too tired to argue and had no desire to quarrel with Rong anymore. So he sat down, propped the fish over the fire with stones, and began turning them. The sound of flowing water and the sizzling fish filled the air as the two sat in silence. After a long while, Rong spoke. "When did you return?" "Over a month ago." Wenxuan looked up at her. "And you?" "Around the same time." Silence fell again. A moment later, Rong couldn't help sighing. "I never expected you wouldn't hide it from me." "Why would I hide it?" Wenxuan replied calmly. "You didn't hide it from me either, did you?" "I'm not like you." Rong spoke lazily. "I've always dared to take responsibility for my actions. Why would I hide anything from you?" "But you're different." She glared at him. "A petty man." Hearing the words, "petty man," Wenxuan sneered. "And you have the nerve to call me petty? Who was it that broke our alliance first and moved against me?" "Huh." Rong immediately straightened and clapped her hands. "So Rongqing really did kill you? Well done. Splendid." She glanced sideways at him, celebrating as she said, "Someone as treacherous and ungrateful as you deserved a miserable death." "How dare you say that?" Wenxuan was utterly enraged. Furious, he clenched the stick he was using to tend the fire and struggled to control his tone as he stared intently at Rong. "Rong, I never did anything to wrong you. Though we often quarreled and occasionally clashed, all these years I never betrayed you, did I? Yet for the sake of the crown prince's position, you had Su Rongqing take action. And what about you?" Rong retorted coldly. "For the mere position of crown prince, you forgot the vows of our alliance. If you could kill me, why shouldn't I strike first? Killing you was merely fulfilling the promise between us." Hearing this, Wenxuan froze. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly asked, "Who broke the vow and struck first?" Rong also realized something was amiss upon hearing his question. Her expression immediately changed. "Wasn't it you who poisoned me first?" She frowned and continued, "You came to warn me, and there was a strange scent on you when you left. Shortly afterward, I drank a bowl of medicine and was poisoned. Wasn't that your doing?" "No." Wenxuan looked shocked. Then he quickly understood. He began recounting the events of their previous lives. "I did plant spies in the princess's manor as a precaution, but I only ordered the poisoning after you sent someone to kill me." "When did you die?" Rong frowned. Wenxuan thought for a moment. "On my way back from the princess's manor, I was ambushed and killed by Su Rongqing and his men. They were indeed my people." Rong lowered her gaze. After a moment of silence, both of them sorted through their memories. Wenxuan thought for a while before summarizing. "So, in your previous life, you never actually intended to kill me. Someone made you believe I had killed you. So just before your death, you retaliated against me. Is that right?" "That should be the case." Rong answered softly. Wenxuan watched her quietly. After a brief pause, he let out a low chuckle. He seemed about to say something, but ultimately held it back. Instead, he patted his thigh and sighed. "Too clever by half, only to be undone by your own cleverness. Rong, in the end, you still didn't trust me. And did you trust me?" Rong looked up at him, her expression calm. If she had trusted him, she wouldn't have immediately assumed he was the murderer, nor would she have been willing to transfer her power to Su Rongqing just to have Wenxuan killed. And if Wenxuan had trusted her, he wouldn't have planted spies in her residence long beforehand, always prepared to retaliate and kill her. "You're not wrong." Wenxuan nodded. "Even true married couples rarely share that kind of heartfelt trust, let alone us. But I'm curious, how did you conclude that I was the murderer?" "I died from the poisoned fragrant beauty." Rong recalled her final moments. "When you came to see me, there was an unusual fragrance on you. You almost never wore sachets, but you did that day. Then you spoke to me about the crown prince's affairs and even threatened to kill me if I disagreed. After you left, I drank my medicine and succumbed to the poison. Pei Wenxuan listened intently as Li Rong recounted the events before her death, his expression grave. Li Rong continued, "The evidence wasn't exactly solid, but you had the motive and the means, and all the clues pointed to you. So you assumed it was me." Pei Wenxuan nodded. Li Rong remained silent. Pei Wenxuan seemed to find it somewhat amusing. He lowered his gaze to the fish, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Knowing she had been in the wrong, Li Rong didn't dare speak. After a while, she quietly asked, "Where did that fragrance on you come from? If I tell you, you might not be pleased." A hint of schadenfreude appeared in Pei Wenxuan's eyes. Li Rong thought for a moment, then frowned. "Su Rongqing, indeed." Pei Wenxuan removed the fish from the fire and inspected it. Seeing that it was nearly done, he handed one to Li Rong. She absent-mindedly accepted it and held it over the flames as Pei Wenxuan leisurely continued. "When I arrived, Su Rongqing said you were gravely ill and that anyone entering from the outer chamber had to wear a medicinal sachet. Otherwise, you'd start coughing when you saw people. I had the ingredients in the sachet examined and tested. They weren't poisonous, so I wore it. Besides, all your servants were wearing similar sachets. Mine was simply newer, so the fragrance was stronger." Li Rong froze. Seeing her stunned expression, Pei Wenxuan knew she wasn't someone who trusted others easily, so he added, "You don't have to believe me. It doesn't matter. Anyway, even if it wasn't Su Rongqing, it certainly wasn't me. Just don't pin the blame on me." Li Rong said nothing. She stared blankly into the fire. Pei Wenxuan turned the fish over the flames, watching her with a smile, seemingly quite pleased. Listening to his tone, which seemed to relish the chaos, Li Rong couldn't help feeling dazed. She believed Pei Wenxuan's words. Su Rongqing was someone she had personally saved. Back when Prince Su rebelled, Su Rongqing's elder brother had spoken in his defense, only to be falsely accused of colluding with Prince Su. The entire Su clan was accused of plotting rebellion together. Li Chuan, blinded by rage at the time, bypassed the joint trial of the 3 judicial departments and directly imprisoned the entire Su clan, ordering the men executed and the women exiled. She disagreed with the decision and rushed to plead with Li Chuan before the Su family met their doom. After enduring 10 strokes of the cane, and with Pei Wenxuan mediating behind the scenes, she finally managed to secure a special pardon for the Su family. Though they were spared the death penalty, punishment was inevitable. Even though the Su men were allowed to live, they were all subjected to castration. Unable to bear the humiliation, the others took their own lives in prison. By the time she arrived, the only Su man still clinging to life was Su Rongqing. At the time, she had told Su Rongqing that she had saved him without expecting anything in return. She could give him silver, find him a position, and allow him to live a peaceful life elsewhere. Back then, her feelings towards Su Rongqing hadn't been particularly special. She was merely grateful that he had once saved her and cared for her, along with a vague, indistinct tenderness she couldn't quite define. Her attempt to save the Su clan had been more about Li Chuan's conscience and her own. The Su clan was a family of noble integrity. To watch them suffer such an unjust fate was something she simply couldn't stand by and allow. But at that time, Su Rongqing refused to leave. He knelt before her and pleaded respectfully, "This servant's body is no longer whole, and there is no place for me in this world. Only in the princess's manor can I find refuge. I wish to remain by your highness's side and repay your life-saving grace with loyalty unto death." Since he had said so, she allowed him to stay. The Su family had many enemies outside, and Su Rongqing could never enter officialdom again in this lifetime, nor would he easily find a position elsewhere. She couldn't bear to see him humiliated outside. Because he had been castrated, it was only natural for him to remain in her manor. Later, as affection grew between them, Pei Wenxuan noticed but could say nothing. Neither Li Chuan nor the court officials thought much of it, so Pei Wenxuan's cuckolding remained less obvious. It wasn't that Li Rong had never considered the possibility of Su Rongqing seeking revenge. After all, it was Li Chuan who had personally ordered the execution of all the Su men and the exile of all the Su women. No one could forget such a blood-soaked annihilation of their clan, least of all the once celebrated first young master of the Su family. So throughout all those years, she had never dared entrust him with real power. She observed him and guarded against him while still trying to ensure that he lived well. She couldn't overcome her conscience enough to truly kill him, nor could she fully trust him with authority. In the end, he still made his move. He killed her first, then used the pretext of eliminating Pei Wenxuan to smoothly take control of the power she held. If she guessed correctly, he wouldn't leave with her advisors. Instead, under the banner of avenging her, he would rally support, ally himself with the Empress, promote Li Xian to the throne, and fight Pei Wenxuan's remaining faction to the death. That way, he would become inextricably bound to her people. With real power in his hands, and given that Li Chuan had spent years immersed in Taoist cultivation, his political foundation had long since become unstable. Coupled with Li Chuan's failing health in recent years, Su Rongqing might truly have had the opportunity to kill Li Chuan with his own hands. She had anticipated this possibility from the moment she took Su Rongqing in. Yet when it truly happened, she still couldn't help feeling a trace of regret. If only the Su family hadn't met such a tragic fate, perhaps she and Su Rongqing wouldn't have ended up this way. Li Rong took a deep breath. Seeing Pei Wenxuan's cheerful expression, she couldn't help asking, "What are you so happy about?" Pei Wenxuan continued grilling the fish, deliberately drawing out his words. "I told you long ago that this man couldn't be kept, but you refused to listen. And now look." His eyes curved into a smile as he glanced at her. "You suffered a loss, didn't you? You're this happy that I suffered a loss." Li Rong's voice turned cold. "Exactly," Pei Wenxuan replied cheerfully. "For Her Highness the Princess to suffer a loss is a once-in-a-thousand-years event. To witness such a spectacle," Pei Wenxuan raised a hand and placed it over his chest, "brings me great comfort. Minister Pei is mistaken this time." Li Rong laughed in exasperation and spoke without thinking. "I at least had him serve me for 25 years. Even if he killed me, I'd still be willing. You're merely the fish caught in the crossfire. What are you so smug about? He killed you, and you're still willing?" Pei Wenxuan sneered. Li Rong glanced sideways at him. "What? Does Minister Pei not permit it? What right do I have to permit or forbid anything?" Pei Wenxuan laughed in frustration. "The princess is a noble branch of the imperial tree. She can do as she pleases. But I must remind your highness of one thing." Pei Wenxuan turned toward the flickering flames, his voice gradually growing colder. "In your previous life, if you wanted to entangle yourself with him, that was your own choice, even if it meant taking a beating. But now, if you dare become entangled with Su Rongqing, at best you'll be sent away for a political marriage. At worst, I'm afraid you won't even keep your life." Chapter 13. Li Rong fell silent. After a moment, she softly said, "I know." Then she continued slowly, "I understand my situation very well." Li Ming favored consort Ro's son and was wary of Li Chuan, whose political views clashed with his own. He had long harbored thoughts of deposing the crown prince. Caught in the middle, Li Rong knew that deposing the crown prince might not be easy, but dealing with a princess was extremely simple. The Su family was now a prominent clan at court. Su Rongqing was not someone she could ever aspire to. Moreover, she had merely been teasing Pei Wenxuan and had never truly entertained such thoughts. Her unusual silence made Pei Wenxuan glance at her. Seeing her downcast expression, he knew she was thinking about her own affairs. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should say something, but after some thought, he ultimately remained silent. Things had already reached this point. Li Rong was clever. She would find her own path. The two quietly ate their fish and then settled down to sleep, tacitly avoiding any mention of marriage. Pei Wenxuan leaned against the small hill and closed his eyes for a while. Unable to fall asleep, he eventually opened them again and looked toward Li Rong's back in the distance. The night wind brought him a rare sense of clarity, allowing him to finally sort through everything that had happened that day. He had never imagined that Li Rong had also been reborn. Originally, he had thought that in this life, just as in the previous one, he would marry Li Rong, stop caring about Qin Jinjin, and live a good life with her. But now, it seemed those plans were unlikely to come true. The 50-year-old Li Rong was completely different from the 20-year-old one. She was cunning and sharp-tongued, like a thorny vine lashing out at anyone who stood in her way. Most importantly, the 50-year-old Li Rong had Su Rongqing in her heart. That man had spent 25 years by her side and had even killed her. Perhaps his betrayal would make Li Rong hate him, but love and hatred often coexisted. The deep bond between them was something Pei Wenxuan could neither insert himself into nor tolerate. He didn't want his wife to have another man in her heart, as the 20-year-old Li Rong once had. But even if he couldn't tolerate it, what could he do? Li Rong had no choice. And did he have one either? Pei Wenxuan couldn't help smiling bitterly. When he looked up, he saw Li Rong lying with her back to him. She appeared extremely frail, curled up and hugging herself. Whenever the cold wind blew, she shivered slightly. Pei Wenxuan hesitated for a long time before finally standing. He retrieved the outer robe he had taken off earlier and draped it over Li Rong. Then he returned to the fireside and closed his eyes. Li Rong felt the robe settle over her. She kept her eyes closed and said nothing. After pulling the robe around herself, she realized that most of Pei Wenxuan's clothes were now covering her. She hesitated for a while before finally calling out, "Pei Wenxuan, shut up and sleep." Pei Wenxuan replied decisively, "Li Rong." After a while, Li Rong's conscience still bothered her, so she said directly, "Come over. Let's sleep together." This time, it was Pei Wenxuan's turn to fall silent. Seeing that he didn't respond, Li Rong felt she had done her part. She simply pulled the robe around herself and closed her eyes. Not long afterward, she heard rustling behind her. Then Pei Wenxuan squeezed in beside her. Li Rong shared half the robe with him. Being smaller, she only needed half of it while lying on her side. Pei Wenxuan settled behind her and pulled the remaining half over himself. Pei Wenxuan had his back to her, with only a palm's width separating them. The cold wind whistled through the gap, but Pei Wenxuan remained still. After enduring it for a while, Li Rong simply shifted backward and pressed her back against his. Pei Wenxuan stiffened. Though he was over 50 years old mentally, his experience in matters between men and women was pitifully limited. He and Li Rong had been husband and wife, but after she left him, he had never been with anyone else throughout all those long years. In this regard, he still held certain principles. With Li Rong, it had been a matter of duty, though looking back now, perhaps when she first lifted her wedding veil, the young man he had been might have felt a flicker of affection. He simply hadn't realized it at the time. As for anyone other than Li Rong, he had always believed there should at least be genuine feelings involved. But during those 30 years, perhaps because he had been too preoccupied with court affairs, he never encountered anyone who truly stirred his heart. From time to time, people sent beautiful women to him. Even Li Chuan, seeing that he remained childless, felt somewhat apologetic and hinted that although he had married the eldest princess, he could consider taking a concubine. It wasn't that Pei Wenxuan had never considered it, but whenever those charming women stood before him, he always felt something was missing. Now, after all these years, with the youthful and beautiful Li Rong pressed against his back, he couldn't help feeling as nervous as a young man encountering a woman for the first time. Li Rong sensed his tension. She couldn't help finding it somewhat amusing, though she also felt a trace of pity for him. Not wanting to embarrass Pei Wenxuan, she changed the subject. "Do you have any regrets from your previous life?" "Why ask that? Just curious." Li Rong laughed. "We've had quite an extraordinary encounter, getting the chance to relive the past. Shouldn't we think about what regrets we had and see whether we can change them in this life?" Pei Wenxuan fell silent. Seeing that he wouldn't answer, Li Rong changed the subject again. "By the way, do you want to go find Qingjinjin?" "I don't know." Pei Wenxuan knew Li Rong was merely making conversation, so he didn't resist and replied calmly, "We'll see later." Right now, he didn't know what the future held. Originally, he had planned to marry Li Rong as before and live his life over again. But now that Li Rong had also been reborn, all his plans had been disrupted. If he didn't marry Li Rong, his life would take an entirely different path. As for Qingjinjin, he suddenly found it difficult to think any further. Qingjinjin had died too early, too long ago. He hadn't even had time to sort out his feelings for her before she was gone. He had never truly had her, so she had become like a sliver of moonlight, forever shining high in the sky, something he could only gaze upon from afar. When one gazed at the moon for too long, it became difficult to summon the desire to chase after it. Now, suddenly being told that he could reach out and reclaim that moon felt almost unbelievable. Sensing his uncertainty, Li Rong sighed. "But I advise you, if you're going to act, do it early. The palace isn't a place for her. Don't let her enter the palace." "I know." Pei Wenxuan understood that Li Rong was speaking sincerely. After a pause, he he slowly said. You rarely say such kind words. You're ridiculous. Rong leaned against Pei Wenxuan's back and smiled bitterly. When I say something nice, you act as though you don't want to hear it. No. Pei Wenxuan's voice was light. I'm simply not used to it. I didn't want to say these things either, Rong said slowly. But I'm someone who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. You came back to rescue me. Even though you ended up causing more trouble, I still accept the sentiment. Pei Wenxuan, Rong continued slowly. Whether we end up marrying or not, I hope that in this lifetime, we don't become enemies. Pei Wenxuan responded softly. Rong felt his body gradually relax and knew that their conversation had eased his awkwardness. She waited a while longer. This was probably the most amicable and intimate moment they had shared, she thought. If they were going to discuss marriage, now would be the most appropriate time. Yet Pei Wenxuan remained silent for a long time. Rong understood that he must still be hesitant about the matter. She didn't press him and instead began considering how she would handle things tomorrow. In the darkness, each harbored their own thoughts. Rong contemplated the future, while Pei Wenxuan recalled the past. Rong's words still echoed in his ears. She had asked whether he had any regrets. That was a question he didn't dare answer, because for most of his life, he had been filled with regret. If he had to name the things he regretted most in his lifetime, the first would be allowing Qin Jinjin to enter the palace. The second would be arguing with Rong over Qin Jinjin. He had first regretted the matter not long after their quarrel. During that period, they slept in separate beds, divided by a screen, every night. He would look at Rong, who seemed so close yet impossibly far away, and every time, his heart would ache. He wanted to go to her and speak gently, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't know what to say. On one hand, he felt Rong wasn't wrong. Since his heart belonged to Qin Jinjin, he shouldn't have involved her. On the other hand, he felt an inexplicable discomfort, though he couldn't understand where it came from. Then, one day, news suddenly arrived from the palace that Rong had angered the emperor and had been punished by being made to kneel at the palace gates. At the time, Pei Wenxuan was still at home. The moment he received the news, he rushed over. He remembered that it had been pouring rain that day, so heavily that he could barely see the road. When he arrived carrying an umbrella, he saw Rong kneeling at the palace gates. Su Rongqing stood beside her, holding an umbrella over her and shielding her from the wind and rain. The two of them, one kneeling and the other standing, beneath that single umbrella seemed to form a world of their own. At that moment, Pei Wenxuan suddenly understood Rong's feelings. He realized that between husband and wife, regardless of whether love existed between them, there was no room for another person to intrude upon their lives. But he didn't dare dwell on that realization. He buried the discomfort deep inside himself, concealing it and pretending it didn't exist. Only in his later years, when he looked back, did he vaguely understand that he must have cared for Rong to some extent even then. But Qin Jinjin was a hurdle in his heart. He found it too difficult to accept that he had once loved one person, only to later shift his affections toward another. Most importantly, when it came to emotions, he was too cowardly. What he needed was a stable relationship. Either one that made him give up completely, like Qin Jinjin, where he knew for certain that she would never like him and could therefore resign himself wholeheartedly, or one that gave him clear reassurance, allowing him to know that the person he loved also loved him. What he feared most was someone like Rong. At times, he felt that perhaps she had him in her heart. Then, in the very next instant, he would feel that in her eyes, he was nothing at all. That uncertainty made him afraid to love her. And Rong was equally decisive. The moment she learned that he cared for Qin Jinjin, she immediately withdrew. First, they slept in separate beds, then separate rooms, and finally, they lived in separate residences. She left him no room at all. Not only did she distance herself from him, but she also seemed to despise him. Whenever he showed her kindness, she would scorn and belittle it. Then he would grow angry, and they would argue, again and again. And so, he could only continue stubbornly down the path he had chosen. He kept telling himself that Qin Jinjin was important and that since he had already reached an agreement with Rong, he should honor it. Like a gambler who had wagered too much, he could only keep betting, unable to turn back, until the Su family fell and Su Rongqing was imprisoned. He heard that Rong had pleaded with Chuan, even defying him in court, and had been caned as punishment. Pei Wenxuan rushed into the palace. There, he saw Li Rong lying on the ground, covered in blood. When she saw him arrive, she reached out with a blood-stained hand, her crimson-painted nails gripping him tightly. In a hoarse voice, she said, "Pei Wenxuan, I must save Su Rongqing." At that moment, Pei Wenxuan couldn't describe what he felt. It was as though his heart had been carved out of his chest in an instant. That sharp, overwhelming pain finally jolted him awake and made him understand with absolute clarity. He finally regretted it. Chapter 14. Regret was a complicated emotion. Pei Wenxuan couldn't quite articulate what, exactly, was mixed within that regret. Perhaps there was a trace of affection, but more than that, it came from the realization that he had lost Li Rong forever, his wife. And Li Rong represented more than someone he might have loved. She also represented the possibility of the complete family he could have had. If, back then, he had known how to be a good husband, understood how a man should conduct himself after marriage and shoulder his responsibilities, and known what he should and shouldn't interfere with, perhaps he and Li Rong would have had children early on and lived peacefully together. That regret reached its peak when Li Rong and Su Rongqing got together. He and Li Rong had quarreled. She had slapped him, and he had shoved her. They had shown each other their ugliest sides. Li Rong called him spineless. He called her promiscuous. They despised each other, and for a long time, they argued whenever they met. He thought she was unreasonable, wild, and degenerate. She thought he was sinister, cunning, and petty. After quarreling for so long, he could no longer remember what Li Rong had once been like, nor could he recall that, in the beginning, he might have felt some affection for her. For most of their later lives, they were allies who discussed political affairs, yet they couldn't stand each other's behavior and were constantly suspicious and distrustful of one another. At first, seeing Li Rong with Su Rongqing had brought bitterness, regret, and pain. Later, whenever he saw them together, all that remained was numbness and disdain. Because Li Rong and Su Rongqing could rely on each other and keep each other company. Even though Su Rongqing ultimately killed Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan knew very well that, until the moment before he acted, Su Rongqing's feelings for Li Rong must have been genuine. They had spent 25 years together, while Pei Wenxuan remained alone and isolated. Whenever he saw children or happy families, he felt lost. Even sitting in the homes of friends surrounded by their many children made him uncomfortable. The older he grew, the more he recalled fragments of his youth. He clearly remembered Li Rong once lying beside him in bed, discussing how many children they should have and whether they preferred boys or girls. He used to hate Su Rongqing, believing that man had stolen his happiness. But now, having faced life and death, with Su Rongqing no longer the same and Li Rong returned to her 18-year-old self, he looked back and realized that the way his life had turned out wasn't someone else's fault. He himself bore much of the responsibility. If he could live his life over again, he wanted to live well with Li Rong. He wanted to be a good husband. But now that his life had truly begun again, Li Rong was still the same Li Rong she had been at the end of their previous life. He would never again have that 18-year-old wife who had once been devoted to him. And so, he lost interest in their marriage, even though he knew it might be unavoidable. Lost in these thoughts, Pei Wenxuan gradually drifted into a hazy sleep. They slept until dawn and slowly awakened in the morning chill. The fire beside them had gone out, leaving only warm ashes. At some point during the cold night, they had unconsciously huddled together. Li Rong woke in a daze, leaning against Pei Wenxuan's arm. Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan opened his eyes and immediately felt that his arm had gone numb. Realizing what had happened, he feigned composure. He first withdrew his arm, then rose to his feet. Li Rong watched him without blinking. Noticing his stiff posture, she couldn't help asking, "Why are you so nervous?" "I'm afraid you'll misunderstand," Pei Wenxuan replied. "So I'm thinking about how to prove my innocence." Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't hold back her laughter. "What innocence?" "I didn't do anything last night," Pei Wenxuan said earnestly. "So don't falsely accuse me." "I know." Seeing him so serious, Li Rong lost interest in teasing him. Yawning, she stood. "You haven't reached the point where you do something and not even feel it." Pei Wenxuan froze for a moment. Then realization dawned on him. His face instantly flushed red. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to say, "Li Rong, You should be more reserved in the future. Li Rong ignored him. With a soft snort, she walked to the riverbank alone and crouched down to wash. Pei Wenxuan hesitated where he stood for a moment, but eventually joined Li Rong by the river to freshen up. After tidying themselves, the two followed the river downstream. As the sun began to rise, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly echoed around them. Pei Wenxuan grabbed Li Rong and immediately said, "Hide first." They quickly ducked into the nearby grass. Pei Wenxuan broke off a leafy branch and handed it to Li Rong. She stared at it in confusion. "What's this for?" Pei Wenxuan solemnly raised his own branch and whispered, "Camouflage." Li Rong. Suddenly, she understood what the swaying reed she'd seen in her dazed state the previous night had been. She had thought it was an illusion. Although Li Rong found Pei Wenxuan's behavior rather foolish, she couldn't help raising the branch as well, reassuring herself that it was better to be safe than sorry. The two crouched there, holding their branches for a long while before finally seeing the approaching riders. Su Rongqing rode at the front, leading several Su clan servants as they searched the area. Seeing Su Rongqing, Li Rong relaxed considerably. The Su clan was a noble and upright family, and Su Rongqing himself was a gentleman who stayed out of political struggles. Moreover, since Yang Quan was the mastermind behind this incident, Su Rongqing's people posed no threat. She was about to stand when Pei Wenxuan grabbed her and shook his head, signaling for her to wait a little longer. Knowing how extremely cautious Pei Wenxuan was, Li Rong didn't object. She crouched back down and waited with him. Not long afterward, several attendants from the Eastern Palace arrived. Then a young voice called from afar, "Lord Su, I heard you found my elder sister?" As he spoke, a young man dressed in white embroidered with a four-clawed dragon pattern, wearing a pearl-studded golden crown, rode urgently into Li Rong's line of sight and stopped before Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, no need for formalities." The young man remained atop his horse and looked around. "Where is my elder sister?" "We found traces of a campfire earlier, so she likely went downstream," Su Rongqing replied calmly. Then, with some confusion, he asked, "Why has your Highness come in such haste?" While Su Rongqing and Li Chuan were speaking, Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan remained hidden in the grass. Seeing the newcomers, Li Rong no longer hesitated. She turned to Pei Wenxuan. "Shall we go?" Pei Wenxuan nodded. Li Rong stood and gracefully stepped out of the grass. She called toward the distance, "Chuaner." Everyone immediately turned. Li Chuan froze for a moment before excitedly dismounting and hurrying toward Li Rong. Li Rong watched the young man rushing toward her. He appeared only 16 or 17 years old, and perhaps because he had run over too quickly, his slightly pale complexion was tinged with a faint flush. His eyes were filled with undisguised worry. He ran up to Li Rong, panting, "Sister, are you all right? What could possibly happen to me?" Li Rong examined the young Li Chuan and smiled. "It's you I'm worried about. Running so frantically. Don't strain yourself." "I'm fine." Li Chuan waved dismissively. "I just heard that you'd been attacked, and no one could find you. I was terrified." "Sister, are you really all right? You didn't let anyone." Before he could finish, Pei Wenxuan emerged from behind the grass. His clothes were stained with mud, and his hair was somewhat disheveled. Yet his features were so strikingly handsome that even in such a bedraggled state, he still exuded an imposing sense of calm and composure. Li Chuan's words abruptly died in his throat. Everyone stared blankly at Pei Wenxuan. Upon seeing Li Chuan, Pei Wenxuan bowed respectfully. "Your humble servant, Pei." Hearing his voice, Li Chuan finally snapped back to his senses. Without another word, he raised his fist and swung it at Pei Wenxuan. "You scoundrel! You bastard! Today I'll kill you." Chapter 15. Li Chuan wasn't very old, nor was he as tall as Pei Wenxuan, but having practiced swordsmanship since childhood, he possessed considerable strength. With a single punch, he caught Pei Wenxuan completely off guard and sent him stumbling backward. Seeing Pei Wenxuan fall, Li Chuan was still unsatisfied. He rushed forward, kicking and punching wildly. Su Rongqing hurriedly stepped in to restrain him. "Your Highness, calm down. Please, stay composed. This is an imperial official. You cannot do this. Let go of me. I'm going to beat this scoundrel to death. Let go. Bring me a sword. I'll kill him. That bastard, that worthless piece of trash." Li Chuan flailed his fists and legs in the air as Su Rongqing and the guards held him tightly. After being dazed by the blow, Pei Wenxuan slowly regained his senses. He took a sharp breath and quickly said, "Your Highness, please allow me to explain. I'm going to beat him to death. Let me go?" "Let go, Chuaner." Li Rong finally recovered from her shock. Seeing Pei Wenxuan being beaten, especially by Li Chuan, and watching her younger brother fiercely defend her, she felt a surge of affection. Li Rong's thought, "He truly is my brother. Even the way he curses sounds just like me." But she had to maintain a composed facade, concealing the secret delight in her heart. She cleared her throat lightly. "You are the crown prince. Act with more dignity." Hearing Li Rong's reprimand, Li Chuan froze. Su Rongqing and the others cautiously released him, only to see Li Chuan clenching his fists and glaring fiercely at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan was helped to his feet, his expression calm. He bowed to Li Chuan and was about to explain when Li Chuan cut him off. "I don't want to hear your explanations. Save your words for Father Emperor and Mother Empress." Pei Wenxuan swallowed his words and could only reply, "As you command. Return to the palace." Li Chuan shouted, then turned and led his entourage away. Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment before walking over to Li Rong. "Princess." Before he could finish, Li Chuan suddenly turned back and stepped protectively in front of Li Rong. "Stay away from my sister, you scoundrel." Pei Wenxuan. With that, Li Chuan grabbed Li Rong's hand and stormed toward his chestnut-red horse. He helped Li Rong onto the saddle. "Sister, ride my horse." Li Rong smiled, took the reins, and replied gently, "All right." With Li Rong riding Li Chuan's horse, Li Chuan commandeered Su Rongqing's horse. Thus, Su Rongqing and Pei Wenxuan led the servants on foot, following behind Li Rong and Li Chuan. Li Rong and Li Chuan rode side by side, moving quickly and gradually putting some distance between themselves and the others. Li Chuan quietly asked Li Rong a few questions about her well-being before inquiring about the previous night's events. "Did you see who those people were last night?" "I did," Li Rong replied, then realized something was amiss. "You didn't catch them?" "How could we catch them?" Li Chuan sounded angry. "They ran incredibly fast. They vanished in the blink of an eye. They didn't leave any evidence behind either?" "None." Li Rong wasn't particularly surprised. The Yang family wouldn't act recklessly in a matter like this. They must have planned everything meticulously in advance. She nodded. "I see. That's a bit disappointing. What do you think Yang Quan is trying to accomplish with all this?" Li Chuan asked curiously. "Isn't it obvious?" Li Rong chuckled lightly. "He wants to marry me. Once he marries me, wouldn't he be tied to you, my precious brother? Why would they want to tie themselves to me?" Li Chuan frowned. "Everyone knows Father Emperor doesn't like me these days. He's constantly looking for an opportunity to depose me. If it weren't for the rule that the crown prince can't be removed without cause, he would have issued the edict long ago. Yet now they're leaning toward my side? Have the Yang family lost their minds?" "Where exactly have the Yang family lost their minds?" Li Rong reminded him. "They're quite clever. You're not favored by Father Emperor, but they're even more disliked by him. Remember the incident a few years ago when they used their military achievements to demand rewards? Father Emperor was forced to grant 300,000 taels of silver to the border regions. With Father's temperament, do you think he'd simply let that matter go?" She continued calmly. "Recently, the Yang family suffered a defeat in battle, and their main lineage was nearly wiped out on the battlefield. Only now have they realized that Father Emperor intends to deal with them, so they're trying to cling to your coattails. Then they should at least show some respect," Li Chuan immediately said. "Coming directly to abduct you. Have they lost their minds?" "Perhaps they didn't originally intend to abduct me," Li Rong said leisurely. "The best outcome would have been to frighten me, then stage a heroic rescue. Who knew I was too clever? So they could only ruin my reputation and force me into marriage." She glanced at Li Chuan. "Once I'm married to him, could I divorce him? And if I had a child, could you ignore me?" "Despicable," Li Chuan immediately exclaimed. Li Rong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, despicable. Worse than dogs." "Right." Li Chuan nodded. "Even worse than that Pei Wenxuan." As he spoke, Li Chuan suddenly remembered something. He looked at Li Rong hesitantly. Sister, Pei Wenxuan." Li Chuan pursed his lips, struggling to ask the question. Did he bully you?" "You mean?" Li Rong watched Li Chuan's conflicted and cautious expression. Somewhat embarrassed, Li Chuan continued, "Did he kiss you?" Li Rong. She had thought he meant some other kind of bullying. She cleared her throat lightly. Well, Pei Wenxuan is a talented man. He wouldn't do such a thing. If you treat him well, perhaps he could be useful in the future. She wasn't trying to speak well of Pei Wenxuan, but he truly was a sharp blade for Li Chuan, and she didn't want any misunderstandings to arise between the two of them. However, hearing this, Li Chuan's attitude didn't improve. Instead, he lowered his head and fell silent, looking dejected. Li Rong couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Li Chuan sighed. "Mother Empress said, a married-off daughter is like spilled water. You're not even married yet, and you're already speaking up for another man." Of course, Li Rong immediately said upon hearing this, "If you really can't stand that dog, I fully support beating him to death. That's more like it." Li Chuan raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Sister, you have to promise me one thing." "Go on." Li Rong was quite pleased to see Li Chuan acting so ingratiating. Li Chuan smiled, revealing his rather adorable canine teeth. "Even after you get married, I must still be the most important man in your heart." Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help laughing. Seeing her laugh at him, Li Chuan felt somewhat displeased, but he thought showing it would make him seem too childish. So he put on a stern expression and said nothing. Noticing his unhappiness, Li Rong quickly reassured him. All right, don't worry. You'll definitely be the most important man in my heart, okay?" Li Chuan sighed, putting on a dignified air. "I know you're merely trying to placate me, but hearing those words, I'm quite satisfied nonetheless." Li Rong couldn't stop laughing at Li Chuan's affected manner of speaking. Pei Wenxuan and Su Rongqing followed behind, watching from a distance as Li Rong laughed uncontrollably up ahead. Su Rongqing remarked gently, "The crown prince and the princess truly share a deep bond as siblings. Even among noble families, such affection is rare. They grew up together," Pei Wenxuan said calmly. "The princess is someone who values relationships deeply. Lord Pei seems to know the princess quite well." Su Rongqing nodded, as though recalling something. "However, are you aware that last night, Ningfei visited both Mingle Palace and Weiyang Palace?" Ningfei was a noble consort from the Yang family, while Mingle Palace and Weiyang Palace were the residences of Consort Ro and the Empress, respectively. Consort Ro currently enjoyed the Emperor's favor. Her son, Li Chang, was only 10 years old, exceptionally intelligent, and deeply cherished by the Emperor. At such a young age, he had already been granted the title of prince, making him the youngest prince in the dynasty's history. Last night, a member of the Yang family had visited both palaces. Though her exact purpose remained unknown, it was undoubtedly closely connected to Li Rong. By mentioning this, Su Rongqing was offering Pei Wenxuan a warning. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Wenxuan asked, "Does Her Highness know about this?" "I have already reported it to Her Highness." Su Rongqing nodded. "But I thought Lord Pei should also be aware." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan looked up at Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing met his gaze with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Why is Lord Su going out of his way to help me?" Pei Wenxuan asked earnestly. Su Rongqing remained silent for a moment. Holding a folding fan in his hand, he strolled leisurely through the woods. After a long pause, he slowly said, "If the princess must choose between Yang Quan and Lord Pei, I would place my bet on you." With that, Su Rongqing turned toward Pei Wenxuan, his beautiful eyes carrying a hint of solemnity. "May I ask, Lord Pei, how confident are you?" Pei Wenxuan listened quietly, his gaze fixed intently on Su Rongqing, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in his expression. Yet Su Rongqing remained as composed as ever. His smile never wavered, and his eyes revealed no trace of emotion. After a moment of silence, Pei Wenxuan bowed. "I thank Lord Su for your regard. However, the matter of the princess's marriage should be decided by Her Highness herself. As a minor official of the 8th rank, I dare not entertain such presumptuous thoughts." "Lord Pei speaks wisely." Su Rongqing nodded casually. "We were merely chatting idly. Please don't take it to heart." As the group conversed, they emerged from the woods and saw a long procession occupying the official road. At its center stood the Crown Prince's exclusive carriage, flanked by guards from the Eastern Palace. At the front, the black banner of the Eastern Palace fluttered high in the air, presenting an imposing sight. Li Chuan and Li Rong boarded the crown prince's carriage, while Su Rongqing and Pei Wenxuan rode separately at the front. Once inside the carriage, attendants served tea and pastries. Li Chuan dismissed them, and after everyone had left, the carriage slowly began moving. Only then did Li Chuan look up. "There's something I need to tell you. What did the Yang family do last night?" Li Rong leaned lazily against the side of the carriage, her tone casual. Li Chuan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "You truly are clever, sister." Then his expression became solemn. "Last night, Ningfei visited Mother Empress and then went to Mingle Palace. After she left, Mother Empress looked extremely upset. She didn't tell me what Ningfei said, but I suspect the Yang family might have come to propose a marriage." Li Rong nodded. Li Chuan pondered for a moment, then sighed. "The Yang family is too impatient. It's Father Emperor who's pushing them too hard." Li Rong spoke calmly. "I heard that some time ago, Father Emperor withheld 1/3 of the Yang family's military provisions. Father Emperor shouldn't have done that." Li Chuan shook his head. "Even if he wants to weaken the Yang family, he should do it step by step, gradually strip them of their power, then demote them to commoners. Acting so rashly will likely cause chaos within the Yang family." Listening to Li Chuan's words, Li Rong unconsciously rubbed the prayer beads in her hand. Seeing that she remained silent for a long time, Li Chuan couldn't help asking, "Does elder sister think I'm wrong?" "Not exactly." Li Rong smiled. She turned to look at Li Chuan and said gently, "It's just that, Chuaner, your kindness is probably what Father Emperor is dissatisfied with most about you. Let him be dissatisfied." Li Chuan showed a hint of disgust at the mention of Li Ming. "If he has the guts, let him depose me. Don't talk nonsense." Li Rong smiled helplessly, but she didn't directly tell Li Chuan that their father might actually be thinking exactly that. At 16, Li Chuan still held hope for Li Ming, just as Li Rong had in her youth. They understood the ruthlessness of royal struggles, but deep down, they still held some hope for their parents. It was precisely because of that hope that they dared to rebel. When Li Chuan said, "If he has the guts, let him depose me," deep in his heart, he still believed Li Ming was his father. And because of that hope, when the merciless blade finally fell, they experienced true despair. In her previous life, Li Chuan had nearly been deposed. If Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong hadn't turned the tide, the grass over Li Chuan's grave would have grown tall long ago. But Li Rong didn't point this out. She knew that no matter how skillfully Li Chuan could discuss political affairs now, he was still only a 16-year-old boy. If she spoke too bluntly, Li Chuan might think she was cold-hearted and overly calculating. She didn't want her relationship with Li Chuan to end up as it had in their previous life, siblings bound by blood, yet separated by deep barriers. Li Rong looked at Li Chuan, lightly tapping her palm with her small golden fan. Li Chuan ate a longan, then turned toward her. "Elder sister, when we see Mother Empress in the palace later, what do you plan to say?" "About what?" Li Rong turned to look at him. Li Chuan spat out the longan seed and quickly added, "About your marriage. Who are you going to marry?" Chapter 16. This. Li Rong deliberately kept him in suspense, then smiled. "You'll know when the time comes." "You're keeping this from me too?" Li Chuan looked rather disdainful. Li Rong sighed. "To tell you the truth, I'm not keeping it from you." As she spoke, Li Rong turned her head to look out the carriage window and said calmly, "I simply don't know myself." After all, marriage wasn't something she could decide alone. If Pei Wenxuan didn't speak up, neither would she. She didn't think marrying a reborn Pei Wenxuan was necessarily a good thing. There was too much entanglement between them, and being together again might only mean tormenting each other. Pei Wenxuan had his Qingjinjin. With his abilities, even if he didn't become the imperial son-in-law, there might still be other possibilities. In this lifetime, he could choose another path and try again. Even if it was more difficult, perhaps it would still be better than marrying her. As for her, Li Rong slowly closed her eyes. There was no road she couldn't pave for herself. Whether Pei Wenxuan was willing to help her or not, she had her own path to walk. The carriage rocked gently as Li Rong dozed inside. After what seemed like a long time, she heard a eunuch's voice outside. "Greetings, Crown Prince, Your Highness." Hearing this, Li Rong slowly opened her eyes. Li Chuan stepped forward and lifted the curtain, revealing a beaming face outside. The man wore the attire of a senior palace eunuch and appeared to be under 40. His large eyes and round face made him look particularly amiable. Li Rong recognized him. This was Shand, the chief eunuch serving her mother, the empress. Seeing Shand, Li Chuan asked curiously, "Eunuch Shand? Why are you waiting here?" Her Majesty the Empress heard that the crown prince was returning with the princess, so she specifically ordered this old servant to wait here. Her Majesty said that since the crown prince was exhausted from traveling last night, he should return and rest first. Shan bowed to Li Rong, then turned to look toward the carriage behind them. This old servant is to escort Her Highness the Princess and young Master Pei to Weiyang Palace to see Her Majesty. Pei Wenxuan. Li Chuan was surprised. Mother wants to see him? Shan nodded with a smile. Indeed. Her Majesty wishes to see young Master Pei. As he spoke, Shan stepped aside, revealing 2 sedan chairs. The sedan chairs are ready, Your Highness. You may proceed. Hearing this, Li Chuan glanced back at Li Rong. She nodded and extended her hand, placing it in Li Chuan's. Li Chuan helped Li Rong rise, and she was then assisted out of the carriage and into the sedan chair. Once seated, she looked back and saw Pei Wenxuan also boarding a sedan chair. She nodded to Li Chuan. The sedan chairs were lifted, and Li Rong held her golden fan, closed her eyes, and rested. Not long afterward, the sedan chairs arrived at the entrance of Weiyang Palace. Shand lifted the curtain and respectfully said, "Your Highness, we have arrived." Li Rong opened her eyes, extended her hand, and was helped out of the sedan chair. She looked up at the steps leading to Weiyang Palace. Pei Wenxuan walked up behind her. Led by Shand, the 2 ascended the steps one after the other. Li Rong lowered her voice. "Lord Pei, have you thought things through?" Pei Wenxuan's eyelashes trembled slightly. "Not yet." Li Rong chuckled softly. "Then Lord Pei doesn't have much time left to think." As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of Weiyang Palace. Shand went inside to announce their arrival, while Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan stood one behind the other outside the door, surrounded by palace attendants. Li Rong spoke softly. "To be honest, I can't quite figure it out myself. Logically, pursuing our own interests should be enough, yet there's always this sense of unwillingness in my heart. For the 2 of them to marry again would naturally be the best outcome, and the most beneficial choice for both sides. Yet the moment they discovered that the other had also been reborn, their calculations seemed bound by an invisible restraint, leaving them hesitant and uneasy. Pei Wenxuan understood the feeling. He lowered his gaze and didn't respond. After a short while, Shand returned and respectfully said, "Your Highness, please, come with me." Li Rong instructed Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan softly acknowledged her, and the 2 entered the main hall together. When they reached the entrance of the inner chamber, Li Rong gestured with her golden fan and whispered, "Wait here. I'll summon you when it's time." Pei Wenxuan respectfully replied, "Yes." Li Rong walked inside. Upon entering the inner chamber, she saw a woman dressed in embroidered red phoenix silk robes, golden nail guards covering her fingers, reclining on a small couch as though lightly asleep. Li Rong approached and knelt respectfully. "Your daughter pays respects to Mother Empress. May Mother Empress live 1,000 years, 10,000 years." The Empress didn't speak. Li Rong remained kneeling in silence. After a long while, the Empress slowly said, "I heard you were with Pei Wenxuan last night." "Yes." Li Rong answered without hesitation. The Empress opened her eyes and looked at Li Rong, her gaze scrutinizing. "What do you plan to do about your marriage?" Li Rong smiled faintly and raised her eyes to meet the Empress's gaze. "May I ask what Mother Empress thinks your daughter should do? You have your own ideas." The Empress spoke firmly. Li Rong countered, "Does Mother Empress not have any?" The Empress fell silent. In that brief exchange, she keenly sensed something different about Li Rong. Although Li Rong had always been clever, she had never spoken like this before, like a court official long accustomed to political maneuvering, deflecting and probing with every exchange. The Empress considered this for a moment before deciding not to beat around the bush. "I intend to marry you to Yang Quan." Li Rong didn't respond. She had already considered this possibility. Since the Yang family had visited 2 palaces last night, it was unlikely they had taken no action. After a moment of thought, she asked, "What did the Yang family promise you?" The Empress was taken aback by Li Rong's composure, finding it somewhat unfamiliar. But this was just as well. It saved her a great deal of trouble. Military authority. The Yang family still has military authority? Li Rong's voice was mocking. Does Mother Empress not know what the late emperor did to the Yang family? I know, the Empress said coldly. That's precisely why they're panicking now. They came to the palace last night and said that if you marry Yang Quan, he will become the head of the Yang family and take over the main lineage. How much of their main lineage is left after being nearly wiped out on the battlefield? We can rebuild it. The Empress raised her voice, cutting Li Rong off. We have the people and the soldiers. As long as the Yang family remains in the northwest, their position will be secure. With military provisions supplied, they can expand quickly. What's the problem? Mother Empress. Li Rong looked at the Empress in disbelief and lowered her voice. You are pushing Chuaner to his death. It is your father who is pushing us to our deaths. The Empress suddenly raised her voice. Do you know why he's dismantling the Yang family? It's to put Li Chang's uncle in the position of Northwestern Prince. He wants to give Li Chang military power. He's only 10 years old. He's already been in theft as a prince, and now he wants to give a mere child military power. Hearing this, Li Rong showed no surprise. Later, Consort Ro's brother, Zhao Ziguang, had indeed become the Northwestern Jinmai general. Li Ming wouldn't dismantle the Yang family without reason. He had two reasons for doing so. First, the Yang family had grown too powerful and arrogant, to the point of overshadowing the emperor. Second, he needed to clear the position for someone he wanted to promote. However, the Yang family's downfall was inevitable sooner or later. Back then, the Yang family had been thoroughly purged. Li Ming acted swiftly and decisively, and the Empress had no idea how many pawns he had already planted to bring them down. Li Rong looked calmly at the Empress. Mother, please calm down. I don't know what you've heard, but for now, Chuaner is still the crown prince. As long as we don't give His Majesty any grounds to fault him, His Majesty won't be able to touch him for the time being. She paused. If you make me marry Yang Quan, given that His Majesty has long targeted the Yang family, he has likely already gathered ample evidence against them. When the time comes, all those faults will fall upon Chuaner. So what? The Empress stared coldly at her. As long as we can secure military power, what does it matter if Chuaner makes mistakes? Li Rong raised her eyes and fixed her gaze on the Empress. The Empress stared back. Between mother and daughter, it was as though a silent battlefield had already been drawn. Li Rong knew that when Li Chang had been in theft as a prince earlier, it had already been a great humiliation to the Empress. Now, with Li Ming intending to grant Li Chang military power, it posed a direct threat to Li Chuan. In fact, in their previous life, Li Chuan had nearly been deposed precisely because of the issue of military power. In that life, Li Rong had married Pei Wenxuan. At the time the marriage was arranged, the Empress hadn't been involved and only learned about it afterward. In that life, the Yang family hadn't known they had the possibility of forming a marriage alliance and hadn't been pushed to the brink, willing to hand over all their military power to the Empress. Without such an enormous temptation, the Empress had simply asked Li Rong to endure and marry Pei Wenxuan. When she told Li Rong to marry Pei Wenxuan, she had said that a woman must have power. So at the time, Li Rong had believed it wasn't that her mother had abandoned her to her fate, but rather that she had been powerless to help. In this life, however, Li Rong's marriage had become entangled with the Yang family's military power, and the Empress had an opportunity to intervene. Thus, she immediately decided to have Li Rong marry Yang Quan. Li Rong quietly looked at the Empress. Then, for some reason, she suddenly asked, "Has Mother ever thought of me?" The Empress froze. Having asked the question, Li Rong felt no regret. She remained kneeling, straightened her back, and gazed calmly at the woman in splendid robes and a golden crown seated above her. Mother has been talking about military power and the crown prince's position. May I ask, in this marriage arrangement, has Mother ever thought of her daughter, even for a moment? Hearing the accusation, the Empress snapped back to her senses. Her lips trembled. She opened her mouth and finally said, "We have no choice. Aren't we choosing right now?" Li Rong spoke earnestly. "I've already spent a night with Pei Wenxuan. Mother knows I do have a choice. So you want to choose that pretty boy who can give you nothing, is that it?" "It's not that he can give me nothing," Li Rong said clearly. "His status can give me stability. He simply can't give your Majesty military power like the Yang family can." She didn't call her mother Empress. She called her Your Majesty. The Empress clenched her fists. Rong looked at her calmly. In Your Majesty's heart, my marriage is merely a bargaining chip, and I am merely a pawn. There is no need to care about a pawn's joys or sorrows, whom she likes or dislikes, or whether she lives well. Rong couldn't help laughing. Since Mother Empress thinks this way, why not make it clear from the beginning? Your daughter is not a daughter. She is merely a sharp blade in the hands of the Empress. Before she could finish, a loud slap struck Rong across the face. The sound was so sharp that Pei Wenxuan felt as though it had struck directly against his heart. Pei Wenxuan stood outside the door. The two women inside seemed to have completely forgotten his presence. He heard their entire conversation clearly. This was a Rong he had never seen before. In his memory, Rong was always lofty, surrounded by admirers, untouchable by anyone in the world, forever arrogant and domineering. He despised her arrogance and disliked her fierceness. Yet at this moment, when he heard that sudden slap, it felt as though it had landed on his own heart. His hands tucked into his sleeves, he listened as the Empress's voice trembled with tears. How can you say such things? How have I treated you all these years? Do you have no heart? Just because I ask you for help once, you speak to me like this? No, not just once. Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes. He knew all too well what Rong cared about at this moment. In Rong's heart, a relationship had to be pure, clear, and unmistakable. She had to know exactly what she possessed. It wasn't that she couldn't tolerate ambiguity. It was that she couldn't tolerate impurities. Just like back then, when she had asked him, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" It wasn't that she couldn't tolerate Qin Jinjin. It was that she couldn't tolerate believing that she and Pei Wenxuan were truly husband and wife, while he had gone and entangled himself with Qin Jinjin. Pei Wenxuan felt his chest tighten. Then he heard Rong speak calmly. "Mother Empress, then I ask you for only one thing." With that, Rong stood. "Whatever difficulties you face, tell me, and I will resolve them. But this time, you must be my mother, not the Empress." The Empress stared blankly at Rong. Now that Rong was standing, she was already as tall as her. Rong looked at her quietly. "You are blinded by jealousy right now. In time, you will understand. The Yang family must not be involved. Chuana should have military power, but it must not come from the Yang family. I will arrange it later." She continued, "As for my marriage, it can be used as a bargaining chip, but it should have greater value. I don't need you to do anything, Mother Empress. You are not suited to politics. Leave these matters to me and Chuaner. You only need to do one thing." Rong stared at the Empress, her expression shifting slightly. The Empress looked at her blankly. Rong gazed at this woman who already showed signs of age and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "Just be a good mother." With that, she turned and walked toward the palace exit. The Empress stared blankly at Rong. As Rong reached the door, the Empress suddenly laughed. "Am I not a good mother? I taught you. I accompanied you. I gave you and Chuaner more love than any other consort in this harem. Now I simply want to survive. Chuaner must survive." With her back turned, Rong asked coldly, "What are the Yangs threatening you with?" "They plan to rebel." The Empress closed her eyes in pain. "If they rebel, they will claim Chuaner is the mastermind. Your father has been searching for Chuaner's weaknesses. If the Yang family names Chuaner as the mastermind behind the rebellion, His Majesty will not let this opportunity pass." Rong remained silent. She stood quietly for a moment before saying, "Don't worry. I'll handle it. If you wish to summon Pei Wenxuan, go ahead. I'll go find Chuaner first." With that, Rong walked out. As she reached the doorway, she saw Pei Wenxuan, who had been standing there for quite some time. Pei Wenxuan stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, gazing calmly at her. His clear, handsome eyes held an indescribable emotion. Looking at Rong before him, he felt that she was both familiar and distant. The woman before him was still the same proud phoenix from his memories of their previous life. Always composed, always calm, always steady. Even if Mount Tai collapsed before her eyes, her expression wouldn't change. Yet he also sensed something different about her. He faintly glimpsed a trace of softness and tenderness deep within her heart, vaguely touching upon an innocence that hadn't faded even after 50 years of trials. At that moment, she was like a butterfly caught in a spider's web, struggling fiercely, revealing a breathtaking beauty in her desperate fluttering. Both of them were like solitary cranes forced into desperate circumstances, their feet mired in mud as they strained to lift their heads and gaze at the azure sky. They looked at each other in silence. In that instant, 50 years seemed to intertwine within their eyes. After a long while, Pei Wenxuan chuckled softly. "Does your highness think we should go through with this marriage once more?" Hearing Pei Wenxuan's question, Rong knew he had finally come to understand. She couldn't help smiling. "Is Lord Pei pitying me? Your highness's predicament has its own solutions. There is no need for me to pity you," Pei Wenxuan said calmly. "It's just that I suddenly feel the person before me may be quite different from the one I once knew. Starting over as though we're meeting for the first time might not be such a bad thing." Lord Pei speaks wisely. Rong looked into his clear, handsome eyes. The sincerity and steadiness in his gaze gradually calmed her anxious heart. She nodded. "Then let's proceed. In that case, I cannot tolerate your highness's guest advisors," Pei Wenxuan said with a smile, as though joking. Rong raised an eyebrow. "And do you think I can tolerate Lord Pei's beloved?" The two looked at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. Pei Wenxuan brushed off his sleeves and said calmly, "It seems your highness and I have reached an agreement. For now, let us settle this marriage and endure each other for a while. In a couple of years, once we hold great power, we can divorce. Then we can settle our old scores and grievances. What does the princess think?" "Very well." Rong tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and sighed. "We'll make do for now. However, if you wish to marry me." She turned and glanced at the empress, who was still standing dazed inside the inner chamber. A faint smile appeared on Rong's lips. "That will depend on Lord Pei's abilities. If Lord Pei lacks the capability, this princess will not stoop to marry him." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan smiled calmly. He clasped his hands before him and bowed to Rong. "Rest assured, princess. I, Pei, will bring Yang Quan's head as a betrothal gift." He lifted his head, his expression serious. "To welcome the princess's phoenix carriage." Author's note, Mini Theater 1. Yang Quan. "A scholar would rather die than suffer humiliation. Pei Wenxuan, you scoundrel. You can't use me to curry favor with your wife." Pei Wenxuan. "In my heart, there isn't much difference between you and a wild goose." Author's note, Mini Theater 2. Onlookers. Pei Wenxuan is poor, powerless, and has no martial arts skills. He's just a low-ranking 8th grade official. I want to see how he plans to kill Yang Quan. Pei Wenxuan, time to show you what real skill looks like. Author's note, Mini Theater 3. Rong. I never thought you were this handsome before. How did you suddenly become so impressive? Pei Wenxuan. That's one of my strengths. Rong. What strength? Pei Wenxuan. I don't unleash my charm on anyone except my wife. Rong. So, Pei Wenxuan. You'll soon be Mrs. Pei. Please go home and get ready. I'll bring Yang Quan's head over right away. Oh wait. I'll bring the betrothal geese. Chapter 17. Hearing this, Rong laughed softly. She opened the small golden fan in her hand, covering half her face as her eyes curved into a smile. Then this princess shall await Lord Pei's good news. Pei Wenxuan bowed respectfully and saw Rong off. Rong closed her fan and walked outside. Upon reaching the outer gate, she saw the palace attendants waiting there. Her expression turned cold as she instructed those beside her. Prepare the carriage. We're going to the Eastern Palace. Not long after Rong left, the Empress slowly regained her composure. After tidying her appearance, she called toward the outer hall, Shand. Hearing the summons, Shand hurried inside and knelt before the Empress. Your Majesty. Sitting on the golden throne, the Empress spoke wearily. Summon Pei Wenxuan. Shand froze for a moment before realizing that the Empress probably didn't know Pei Wenxuan was already waiting outside the door. However, he didn't speak out of turn and merely replied in a low voice. Yes. Turning toward the doorway, he announced loudly. Summon Pei Wenxuan for an audience. Pei Wenxuan bowed to Shand, then stepped through the doorway. The Empress sat on the golden throne, supporting her forehead with one hand. As Pei Wenxuan entered, she lifted her gaze and quietly observed the young man. Pei Wenxuan calmly entered the hall, knelt, and paid his respects. The Empress watched him for a moment before slowly asking, Were you outside the hall just now? If he had entered from the outer gate, he couldn't possibly have appeared before her so quickly. Pei Wenxuan remained kneeling, his tone composed. Earlier, Her Highness the Princess instructed this humble official to wait outside the hall for your Majesty's summons. The Empress nodded. Shan tactfully withdrew and waited outside. The Empress straightened, her voice low and hoarse. Then you must have heard the conversation between the princess and me just now. Pei Wenxuan remained silent. The Empress understood his silence as an acknowledgement. After a moment, she slowly said, Your father passed away early, and there are no elders in your family to plan for your future. Rashly involving yourself in palace affairs will do you no good. Do not speak of last night's events to anyone. After you return, I will arrange another official position for you and find you a suitable marriage. You needn't worry. Pei Wenxuan remained silent. The Empress seemed troubled by a headache and pressed a hand to her forehead. Is there something else you're dissatisfied with? This humble official thanks your Majesty for considering my difficulties and planning for my future. However, there is one matter I do not understand. What is it? If this humble official withdraws, Pei Wenxuan raised his head and met the Empress's gaze. What will become of Her Highness the Princess? That is not for you to consider. The Empress's voice was cold. Pei Wenxuan looked at her calmly. What if this humble official wishes to consider it? What do you mean? The Empress frowned. Pei Wenxuan replied calmly. Your Majesty, last night, Ninghe entered Weiyang Palace, using both threats and inducements to bind the Yang family to the crown prince. Yet afterward, she went to Consort Ro's palace. Has your Majesty considered why she went to Consort Ro? The Empress stiffened. Speak. The Yang family is now wholeheartedly seeking to attach themselves to the princess. Consort Ro currently enjoys His Majesty's favor. If Ninghe went to Consort Ro, it must have been to seek her help in arranging a marriage between the Yang family and the princess. Pei Wenxuan continued steadily. However, Consort Ro, the Empress, and the Crown Prince are mortal enemies. If an alliance between the Yang family and the princess were beneficial, why would Consort Ro assist them? Clearly, a marriage alliance between the Yang family and the princess conceals hidden dangers. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. The Empress remained silent, her stillness profound. Pei Wenxuan continued. The Yang clan has promised your Majesty military authority. If the Yang clan still possesses the strength to resist, then an alliance with the Crown Prince would naturally be mutually beneficial. But if the Yang clan is already like a fish out of water, merely struggling desperately, then allying with them would only drag the Crown Prince into the mire. The Crown Prince possesses no actual military power. His only military support comes from your Majesty's maternal clan, the Shangguan clan. What His Majesty fears most now is that if the Crown Prince, as the legitimate eldest son, is deposed, it may incite the fury of the ministers and shake the foundations of the state. Pei Wenxuan raised his eyes. But if the Crown Prince now provides His Majesty with grounds to fault him, does your Majesty believe the combined strength of the Yang clan and Shangguan clan could suppress the ministers and restrain His Majesty? Then, in your opinion, the Empress hesitated. What should be done now? Your Majesty needn't do anything, Pei Wenxuan said calmly. These people all have their own schemes. For now, your Majesty and the Crown Prince need only accomplish two things. First, after I leave Weiyang Palace, your Majesty must immediately seal off all news that I entered the palace and that the princess was with me last night. This matter has already been taken care of, the Empress replied, somewhat puzzled. Why do you ask me to do this? Given His Majesty's network of informants within the palace, your Majesty's actions cannot be concealed, Pei Wenxuan said lightly. Only by targeting this humble official can I gain His Majesty's trust. Therefore, what the Crown Prince must do next is prepare a memorial impeaching the Yang clan. Once the Yang clan falls into distress, Pei Wenxuan looked up earnestly. The Crown Prince must immediately submit the impeachment and promptly propose a replacement for the position of General of the Northern Garrison. And why is that? In time, your Majesty will understand. Pei Wenxuan looked calmly at the Empress. I only wonder whether your Majesty trusts this humble official now. The Empress gazed at Pei Wenxuan. This man appeared to be only in his early 20s, yet he spoke with clear logic and meticulous thought. Even when facing someone of her exalted status, he remained composed, unlike any ordinary young man. He quietly watched the Empress. After a long while, she finally asked, "What do you seek?" As she spoke, she stood. "You are merely a minor official of the 8th rank. Why involve yourself in the conflicts of the palace? If one has no lofty ambitions, why not retire and return home?" Pei Wenxuan replied calmly. "Are not all those who enter the court seeking the same thing? Then why choose the crown prince?" The empress stared intently at Pei Wenxuan. After a moment's contemplation, he answered truthfully. "This humble official cannot bear to see Her Highness the Princess humiliated. Do you care for my daughter?" A flicker of understanding appeared in the empress's eyes. Pei Wenxuan remained silent. After a moment, he respectfully bowed his head. "I wish to plant a phoenix tree in the courtyard to attract the phoenix's return." The empress scrutinized Pei Wenxuan. She remained silent, observing him for a long time before finally saying, "You may go." This humble official takes his leave. Pei Wenxuan bowed, then rose gracefully. He slowly walked out of the main hall, where a eunuch emerged to guide him to a sedan chair. After Pei Wenxuan boarded, it wasn't long before he sensed that they were traveling in the wrong direction. Having frequently visited the palace in his previous life, he knew its layout extremely well. He lifted the curtain slightly and glanced outside. The sedan chair was heading toward the imperial study. After a moment's thought, he understood. Li Ming must have received news from Weiyang Palace and was likely summoning him. Pei Wenxuan felt somewhat reassured. Pretending to doze lightly, he waited until the sedan chair stopped. Then he heard someone call, "Lord Pei?" Pei Wenxuan pretended to wake, opening his eyes in a daze to see the smiling eunuch before him. Looking somewhat bewildered, he asked, "And you are?" "This humble servant is Fu Lai, attendant to His Majesty. His Majesty summons Lord Pei. Please follow me." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan feigned astonishment before hurriedly stepping down from the sedan chair and following Fu Lai toward the imperial study. Feigning apprehension, he trailed behind Fu Lai and cautiously asked, "Does eunuch Fu Lai know why His Majesty has summoned me?" Fu Lai smiled. "My lord should have some idea." Pei Wenxuan's expression shifted slightly, but he said nothing more. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw Yang Quan already standing there. Pei Wenxuan approached and exchanged greetings with him. Fu Lai instructed the two to wait before entering the hall. Once Fu Lai had gone inside, Pei Wenxuan glanced at Yang Quan and smiled. "What brings Lord Yang here today?" Yang Quan gave him a cold look. "To propose marriage." "Then Lord Yang may be disappointed." Pei Wenxuan spoke softly as he straightened his posture and clasped his hands before him. "This matter is likely already settled." "What do you mean?" Yang Quan looked sharply at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan smiled. "Does Lord Yang know why I turned back last night?" At these words, Yang Quan's face instantly paled. To anyone else, the words might have sounded innocuous, but Yang Quan knew all too well that the ambush he had arranged last night should have been a secret. Yet Pei Wenxuan not only knew about it, but had also turned back, rescued the princess, and spent the night alone with her. "His Majesty is a wise and discerning ruler," Pei Wenxuan whispered. "Lord Yang should harbor no regrets. It would be best to return to the northwest. The sang flowers there are quite beautiful." Sang flowers were blossoms scattered over coffins during funerals in the northwest. Most people in Huajing wouldn't understand the reference, but Yang Quan understood Pei Wenxuan's meaning perfectly. Pei Wenxuan was the predetermined imperial son-in-law. When something had gone wrong yesterday, the emperor had still summoned him, using Yang Quan as a stepping stone to pave the way for Pei Wenxuan and the princess. And the Yang family was doomed to destruction. Not only did the emperor know this, but he had even told Pei Wenxuan, this ignorant fool, allowing him to flaunt it shamelessly in front of Yang Quan. Seeing Yang Quan's fury, Pei Wenxuan merely smiled and said nothing more. Just then, the emperor's summons came from inside the hall. The two entered together. Li Ming was reviewing memorials. After they paid their respects, he remained seated above them without acknowledging either man. Li Ming leisurely took a sip of tea before finally looking up. "You've arrived?" Then he turned to Pei Wenxuan first. "Rise, Minister Pei." Pei Wenxuan immediately responded with delight and stood, moving to the side. Yang Quan remained kneeling on the ground, his fists clenched tightly. Li Ming glanced at him indifferently. "Why have you come?" "This humble official has come today to propose marriage to your Majesty," Yang Quan replied respectfully. Li Ming raised an eyebrow. Propose marriage? To whom? This humble official admires Princess Pinglu, Yang Quan said stiffly. I beseech your majesty to grant us a marriage decree. Is that so? Li Ming nodded. This matter requires further consideration. Then he turned toward Pei Wenxuan and stood. Minister Pei, accompany me for a stroll in the garden. Pei Wenxuan assented and hurried forward to support Li Ming. They walked past Yang Quan. Upon reaching the doorway, Pei Wenxuan suddenly seemed to remember something. Your Majesty, Lord Yang is still kneeling. Oh. Li Ming appeared to recall this only then. He glanced back at Yang Quan and said indifferently, Rise. If there is nothing else, you may return. After speaking, Li Ming led Pei Wenxuan slowly toward the imperial garden. When they reached a quieter area, the attendants around them had, at some point, stopped following. Pei Wenxuan supported Li Ming as the emperor slowly said, I heard that last night. You saved Ping Lo. Pei Wenxuan remained silent. Li Ming raised his eyes. Why aren't you speaking? Pei Wenxuan stopped walking. After a long while, he took a deep breath, as though he had made a momentous decision. Then he stepped in front of Li Ming and knelt. Your humble servant begs your majesty. Pei Wenxuan bowed deeply, his voice filled with sorrow. To save my life. Chapter 18. Hearing this, Li Ming's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Pei Wenxuan kneeling on the ground as though he had already understood everything. Yet he still asked, What do you mean by this, Minister Pei? You are an official of the court. Who would dare to kill you? Your Majesty, Pei Wenxuan said, kneeling on the ground with an expression of grief and indignation. Since your Majesty already knows that I rescued Princess Pinglu yesterday, you must have some understanding of the predicament I now face. Predicament? Li Ming found a nearby stone, brushed off the dust, and slowly sat down. There's no need to be afraid. Speak plainly. Yesterday, on my way back to the city, I saw military horses galloping past. Among the riders, I vaguely heard words such as kidnap the princess. Feeling uneasy, I sent my servant back to the city to seek help from the crown prince's residence while I hurried after them to see what they were planning, in case something unexpected happened. Li Ming acknowledged this calmly. These events were true. He had already investigated them thoroughly the previous night. And then, I followed them and saw that these people, clearly servants from certain households, had changed into bandit clothing and were pretending to be mountain thieves. Realizing something was wrong, I set up roadblocks along the way, hoping to assist the princess at a critical moment. You're quite clever. Li Ming chuckled. Those stone slabs were your doing? Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan knew that Li Ming had sent people to investigate the events of the previous night in detail and had probably uncovered every clue left behind. Pei Wenxuan had served at Li Ming's side for a year in his previous life and was extremely familiar with his temperament. Li Ming was suspicious and sensitive by nature, always verifying matters from multiple angles. Thus, Pei Wenxuan carefully considered his words before continuing. Exactly. At the time, I waited by the roadside. Before long, I saw bandits pursuing the princess. Her shadow guards were protecting her, but at the critical moment, I used the roadblocks to assist in her rescue. Unexpectedly, the princess was injured and fell unconscious during the chaos, so I had no choice but to carry her away in haste. I used my horse to lure the pursuers away, then hid in the reed marshes. Soon afterward, I heard someone chasing after us, cursing his subordinates for their incompetence in failing to stop the princess. He lamented that the princess hadn't even seen him this time, so how could he possibly win her favor? Listening to Pei Wenxuan's account, Li Ming let out a low laugh. These young people are quite resourceful. Then he looked at Pei Wenxuan. Was it Yang Quan? Pei Wenxuan pursed his lips tightly and whispered, Yes. Panicked, I carried the princess away without thinking. After she woke, I discussed the matter with her and learned that she was unaware of the situation, so I said nothing further. This morning, the princess and I were rescued together. The empress summoned me to the palace, and then she told me. Told you what? Pei Wenxuan paused as though hesitating. After a long while, he finally said, The empress ordered me to conceal the fact that I had spent the night with the princess. Even if your majesty asked, I wasn't to tell the truth. Instead, I was to say that I encountered young Master Yang last night, that we rescued the princess together and were pursued, and that I became separated from them halfway through. Young Master Yang was the one who ultimately saved the princess. Hearing Pei Wenxuan's words, Li Ming couldn't help laughing. Is this why you're asking me to save you? Your Majesty. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath and straightened, as though making a life or death decision. He looked directly at Li Ming, casting aside all fear. Since matters have reached this point, I shall speak plainly. What I witnessed last night, and what the Empress said today make everything abundantly clear. The Empress had long intended to ally with the Yang family through marriage. Yesterday's incident was merely a performance for the princess, meant to make her view Yang Quan differently after he staged a heroic rescue. However, I happened to witness their scheme. Given Yang Quan's narrow-mindedness and the Yang family's audacious behavior, once I leave the palace, how can I possibly survive? Li Ming remained silent for a long while before slowly saying, Rest assured, the Empress wouldn't harm you over such a trivial matter. Does your Majesty truly believe? Pei Wenxuan stared at Li Ming, deliberately slowing his words. That a marriage alliance between the Yang family and the Crown Prince is a trivial matter? At this question, Li Ming finally grew serious. He raised his eyes and met Pei Wenxuan's gaze. After a long pause, he slowly said, You seem to know quite a bit. Your Majesty, Pei Wenxuan calmly reminded him. 3 years ago, when my father was still alive, I was the legitimate eldest son of the Pei family, the top scholar of the imperial examination, and a disciple of the Son of Heaven. A centipede may die, but its legs remain. Though my father has passed away, some things. Pei Wenxuan looked meaningfully at Li Ming. Still endure. Hearing this, Li Ming showed a hint of amusement. Then tell me, why is a marriage alliance between the Yang family and the Crown Prince not a trivial matter? The Yang family has wielded power in the border regions for years, amassing troops for their own gain. Border conflicts are frequent, and whenever war breaks out, the Yang family demands funds, provisions, and reinforcements to resist the Rong kingdom. They win every battle impressively, yet they never take the initiative to eradicate the Rong kingdom. Your Majesty has repeatedly ordered them to destroy the Rong, but the Yang family has always refused, citing unfavorable timing. In the northwest, there is a folk rhyme. Great Xia has 2 emperors, Yang in the north and Li in the south. This alone reveals the extent of the Yang family's power in the northwest. Go on. Li Ming's expression was unreadable. Continue. The court both fears and respects the Yang family. They fear their military power, yet respect them because the border has long depended on their defense. Thus, although your Majesty is angered by the Yang family, you have never taken drastic action against them. However, at the end of this winter, after the new ruler of the Rong kingdom ascended the throne, the Rong invaded again. The Yang family surrendered without a fight, losing 2 cities in succession. Your Majesty ordered the 3rd city to be defended at all costs. Yet despite having 50,000 troops against 20,000 enemy soldiers, they suffered a crushing defeat and retreated to Chongping Pass. Only after emergency reinforcements arrived did they manage to hold their ground against the Rong. Pei Wenxuan raised his eyes. Why would the Yang family, who have guarded the border for years, suddenly collapse so completely? Has your Majesty considered this? You know? I believe your Majesty knows as well. Pei Wenxuan said calmly. For years, the Yang family has been bribing the Rong kingdom with military funds. Their so-called battles were merely staged performances carried out in collusion with the Rong. The Rong kingdom lacks expertise in iron smelting and is fundamentally weak. It was only through years of support from the Yang family that they had the opportunity to recover and grow stronger. Now, with the new ruler unwilling to accept bribes and determined to attack Great Xia, the Yang family collapsed at the first genuine confrontation. You dare speak so boldly. Li Ming's voice dropped sharply. Pei Wenxuan immediately bowed his head. This news has long been widespread throughout the border regions. Your Majesty must have known about it long ago. Otherwise, with your Majesty's wisdom, why would you harbor intentions of acting against the pillars of the state? Li Ming listened to Pei Wenxuan's flattery and relaxed slightly. He straightened and said coldly, Continue. What does any of this have to do with the princess's marriage? Your Majesty clearly knows that the Yang clan was defeated in battle, yet you suppressed the news and allowed the princess to interact with Yang Quan. I suspect your majesty's intention is to prevent the princess's marriage from becoming a bargaining chip for the crown prince. In recent years, as the crown prince has grown older, the Shangguan clan, the empress's maternal family, has rapidly expanded its influence at court. The crown prince disrespects your majesty and has repeatedly defied you, all because the Shangguan clan is encouraging him from behind. Your majesty fears that the Shangguan clan will exploit the princess's marriage, which is why all the candidates selected for her are of suitable status but uninvolved in politics. Although Yang Quan holds military power, he is about to face utter destruction. Your majesty is likely gathering evidence now, waiting to wipe out the entire Yang clan in one fell swoop. Pei Wenxuan paused. Am I right? Li Ming remained silent, tacitly acknowledging it. Pei Wenxuan spoke earnestly. But if your majesty intends to proceed this way, you are gravely mistaken. Oh, Li Ming seemed somewhat dismissive. What brilliant insight does Minister Pei have to offer? Does your majesty know the true strength of the Rong kingdom? Extremely strong. That is your majesty's misunderstanding, Pei Wenxuan explained. The Rong kingdom is a land of barbarians. Our dynasty's blades can easily pierce their armor. As long as our soldiers are properly equipped, one of ours can fight 10 of theirs without difficulty. The reason the Rong kingdom defeated the Yang clan this time is because the Yang clan has been supplying them with military equipment for years. The Rong kingdom's attack used our own dynasty's weapons against us. Pei Wenxuan smiled faintly. But weapons and armor they cannot manufacture themselves will eventually run out, won't they? In his previous life, the Yang clan had organized a counterattack half a month later and achieved a great victory for precisely this reason. Pei Wenxuan pondered the situation, slowly piecing together everything he knew from his previous life. Although he didn't state it explicitly, Li Ming immediately grasped his meaning. Are you saying that once the Rong kingdom's weapons and armor are exhausted, our dynasty can launch an attack and easily defeat them? Yes, Pei Wenxuan replied calmly. Although the Yang clan has lost its main force of 50,000 troops, its roots in the northwest run deep. No one knows how many troops they still have hidden. Now, your majesty has sent trusted aides to assist the Yang clan in defending Changping Pass, while Yang Quan has returned to the capital to seek the princess's hand in marriage. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Ming. If the Yang clan successfully marries the princess, what does your majesty think will happen next? What? Next, the crown prince will ally with the Yang clan. The Shangguan clan will use the princess's marriage as an excuse to funnel large sums of money to the Yang clan. After your majesty's trusted aides withstand the enemy's strongest wave of attacks, the Yang clan will use the Shangguan clan's funds to recruit soldiers and purchase horses. They will then launch another counterattack, which is certain to achieve a great victory. By then, the Yang clan will use the princess as a bridge to establish a firm foothold in Huajing. Seeing Yang Quan marry the princess, others will misinterpret your majesty's intentions and no longer dare to act against the Yang clan. Moreover, after such a victorious comeback, the Yang clan's reputation will soar once again, making it difficult for your majesty to hold them accountable for their past offenses. Pei Wenxuan's voice remained calm. Furthermore, with the Yang clan's military power behind him, the crown prince will gain another formidable general. After Pei Wenxuan finished speaking, Li Ming remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said, then, according to Minister Pei's opinion, do not give the Yang clan any chance to catch their breath. Pei Wenxuan spoke calmly. Now is the best opportunity to strike against them. But what about the border? Li Ming frowned. The Yang clan is deeply entrenched there. If we act against them now and they rebel at the border, leave that matter to the crown prince. Li Ming paused. Pei Wenxuan looked at him earnestly. The border is currently a mess. Within Huajing, aside from great clans such as the Shangguan clan, Su clan, and Pei clan, no one else has the capability to handle it. Your majesty might as well entrust the matter to the crown prince. If the crown prince makes any mistakes, this could serve as grounds to appoint a new heir. For the sake of the crown prince, the Shangguan clan will surely mobilize all their forces to stabilize the Yang clan. What if the crown prince succeeds? If the crown prince succeeds, Pei Wenxuan smiled. If he truly manages to pacify the Yang clan and exhaust their main forces, then your majesty can replace the crown prince just before the final battle and appoint trusted followers as the main generals to confront the Rong kingdom and claim the greatest merit. He looked steadily at Li Ming. Wouldn't that be perfect? Hearing this, Li Ming fell silent. He pondered for a while as Pei Wenxuan knelt on the ground, waiting patiently for his response. After a long time, Li Ming turned to look at him. "You're a clever man." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then, Li Ming spoke calmly. "Why not pledge your loyalty to the crown prince?" "Because." Pei Wenxuan looked steadily at Li Ming. "Your Majesty is the emperor, while the crown prince may not remain the crown prince." Li Ming stared into Pei Wenxuan's eyes. He rarely saw such composure and boldness in the eyes of a 20-year-old young man, especially one who dared meet his gaze with such sharpness. Such sharpness appeared fierce, but at court, being too rigid meant one could easily break. Pei Wenxuan was a blade, but merely a blade. If Pei Wenxuan had been mature and tactful while possessing such intelligence, Li Ming might have felt wary of him. But seeing the ambitious gleam in Pei Wenxuan's eyes, Li Ming instead found it somewhat amusing. After all, he was still just a young man. "I understand." Li Ming nodded. "What you say makes sense. But in the current court," he sighed as though regretful, "there are probably very few people who dare to act against the Yang clan at this time. I wish to recommend someone to Your Majesty," Pei Wenxuan said respectfully. Li Ming raised an eyebrow. "Speak." "Your humble servant, Pei Wenxuan." Pei Wenxuan bowed until his forehead touched the ground. "Is willing to share Your Majesty's burdens." "Huh." Li Ming chuckled softly. "You are quite bold. Tell me, Minister Pei, how do you plan to share my burdens?" "Later, when I return to my residence, I humbly request that Your Majesty assign a group of shadow guards to secretly follow me. If the Yang clan intends to act today, I will use that as grounds to request a thorough investigation, beginning with the attempt on my life, then investigating the kidnapping of the princess, and finally their collusion with the enemy at the border. What if they don't act? If they don't act, tomorrow I will impeach them for kidnapping the princess. At that time, if no one dares investigate the case, I will request permission to take charge of it myself." "Good." Li Ming nodded. He looked up at the sky and said calmly, "It's getting late. You should return now. Don't keep young Master Yang waiting too long." Pei Wenxuan respectfully acknowledged the order. He stood and helped Li Ming slowly walk back. Neither of them mentioned Li Rong's marriage. But Pei Wenxuan knew that as long as Li Ming regarded him as one of his own, his marriage to Li Rong would most likely be secured. The two chatted as they returned from the garden, and Pei Wenxuan took his leave. Led by a eunuch, he walked out of the imperial study and arrived at the square before the palace gate. From afar, he saw Li Rong's sedan chair. Li Rong seemed to have just come from the eastern palace. She held a sword in her hands and gently stroked the gemstones embedded in it. Seeing Li Rong approach, Pei Wenxuan and the eunuch stepped aside well in advance, standing respectfully on either side of the path. Upon seeing Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong ordered her procession to halt. Sitting high in her sedan chair, she smiled. "Minister Pei, why are you still in the palace?" "His Majesty summoned me earlier," Pei Wenxuan replied respectfully. "I spoke with His Majesty for a while before leaving." "Is that so?" Li Rong glanced at the people around them and chuckled. "You saved me last night. Did my father reward you?" "It was my duty. I don't deserve a reward." "So he didn't give you anything?" Li Rong sighed. "Father is truly stingy." With that, she looked at the sword in her hand. She held it out horizontally and reluctantly offered it to him. "Well then, take this as my token of gratitude." Pei Wenxuan was taken aback. Li Rong raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you dare refuse a reward from me?" "How could I dare refuse a gift from Your Highness?" Pei Wenxuan quickly recovered and accepted the sword with both hands. Watching Pei Wenxuan bow his head and bend low before her, Li Rong pursed her lips, leaned closer, and whispered, "Minister Pei, you look quite handsome like this." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan immediately understood that Li Rong was pleased to see him bowing before her. He accepted the sword and smiled faintly. "Your Highness looks truly innocent and adorable like this." Li Rong immediately understood that Pei Wenxuan was mocking her for pretending. What she hated most was being called innocent and adorable. With a forced smile, she looked at him. "I'm busy on my way to see Father. Take your time, young Master Pei. Walk slowly, and be careful not to meet with any accidents." Li Rong's thought, I might never see you again in this lifetime. She conveyed the rest through her eyes. Pei Wenxuan responded with a disdainful look, but still said politely, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Please proceed slowly. Until next time." Li Rong smiled, then leaned closer to Pei Wenxuan and whispered in his ear, "I've sent a few people to protect you. You're welcome." With that, Li Rong straightened, nodded gracefully, and ordered her sedan chair to continue toward the imperial study. Pei Wenxuan watched her depart until a eunuch escorted him out of the palace. Just outside the palace gates, he saw Tong Yi waiting for him with a carriage. Glancing around, he noticed someone following him, but paid no attention and pretended not to notice. He boarded the carriage with the sword in hand, and it began its bumpy journey. He didn't know whether Yang Quan would come, but it didn't matter. He was prepared. As the carriage turned into a narrow alley, the sounds of fighting suddenly erupted outside. A man burst into Pei Wenxuan's carriage and said directly, "By order of Her Highness, I'm here to protect you." With that, he curled up like a bat, shrinking himself against the roof of the carriage. Pei Wenxuan wasn't surprised. When Li Rong mentioned sending people, he had known she hadn't come merely to see him. He nodded to the man, then closed his eyes. Despite the chaos and shouting outside, he remained as still as a meditating monk, completely unmoved. After a while, the carriage was violently struck. The curtain was abruptly thrown open, and Yang Quan, bloodied and wielding a blade, charged into the carriage. Pei Wenxuan opened his eyes, still holding the sword. At that moment, a sharp blade suddenly pierced Yang Quan's body from behind. Yang Quan's longsword stopped mere inches from Pei Wenxuan. Blood splattered. Pei Wenxuan calmly watched Yang Quan collapse in shock. "You dare?" Yang Quan trembled as he spoke. "You dare kill me?" Pei Wenxuan's expression remained unchanged. His words came slowly, each one spoken with absolute calm. Colluding with enemy nations. Amassing military power for personal gain. Embezzling funds and perverting justice. Kidnapping the princess. Assassinating imperial officials. Disregarding the law and the discipline of the court. He looked down at Yang Quan. "Your Yang family dared to do all these things, so why?" Pei Wenxuan emphasized each word. "Would I not dare to kill you?" With every word, Yang Quan's breathing grew weaker. The man who had struck him bowed respectfully to Pei Wenxuan and quickly said, "The princess says to remember to return and kowtow 3 times before her portrait, thanking her for saving your life." With that, the man leaped out of the carriage and disappeared. Pei Wenxuan didn't even have time to curse him before he vanished. He remained silent for a moment. Then he heard Tong Yi hurriedly return outside the carriage. Seeing Yang Quan lying on the floor, Tong Yi was startled. "Young master, are you all right?" Pei Wenxuan didn't answer. He gazed down at Yang Quan and pondered for a moment before calmly saying, "Return to the palace." "Return to the palace?" Tong Yi exclaimed in surprise. "Still return to the palace? After killing the Yang family's young master, shouldn't they flee immediately?" "Yes, return to the palace." Pei Wenxuan's voice was flat and serious. "He frightened me. I need to go file a complaint." Tong Yi's silence. "Young master, you really don't look frightened at all, okay?" Chapter 19. Li Rong sent the sword to Pei Wenxuan, then had her attendants carry her around the palace for a leisurely stroll. She hadn't been in the imperial garden for long when she crouched down to examine a newly bloomed crabapple flower. Just then, the man she had assigned to protect Pei Wenxuan hurried back. He was led before her and respectfully reported, "Your Highness, the matter is settled." Li Rong nodded, took a handkerchief from Jinglan, and said, "Yang Quan really couldn't hold back. If he had acted a little later, he might have lived a few more days." But Pei Wenxuan was the sort of person who wouldn't say something unless he meant it. Once he said he would do something, he would definitely follow through. Since he had said he would take Yang Quan's life, he wouldn't leave the man with even a breath. Thinking back on what the Yang family had done in her previous life, Li Rong also felt that leaving such people alive would only invite disaster. In her previous life, the Yang family had desperately stirred up trouble at the border for a long time, causing Great Xia to lose 5 cities in succession. It wasn't until 5 years after Li Chuan ascended the throne and launched a campaign against the Rong that those 5 cities were finally reclaimed. Being able to deal with the Yang family earlier in this life was a good thing. Li Rong could roughly guess what Pei Wenxuan had done, but she was still curious about exactly how he had handled the matter. She wiped her hands clean with the handkerchief, stood, and said to Jinmai, "Go and announce my arrival. I intend to visit the imperial study and speak with father." Jinmai acknowledged the order. Supported by Jinglan, Rong leisurely made her way toward the imperial study. When she arrived at the entrance, she saw Fulai waiting by the door. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty is currently discussing matters with several ministers. Please wait here for a moment." Rong lightly tapped her small fan against her palm, nodded, and replied, "No matter. I'll wait here for a while. Shall this servant fetch a chair for your Highness?" Fulai knew that this princess had always been favored, so he hurried to offer his services. Rong nodded. "Good." Fulai called for someone to bring Rong a stool, along with a small table set with tea and pastries. Rong had someone fetch her a book. She basked in the sunlight, sipping tea as she read and waited for Li Ming to summon her. Not long afterward, a eunuch hurried over and whispered something into Fulai's ear. Fulai's expression changed drastically. After a moment's thought, he lowered his voice. "Bring him here first. I'll report to His Majesty." With that, Fulai turned and entered the imperial study. Rong pretended not to have heard anything and calmly turned another page of her book. Sometime later, she saw Pei Wenxuan being escorted toward her. Pei Wenxuan kept his head lowered, appearing somewhat flustered. The hem of his robe was stained with blood, making him look quite disheveled. The eunuch led him up the steps. Upon seeing Rong, Pei Wenxuan respectfully greeted her. "Greetings, Your Highness." Rong looked up at him, gave him a once-over, and smiled. "I just saw Lord Pei leaving the palace. Why have you returned?" As she spoke, she half opened her folding fan, covering the lower half of her face. "Could it be that you missed me?" Pei Wenxuan kept his head lowered, seemingly a little embarrassed by Rong's words, but he remained composed. "Your Highness, please don't jest. This humble official wouldn't dare harbor such thoughts. Something happened on the way, so I hurried back to inform His Majesty." Tisk. Seeing Pei Wenxuan's demeanor, Rong couldn't help showing her disdain. Having dealt with her for so many years, Pei Wenxuan had long since become immune to her sharp tongue. A casual joke like this should have been nothing to him. Even if she told a risque joke right in front of him, Pei Wenxuan would probably remain unfazed and either respond in kind or sternly admonish her like some enlightened monk in a monastery. Preposterous. Of course, Rong understood Pei Wenxuan. After all, his life wasn't much different from that of a monk. But now, Pei Wenxuan was putting on an act. Not only was he pretending to be young, but he was even feigning innocence. It truly disgusted her. She raised her fan to cover her face and ordered, "His Majesty is still in a meeting. Find him a stool and let him sit while he waits." With that, she put away her fan, picked up her book, and resumed reading. Pei Wenxuan glanced at the book in her hands. Another one of those nonsensical storybooks. This hobby of hers had remained unchanged from youth to old age. She really was nostalgic. A servant brought Pei Wenxuan tea, and the two sat there as though they were strangers. Pei Wenxuan had barely taken his seat when Fulai emerged from inside. Looking at Pei Wenxuan, he said, "Lord Pei, His Majesty summons you." "Wait." Rong interrupted Fulai. "I've been sitting here for ages. Why is father summoning him before me?" "Your Highness." Fulai smiled bitterly. "Lord Pei has an urgent matter." "What urgent matter could he possibly have?" Rong looked surprised. His affairs are all." Rong pointed at herself without finishing the sentence. She stared at Fulai as though she wouldn't relent unless she was allowed inside. Fulai wore a pained expression and was about to say more when Li Ming's voice came from within. "Summon them both." Fulai breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly invited them inside. Rong cast Pei Wenxuan a triumphant look. Pei Wenxuan raised an eyebrow and let out a silent chuckle. After entering and paying their respects to Li Ming, they realized that a group of important ministers was seated nearby. Li Ming appeared to be discussing a significant matter. Both the left and right chancellors, the 7 ministers of the 6 ministries, and several influential figures from the Department of State Affairs were present. Seeing them all, Rong immediately looked embarrassed. "Father, perhaps I should return first?" Hearing this, Li Ming couldn't help laughing. "Weren't you quite bold when you came in? Now that you're here, why leave? Rise." Li Ming gestured with his chin toward the side. stand behind me. Li Rong stood somewhat sheepishly and obediently positioned herself behind Li Ming. Li Ming turned to Pei Wenxuan. Didn't you just leave the palace? Why have you returned? Your Majesty. Pei Wenxuan's voice trembled slightly. As soon as I left the palace, I was ambushed by second young Master Yang. In self-defense, I accidentally. With that, Pei Wenxuan kowtowed. His forehead struck the floor with an audible thud, making Li Rong's own nerves ache merely from imagining the pain. Then they heard Pei Wenxuan say, "Killed him." His words shocked everyone present. Left Chancellor Chang Gong Zhu exclaimed, "What did you say? Who did you kill?" Yang. Pei Wenxuan's voice trembled as though his emotions were still unsettled. He struggled to speak. Yang, Lord Shangguan. Right Chancellor Su Mingji, seated nearby, spoke leisurely. This young gentleman is still quite young and has just suffered a great calamity. If you frighten him like this, how can you expect him to explain himself clearly? Su Mingji turned to Pei Wenxuan reassuringly. Young Master Pei, don't be afraid. Speak clearly. Who did you kill? Pei Wenxuan didn't answer. After a long while, he took a deep breath, looked up at Li Ming, and said, Your Majesty, this humble official killed the Yang family's second son, Yang Quan. The entire hall fell silent. This time, Pei Wenxuan seemed to have resigned himself to death. He fluently recounted the entire incident, from rescuing the princess and clashing with Yang Quan, to his conversation with Yang Quan outside the imperial study that day, Yang Quan's threat to kill him, and finally the ambush on his way home, and how Yang Quan had died. After finishing his account, Pei Wenxuan lowered his voice. This humble official knows full well that I am guilty today. Although second young Master Yang was the one who ambushed me first, the Yang family has rendered great service to Great Xia, and with war upon us, even if second young Master Yang sought my life, for the sake of the state, I shouldn't have retaliated. But at the time, I had no opportunity to think deeply and sought only a way to survive. Now that I have committed such a heinous crime, Your Majesty, Pei Wenxuan choked up and bowed his head. This humble official deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Even death wouldn't be enough to atone for my sins. I only beg Your Majesty to learn of this matter sooner, lest it lead to an even greater disaster. Every word Pei Wenxuan spoke fell upon the ears of those present, filling them with dread. Although Pei Wenxuan claimed he deserved to be cut into 1,000 pieces, every word he uttered was a piercing accusation. Yang Quan was merely a son of the Yang family, yet he had dared to abduct a princess and, out of jealousy, ambush and attempt to murder an official of the court. Either charge alone was enough to warrant death. However, Pei Wenxuan was right about one thing. The Yang family had long held military power at the border and accumulated immense prestige. Even if they had committed such crimes, punishing them required careful consideration. Especially now, with the situation at the border so critical. If the Yang family were provoked and something went wrong, no one dared bear the responsibility. Thus, everyone present remained silent. Li Ming appeared calm. He picked up his cup, took a sip of tea, and after a moment, slowly asked, What are you afraid of? Pei Wenxuan bowed his head, not daring to speak. Li Ming raised his cup and slammed it down. You are an official of the Great Xia court. If Yang Quan dared assassinate you in broad daylight, you killed him, and that's that. What are you afraid of? Your Majesty. Pei Wenxuan trembled. The border. Does the Yang family dare rebel? Li Ming roared furiously. Then he looked around at the assembled ministers. I have already told all of you that during this invasion by the Rong kingdom, the Yang family's performance was utterly disgraceful, bringing shame upon Great Xia. 50,000 defenders couldn't hold off 20,000 enemy troops. And now they dare abduct a princess and assassinate officials in Huajing. Li Ming slammed his hand down. Does the Yang family think I am dead? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Seeing Li Ming so enraged, everyone hurriedly knelt. Chang Gong Zhu quickly spoke, attempting to placate him. Your Majesty, victory and defeat are common in war. The Rong kingdom's invasion was sudden, and the Yang family was caught off guard. The Yang family is still fighting on the front lines. This matter should be handled. Silence. Li Ming picked up a book and hurled it at Chang Gong Zhu, striking him squarely in the face. Li Rong wore a flustered expression. She glanced at Chang Gong Zhu, then at Li Ming, looking as though she wanted to say something but didn't dare. Li Ming panted heavily and glared at everyone present. This case, I am determined to see through to the end. The Yang family has insulted the imperial family to this extent. I will investigate them thoroughly. His gaze swept across the hall. Who will take charge of this case? No one dared speak. Each was lost in his own calculations. A centipede dies, but never stiffens. The fact that Shangwan Su had spoken up for the Yang family was enough to show that the Shangwan clan might still ally with the Yangs. Under such circumstances, the great noble families were unwilling to involve themselves in the conflict. Li Ming nodded. Good. Very good. You're all afraid of them. He turned and stared at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan, since you dared kill the man, I ask you this. If I entrust this case to you, do you dare investigate it? Your Majesty. Hearing this, the Minister of Works, Pei Li Wen, who had remained silent until now, looked up anxiously. Wenxuan is still young and inexperienced. He cannot handle. Did I ask you? Li Ming roared, immediately silencing Pei Li Wen. Beside him, the Chief Secretary of the Department of State Affairs, Pei Li Xian, who had been kneeling all along, glanced at Pei Li Wen and shook his head. Pei Li Wen dared not speak again. Li Ming fixed his gaze on Pei Wenxuan. Speak. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath and straightened. Your servant is willing to share your Majesty's burden. Good. Li Ming spoke directly. From today onward, you will go to the censorate and serve as supervisory censor. You will work with the Ministry of Justice to conduct a special investigation into the Yang family. Your Majesty. Shangwan Su couldn't help interjecting. Pei Wenxuan claims to be a victim in this matter. Having him lead the investigation may be inappropriate. Then will Lord Shangwan investigate it? Li Ming retorted. Shangwan Su fell silent for a moment. He was about to speak when Li Rong's voice rang out. How about letting me preside over the case, with Lord Pei assisting me? At these words, everyone turned toward her. Li Rong cleared her throat and spoke seriously. This matter originated with me as well. As a princess, my status is sufficient to investigate the Yang family. Since none of you has a suitable candidate, I will oversee the investigation while Lord Pei handles the case. She looked around. What do you all think? Once Li Rong spoke, everyone fell silent. Li Ming frowned. Shangwan Su also sank into thought. Su Mingji hesitated. But the princess is also a victim in this case. Then let Vice Minister Su oversee it. Li Rong looked at Su Mingji. He froze. Li Rong continued directly. I have long heard that Vice Minister Su is fair and upright. If the Left Chancellor is still uneasy, why not have Vice Minister Su preside over the case? Your Highness jests. Su Mingji hurriedly replied. My son is young and cannot handle such a major case. So I'll oversee it. Li Rong cut him off and looked directly at Shangwan Su. What does Uncle think? Shangwan Su pursed his lips. He glanced at Li Rong, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Your servant believes the princess's suggestion is not without merit. Li Rong turned toward Li Ming and blinked. Father. Li Ming glanced at Shangwan Su. He knew that if this continued, Shangwan Su would probably recommend someone from his own faction to investigate the case. Now that Li Ming was certain there was a connection between the Shangwan family and the Yangs, allowing that to happen would make the matter far more difficult to handle. So Li Ming nodded. There is no better option for now. Let it be as you say. Then his expression turned stern. Don't act recklessly. Father, rest assured. Li Rong smiled. I know what I'm doing. Li Ming gradually calmed down. He glanced around the room, offered Shangwan Su a few placating words, then dismissed everyone, leaving only Li Rong behind. Father and daughter remained silent for a long time. Finally, Li Ming spoke. What brings you to see your father so suddenly today? Li Rong lowered her gaze. After being abducted last night, I should have come to you first to report what happened. Coming only now is already late. Li Ming remained silent. He noticed Li Rong's weary expression, as though she were burdened by many worries. Li Ming had never quite understood his daughter's stance. He had always doted on Li Rong, but her younger brother was the crown prince. Now that he and Li Chuan were at odds, he couldn't be certain how Li Rong truly felt. Li Rong was clever, yet deeply sentimental. Li Ming had cherished her in the palm of his hand for many years, and genuine affection had naturally grown between them. Unless it involved a struggle for power, he sincerely wished for his daughter's well-being. He remained silent for a long time. Ultimately, rather than asking her directly, he approached the subject indirectly. You've met 4 candidates. Which one caught your eye? Li Rong said nothing. Li Ming hesitated, then slowly asked, what do you think of Pei Wenxuan? Li Rong kept her head lowered and didn't reply. Li Ming looked up impatiently. Answer me. Your daughter thinks he's a good person. A good person, meaning everything else about him was lacking. Li Ming pondered briefly, then slowly said, you only need to consider whether you like him. Don't worry about anything else. At these words, Li Rong's tears began to fall, pattering down as though she had suffered some terrible grievance. Seeing her cry, Li Ming hurriedly asked, why are you crying? Father, Li Rong sobbed. I just feel. Why can't our families simply get along? Li Ming understood what she meant. He assumed the Empress had pressured Li Rong to speak favorably of Yangquan. Although he and the Empress had many disputes, they had never involved this daughter in them before. Now, because of her marriage, a struggle between them had become unavoidable. Seeing Li Rong weep so pitifully made his heart ache. Finally, he said, this matter, your mother and I are both at fault. You don't need to dwell on it. Just pretend you know nothing and choose someone you like. Your father will always support you. He paused before continuing. You and Pei Wenxuan spent a night alone together. By convention, you're practically his already. He's a fine young man, and handsome too. Marrying him won't do you any harm. Li Rong nodded in agreement. Li Ming sighed. Don't cry anymore. Compose yourself and think carefully about what I've said. Once Yangquan's case is settled, I'll arrange your marriage. Yes. Li Rong steadied her voice and looked up. Your daughter will obey father's wishes. Li Ming comforted Li Rong for a while, then had her rise and called for Fulai to escort her out. Upon hearing Li Ming's order, Fulai smiled. Why would this servant be needed for that? Lord Pei has been waiting outside for the princess for quite some time. Hearing this, both Li Ming and Li Rong looked surprised. After a moment, Li Ming laughed. That boy, he dares court my daughter right under my nose. Despite his words, Li Ming urged, all right, go on. Don't let this old man delay you young people. Li Rong blushed with embarrassment, bowed, and withdrew. She left the imperial study and entered the long corridor, where she saw Pei Wenxuan waiting beside the railing. He wore a deep blue robe with wide sleeves, embroidered with swirling cloud patterns in silver thread. A palace lantern rested in his hand as he gazed up at the bright moon. Pei Wenxuan's appearance had always carried an air of unapproachable elegance. But now, with the lantern in his hand and moonlight shining above, the wind gently lifting his robes, he resembled an immortal descending from the moon palace, as though he might take flight with the breeze at any moment. Fulai escorted Li Rong to the entrance and respectfully said, Your Highness, this old servant will take his leave here. For the rest of the journey, may Minister Pei accompany you. Li Rong nodded lightly. You may go. Fulai acknowledged her words and withdrew. Hearing the movement, Pei Wenxuan turned around. He gave Li Rong a once-over, then lifted the lantern and walked toward her, stopping directly in front of her. Tall and slender, he lowered his head and studied her carefully. Seeing him scrutinize her so intently, Li Rong felt inexplicably awkward. She turned her face away and murmured, What are you looking at? You've been crying. Pei Wenxuan nodded, stating his conclusion with a sigh. Your Highness is still more sincere than this humble official. Hearing this, Li Rong immediately grew irritated. She sneered. How could I possibly compare to Minister Pei, who bends without breaking and is both wise and brave, killing someone one moment and weeping the next? Such two-faced behavior, yet Pei Wenxuan handled it with effortless ease. As they spoke, the attendants behind them dared not follow too closely. The two walked side by side through the imperial palace, half a step apart. As they walked, Pei Wenxuan said, I'll keep it brief. He succinctly recounted his conversation with Li Ming, then concluded, Once Yangquan's matter is settled, His Majesty will hand the affairs of the Northwest over to the Crown Prince. If His Highness handles the matter well, he won't need to worry about military authority anymore. And if he fails? Li Rong lightly tapped her small fan against her palm. Then he'll be directly deposed, and being reduced to a commoner would be considered lenient. She glanced sideways at Pei Wenxuan, a faint smile on her lips. Pei Wenxuan, you dare gamble on this? Your courage truly is remarkable. If I weren't bold, Pei Wenxuan replied calmly. Would I dare marry you? That's true. Li Rong nodded. Marrying me is no easy feat, it's quite perilous. Marrying you isn't the perilous part. Pei Wenxuan corrected her seriously. It's you. You're too fierce and too dangerous. And yet you begged to marry me. Li Rong glared at him before quickening her pace and walking ahead. Pei Wenxuan sensed that she was genuinely angry. Afraid she might lose her temper and do something reckless, he wisely refrained from retorting. He rubbed his nose and hurried after her. Yes, yes. I beg to marry your highness. Then the amusement faded from his voice, replaced by a hint of seriousness. However, your highness, this humble official has a question I'd like to ask. Speak. Li Rong's voice was cold. Pei Wenxuan chuckled softly. His gaze carried a hint of scrutiny as he looked at her. This humble official wishes to ask what your highness meant earlier in the imperial study when you requested that Su Rongqing oversee this case. Li Rong stopped walking. Pei Wenxuan, holding the palace lantern, turned toward her. How does your highness intend for him to oversee it? Will Minister Su be summoned to investigate the case day and night, following it closely? Or will he be invited every day for discussions, meeting face-to-face with your highness to review the case's progress? He paused as though suddenly remembering something. Then he pondered seriously. Also, does your highness think it might be somewhat inappropriate for me to participate in the investigation? Perhaps it would be better if your highness and Minister Su handled the matter together? Li Rong remained silent. She raised her eyes toward Pei Wenxuan. He wore a faint smile. Expressionless, Li Rong said, Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan raised an eyebrow. Li Rong spoke coldly. Could you possibly be any more pretentious? Pei Wenxuan's expression stiffened. Li Rong raised her hand and pinched her thumb and forefinger together, leaving only the tiniest gap between them. She held it directly in front of his face. With utmost seriousness, she declared, Take a good look. What is this? What? Pei Wenxuan frowned. Li Rong's expression turned grave. She spoke emphatically. Your pettiness. Chapter 20. Pei Wenxuan was momentarily choked speechless by Li Rong's actions. After a brief silence, he finally said, My heart may be small, but your skin isn't exactly thin either. He turned away, holding the lantern as he leisurely walked ahead. You're not young anymore. Su Rongqing is in the prime of his youth now. Don't even think about an old cow eating tender grass. Li Rong remained silent. Pei Wenxuan laughed. What? You're unhappy about being called old. I'm old, but aren't you old too? Li Rong glared at Pei Wenxuan, then turned away and said lightly, I simply think your heart is too filthy, and I don't want to bother arguing with you. My heart is filthy. Pei Wenxuan sneered. Do you dare say you don't have those intentions? I truly dare. Li Rong explained generously. The reason I asked Su Rongqing to oversee this case is because he's suitable. If you and I investigate it ourselves, the court officials won't be convinced. If we let someone else investigate, they'll either be my uncle's people, who will definitely favor the Yang family, or they'll be unwilling to stir up trouble if they aren't aligned with the Yangs. Besides Su Rongqing, who else would dare take on this hot potato right now? Since Su Mingji stepped forward to speak, let his son investigate. That way, no one else will dare object. You certainly have a lot of confidence in him. Pei Wenxuan unconsciously slowed his pace, his voice cold. Li Rong walked ahead. Hearing his words, she couldn't help laughing. Although the Su clan avoids trouble by remaining neutral, there's still a family of noble integrity. Rongqing is a gentleman. Once something falls into his hands, he won't shrink from responsibility. That sounds very lofty and righteous. Pei Wenxuan's voice was flat. You said the same thing to me in our previous life. Li Rong looked puzzled. She turned back and saw Pei Wenxuan standing still, watching her calmly. In our previous life, when you asked me to save Su Rongqing, you also gave me a whole list of noble reasons. You said the Su clan had been wronged, and if old grievances surfaced later, it would be bad for both me and His Majesty. You said you were saving Su Rongqing for righteousness and nothing else. Pei Wenxuan looked at her. Didn't you? Li Rong said nothing. The April spring breeze was still chilly. Pei Wenxuan quietly questioned her. And what happened afterward? Li Rong remained silent. Seeing his indifferent expression, she suddenly couldn't help laughing. So that's why you dislike him? Pei Wenxuan froze. Li Rong studied his expression and pressed further. Because I lied to you? Pei Wenxuan sneered but didn't answer, which was as good as admitting it. Li Rong raised a hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. I've told you before. At the time, I really did think that way. You don't believe me, so why bring it up now? I'm merely reminding you. Pei Wenxuan spoke coldly. Don't let beauty cloud your judgment. If you fell for him in your previous life and fall for him again in this one, then you're simply foolish. Even if I do, what does it have to do with you? Hearing his reprimanding tone, Li Rong grew irritated. She glared coldly at him. Anyway, you and I will divorce in a few years. In this life, Lord Pei may rest assured. If I ever kill you, it won't be because someone else provoked me. Pei Wenxuan said nothing. His lips pressed tightly together, as though he were extremely angry. Li Rong sneered. We argue every time we meet, and then you end up angry with yourself. You really are. I won't escort you any farther. Go back by yourself. Before Li Rong could finish, Pei Wenxuan finally lost his patience. He strode forward, shoved the palace lantern into Li Rong's hands, turned around, and walked away. Li Rong hadn't expected that even after being reborn and no longer serving as left chancellor, Pei Wenxuan could still have such a temper. Holding the lantern, she stood there stunned. After walking a few steps, Pei Wenxuan seemed to remember something. He turned back, furrowed his brows, and held out his hand. Give me some men. The Yang family's people will probably try to leave the city tonight. He might be angry, but when it came to asking for manpower or money, he never hesitated. Li Rong laughed in exasperation. She pulled out her token and slapped it into Pei Wenxuan's palm. Go choose them yourself. Pei Wenxuan didn't reply. He took the token, turned, and left, heading straight for the princess's manor to gather his men. Li Rong watched his hurriedly retreating figure, feeling both angry and unsure why she was angry. After he had gone far away, she simmered for a while before finally calming herself down. Li Rong's thought. There was no point getting upset over someone like him. Once her emotions settled, she said, let's go. Jinglan and Jinmai exchanged a glance before approaching. Jinmai looked at Li Rong and quietly asked, why did young Master Pei leave? He's sick. Li Rong answered without hesitation. The maids exchanged another look, but didn't dare say more. Walking through the night breeze, Li Rong gradually felt better. She said calmly, let's return to the palace. We'll see him again tomorrow. In truth, Pei Wenxuan's dislike of Su Rongqing wasn't something recent. Even after being reborn, Li Rong knew that wouldn't change. The two had never gotten along from the beginning. Pei Wenxuan found Su Rongqing pretentious and affected, while Su Rongqing never spoke badly of Pei Wenxuan. Yet whenever the two stood together, anyone with eyes could sense the invisible tension between them. This had been true even before Su Rongqing came to Li Rong's side, and afterward, it only grew worse. For a long time, it was essentially a case of Pei Wenxuan being absent whenever Su Rongqing was present, and vice versa. At first, Li Rong had wondered whether Pei Wenxuan still harbored some affection for her and was acting out of jealousy. But as time passed, she realized that while his early hostility towards Su Rongqing might have included some petty jealousy, it eventually became pure resentment. Su Rongqing had achieved fame at a young age, born into a noble and prestigious family with loving parents. Almost every good thing in the world seemed to have been given to him. Pei Wenxuan, also born into a noble household, had instead endured hardship and struggle. From a young age, he'd felt envy whenever he faced Su Rongqing. Later, after finally marrying Li Rong and single-handedly restoring his family's prestige, proving himself to be a capable man, Li Rong still chose Su Rongqing over him. To Pei Wenxuan, that was a profound humiliation. Pei Wenxuan wasn't jealous. He simply despised Su Rongqing. In their earlier years, Pei Wenxuan might have held some fondness for her, but that affection had long since faded with time. Li Rong had always been self-aware. She was never the kind of girl who inspired tender affection. Her relationship with Pei Wenxuan had been one of rivalry and mutual harm as they fought for power. Pei Wenxuan had probably grown thoroughly weary of her long ago. Still, Pei Wenxuan was a decent man at heart. After spending so many years together, and now returning to this life together, he probably felt a sense of shared hardship and sympathy, which was why he had proposed cooperating again. But deep down, both of them had long since seen through all of the other's flaws and harbored little besides disgust. When two people know each other inside and out and come to despise one another, it becomes the most dreadful thing imaginable, because they're all too familiar with each other's weaknesses and methods. Every move strikes at the heart. Every word and every glance can hit the other's most vulnerable spot, pouring salt into old wounds and piercing the heart with words. These were precisely the skills two people who had worn each other down over a lifetime excelled at. Rong leisurely returned to her palace, thinking through the events of the day before settling in for the night. Although her princess's manor had been built many years ago, she had always lived within the palace. Only the steward of the manor, along with the 2,000 guards and servants Li Ming had assigned her, were stationed there as part of her estate. Pei Wenxuan took her token, gathered the necessary men, and stationed them outside the Yang residence throughout the night. Just as Pei Wenxuan had anticipated, nearly all the members of the Yang family attempted to flee during the night, leaving only the elderly matriarch and a few female relatives behind to maintain appearances. Pei Wenxuan's ambush outside the city was like catching turtles in a jar. He captured them one after another, continuing the operation throughout the night. Rong slept soundly until dawn. She rose, washed, dressed, and went early to the entrance of the grand hall. Morning court had not yet begun. Civil and military officials stood outside in small groups, chatting. Rong's arrival drew many curious glances. Although it wasn't uncommon for princesses of Great Xia to participate in politics, they generally didn't attend court unless specially summoned. Thus, her appearance immediately sparked speculation. However, the senior ministers who had witnessed Li Ming's outburst the previous day weren't surprised. They stood calmly in place, not even glancing in Rong's direction. Rong surveyed the crowd, but didn't see the person she was looking for. After waiting for a while, she finally spotted Pei Wenxuan walking toward her, yawning. Given his rank, a minor official like him normally wouldn't even be allowed inside the grand hall. Rong watched as he approached, yawning incessantly. Ignoring the gazes around them, he came to stand beside her, tucked his hands into his sleeves, and muttered, "It's done. Did you sleep at all last night?" Rong looked him up and down. The dark circles under his eyes made it look as though someone had punched him. "You didn't sleep again?" "Thanks to your highness." Pei Wenxuan shook himself awake and appeared somewhat more alert. Another sleepless night. He had barely slept the night before, and the previous day had been tense from beginning to end. Reflecting on this cruel reality, Pei Wenxuan couldn't help adding, "If this continues, your highness won't even need to lift a finger. I'm afraid I won't last much longer." Rong covered her face with her small fan and chuckled. Pei Wenxuan was already accustomed to her taking pleasure in his misery. He merely whispered, "Last night, they moved like ants relocating their nest. All those young masters were rounded up. Since they're one family, they should stay together. Shall we present them all at once today?" "As you wish." Rong's voice was soft. "We'll discuss it after court." As they spoke, they saw Su Mingji leading Su Rongqing into the hall. The Su family enjoyed an excellent reputation at court, and their entrance immediately drew everyone's attention. Su Rongqing followed his father, greeting those around him before taking his place near the front. As soon as Su Rongqing entered, everyone couldn't help looking toward him. Rong was no exception. Noticing her gaze following Su Rongqing as he passed, Pei Wenxuan subtly moved closer and whispered, "Let me remind you, don't say anything reckless just because you see him. His position is still unclear." As they spoke, Su Rongqing glanced over. From a distance, he spotted Rong. He paused briefly in surprise, then smiled and bowed toward her. Rong nodded in return. Beside her, Pei Wenxuan let out a soft scoff. Rong ignored him, unwilling to start another argument. The two stood side by side at the edge of the square as the eunuch's voice rang out, announcing the beginning of court. The officials formed two lines and slowly filed inside amid ceremonial chants. Neither Rong nor Pei Wenxuan held positions allowing them to enter the court hall on their own, so they remained outside and waited for Li Ming to summon them. Feeling drowsy, Pei Wenxuan simply closed his eyes. "I'm going to sleep for a while. Wake me if something happens." Without waiting for Rong's response, he leaned against the wall and promptly fell asleep. The area outside the main hall was quiet and empty, in stark contrast to the lively commotion inside. The tangled voices of court officials served as an excellent lullaby for Pei Wenxuan. He had fallen asleep, standing against the wall. Once asleep, however, he gradually lost control of his posture and began tilting toward Li Rong. Li Rong was lost in thought when she felt Pei Wenxuan slowly leaning closer. He seemed to sense himself losing balance and suddenly jolted awake, hurriedly straightening. Seeing how exhausted he was, Li Rong couldn't help looking disdainful. "Are you really that tired? You try it." Pei Wenxuan snapped irritably from lack of sleep. Li Rong chuckled. "Pei Wenxuan, you're so delicate. And who am I doing this for?" Pei Wenxuan retorted instantly. Then he froze, seemingly embarrassed by his own words. He turned away and grumbled, "You sleep perfectly well. I can't be bothered with you." Li Rong remained silent. Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes again. Moments later, he suddenly heard her say, "Lean on me." Pei Wenxuan ignored her. Then he felt Li Rong shift closer. Their shoulders touched. Her usually cool voice carried a trace of warmth. "I'm steady. Lean against me. You won't fall." Pei Wenxuan pretended not to hear. They stood side by side, leaning against one another. He squinted as the morning light gradually spread over the white jade steps, climbing higher until it bathed both of them in its glow. The sunlight was warm, but it was nothing compared to the heat radiating from Li Rong's shoulder. Utterly exhausted, Pei Wenxuan felt an unusual sense of peace merely standing there. He drifted in and out of sleep, faintly aware of distant voices and birdsong, as though caught inside a dream. Li Rong crossed her arms and listened to the officials debating inside the hall. Li Ming announced that the Yang family had lost 3 cities in succession at the border, shocking the entire court. He demanded that the Yangs be investigated, immediately sparking controversy. Most officials remained silent, while a few argued that Li Ming's demand was unreasonable. The Yang family had a distinguished military record, and with the war still raging on the front lines, it would be unjust to imprison and interrogate the families of frontline soldiers merely because of several defeats. Hearing those officials defend the Yang family, Li Ming sneered coldly. What if the Yang family is accused of deceiving the sovereign, kidnapping a princess, assassinating court officials, and colluding with the enemy? His voice grew colder. Would that be enough to justify an investigation? The hall fell silent. After a long pause, one minister hesitantly asked, "Your Majesty, where did you hear such rumors?" "Summon them." Li Ming raised a hand toward the entrance. Immediately, the eunuch's sharp voice echoed through the hall. "Summon Princess Ping Lu and Pei Wenxuan to enter the court." Hearing their names called, Li Rong turned her head. The young man beside her slowly opened his eyes in the morning light. His features were sharply defined, and from the side, they resembled overlapping mountain peaks. His eyelashes were long. When he opened his eyes, they fluttered like butterfly wings, lightly dancing in the glow. "Let's go." Li Rong smiled faintly, straightened, and walked toward the main hall. Pei Wenxuan watched her slender back and felt momentarily dizzy, a vague sense of disorientation washing over him. After a moment, he snapped back to reality and couldn't help smiling softly. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them again and composed himself before following Li Rong inside. They knelt one after another. "Your daughter pays respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty live 10,000 years. Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty live 10,000 years. Rise." Li Ming raised his hand. Pei Wenxuan read the memorial to them. To bring the Yang family's case into the open, someone naturally had to act as the blade. No one else dared write such a memorial. Pei Wenxuan had already prepared it the previous night. His writing was sharp and merciless, filled with impassioned denunciations of the Yang family's deceit and tyranny, their collusion with enemy nations, and their contempt for law and order. After his scathing accusations, the hall fell silent. A while later, the censorate finally reacted and began arguing with Pei Wenxuan. Watching Pei Wenxuan clash with the censors, Li Rong instinctively took a step back behind him and watched as he took on the entire group alone. Pei Wenxuan was tenacious in life, but even more formidable with words. In the past, that sharp tongue had always been directed at her, leaving her furious both in and out of court. Now, watching him directed against their opponents, Li Rong felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The entire censorate took turns challenging him. Pei Wenxuan held his ground against every one of them. At first, Li Ming considered intervening, but seeing how formidable Pei Wenxuan was, he eventually fell silent and simply sipped tea while listening to the arguments. Li Rong retreated to the side and had tea prepared. After Pei Wenxuan finished his heated debate and coldly demanded, "Do any of the ministers still have objections?" No one answered. Li Rong silently brought him the tea. Pei Wenxuan habitually accepted it and drank. Only after taking a sip did he realize something was wrong. Turning around, he saw Li Rong's smiling eyes. They seemed to say, "Keep going." For some reason, seeing Li Rong like this made Pei Wenxuan feel slightly embarrassed. He pretended to remain calm and turned back toward the ministers who had been arguing with him. In court debates, the goal was often to invoke grand principles and claim the moral high ground. Whether something was practical didn't always matter. As long as one stood firmly upon a foundation of absolute righteousness, no one could easily find fault. Pei Wenxuan was well versed in the methods of court. Now, in the prime of his youth, he spent the entire morning debating these men. His drowsiness vanished completely, and his spirits rose. The opposing ministers either couldn't out-argue him or no longer had the energy to continue. One by one, they conceded. Seeing that things had reached an appropriate point, Li Ming finally said, "Enough. Since everything has been discussed, let it be settled." He then pointed toward three people: Ping Lu, Pei Wenxuan, Su Rongqing. The three stepped forward. Li Ming spoke calmly. "Given that the prestigious Yang family is involved, this case will be presided over by Ping Lu. Pei Wenxuan is promoted to supervisory censor and will assist Ping Lu in the investigation." He turned towards Su Rongqing. "Since both of them are connected to the case, Vice Minister of Justice Su Rongqing will oversee the proceedings." Li Ming looked around. "What do you think, my ministers?" No one spoke. They were too exhausted to argue any longer. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Draft the decree." He continued. "Yang Quan of the Yang family plotted to harm the princess and assassinate a court official. Although the Yang family may avoid the death penalty, they cannot escape punishment. In consideration of the Yang family's past merits, they won't be sent to prison. Once the evidence is gathered, they will be confined within their estate." Li Ming looked up. "Ping Lu, I grant you another 500 men. Will that suffice?" "Thank you, father." Li Rong replied happily. "Your daughter will handle this matter flawlessly." The court officials remained silent. Li Ming appeared weary. He nodded and waved his hand. "Court is dismissed." Everyone bowed and paid their respects as Li Ming departed. After he left, Li Rong stood and glanced at Pei Wenxuan and Su Rongqing beside her. She smiled. "I intend to search the Yang residence now. What are your plans?" "I defer entirely to your highness's arrangements." Pei Wenxuan replied respectfully. Su Rongqing smiled lightly. "As do I." Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan, then at Su Rongqing. For the first time in many years, she saw the two men standing together so harmoniously, both smiling. For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly felt guilty. She cleared her throat and stepped forward. "No time to waste. Let's go." Li Rong hurriedly put some distance between herself and the two men. Su Rongqing and Pei Wenxuan followed behind her. Li Rong couldn't explain why, but her heart was racing wildly. The three left the palace and boarded their carriages. Li Rong, accompanied by Jing Lan and Jinmai, quickly climbed into the front carriage and said to Pei Wenxuan and Su Rongqing, "I'll go ahead. You two may follow shortly." With that, Li Rong entered her carriage. After ordering the manor guards to be dispatched to the entrance of the Yang residence, she quickly lowered the curtain and vigorously fanned herself with her small fan as though she'd been holding her breath for a long time. "What's wrong with the princess?" Jinmai asked while brewing tea, unable to resist laughing at Li Rong's appearance. "Why are you acting like this?" Li Rong shook her head. She took a cup of tea, paused, then let out a long sigh. "I suddenly have some admiration for men with multiple wives and concubines." "Why do you say that, princess?" Jinmai looked puzzled. Li Rong sighed with the relief of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. "My heart was beating too fast. I couldn't bear it." In her previous life, there had been a time when she considered keeping many male companions, preferably ones who looked like Pei Wenxuan and Su Rongqing. She had imagined embracing one on each side every day and thought it might be wonderfully enjoyable. Today, she suddenly realized that having too many people around might not bring happiness after all. At least right now, She felt nothing but fear, panic, and guilt. There wasn't the slightest trace of happiness. While Li Rong's emotions were in turmoil, Pei Wenxuan and Su Rongqing remained exceptionally composed. Sharing a carriage, they passed the time by playing chess. Your marriage to the princess is probably settled, isn't it? Su Rongqing picked up a chess piece, his voice calm. I heard the palace was quite lively last night. Minister Su seems very concerned about the princess's marriage. Who in Huajing isn't? Su Rongqing smiled. Now, Lord Pei is the talk of the capital. Talk of what? Whether I'll marry the princess. Pei Wenxuan placed a piece on the board with a click. Then he looked up at Su Rongqing. Then let me speak frankly, young Master Su. Her Highness the Princess. Pei Wenxuan's expression was calm. I am determined to marry her. Su Rongqing smiled and lightly tapped his fan against his palm. Indeed. However, I'm somewhat curious. He placed a piece on the board. What does Lord Pei think of the princess? Quite good, Pei Wenxuan replied calmly. Eloquent and articulate. Another phrase surfaced in his mind. Pei Wenxuan's thought. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted. Considerate and understanding. Pei Wenxuan's thought. Always stepping precisely on his sore spots. She is an excellent young lady. After praising Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan suddenly felt as though he never wanted to speak again. It seemed uttering those words had drained him of all his strength. Su Rongqing listened and nodded gently. However, I heard Lord Pei was once engaged through a childhood betrothal. How does Lord Pei feel about that young lady? Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan raised his eyes and looked coldly at Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing understood the warning in his gaze. He nodded. I understand. Some people are like the bright moon, admirable, yet beyond one's reach. Minister Su should speak less about Her Highness, Pei Wenxuan said lightly. Otherwise, I may begin wondering who Minister Su's bright moon is. Just a joke, just a joke. Su Rongqing waved his fan. Shall we continue? The two resumed their game. But their moves grew increasingly erratic. Pei Wenxuan eventually lost interest. Young Master Su, I am extremely tired and would like to rest for a while. Please excuse me. Su Rongqing smiled gently. As you wish. Pei Wenxuan acknowledged him, leaned against the side of the carriage, closed his eyes, and drifted to sleep. Before falling asleep, for some reason, his thoughts returned to Li Rong that morning. She had stood beside him and allowed him to lean against her. She had stood firm and steady. Despite her slender frame, which looked as though a gust of wind could carry her away, she hadn't moved at all. Lost in those wandering thoughts, Pei Wenxuan unconsciously allowed a faint smile to appear on his lips. When Pei Wenxuan woke, they had already arrived at the Yang residence. Li Rong had sent people ahead to surround the estate. As he stepped out of the carriage, he saw the Yang family's manor guards facing off against Li Rong's guards. The main gate of the Yang residence was tightly shut. Soldiers on both sides hesitated to act. Li Rong walked toward the guards. Her chief guard, Jiang Ping, stepped forward respectfully. Your Highness, where are the Yang family members? They're inside and refused to come out. Without Your Highness present, I didn't dare act. Li Rong nodded. She looked toward the Yang family's gate, holding her fan against her chest and lightly tapping it against her arm, but said nothing. Su Rongqing and Pei Wenxuan approached. Su Rongqing asked with some confusion, Your Highness, why have the Yang family locked their gates? Li Rong thought for a moment. Fear, perhaps. With that, she turned and beckoned to Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan stepped forward. Your Highness, tell me, if I tried to reason with the Yang family, could you win the argument? No, Pei Wenxuan answered decisively. At court, there is hierarchy, so Your Highness could prevail. But here, in front of the Yang family's gate, the audience consists of commoners. The Yang family enjoys great prestige among the people. Without sufficient evidence, forcibly searching their estate would likely damage our reputation. Since even Pei Wenxuan said they couldn't win, Li Rong abandoned the idea. After thinking for a moment, she turned toward Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping, guard the Yang residents carefully. If they refuse to come out, then they don't need to come out. Jiang Ping acknowledged the order. Li Rong briefly surveyed the surroundings before turning to Su Rongqing. Minister Su, given the current situation, searching the estate isn't appropriate. I intend to retrieve some account books from the Ministry of War. Could Minister Su assist me with this? At Your Highness's command. Su Rongqing replied respectfully. Li Rong nodded. Then I'll trouble Minister Su to coordinate with the Ministry of War first. If they agree to let us examine the accounts, I'll go personally. Su Rongqing acknowledged the order. Li Rong then turned toward Pei Wenxuan. Lord Pei, your servant is here. Lord Pei didn't bring a carriage. Allow me to escort you. Thank you, Your Highness. Pei Wenxuan bowed in gratitude. Following Li Rong's arrangements, he boarded her carriage. After instructing Jiang Ping to treat the Yang family members well, Li Rong lifted the curtain and entered. The two sat on opposite sides as the carriage set off again. Jing Lan and Jing Mei didn't enter. Li Rong poured herself a cup of tea. Pei Wenxuan asked directly, "Where are we going? Why don't you think I'm taking you home?" Li Rong raised an eyebrow. Pei Wenxuan shook his head. "You gained nothing today. You wouldn't go back like this." "Indeed. Someone who has known me for years truly understands me." Li Rong picked up her teacup and gently blew aside the green leaves floating on the surface. "Do you remember Tuobayin?" Pei Wenxuan thought carefully before finally recalling him. "The moneylender you once arrested?" "Correct." Li Rong nodded. "This man frequently travels between the Northwest and Huajing, with businesses spanning several countries. On the surface, he's a merchant. In reality, he makes his living laundering money. Many nobles in Huajing have dealings with him, including the Yang clan." Pei Wenxuan stated it with certainty. Li Rong hummed in acknowledgement. "Although the Yang clan was destroyed by my father back then, the investigation wasn't thorough. Later, when I investigated Tuobayin for Chuaner, I uncovered the Yang family's entire operation. The reason Tuobayin has managed to survive and prosper across several countries isn't simply because he's good at business." Li Rong leaned closer to Pei Wenxuan and lowered her voice. "The most important thing is that he possesses a lifeline. Account books. So you're not truly in a hurry to investigate the Ministry of War's accounts." Pei Wenxuan understood immediately. Li Rong smiled mockingly. "What's the use of checking the Ministry of War's accounts or the Yang family's ledgers? They're examined every year. Could they possibly be genuine? Besides, if we can't obtain evidence ourselves, which of those old foxes in the Ministry of War would dare hand over the account books to us?" She sighed. "We're not like we were before, when a single call could summon 100 responses. Now, no one at court thinks highly of us. It's just the two of us, huddling together for warmth." Listening to Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan analyzed. "If we obtain Tuobayan's money laundering ledgers and cross-reference them with the military accounts from the Northwest and the Yang clan's records, we should be able to trace the flow of funds. Then the charge of embezzling public funds will be almost impossible for the Yang family to escape." Li Rong hummed in agreement. "Now that we've trapped the Yang family members, they'll certainly seek help from the border. When General Yang receives the urgent report from home, he'll probably act immediately and put pressure on His Majesty. If they resign from their posts and territory is lost, the entire court will probably blame us in order to appease the Yang family and beg them to fight properly. At that time, the Crown Prince will be tasked with handling the matter." Pei Wenxuan spoke calmly, as though everything were within his calculations. "We'll invite Qin Lin and Cui Qinghe out of seclusion to accompany the Crown Prince to the front lines. If the front can hold for another half a month, the Rong Kingdom's weapons will be nearly exhausted. That will be the Crown Prince's opportunity to achieve military glory." Qin Lin and Cui Qinghe were the most capable generals under Li Chuan in their previous life. One excelled at strategy, the other excelled at warfare. During Li Chuan's reign, they had nearly pacified the entire north. If they could persuade the two men to emerge from seclusion earlier, with their abilities, combined with the support of the Shangguan clan and Li Chuan, as well as the foresight provided by Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan, dealing with the remnants of the Yang clan in the northwest should be well within their capabilities. Li Rong nodded. "As long as Chuaner keeps the Yang family under control, we can obtain the account books from the northwest. Once we cross-reference the accounts, the Yang family will be finished. For now, our first step is to obtain the money laundering ledgers. With those in hand, when the Yang family puts pressure on the court, we'll have grounds to continue detaining them." "All right." Pei Wenxuan nodded. Then he glanced outside at the bustling crowd, somewhat puzzled. "So where are we going now?" "On the 10th day of every month, Tuobayan's private estate hosts an exclusive gathering for wealthy merchants from various countries." Li Rong reminded him. "Today is the 10th. You want to go there yourself? Pei Wenxuan exclaimed in surprise. Li Rong nodded. I know where he keeps the ledgers. I need to retrieve them. Something like this should be left to the shadow guards. Pei Wenxuan frowned. You're a delicate noblewoman. It's hardly appropriate. Do you think I don't know my own capabilities? Li Rong shot him a glare. His room is filled with mechanisms. To open the door, you have to turn the correct dials, and the labels are written in Persian. She raised an eyebrow. Among our shadow guards, can you find even one who understands Persian? Pei Wenxuan choked back his reply. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly. Fine. What's this? Li Rong laughed and opened her fan, covering half her face. Are you worried about me? I'm worried about myself. Pei Wenxuan glanced at her and replied quickly. If anything happens to you, how could I possibly survive? That's a good way to think. Li Rong nodded. She playfully tapped his chest with her fan. From today onward, Lord Pei, remember this clearly. She smiled. I, Ping Lu, am now your very life. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan's heart couldn't help skipping a beat. He subtly stepped backward, pretending to be annoyed. Stay away from me. Don't use that trick on me. Knowing he disliked her teasing, Li Rong only laughed more brightly. Seeing her smug expression, Pei Wenxuan ignored her and asked, It's a private gathering. How are we getting inside? Don't worry about that. I've already arranged invitations. We'll change our clothes and slip in later. Pei Wenxuan nodded. Reassured by Li Rong's usual thoroughness, he relaxed slightly. Then I'll rest for a while. Wake me when we arrive. Of course. Li Rong pulled a storybook from the side and leaned back leisurely. I'll read while you sleep. Pei Wenxuan acknowledged her and found a place to lie down. Although Li Rong's carriage was comfortable, it still swayed slightly as it traveled. Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes. He caught the faint fragrance drifting from Li Rong nearby. For some reason, he couldn't fall asleep, so he opened his eyes again. Across the small table, he could see Li Rong's red and white gown embroidered with peonies. The wide sleeves and cinched waist emphasized her slender figure, so delicate it seemed possible to encircle it with a single hand. Compared with the gentle curves above, that narrow waist carried an even more captivating allure. Feeling that it was improper to stare, Pei Wenxuan quickly shifted his gaze upward. Then he saw Li Rong's hands. They looked as though they had been carved from flawless white jade, her nails painted crimson. Just seeing them seemed to stir something deep within his heart. Pei Wenxuan furrowed his brows. He realized it had probably been many years since he had properly looked at Li Rong. Only now did he remember that, by nature, Li Rong was a girl who resembled a bewitching spirit. Unlike the other young ladies of Huajing, who prized a slender and elegant beauty, Li Rong had always possessed a dazzling, flamboyant appearance. Enchanting, captivating. For ordinary men, she was far too intimidating to look at directly. They lacked even the courage to meet her gaze. But for someone like Pei Wenxuan, who dared raise his eyes to her, merely looking at her was enough to stir those unspeakable thoughts hidden deep within. No one would think of admiring her from afar like a painting. Instead, they would want to draw closer, to possess her, to pull her into their arms and become the only person reflected in her eyes. That contradictory charm made her both radiant and lonely. Few dared approach her. Few dared look directly at her. And fewer still dared accompany her. Pei Wenxuan gazed at her, his thoughts drifting for a moment. Li Rong noticed that he wasn't asleep. She turned a page and asked lightly, Can't sleep? Caught staring, Pei Wenxuan didn't seem embarrassed. He candidly replied, Somehow, I'm exhausted but unable to sleep. Shall I keep you company and chat? Li Rong set down her book and looked at him. Pei Wenxuan turned over and studied her warily. Do you want something from me? Indeed. Li Rong brushed her sleeves, straightened her robes, and leaned against the small table. She smiled at Pei Wenxuan. I simply want to know, Lord Pei, why you absolutely had to kill Yang Quan. I've been thinking. Li Rong's expression became serious. Actually, Lord Pei didn't necessarily need to kill Yang Quan in order to marry me. If all you wanted was this marriage, there were many other ways to accomplish it. But now that you've killed Yang Quan, either you die or the Yang family falls. She looked directly at him. What exactly are you seeking by doing all this? Pei Wenxuan remained silent. Li Rong waited quietly. Eventually, he slowly spoke. Don't you want military power? Li Rong raised an eyebrow. Pei Wenxuan lifted his gaze to meet hers. If you want it, I'll give it to you. What of it? Hearing this, Rong froze for a moment. Then she hesitated. I don't think the friendship between Lord Pei and me is strong enough to bear such a heavy gift. This has nothing to do with our friendship. Pei Wenxuan chuckled. I simply don't want to relive my previous life. With that, he turned to look outside the window and spoke softly. I don't want the Yang family to remain and continue causing trouble, forcing the emperor and the Yangs to fight each other until the Rong kingdom profits, costing us 5 cities and leaving me to clean up the mess as prime minister. I don't want the crown prince to nearly be deposed by his majesty again because he lacks military power. I don't want us to meet in prison again, with you bidding me farewell and telling me that, if necessary, I could even cut off your head myself. Pei Wenxuan turned toward Rong. His expression was earnest. Since life has begun again, I think I can live it better this time. Rong said nothing. She opened and closed her small fan in her hand. After a long while, she laughed softly. Lowering her head, she said gently, in the end, Prime Minister Pei is still paving his own path. Just now, you said it was for me. She lifted her eyes toward him, her phoenix eyes brimming with allure. Hearing that, Rong smiled. I almost felt moved. Oh, Pei Wenxuan looked up, appearing quite honored. So that's all it takes to move your highness? Then go ahead and be moved. He jokingly added, if your highness is moved by this humble official, I can at least guarantee that I absolutely won't kill your highness. Rong laughed mockingly. I'm afraid that when the time comes, if I want your life, you'll still insist that I accompany you in death. Just like in their previous life. The moment he believed she had killed him, he immediately sent someone to deliver poison to her. Unfortunately, she had acted one step earlier, so she never had the opportunity to personally drink the poison he had prepared. Rong, let me tell you something. Pei Wenxuan reclined on the couch, one hand propping up his head while the other rested on his bent knee. He looked at Rong seriously. I'll make a bet with you. If you can truly develop genuine feelings for me. His gaze remained steady. I'll give you my life. But, Your Highness the Princess. Pei Wenxuan leaned forward, closing the distance between them until they were only inches apart. Rong could even feel their breaths mingling. Yet there wasn't the slightest trace of intimacy in the air. Pei Wenxuan's eyes remained clear and lucid as he looked at her. Then he whispered softly, all these years, have you ever genuinely loved anyone? Author's note. Rong, hand over your life. Chapter 21. Rong gazed into Pei Wenxuan's eyes, listening to his question, which seemed both playful and earnest. After a long while, she gave a light laugh. Lord Pei asks such a strange question. How could I have never been sincere? For every handsome man, I have indeed harbored sincerity. Does your highness know what sincerity truly means? Pei Wenxuan pressed further. Rong lightly tapped her small fan against her palm and replied, what kind of sincerity does Lord Pei believe it to be? In my humble opinion, sincerity means placing that person in your heart, trusting them, cherishing them, asking for nothing in return, and fearing no future. Wholehearted and flawless, devoted to one person for a lifetime. Your Highness claims to have been sincere, but I wonder, to whom have you given such a heart? Hearing this, Rong pursed her lips and smiled, lowering her head as though amused. Pei Wenxuan frowned. What is your highness laughing at? Pei Wenxuan. Rong raised her head, covering half her face with a golden fan, her eyes filled with teasing. I never expected that, at your age, you would still harbor such youthful dreams. At these words, Pei Wenxuan's expression stiffened. Then he composed himself, turned away calmly, placed his hands behind his head, and said indifferently, it is simply that your highness has never considered such matters. Indeed, Rong replied with a smile. I lack Prime Minister Pei's leisure and elegance to ponder such things. Truly, one who has guarded a single affection for a lifetime. She nodded. Such childlike sincerity is admirable. Hearing the sarcasm in her words, Pei Wenxuan opened his mouth to say something, but felt that whether he explained himself or argued back, it would seem as though he were conceding defeat. So he swallowed his words, turned away, and pretended to sleep, saying nothing more. Seeing him turn his back to her, Rong lightly tapped her fan and slowly let her smile fade. When it came to matters of affection, She and Pei Wenxuan were vastly different. She was calculating and resolute in love, always giving back less than she received, ensuring that between two people, there was always a clear distinction between you and me. She was stingy with her emotions, demanding much in return, afraid to give, yet desiring wholehearted devotion. Pei Wenxuan, on the other hand, was far more generous. Once he determined where his affection lay, he would give everything to that person. He could love Qin Jinjin for a lifetime, even if she married someone else and never reciprocated his feelings. He could silently guard that affection, devoting himself wholeheartedly. Even nearly 27 years after Qin Jinjin's death, he could remain chaste in her memory, honoring her spirit. Back then, she had broken things off with Pei Wenxuan decisively. Part of the reason was that she could not tolerate the slightest impurity in her own feelings after misplacing her affections. Another part was that she had vaguely sensed Pei Wenxuan might not have been entirely indifferent to her. But having first pledged his affection to Qin Jinjin, he could not allow himself to love another. They each had their own stubbornness. Looking back now, that deeply ingrained obstinacy had long destined them never to be together, even without Qin Jinjin. Her sincerity was too scarce. Even if she offered Pei Wenxuan everything she had, to him, it would always be an unequal affection. Even if he accepted it, she herself would struggle to find balance. She and Su Rongqing were different. Su Rongqing and she were more alike. Born into noble families, genuine feelings were already rare in their world. Before them stood power, family, life, and death. To offer even a sliver of true emotion amid all that was everything. Rong did not need someone to give her much. If they could give her everything they had, that was enough. So even though she knew Su Rongqing might kill her, and even though she knew there might be layers of schemes and hatred between them, she never resented him. Because Su Rongqing had given her all the sincerity he could offer, and he had given it to her alone. As for Pei Wenxuan, even if he had never done anything to her in her past life, and had never truly betrayed her, when it came to matters of the heart, she always felt that Pei Wenxuan fell short. The carriage rocked and swayed. Rong closed her eyes and dozed for a while. A short while later, the carriage suddenly came to a stop. A shadow guard lifted the curtain and jumped into the carriage, whispering, "Your Highness, the invitation has been obtained." With that, the shadow guard handed over the invitation, a detailed document recording the identities of the two individuals, and a set of clothes. It was obtained from the crown prince's side. They are said to be a wealthy merchant couple from Yangzhou who deal in silk. Not many people should recognize them. Good. Rong flipped through the invitation, confirmed the names, and nodded. "You may go, Your Highness." The shadow guard hesitated for a moment. Tuoba Yan's network of connections is extremely complex. His estate may not be very safe. Are you truly willing to take such a risk? "It's fine," Rong said calmly. "I've brought signal flares. If anything happens, you can surround the estate directly." Seeing Rong's determination, the shadow guard acknowledged her order and left. Beside her, Pei Wenxuan was still sound asleep. Rong tapped him with her fan and shooed him out. "I'm changing clothes. Go outside." Pei Wenxuan opened his eyes in confusion. He seemed to have genuinely fallen asleep and was not fully awake after being so suddenly roused. Seeing him like this, Rong couldn't help but smile. Even in his youth, he loved to linger in bed. When they first married, waking him every morning to attend court had been a difficult task. Rong gently waved her small fan and said softly, "What? After all these years, Minister Pei still hasn't shaken off his habit of sleeping in." Hearing Rong's question, Pei Wenxuan became more alert. He sat up, shook his head, then deftly rolled up the curtain and said calmly, "Call me when you're done changing." Then he jumped out of the carriage. After changing her clothes and stepping out, Rong saw that the attendants nearby had already prepared a merchant-style carriage. This carriage was neither as luxurious nor as spacious as Rong's, and many of its features adhered to the regulations governing merchants. Rong boarded the carriage and waited for a while before Pei Wenxuan joined her. The two sat inside. Rong took out the document detailing the couple's life story and reviewed it with Pei Wenxuan. Only then did Pei Wenxuan ask, "What do we do once we arrive at the villa?" Tuoba Yan's secret chamber is built in the backyard. After we enter, You first approach Tuoba Yin and find a way to have him lead us into the backyard. I'll excuse myself to use the restroom and make my way to the secret chamber. Once I retrieve the ledger, we'll leave. How do I get him to lead us into the backyard? Pei Wenxuan frowned. Li Rong shot him a glance. Figure it out yourself. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at Tuoba Yan's villa. The estate stood on the outskirts of Huajing, nestled against mountains and water, and was exceptionally large. The two alighted from the carriage to find the area bustling with activity. Despite the late hour, it was extremely lively. Even at the entrance, the sounds of silk strings and bamboo flutes could already be heard. Li Rong followed Pei Wenxuan, and the two presented their invitation. With the shadow guards disguised as servants accompanying them, they approached the entrance. After the doorman verified their invitation, they were escorted into the courtyard. Upon entering the villa, they saw a diverse crowd, with people of various nationalities and styles of dress mingling together. Persian dancers came and went, and even many women from Great Xia wore Persian dance costumes as they accompanied others along the corridors. In such a place of indulgence, Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan walked with upright postures, making them appear somewhat out of place. Among these merchants, Pei Wenxuan seemed far too upright and dignified. Coupled with his handsome appearance and the stunningly beautiful Li Rong following behind him, they attracted many gazes. Pei Wenxuan sensed the awkwardness and was about to do something when he felt Li Rong reach out and hook her arm through his, leaning against him as she cooed. You walk so fast. I can barely keep up. Pei Wenxuan stiffened slightly, but quickly regained his composure. He smiled gently, as though doting on her. You're right, my dear. It was my fault. With her arm linked through his and smiles on both their faces, they blended in much better with their surroundings. Although Pei Wenxuan still seemed somewhat out of place in this environment, Li Rong's charming allure and his slightly softened demeanor made them appear like an elegant merchant and his wife, drawing less attention. After all, aside from merchants, few respectable families would marry such an improper woman. The attendant led them into the room, where they immediately heard loud laughter. Li Rong glanced up and saw a man with thick eyebrows and a heavy beard sitting at the head of the room. He had a dancer in his arms as he laughed and chatted with the others. The attendant escorted the two forward and announced to Tuoba Yin, Master, this is Master Wang and his wife from the Wang family silk shop in Yangzhou. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong bowed to Tuoba Yin and respectfully addressed him. Sixth Master. Tuoba Yin was the sixth in his family, and because his foreign name was inconvenient to address in Great Xia, people called him Sixth Master. Tuoba Yin looked the two of them up and down, his gaze lingering on Li Rong for a moment longer before he laughed. Brother Wang, I didn't expect you and your wife to be so young. I thought you were an old man. Come, take a seat. With that, Tuoba Yin pointed to a nearby seat and had someone fill their cups with wine. Come, have a drink. The Rong people loved wine, and Pei Wenxuan did not refuse. He downed his cup in one go. Seeing Pei Wenxuan's boldness, Tuoba Yan's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Brother Wang, who looks so refined, to be such a man. Come, let's have a drink together. Having won Tuoba Yan's favor, Pei Wenxuan immediately engaged him in lively conversation. The two drank and chatted as they went. When Pei Wenxuan ignored someone, he could infuriate them and make them think he was utterly uninteresting. But when he deliberately sought to get close to someone, his broad knowledge allowed him to pick up any topic with ease. The two hit it off immediately. Pei Wenxuan kept drinking while Li Rong poured wine for them. After a few rounds, Tuoba Yin and Pei Wenxuan began addressing each other as brothers. Seeing that the time was right, Li Rong gave Pei Wenxuan a meaningful look. Pei Wenxuan caught her signal, his expression unchanged as he continued chatting and laughing with Tuoba Yin. Gradually, the topic shifted to flowers and plants. I have a fondness for flowers and plants, particularly peonies. In the past, I spent a fortune acquiring several varieties of Wei purple, which I cultivated in my courtyard. When they bloom, their beauty is truly breathtaking, a sight of unparalleled elegance. I wonder, elder brother, do you have any particular favorites? Among merchants, discussions of rare treasures were commonplace, whether antiques, paintings, exotic flowers, or rare birds. Wealthy merchants often collected such things, let alone a tycoon like Tuoba Yin. Hearing Pei Wenxuan mention flowers, Tuoba Yin laughed heartily. Younger brother, you haven't seen truly fine peonies. What is Wei purple worth? Come. Tuoba Yin stood up. Let this elder brother take you to the courtyard and show you what it truly means for flowers to captivate the capital in their season of bloom. What treasures does elder brother possess? Pei Wenxuan smiled. Though I may not match elder brother's immense wealth, I have seen countless varieties of flowers and plants. For elder brother to speak so highly of them, I fear you may have been deceived, lacking in experience. Hearing Pei Wenxuan's words, Tuoba Yin was somewhat displeased. Grabbing Pei Wenxuan, he said, Come, follow me and see whether I've been deceived. Elder brother, slow down. As Pei Wenxuan was pulled along by Tuoba Yin, he glanced back at Rong. Madam, hurry and catch up. Elder brother, don't rush. Take it slow. As Pei Wenxuan walked alongside Tuoba Yin, Rong rose with a smile and said to the maid beside her, Sixth master truly has an impatient temperament. The maid smiled gently. The master has always been this way. With that, Rong led her attendants after them. Following the maid, she accompanied Pei Wenxuan and Tuoba Yin to the rear courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Rong quickly scanned her surroundings. The courtyard was exactly as she remembered, with no significant changes. In the past, when she investigated Tuoba Yin, she had combed through every inch of this place and was intimately familiar with it. Noticing that there were still people in the courtyard, she couldn't help but ask, Are there still people in the rear courtyard? Many at the banquet have had too much to drink, the maid explained with a smile. If they are close friends of the master, they are brought to the rear courtyard to rest. Rong nodded, her mind already forming a plan. As she considered the route, she gradually slowed her pace. After a moment, a troubled expression appeared on her face. The maid beside her noticed the change in her demeanor and asked, Is something the matter, madam? I need to relieve myself. I wonder where. Hearing Rong's question, the maid promptly replied, Madam, please follow me. Rong nodded, then turned to give instructions to the others. Anxiang will accompany me. The rest of you, follow the master. The other three acknowledged her order, leaving only the female attendant Anxiang to accompany Rong. The two followed the maid toward the eastern privy. As they walked, Rong calculated the distance to the rockery. When they reached the most suitable spot, she gave Anxiang a meaningful glance. Anxiang swiftly struck twice with the edge of her hand, knocking the two maids walking ahead unconscious. Rong and Anxiang dragged the unconscious maids to a hidden spot, quickly changed into their clothes, and headed directly for the rockery. Behind the rockery, Rong entered a cave and felt her way forward from memory. Soon, she stepped on a hollow spot. Crouching down, she pressed a nearby button and said to Anxiang, Sword. Anxiang handed the sword to Rong, who inserted it into the ground and pried open an iron plate. Beneath it was a staircase. Anxiang retrieved the sword and said, I will go down first. With that, Anxiang nimbly jumped down. Shortly afterward, a few muffled sounds came from below, and Anxiang called out, Your Highness, it's safe now. Rong acknowledged her and descended. Below was a dungeon, with the guards already lying unconscious on the ground. Rong ignored the prisoners inside and headed straight for the side door. On the door was a rotating knob, beside which were Persian inscriptions. Rong gestured toward Anxiang with her chin. Go fetch the guard's token for me. Anxiang complied, retrieving the token from the guard. The door required a passphrase, the Persian translation of the name of the guard on duty that day. Having obtained the guards' names, Rong translated them into Persian, aligned the knob with the corresponding Persian inscription, and the door swung open. Beyond the door was a tiny room, its four walls lined with bookshelves densely packed with ledgers. Tuoba Yin had arranged these accounts according to a specific pattern. Drawing on her memory of Tuoba Yin's habits, Rong quickly located the Yang family's ledger. She pulled it out and flipped through it briefly to confirm that it was the correct one, then tucked it into her sleeve. Let's go. Anxiang acknowledged her. After Rong securely closed the door, they retraced their steps to the rockery. Not long after emerging, they heard shouts from behind. Two maidservants ahead. Catch them. Hearing this, Rong realized that the two unconscious maidservants must have been discovered. She instructed Anxiang, split up. Then she dashed toward the guest quarters. Anxiang stayed behind. briefly obstructing their pursuers before heading in another direction. Rong sprinted down the corridor, desperate to reach the front courtyard and escape. The sounds of pursuit grew louder behind her, and her heart pounded. Hearing them closing in, she hurriedly rounded a corner and raced forward. Suddenly, the door to a guest room beside her swung open. Someone yanked her inside and shut the door. One hand covered her mouth, while the other wrapped around her waist. Rong leaned against him as he pressed himself against the door. She could clearly feel his warmth, and his familiar, subtle scent filled her senses. She froze, not daring to move. Outside, the pursuers shouted as they ran past. He lowered his head, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered softly, "It's me, Your Highness." Chapter 22. Hearing that voice, Rong was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing it was Su Rongqing. Why was he here? The question flashed through Rong's mind, but at the same time, she relaxed. Since it was Su Rongqing, there shouldn't be any immediate danger. Neither of them spoke as the pursuers hurried past outside. Su Rongqing released Rong, quickly stepped back, and bowed deeply. "The situation was urgent, and I have offended Your Highness. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." Rong nodded. She glanced around the room. It appeared to be a guest chamber. Su Rongqing looked different from usual. His hair was disheveled, his robes were loose, and he looked like someone who had attended the banquet and come here to rest after drinking. Rong gripped her fan thoughtfully. She had specifically instructed Su Rongqing to go to the Ministry of War to retrieve the account books. Not only had he failed to go there, but he had come here instead. Yet, given Tuoba Yan's way of doing things, Su Rongqing shouldn't have had any dealings with him. She wasn't sure how to ask and was still considering her words when Su Rongqing spoke first. "Your Highness, earlier, while I was in this guest chamber, I heard a commotion outside. A servant mentioned that a maid had been knocked unconscious, and they suspected someone had infiltrated the premises. They are currently searching everywhere. Just now, I saw Your Highness being pursued, so I guess that the person who knocked out the maid must have been Your Highness. Tonight, Tuoba Yan's residence is filled with many distinguished guests, so his men likely won't dare search too aggressively for now. Your Highness, why not change into this outfit and allow me to escort you out of the residence? As for your other questions, Your Highness can discuss them with me in detail on the way." Su Rongqing's arrangements were thorough, and Rong did not hesitate. "Very well." Su Rongqing turned around and promptly presented a set of Persian dancer's attire, lowering his gaze respectfully. "I must ask Your Highness to condescend to wear this outfit temporarily so that I may lead you out discreetly." The Persian dancer's attire included a veil. By changing into it, Rong could openly follow Su Rongqing out. She was not one to fuss over clothing, so she agreed, took the outfit, and went behind the screen. Su Rongqing turned his back as Rong asked softly from behind the screen, "Why are you here?" I suspected that retrieving the account books from the Ministry of War would be meaningless at this point, so I wanted to try a different approach. Tuoba Yan is closely connected with the nobility of Huajing, and rumors say that most of the illicit money in Huajing passes through his hands. In the past, while investigating other cases, the Ministry of Justice had me make contact with Tuoba Yan, and we developed some rapport. So, to investigate the Yang family's accounts, I came here to try my luck. I never expected to encounter Your Highness. By the time Su Rongqing finished speaking, Rong had changed into the outfit. As she adjusted her veil and stepped out, she remarked calmly, "You are quite thoughtful." Hearing this, Su Rongqing turned around, about to say something. But when he lifted his gaze, he froze. The Persian dancer's attire was quite revealing, and on a woman as stunning and charming as Rong, it accentuated her beauty even more than her palace robes. The short top and long skirt, adorned with beads at the waist, partially concealed her figure, yet the curve of her waist swayed with every movement, making it difficult to look away. "Minister Su?" Rong asked, noticing Su Rongqing's dazed expression. "Shall we not go?" Su Rongqing snapped back to reality at her words, forcibly averting his gaze as he stepped aside. "Your Highness, please." With that, Su Rongqing opened the door and led Rong out. While Rong was occupied, Pei Wenxuan accompanied Tuoba Yan through the courtyard, admiring the flowers. Pei Wenxuan calculated how much time Rong would need and guided Tuoba Yan away from the rockery, heading in the opposite direction. After walking for a while, Pei Wenxuan noticed what appeared to be torchbearers running in the distance. Sensing trouble, he spotted a waterside pavilion ahead and exclaimed admiringly, "The scenery here is splendid, but it's a shame there's no wine. In my courtyard, how could there be no wine?" Tuoba Yin laughed heartily, pointing toward the pavilion ahead and pulling Pei Wenxuan along. "Come, brother. Let me take you to the waterside pavilion for a drink." Tuoba Yin had already drunk quite a bit and stumbled as he walked. Pei Wenxuan had a decent tolerance for alcohol, but after drinking all evening, he too was beginning to feel unwell. He forced himself to keep up with Tuoba Yin as they entered the pavilion. Sure enough, wine had been prepared inside. Pei Wenxuan smiled. "This amount of wine is far from enough. Go," he said, turning to instruct a servant, "Fetch more wine. I wish to drink heartily with my elder brother." The guard acknowledged the order and went to retrieve more wine. Knowing that Rong likely didn't have much time left, Pei Wenxuan poured wine for Tuoba Yin and remarked leisurely, "Elder brother, your tolerance for alcohol seems rather lacking." "Nonsense," Tuoba Yin retorted, displeased. "I've traveled across many countries, and few have been able to outdrink me. Then let's make a wager. I'll drink 2 cups for every one of yours, and we'll see who falls first. How about it? You underestimate me too much." Tuoba Yin picked up the wine pot and filled a cup. After downing it in one gulp, he poured another cup for Pei Wenxuan, slammed it onto the table, and shouted, "Drink." Pei Wenxuan remained expressionless and drank it all in one go. The two drank quickly and intensely. Pei Wenxuan felt his insides churning, his face turning pale, while Tuoba Yin, after 3 cups, could no longer hold on and rushed toward the edge of the pavilion. Pei Wenxuan gave a meaningful glance to a nearby guard, then stood as if to help Tuoba Yin. Understanding Pei Wenxuan's intention, the guard immediately stepped forward as though to assist, inadvertently blocking the path and view of Tuoba Yin's guards. Pei Wenxuan reached Tuoba Yin's side and gave him a slight push. Tuoba Yin plunged straight into the lake. Pei Wenxuan cried out in alarm, "Sixth Master!" Chaos erupted instantly. Tuoba Yin's guards hurriedly jumped into the water to rescue him. Pei Wenxuan urged anxiously, "Save him! Hurry and save him!" As he spoke, Pei Wenxuan felt increasingly nauseous. He turned and leaned against the pavilion, vomiting. The commotion alerted the steward stationed nearby. The steward rushed over and exclaimed, "How could they drink themselves into such a state?" Seeing Pei Wenxuan leaning against the pavilion and vomiting violently, he quickly added, "Bring water immediately and escort Master Wang to the guest room." At his command, servants hurried forward, offering Pei Wenxuan water to rinse his mouth, while others fished Tuoba Yin out of the lake. After Pei Wenxuan rinsed his mouth, he leaned weakly against a servant, seemingly exhausted. The steward bowed respectfully and said, "My lord, you are heavily intoxicated tonight and have startled Master Wang. I hope you will forgive this disturbance. If you don't mind, why not stay in the mansion tonight and return tomorrow?" "No need." Pei Wenxuan shook his head and waved his hand. "It's getting late, and I have official business in the city early tomorrow morning. Please have someone inform my wife. I'll return to the carriage first and wait for her so we can go home together." As they spoke, Tuoba Yin was pulled out of the water. Pei Wenxuan quickly added, "Sir, you should go check on Sixth Master immediately." "I'll be fine." The steward, preoccupied with Tuoba Yin, nodded without further comment. Pei Wenxuan exchanged a glance with his guards and slipped away amid the chaos. Not long after leaving, just as Pei Wenxuan passed through the corridor, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd and fell in step behind his guards, whispering with her head bowed, "Sir, I became separated from Her Highness while fleeing." She went toward the guest quarters. Having just vomited, Pei Wenxuan felt somewhat clearer-headed, yet a throbbing headache persisted, and his insides churned violently. Suppressing his discomfort, he was about to issue orders when he spotted Su Rongqing, dressed in loose robes and holding a folding fan, with a dancing girl in his arms. After saying something to the guards at the rear courtyard gate, Su Rongqing walked out with a smile. "Let's go." Upon seeing Su Rongqing, Pei Wenxuan immediately followed him. Anxiang whispered softly, "Her Highness." "She's fine." Pei Wenxuan quickened his pace, leading his men as they trailed Su Rongqing out of the rear courtyard. Upon reaching the front courtyard, The atmosphere instantly became lively, with people bustling everywhere. Pei Wenxuan caught a fleeting glimpse of Su Rongqing leading Li Rong by the arm before they turned a corner and disappeared down the corridor. His head pounded fiercely, yet his steps remained urgent. He struggled to maintain his composure, ensuring no one noticed his distress while simultaneously pursuing the figures ahead. Around him, fleeting scenes of revelry passed by. The sounds of strings, flutes, and music filled the air. Dancers' sheer veils fluttered in the breeze, occasionally brushing against passers-by and carrying fragrant gusts with them. For a moment, Pei Wenxuan felt as though he were trapped in a prolonged dream, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Yet he knew with perfect clarity that the person beside Su Rongqing was Li Rong, and he had to catch up to her and bring her back. It was an inexplicable obsession, deeply rooted yet emerging silently. His steps grew increasingly hurried, and he occasionally caught brief glimpses of the two ahead, laughing and walking intimately together. He lost track of time and distance until they finally reached a less crowded area. Abruptly, he called out to the figures ahead, "Rong Rong." Hearing Pei Wenxuan's voice behind her, Li Rong stopped instantly. Turning around, she saw the young master dressed in blue and white robes, a jade crown adorned with pearls upon his head, gazing at her beneath the lantern light. He seemed to have searched for her for a long time, yet the moment she looked back, the restless urgency of his pursuit settled into calm. Persian dancers excelled at the swirling Huxian dance, and their lively, joyous melodies mingled with distant applause and laughter. Yet here in the corridor, illuminated by candlelight, Pei Wenxuan was enveloped in a tranquility akin to moonlight. He strode toward her and stopped before her. His outer robe, still carrying his warmth, arced through the air and settled gently over her shoulders, shielding her skin from the cool night breeze. He seemed intoxicated, barely able to stand steadily. Placing his hands on Li Rong's shoulders, he spoke with the scent of wine on his breath, frowning as he asked, "Shall we return?" "All right." Li Rong smiled. Glancing at Su Rongqing standing nearby, she nodded. "Minister Su, we shall meet another day." Su Rongqing offered a faint smile, clasped his hands before him, and bowed. "Until we meet again." With that, Li Rong gently removed Pei Wenxuan's hands and walked ahead. "Let's go." Pei Wenxuan forced himself to follow her. His guards waited some distance away down the corridor and hurried to join them as they moved. Unwilling to appear inferior before Su Rongqing, driven by an inexplicable pride, for he had always felt compelled to compete with Su Rongqing, Pei Wenxuan refused any assistance. Li Rong walked ahead of him. After a few steps, noticing that Pei Wenxuan seemed to be struggling as he followed behind her, she glanced sideways at him. Recalling his stubborn habit of always competing with Su Rongqing, she found it both amusing and somewhat exasperating. She cleared her throat softly and reminded him in a low voice, "Following behind me like this, don't you think it makes me, a mere dancer, appear far too arrogant and conspicuous?" Pei Wenxuan looked up at her. Li Rong had expected him to say something, perhaps to stubbornly hold out a little longer. She was even prepared to reason with him further. But to her surprise, Pei Wenxuan simply strode forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and pulled her into his embrace. His warmth shielded her from the chill of the night breeze. Wrapped in his outer garment, Li Rong smiled as they strolled along the corridor together. "You drank quite a bit tonight, didn't you?" Pei Wenxuan remained silent. Li Rong continued, "But don't worry. Your drinking wasn't in vain. We've obtained the account books. Tomorrow, we'll start looking for Qin Lin. When the Yang family puts pressure on the court, we'll have Chuaner take Qin Lin to handle matters at the front lines." Pei Wenxuan still didn't respond. Li Rong glanced at him and noticed his extremely unpleasant expression. She raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Has your dislike for Su Rongqing reached the point where you're upset even when I speak to him?" Pei Wenxuan shot her a glare. Together, they stepped over the threshold and left Tuoba Yan's courtyard. Li Rong spoke slowly. "You're not a child anymore. Don't act like one. What happened in the past doesn't matter. What matters now is whether he can be of use." Before she could finish, Pei Wenxuan suddenly released her, rushed to a nearby tree, and leaned against it as he began retching violently. Li Rong was startled. Only then did she realize that Pei Wenxuan's silence earlier had been because he was trying not to vomit. Pei Wenxuan knelt on the ground, retching as though trying to expel his very insides. Panicked, Li Rong quickly crouched beside him, patted his back, and ordered the nearby attendants, "Go, fetch some water from the carriage." As the attendants hurried to retrieve water, Pei Wenxuan finished vomiting and collapsed forward, utterly exhausted. Li Rong hastily pulled him toward her, and Pei Wenxuan leaned heavily against her, resting his head on her shoulder. The smell of alcohol washed over her, and Li Rong wrinkled her nose. Just then, the attendants returned with water. Li Rong quickly helped Pei Wenxuan drink. After he had rested against her shoulder for a moment, she asked softly, "Feeling better?" Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes, taking a moment to recover. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse. His first words were, "That bastard Su Rongqing. What kind of ridiculous outfit did he make you wear?" Li Rong's silence. Expressionless, she continued giving him water and said calmly, "Rinse your mouth again. I don't like what you're saying." Author's note. Li Rong, your breath is too strong. I can't stand it. Pei Wenxuan's silence. Chapter 23. After Li Rong finished speaking, she raised her hand and poured water into Pei Wenxuan's mouth. Pei Wenxuan nearly choked to death. Struggling to push the cup away, he exclaimed urgently, "What are you doing? Feeling more energetic now?" Li Rong stood up with a smile and said to the people beside her, "Help him up. We're leaving." With that, Li Rong boarded the carriage first, while the others helped Pei Wenxuan inside before stepping back. The carriage set off with a steady clip-clop. Li Rong sat on the seat, dressed in a dancer's attire and draped in Pei Wenxuan's robe, her posture poised and elegant. There was an indescribable, subtle charm in her every movement. When Pei Wenxuan entered the carriage and saw Li Rong's appearance, his expression froze for a moment before he averted his gaze, pretending not to have noticed anything. He sat opposite Li Rong, closed his eyes, and lay down. "Aren't you going to ask where I'm taking you?" Seeing Pei Wenxuan playing dead, Li Rong asked with a smile. Pei Wenxuan didn't open his eyes and replied calmly, "At any rate, you won't be taking me to my death." "So confident?" Li Rong chuckled softly. "You seem to trust me quite a bit now. You could kill me right now, then go off and marry tomorrow. Maybe you could wear this Persian dancer's outfit for a long, long time." Hearing Pei Wenxuan's disdain for the outfit, Li Rong couldn't help but glance down at herself before saying, "I think this outfit looks quite nice. Why do you have so many opinions about it?" Just as Pei Wenxuan was about to speak, Li Rong immediately warned him, "Don't you dare mention vulgarity to me. I remember when I was young and wore this outfit. You told me it suited me well and had a unique charm." These words left Pei Wenxuan speechless, unable to spit out or swallow what he had been about to say. After holding back for a long while, he finally replied, "I don't think it's appropriate now." Li Rong sneered mockingly. "Pei Wenxuan, you were quite the dashing young man in your youth, but now you're no different from those old fuddy-duddies." In their youth, Pei Wenxuan wasn't like Su Rongqing, who was widely known as a refined and charming gentleman. The outside world often described Pei Wenxuan as somewhat taciturn, dull, and even rigid. But in truth, he would accompany her to see the lanterns during the Lantern Festival, watch her dress as a Persian dancer, veil her face, and join the crowd to dance. At such times, he would even smile and praise her, saying no one looked more beautiful than she did. After the dancing, when the cold wind blew, he would quietly place his hand on her shoulder, using his wide sleeves to shield her from the chill. Then she would blink and ask him, "Aren't you angry?" Pei Wenxuan would glance sidelong at the person in his arms with a half-smile. "Seeing the peony in full bloom in Huajing, I'm overjoyed. Why would I be angry?" Li Rong would raise an eyebrow, and Pei Wenxuan would know it was a warning not to tease her. So he would straighten his expression and say gently, "I was a little unhappy at first, but seeing you happy, I find I'm not unhappy at all. And, to be fair, everything belonging to your highness is yours. I shouldn't comment on it. I should simply be here to accompany you." Pleased by these words, Li Rong asked, "Everything of mine is mine, but what about you?" Seeing the joy dancing in Li Rong's eyes, Pei Wenxuan twirled his fan, held the girl close, and walked through the bustling streets of Huajing, shielding Li Rong from the surrounding crowd as he smiled and said, "Aside from duty, family, and old friends, everything of Pei Wenxuan belongs to your highness." Duty, family, and old friends, Li Rong recited, somewhat displeased. Apart from those, what else do you have left? If none of those are excluded, Pei Wenxuan said helplessly, then my life would consist only of your highness. Wouldn't that make me disloyal, unfilial, and unjust? Would your highness like such a person? Li Rong thought about it and realized she wouldn't like that either. Deep down, she also understood that if such affection truly existed, she wouldn't be able to bear it. She had spoken in jest, but Pei Wenxuan was always earnest in his words, so she didn't press him further and simply stopped walking. Seeing her stop, Pei Wenxuan turned to look at her. Li Rong spread her arms and lifted her chin slightly. Fine. Since you can give so much of yourself to me, I'll reluctantly be a little nicer to you. Then, glancing at Pei Wenxuan's coat, she said, give me your coat to wear. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan paused, staring blankly at Li Rong as though lost in thought. Seeing him frozen, Li Rong couldn't help but urge him, hurry up. Only then did Pei Wenxuan snap out of it. He took off his robe and draped it over Li Rong's shoulders. Just as he pulled the garment closed in front of her, the lantern festival fireworks burst across the sky. The crowds on the street, men and women alike, all looked upward. Li Rong was no exception. She quickly raised her head, and the fireworks seemed to fall into her eyes. At that very moment, Pei Wenxuan quietly took her hand and, while everyone gazed at the fireworks, leaned down and kissed her lips. The kiss was fleeting, vanishing like the fireworks, but it left Li Rong standing there, stunned for a long time. After all, Pei Wenxuan was always cautious and somewhat old-fashioned. She had never imagined he would do such a thing in public. Yet he remained composed, holding her hand and smiling as he said, Your Highness, let's go. Li Rong didn't speak. She let him lead her, walking ahead while she followed in his footsteps. After a long while, she whispered, with so many people around, why did you kiss me? Pei Wenxuan walked ahead, and she couldn't see the blush that had spread across his face. She only heard his usually elegant and upright voice, tinged with an indescribable tenderness, softly reply, Rong, I'm very happy. He didn't explain further. He only said that one sentence. He was very happy. As for what he was happy about, what delighted him, or why he had lost his composure at that moment, even he couldn't quite put it into words. Recalling that version of Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong looked at the man now lying stiffly with his eyes closed and couldn't help but sigh. Time ages us all. As if you aren't old yourself, Pei Wenxuan grumbled, turning away irritably at her mention of the past. Old woman. Li Rong let out a soft humph. Old geezer. Pei Wenxuan fell silent. He didn't know if it was because he had drunk too much, but hearing Li Rong say these things made his heart ache. If they didn't reminisce about how beautiful the past had been, they wouldn't realize how wretched they had become now. Only when Li Rong reminded him did he remember that it had been many, many years since he had possessed the same state of mind as in his youth, that calm, gentle, open, hopeful, and fearless heart. He remembered that in his younger days, he had many interests. He could paint and compose poetry, and when the mood struck him, he could play the qin or dance with a sword. He had been a perfectly accomplished young nobleman. On clear days, he would hike up the mountains or drift along rivers and lakes in a boat, feeling that everyone in the world was good and everything was beautiful. Especially Li Rong. Whenever she smiled with her eyes curved, he felt as though winter would never come again. But he himself didn't know what had happened. Li Rong argued with him. They parted ways. His mother passed away. Li Rong got together with Su Rongqing. Qin Jinjin died in the inner palace. Li Chuan's temperament changed drastically. And as his power grew and his position rose higher, everything became stranger. Every day, he felt exhausted, weary of everything. After finishing his official duties each day, his greatest wish was to find a place, quiet and undisturbed, where he could close the door and be alone. He dreaded seeing the people around him because every encounter meant either arguments, cautious flattery, or constant vigilance. Even with Li Rong, their meetings were filled with endless mockery and insults. Day after day, year after year, the cycle repeated itself. The more exhausted he became, the more irritable he grew. And the more irritable he became, the more exhausted he felt. Trapped in this vicious cycle, he lived like a caged beast, thrashing about aimlessly until now. Looking back, He realized he had already battered himself bloody and beyond recognition. Hearing Li Rong speak of such beautiful memories, he could no longer sleep. He simply lay there with his eyes open, staring silently at the swaying wall of the carriage. Li Rong sipped her tea. Thinking he had fallen asleep, she picked up an account book from the side and began flipping through it. After a while, she suddenly heard Pei Wenxuan say, "I'm really hateful, aren't I?" Li Rong paused. After a moment, she replied softly, "Aren't I hateful too?" Pei Wenxuan remained silent. Li Rong lowered her gaze and turned a page of the book, speaking calmly. "Always arguing with you, always criticizing you. We're both the same. You don't need to feel inferior." Pei Wenxuan listened to her words, momentarily at a loss for a response. Sensing that he might be dwelling on something, Li Rong advised, "You've been drinking, and your mind isn't clear. Don't overthink it. Just go to sleep. Tomorrow, we'll go to Nine Lu Mountain to find Qin Lin. According to the timeline, news of the Yang family's siege will soon reach the front lines. When that happens, the Yang family members there will surely cause trouble. Chuaner will likely have to go soon. Before that, we need to persuade Qin Lin to accompany Chuaner to the front lines." Pei Wenxuan listened as Li Rong calmly discussed the situation with him. Almost out of habit, he processed her words and responded, "I know Qin Lin well. The one I'm most worried about is actually Cui Qinghe. Tomorrow, we'll assess the situation at Nine Lu Mountain. There's no need to worry." Li Rong acknowledged, flipping through the account book. "Go to sleep. I'll wake you when we arrive at the princess's manor." Seeing that Li Rong didn't wish to continue the conversation, Pei Wenxuan said nothing more. He closed his eyes and drifted into a hazy sleep. In his dream, for some reason, he found himself reliving the 3 years he had spent in mourning in Luzhou. Back then, though he held no official position, he lived freely and unrestrained. On gentle, sunny days, he would take a jug of wine and a flute, board a boat, and drift downstream to find a shady spot, sleeping on the lake all afternoon. On his return, he would gather some lotus seeds and give them to children he met along the way. When the lotus flowers were in full bloom, he would also pick one and casually give it to a young girl he happened to encounter that day. He couldn't help but smile in his dream. Then he heard fireworks blooming in the distance, followed by the sight of 18-year-old Li Rong, dressed in Persian dancer's attire and wearing a veil, mingling among the crowd and learning the dance movements from them. Her waist was slender, agile as a snake. When she moved, the shimmering sequins hanging at her waist swayed gently, outlining a subtle, alluring charm. Her eyes were bright, gazing at him through the crowd. Even with half her face covered, one could still see that cat-like, proud, and lively smile. He watched the girl from afar across the crowd and couldn't help but smile. Somehow, the girl walked up to him. She was draped in his clothes, looking at him with a radiant smile. Pei Wenxuan. She called his name, but after saying it, she remained silent, simply gazing at him. Then a young man appeared beside her. His expression was gentle as he stood calmly beside her. The man had the same eyes and brows as Pei Wenxuan, yet his demeanor was entirely different. "Pei Wenxuan," Li Rong said with a smile. "I'm leaving." As she spoke, Li Rong and the young man held hands, their figures slowly fading away. Pei Wenxuan faintly heard someone calling him. "Lord Pei? Young Master Pei? Pei Wenxuan. Pei, you dog." Amid those calls, Pei Wenxuan slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Rong looking down at him, lightly patting his face. "Are you unconscious or asleep? Get up quickly. Let's go." Pei Wenxuan snapped back to reality. Feigning composure, he nodded and slowly rose. Li Rong examined him briefly and, seeing that he was awake, said, "I'll go down first. Take your time." With that, Li Rong stepped out of the carriage. After a moment, Pei Wenxuan also got up and descended. Then the two of them looked up and saw the plaque of the princess's manor. This was the place where they had lived for many years, and both of them were all too familiar with it. Yet after experiencing life and death and returning, standing before its gates now brought an indescribable sense of melancholy. The two exchanged a glance, and Li Rong smiled. "We're back." Pei Wenxuan smiled as well, lowering his head gently. "Let's go in." Li Rong rarely visited the princess's manor. As soon as she arrived, the entire manor immediately lit up and grew lively. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan went to the rear courtyard together. Pei Wenxuan was assigned to another room, Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar place, he listened as Li Rong skillfully gave orders. Plant a peach blossom tree here. Move that red maple over to the east garden. Replace all the incense in the room with Luo family's orchid wood. And that vase. Li Rong had quite a few changes in mind. As they walked to the entrance of the rear courtyard, a servant said to Pei Wenxuan, "Young master, this way, please." Pei Wenxuan nodded and bid farewell to Li Rong. "Your Highness, this humble servant will retire first." "All right." Li Rong nodded casually before turning back to the steward. "And that rose over there." Listening to Li Rong's words, Pei Wenxuan turned and walked along the corridor. He gazed at the moonlight falling across the veranda, listening to Li Rong's incessant chatter. After a few steps, he paused and looked back. Li Rong was still wearing the dancer's clothes, draped in his robe, yet commanding people with great authority. Her appearance was different from her younger self, and yet somehow, she seemed unchanged. Pei Wenxuan watched quietly for a moment, unable to suppress a smile. Suddenly, he called out, "Your Highness." Li Rong turned around and saw Pei Wenxuan standing in the corridor. He looked at her and suddenly said, "Actually, that outfit of yours looks quite nice too." Upon hearing this, Li Rong was momentarily stunned. Then she saw Pei Wenxuan clasp his hands before him, bow respectfully, and say gently, "May your Highness sleep well." In that instant, Li Rong fell into a brief daze, as though she had glimpsed the 20-year-old Pei Wenxuan, yet not quite. She couldn't help but lightly pat her own face. "I should go to bed early," she murmured to herself. Chapter 24. Li Rong felt that she must be hallucinating, so she quickly had someone prepare fragrant water for a bath. After washing up, she went to bed contentedly. Just as the two had settled down to sleep, a eunuch, led by a palace maid, hurried into Ning Fei's palace. Ning Fei was sitting in her seat, reading a letter, when she heard a maid announce from outside, "Your Highness, Eunuch Ming requests an audience." Hearing this, Ning Fei paused, then urgently said, "Let him in." A man in his early 40s hurried in from outside. After entering the hall, he respectfully knelt. The maid beside him immediately understood and withdrew. Seeing the visitor, Ning Fei lowered her voice and asked, "Has my mother sent a message?" Princess Ping Lu has already surrounded the young master and the old madam in the mansion with her people this afternoon, the man quickly replied. Before Princess Ping Lu arrived, the old madam sent someone out to deliver a message, saying that everything in the Yang family now rests entirely on your Highness. "Does my mother even need to send such a message?" Ning Fei exclaimed urgently. The man's expression remained unchanged. "Your Highness, please calm down." Ning Fei fell silent. She took a deep breath, retreated to a nearby seat, and sat down. Ming Hui was a spy the Yang family had placed in the palace. He would not come to her so directly unless it was an emergency. After calming herself for a moment, she looked up and asked, "Why have you come?" Tuoba Yin just sent a message saying that the account books have been stolen. Ning Fei was stunned by the news, unable to process it for a moment. After a while, she finally understood and asked incredulously, "He actually kept account books?" "Yes," Ming Hui said, a cold glint in his eyes. "Moreover, he said there is more than one set of account books." This was a threat. Ning Fei sat there, stunned and speechless. Now, her father and brother had suffered a defeat on the battlefield. Her nephew had been killed by a fallen noble son of the Pei family. All the women and children of the family were trapped in the mansion by a young girl, and the entire family was relying on her alone. Seeing Ning Fei lost in thought, Ming Hui waited for a moment before reminding her, "Your Highness, time is short. A decision must be made quickly regarding the account books." "Who took the account books?" Ning Fei thought for a moment, then looked at Ming Hui. Ming Hui presented a portrait. "This is the portrait Tuoba Yin provided. He said it might be these two people. I have looked at it. They are Princess Ping Lu and—" Ming Hui raised his head, his voice cold. "Pei Wenxuan." Hearing this, Ning Fei seemed to find it absurd. She couldn't help but laugh. "Pei Wenxuan." Then she asked incredulously, "The same Pei Wenxuan who killed Quaner?" "Yes." "This is too much." Ning Fei took a step back, her chest heaving violently. "That little brat. This is too much." "Your Highness," Ming Hui said calmly. "Whether to kill or spare him, Please give your instructions immediately. He cannot be killed. Ningfei raised her hand to stop Minghui. Not now. The account books were taken by him and Ping Lu together. Killing him would only leave more evidence behind. Then what does your highness suggest? Minghui stared at Ningfei. After a moment of contemplation, Ningfei said, Isn't Pei Wenxuan's father Pei Lixian? Hasn't Pei Lizzie always wanted to kill him? Yes, Minghui replied immediately. If Pei Wenxuan dies, Pei Lixian's family estate will rightfully belong to Pei Lizzie. Currently, Pei Lizzie is also managing the Pei family's assets under the pretext of Pei Wenxuan's mother's name. Go find Pei Lizzie tonight, Ningfei instructed swiftly. Ask him for something belonging to Pei Wenxuan. Then contact Wang Shun, Tuoba Yan's steward. Tell him we've supported him for so long. It's time he made himself useful. What does your ladyship mean? If Tuoba Yan dies, his ledger will have no witness to corroborate it. It becomes a dead object. With only the ledger and Tuoba Yan gone, it isn't enough evidence on its own. It must be cross-referenced with the Ministry of War's accounts and the border expenditures. So without Tuoba Yan, Ping Lu won't dare produce it. We'll use Tuoba Yan's death to first throw that fellow into prison and stabilize the situation. As Ningfei spoke, her emotions gradually calmed. She gazed at the clean, bright floor and continued. The news of Quaner's death has already been sent to the front lines. Once my father and brother receive it there, they'll find a way to help us. Until then, we just need to prevent Pei Wenxuan from investigating any further. Understood. After acknowledging her orders, Minghui stood and said, Your ladyship, I will go handle this now. Ningfei nodded. Minghui respectfully withdrew. When the room was empty again, with only moonlight pouring onto the floor, Ningfei raised a hand to her forehead and closed her eyes in pain. Rong and Pei Wenxuan slept soundly in their respective rooms until dawn. After washing up, Rong went to wait for Pei Wenxuan in the carriage. Before long, she heard footsteps outside. Then someone lifted the curtain and suddenly jumped in. Rong was startled. Seeing that it was Pei Wenxuan, she noticed that he looked somewhat different today. He wore a water blue silk outer robe patterned with silver clouds over a white silk inner garment. His hair was half tied with a ribbon, with a few strands casually falling at his temples. He held a folding fan, giving him an air of youthful charm. What are you doing? Rong looked him up and down with disdain. So reckless. You were rushing me. Pei Wenxuan sat down gracefully beside her and picked up a pastry. I was still shaving when a whole row of people stood outside saying your highness was waiting for me. He glanced at her with a smile. How dare I keep your highness waiting? He tossed the pastry into his mouth and poured himself some tea. Seeing that he seemed quite spirited, Rong couldn't help but remark, Did you drink wine or the rejuvenation elixir last night? Today you're like a freshly sprouted bean sprout, full of vitality. I've thought it over. Pei Wenxuan took a sip of tea and sighed. Our circumstances are rare throughout history. We should cherish them. Since we've returned to 20, we should act like 20-year-olds. Listening to him, Rong sipped her tea without comment. Pei Wenxuan turned to look at the bustling traffic outside the carriage, a smile on his face. Let's take a good look at what Hua Jing was like 30 years ago. Trying to be young again isn't a bad thing. Then he turned back to Rong. What does your highness think? Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan and gave a faint smile. This palace has no need for such experiences. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand, about to persuade her, when Rong continued. This palace is forever in the prime of youth. Pei Wenxuan froze. After a moment, he sighed. When it comes to shamelessness, you still win. Then he glanced at the road outside and turned back. Shall we head straight to Nine Lu Mountain? Rong took a light sip of tea. You know Qin Lin's temper. We won't get to see him on the first visit anyway. We'll just help Chuaner deliver a calling card, have some tea, and wait until it's time to return. Pei Wenxuan nodded. In their previous life, when Li Chuan went to find Qin Lin, it was already 2 years later. The Yang family had resurged in that battle, entrenching themselves in the northwest and entering a stalemate with Li Ming. Li Ming had all the patience in the world to unravel things thread by thread, wearing the Yang family down almost completely, but exhausting the northwestern border defenses in the process. He installed a group of his own people to sideline the Yang family. But when the Rong state invaded again 2 years later, those very people suffered a crushing defeat on the battlefield. It was at this time, upon Qin Jinjin's recommendation, that Li Chuan sought out Qin Lin. Qin Lin was born on the battlefield and grew up on the frontier until he was 15. He had once led 800 light cavalry in a surprise attack on an enemy camp, slaying 3,000 foes and proving himself a fierce general of the northern border. However, he had still been too young at the time, and his father was the commander-in-chief, so few knew of his exploits. Later, when his father died in battle, he was brought back to Huajing. Unaccustomed to the ways of the capital, he took up residence on Lu Mountain, where he remained for 7 years. If not for Qin Jinjin's recommendation, Qin Lin might never have returned to the battlefield. At that time, Li Chuan was still the crown prince. But to invite Qin Lin, he went to Lu Mountain day after day, enduring the elements and waiting tirelessly. It took 5 days before he finally met Qin Lin. It was said that he sent countless gifts and personally helped Qin Lin into the carriage before finally securing his allegiance. Li Chuan vouched for Qin Lin to take the battlefield, and Qin Lin did not disappoint him. In just 15 days, he recaptured the lost cities and stabilized the northwestern defense line. The stabilization of the northwestern defense line and the apparent shift in military power thoroughly provoked Li Ming. Thus, Li Ming instructed Consort Ro to host a banquet, after which he falsely accused Crown Prince Li Chuan of disrespecting the imperial consort. Once Li Chuan was imprisoned, he swiftly placed the empress under house arrest and threw Li Rong into prison. Wenxuan feigned cooperation with Li Ming, pretending to assist in capturing Qin Lin, narrowly escaping disaster. That was perhaps the darkest moment in all their lives. Li Chuan was resolved to die, and Li Rong even offered to exchange her life for his future. Yet they ultimately found a way out of such a dire situation. Qin Jinjin climbed the snowy mountains alone to find Qin Lin, enabling him to escape an ambush. Wenxuan fled Huajing by jumping into a river, then persuaded the noble families to support Li Chuan. He eventually gathered enough funds and provisions, recruited soldiers, and had Qin Lin lead troops to besiege Huajing. Then Wenxuan, accompanied by court officials, forced his way into the palace, finally securing Li Chuan's ascension to the throne. However, a throne obtained in such a manner inevitably led to the subsequent dominance of the noble families, creating an unwieldy and entrenched situation. The Emperor Li Chuan, forged in such an environment, had his youthful spirit thoroughly worn away. The tumultuous events of their previous life flashed through both their minds, yet neither mentioned them, maintaining an unspoken understanding. Li Rong read her storybook, while Wenxuan turned to gaze out the carriage window. After traveling for half an hour, they arrived together at Lu Mountain. Qin Lin's bamboo hut was built halfway up the mountain, and the two began their ascent together. Lu Mountain was renowned for its beautiful scenery. As they made their way up, the winding mountain path led them slowly onward. They climbed to the mountainside, but before reaching Qin Lin's bamboo hut, they spotted a sign that read, "Strangers and dogs not allowed." "He's afraid of dogs," Wenxuan whispered as a reminder. Li Rong glanced up and called out directly, "Is anyone there?" Not long after, a young man emerged from the small courtyard gate. Dressed in a blue robe, with his hair half tied by a ribbon, he appeared fair-skinned and refined, exuding a gentle demeanor. He approached the two and said respectfully, "May I ask who you two are?" "I am Wenxuan," Wenxuan replied. He knew full well that this man was Qin Lin's friend, Cui Qinghe, though he pretended to regard him merely as a servant and spoke with courtesy. "This is Princess Pinglo. We have been sent by the Crown Prince to request an audience with Master Qin." "You must be joking." Cui Qinghe clasped his hands before him. "My master has long withdrawn from the world. How could the Crown Prince know of him? You must have come to the wrong place. Master Qin is the reincarnation of Bai Qi, possessing the prowess of a war god. Back in Pingxiu, he led 800 light cavalry to slay 3,000 enemies, a feat of unparalleled bravery. The Crown Prince, who deeply values talent, has sent us to deliver an invitation. He will come in person tomorrow and hopes Master Qin will grant him an audience." As he spoke, Wenxuan handed over the invitation. Cui Qinghe took it and glanced at the writing. Wenxuan's calligraphy was exceptional. Later, when he served as prime minister, His style became a school of its own in Huajing, studied and emulated by many. After examining the writing for a moment, Cui Qinghe smiled and asked, "Did you write this, Master Pei?" "Yes. It's beautifully done." Cui Qinghe tucked the invitation away. "For the sake of this calligraphy, I will introduce you. However, my master is eccentric. Even if the crown prince comes tomorrow, there is no guarantee he will agree to meet." "That's fine." Rong smiled. "It's understandable for talented people to be willful, and if they're both talented and good-looking, it's even more justified." Hearing this, Cui Qinghe laughed heartily. "Your Highness is truly witty." He then glanced at the sky and said, "It's getting late. The bamboo cottage will not host you today. Please return." The two had anticipated this and took no offense. They bid Cui Qinghe a composed farewell and began their descent down the mountain. It was nearly dusk. While Pei Wenxuan remained spirited, Rong was already somewhat weary. Yet Rong showed no sign of fatigue as she followed Pei Wenxuan down. The sun slowly set, evening clouds drifted by, and birds took flight. Looking down from the mountain, golden light flowed over the emerald-green wheat fields, rippling gently in the evening breeze with a soft, warm glow. Rong's steps grew increasingly slower. Pei Wenxuan noticed and glanced back at her a few times. Seeing her stubbornly holding on, he cleared his throat, opened his fan, and remarked with a sigh, "A few years ago, when Qin Lin passed away, he asked to be buried here. I escorted his coffin up this mountain and felt utterly exhausted by this point. Now, having made the round trip, I don't feel tired at all." He added cheerfully, "Youth truly is wonderful." Hearing this, Rong was displeased. She was half dead with exhaustion, and seeing Pei Wenxuan so full of energy only fueled her resentment. She stopped walking. Pei Wenxuan turned around, saw Rong standing still, and raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "Why have you stopped?" Rong said nothing but beckoned him over. Pei Wenxuan walked up to her and stopped in front of her. "What is it? Turn around." Rong spoke, and Pei Wenxuan immediately knew what she intended. He turned around, then heard her say, "Squat down." From her breathless tone, Pei Wenxuan could tell she was struggling. As he obediently squatted down, he chuckled, "Your Highness's stamina isn't quite up to par." As soon as the words left his mouth, Rong suddenly threw herself forward. Pei Wenxuan stumbled but reacted quickly, steadying himself. Feeling Rong pressed against him, he turned his head and smiled. "Your Highness, what are you doing? Didn't you say you have good stamina?" Rong said lightly, "I'm just adding a bit of difficulty. Carry me down." "Your Highness," Pei Wenxuan replied jokingly, "isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "It's improper. No one can see," Rong said bluntly. "And when have I ever cared about propriety?" That was true. If she cared about propriety, she wouldn't have kept Su Rongqing all those years ago. Pei Wenxuan feigned a sigh. "Your Highness is bullying me." Rong rolled her eyes, hanging onto his neck as she urged, "Hurry up. Don't waste time. It's already dark." Pei Wenxuan resigned himself to his fate and stood, carrying Rong forward. As he walked, he sighed, "Your Highness, you've eaten quite a lot." "Lord Pei." Rong mimicked his earlier tone. "It seems your stamina isn't up to par. If you were as light as a swallow, then my stamina would be just fine. If I were as light as a swallow, your stamina would indeed be sufficient," Rong said, leaning against his shoulder with a half-smile. "After all, Lord Pei prefers slimmer ones, doesn't he?" Pei Wenxuan didn't understand her meaning at first, but after a moment, realization dawned on him, and he fell silent. "Rong," he finally managed to say after a pause, "I truly admire you for being the kind of woman you are. Isn't it a success? Isn't it delightful?" Rong continued, "Don't be envious. There are few people as outstanding as I am." Pei Wenxuan was amused by Rong, carrying her forward as they bickered. The sun slowly set, and the bright moon illuminated the night sky. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, falling upon the two of them. Rong grew tired from arguing with Pei Wenxuan and couldn't help but lean against his shoulder, feeling drowsy. Seeing her exhaustion, Pei Wenxuan stopped bothering her. He carried her slowly down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the distant croaking of frogs in the fields mingled with the gentle breeze. Carrying the girl, he listened to the soft whispers of the forest. For a moment, Pei Wenxuan suddenly felt an indescribable peace within his heart. He unconsciously slowed his pace, moving forward gently. Rong noticed the change and whispered, "Pei Wenxuan, are you tired?" Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but smile. "Not at all," he said, looking ahead. "Rest assured and sleep. I'll carry you back." Rong tightened her arms around his neck. After a while, Rong whispered, "Pei Wenxuan. I think you were cuter when you were younger." Pei Wenxuan was taken aback. Then he heard Rong continue. "Even though you weren't very clear-headed back then and couldn't figure many things out, when I think about it, I still feel that you were quite good back then. At the very least," she chuckled softly, "you looked better." "You?" Pei Wenxuan wanted to say something to her, but didn't know what. After struggling for a while, he ultimately said nothing. When they returned to the carriage, Rong lay down on the small couch to rest. Pei Wenxuan covered her with a blanket, extinguished the lamp, and sat nearby, gazing at the night scenery of the countryside. A sense of indescribable peace rose within him. He turned to look at Rong, who was curled up beneath the moonlight. Looking at her figure, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that rebirth wasn't so bad after all. Being reborn and forced into entanglement with Rong again had left him confused and helpless, with an indescribable sense of resignation. After all, being pushed around by fate was something no one enjoyed. But at this moment, sitting here, he suddenly realized that in this world, you never truly knew whether something was good or bad until the very end. It was like unwrapping a gift. You couldn't tell whether you'd like it until the moment it was revealed. The carriage first took him back to the Pei residence. Sensing they were about to arrive, he began gathering his belongings. He considered whether to inform Rong but decided against disturbing her, planning to slip away quietly. When the carriage stopped, Pei Wenxuan picked up his things and lifted the curtain. As soon as he leaned out, he saw a group of men dressed in constable uniforms, swords hanging at their waists, surrounding the carriage. The leader at the front pulled out a token and said coldly, "Ministry of Justice, on official business. We are here to apprehend the suspect Pei Wenxuan." The man stared at Pei Wenxuan. "Lord Pei, please accompany this official." Author's note. Mini Theater. Pei Wenxuan. "Darling, look. We've both been reborn, and we're both young again. Don't you think it's amazing?" Rong. "No." Pei Wenxuan. "Why not? Don't you like feeling young again?" Rong. "I'm forever a baby. What's there to talk about feeling young again? Shut up, you old geezer." Chapter 25. Pei Wenxuan recognized the man as Li Kuei, director of the Supervisory and Arrest Department. He observed him for a moment without saying anything. Hearing the commotion outside, Rong lifted the carriage curtain with her golden fan. Upon seeing the officials from the Supervisory and Arrest Department, she couldn't help but smile. "Director Li?" Li Kuei was surprised that Rong actually recognized him. He hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness. May Your Highness live 1,000 years. What brings Director Li here?" Rong asked gently. Pei Wenxuan leaned slightly to the side and helped her roll up the curtain. "Reporting to Your Highness," Li Kuei respectfully replied. "Today, a merchant reported to the Shuntian Prefecture, claiming that Lord Pei murdered his master. I have been ordered to invite Lord Pei to the prison to assist in the investigation." "Does His Majesty know about this?" "I am aware that Lord Pei is currently investigating the Yang case under imperial decree. Therefore, the order was submitted by the Shuntian Prefecture to the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice specifically submitted it to His Majesty this afternoon, and we only dared to come after receiving His Majesty's decree." Hearing this, Rong couldn't help but laugh. A report in the morning, and it passes through 2 departments directly to His Majesty. Rong turned to look at Pei Wenxuan with a smile. It seems Lord Pei is quite an important figure as well. Hearing Rong's teasing, Pei Wenxuan turned his head and smiled. "It seems I must accompany Director Li on this trip." "Your Highness," Pei Wenxuan bowed. "The rest of the matters will have to rely on you alone." Rong nodded, then suddenly remembered something. "Director Li, who is the merchant who reported this?" "Reporting to Your Highness," Li Kuei replied formally. "The deceased is a foreign merchant named Tuoba Yen." Rong nodded. As expected, Pei Wenxuan glanced at Rong. After she gave him a reassuring look, she turned to Li Kuei. "In that case, Lord Pei shall accompany you, Director Li. However, Director Li. Li Rong looked at Li Kuei, her eyes carrying a meaningful scrutiny. I've heard that the Ministry of Justice's prisons are harsh. There won't be any forced confessions under torture, will there? Certainly not, Li Kuei quickly replied. Your Highness, rest assured. I am merely following orders. Lord Pei is an upright gentleman, and I trust him. This is merely a procedural matter. Lord Pei will not face any trouble. Li Rong understood Li Kuei's assurance and knew that Pei Wenxuan would not encounter any major problems in prison. However, after some thought, she still felt uneasy. She beckoned Li Kuei closer, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Li Rong lowered her voice and stared intently at him. Pei Wenxuan is now my person, and he may continue to be my person in the future. Li Rong emphasized the word continue, her gaze fixed on Li Kuei. I will visit Pei Wenxuan in prison every day. Director Li, do you understand my meaning? Understood. Li Kuei quickly lowered his voice. Your Highness, rest assured. The Ministry of Justice has a suitable cell for Lord Pei. Satisfied with this response, Li Rong nodded. After glancing at Pei Wenxuan, she simply said, If anything happens, I will come find you. Go ahead. Pei Wenxuan smiled calmly and said to Li Kuei, Director Li, please lead the way. Pei Wenxuan left with Li Kuei. Jinglan boarded the carriage from outside, looking quite worried. Your Highness, if Tuoba Yin is dead. It won't be that simple. Li Rong tapped lightly on the small table, speaking slowly. This must be Ning Fei's doing. She has been secluded in the deep palace for too long and doesn't understand these people's methods of self-preservation. Li Rong continued calmly. As an outsider, if he dared to engage in such life-risking dealings, he must have the means to protect himself. Now, either he's fine and hiding somewhere, or he definitely has a backup plan waiting to bring down the Yang family. As she spoke, Li Rong twirled her fan and couldn't help but laugh. Does Consort Ning think killing Tuoba Yin will settle everything? She should know that killing the donkey once it's finished grinding is a major taboo in this line of work. Even if Tuoba Yin doesn't retaliate himself, those who helped handle the dirty money will surely strike back. Otherwise, wouldn't their circle become like dough in the hands of the nobility, to be kneaded however they please? Merchants had no power or influence. If they weren't ruthless enough to tear off flesh and draw blood, how could they possibly stand firm in Huajing? So, from the very beginning, Li Rong had never intended to protect Tuoba Yin. After all, whether Tuoba Yin lived or died, as long as the Yang family moved against him, he would definitely make them bleed. Now that the accounts had been obtained, all that remained was to find an opportunity to send Li Chuan and Qin Lin to the front lines. As for Pei Wenxuan staying in prison, that might not be a bad thing either. If Pei Wenxuan were too active outside, the Yang family would become more vigilant and likely take further action. With Pei Wenxuan imprisoned, the Yang family would at least remain steady for the time being. Li Rong pondered these thoughts, lightly tapping her palm with her small fan as she closed her eyes to rest in the carriage all the way back to the palace. Upon returning, Li Rong went to her desk, took out a slip of paper, and wrote, Leave the city at dawn tomorrow. Go to Nine Lu Mountain to find Qin Lin. Do not let anyone know. After writing it, she handed it to Jinglan and said calmly, Give this note to the crown prince, but make sure no one finds out. Jinglan acknowledged the order, and Li Rong entered her room. Not long afterward, Li Chuan was discussing matters concerning the northwestern front with his advisors when a servant brought over a cup of tea. While continuing to speak, Li Chuan took the tea. As soon as the cup touched his hand, he sensed something unusual about it, but his expression remained unchanged. Calmly, he slipped the note into his sleeve. After finishing his discussions with everyone and seeing them off, he returned to his room alone, opened the note, and saw Li Rong's handwriting. Beneath the writing was the unique secret pattern they had established as siblings. Understanding the situation, Li Chuan instructed someone. Tomorrow, I will take a day off from court and go to Hugua Temple to pray for our mother. The eunuch softly acknowledged his order. Meanwhile, beneath the bright moonlight in Minglu Palace, Consort Ro massaged Li Ming's shoulders and whispered, Consort Ning is causing such a commotion. Won't your majesty intervene? Li Ming chuckled lightly. Why should I intervene? That little brat Pei Wenxuan wants to be my blade. If he can't even handle something like this, he might as well die. Your Majesty, Consort Ro sighed. It's fortunate that Ping Lu didn't marry Yang Quan, with the Yang family causing so much trouble now. If they were to form a marriage alliance with the Shangwan family, what would become of us? Li Ming remained silent. He picked up his tea and blew away the leaves floating on the surface. Indeed, he said coldly, I underestimated the Yang family. Then, lowering his voice, he added, and I underestimated the crown prince as well. The people in the palace had a sleepless night, but Li Rong slept soundly. When she woke at dawn, she went directly to the Ministry of Justice to check on Pei Wenxuan. With her palace token and some money to smooth the way, she easily gained access to him. Having spent a night in the prison cell, Pei Wenxuan looked surprisingly refreshed. Seeing his condition, Li Rong couldn't help but smile. You seem to be doing quite well in this prison, don't you? Indeed. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong and smiled. Outside, I was constantly busy and couldn't even sleep well. But here, I don't have to do anything all day, and I sleep soundly. Then you'll have to stay for a while. Li Rong stepped forward, approaching Pei Wenxuan. It might be better for you to remain here for now. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan also stepped forward. The two stood close together, separated only by the wooden bars. Your Highness want to find someone. Pei Wenxuan spoke softly. Li Rong acknowledged him, then quickly added, stay here for a while. I'll come in a few days. You're coming too? Pei Wenxuan looked puzzled. What are you coming for? The Yang family will retaliate soon. At that time, we'll have to put on a show in court, or we won't be able to suppress them. I'll come in then, and we'll both stay in prison. Once Chuaner goes to the front lines and stabilizes the Yang family, I'll have someone draft a memorial to get us out. Pei Wenxuan considered Li Rong's words for a moment and nodded. Li Rong glanced into his room. Stay here for now. Get a feel for the place, figure out how to live comfortably, and give me some tips. Pei Wenxuan's silence. Your Highness, he felt compelled to remind her. I think you might have more experience in this matter than I do. It's been too many years, Li Rong whispered. I've forgotten. With that, she quickly added, I brought you some food, clothing, and daily necessities. Take care of yourself. I should go now. Pei Wenxuan nodded. The two stood facing each other for a moment before Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. I never thought I'd be standing at the prison door talking to you one day. Consider it an interesting experience. Pei Wenxuan replied with a faint smile. Just as he was about to urge Li Rong to leave, a respectful voice called from the entrance. Your Highness. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong both turned to see Su Rongqing standing at the door. He bowed respectfully, then straightened. He first glanced at Pei Wenxuan before shifting his gaze to Li Rong. Then he smiled gently. Your servant heard that your Highness was here and came specifically to find you. Oh. Li Rong raised an eyebrow. Minister Su, is there something? Your Highness previously instructed me to retrieve the Ministry of War's accounts. I have completed the task as you requested. Hearing this, Li Rong was momentarily stunned. She had asked Su Rongqing to retrieve the Ministry of War's accounts merely as an excuse to give him something to do. She had assumed the Ministry of War wouldn't easily hand over the records and would likely make excuses, eventually requiring Li Chuan's assistance. Who would have thought that Su Rongqing had actually accomplished it? But she showed only a brief moment of surprise before regaining her composure and smiling. Minister Su, you've gone to great trouble. Let's go there now. Su Rongqing nodded with a smile and stepped aside. Li Rong glanced back at Pei Wenxuan and said with a laugh, Minister Pei, I'll take my leave now. Pei Wenxuan bowed respectfully and watched Li Rong depart. Li Rong led Su Rongqing out of the Ministry of Justice. She boarded her carriage first, then remembered Su Rongqing and turned to him. If Minister Su doesn't mind, why not ride with me? We can discuss matters on the way, and when we arrive at the Ministry of War, we can examine the accounts directly. Su Rongqing bowed properly, then boarded the carriage. Once inside, he sat opposite Li Rong, maintaining a respectful distance and appearing perfectly proper. This Su Rongqing was both familiar and unfamiliar to Li Rong. In her memory, before Su Rongqing entered the palace, this was indeed how he had been with her, gentle, courteous, and considerate, truly the gentleman praised by all. The two remained silent for a moment before Su Rongqing poured tea for Li Rong and calmly asked, Now that Minister Pei has been imprisoned, how does your Highness plan to investigate the Yang family case? following the usual procedure. First, examine the Ministry of War's account books, then negotiate with the Yang family and question their servants. Su Rongqing listened quietly without saying a word. Li Rong looked up and asked, "What does Minister Su think? Why did your highness and Minister Pei go to Tuoba Yan's residence?" Su Rongqing suddenly asked the question. Li Rong chuckled softly. "I should be the one asking you that, Minister Su. You happened to rescue me at Tuoba Yan's residence. What a coincidence." "There are no coincidences in this world, only intentions," Su Rongqing replied slowly. "I went there specifically for Tuoba Yan. I saw your highness and Minister Pei at the banquet and initially avoided meeting you. However, fearing something might happen to your highness, I prepared a dancer's costume in advance and waited for your highness to arrive." Li Rong had not expected Su Rongqing to answer so candidly. She tapped her palm with her small fan and said slowly, "Minister Su is only overseeing this case. I don't understand why you're investigating it so actively and even assisting me." Su Rongqing held his teacup and took a sip. "I wish to present your highness with a letter of allegiance." Su Rongqing spoke slowly. Li Rong paused. Then she watched as he raised his eyes and gazed at her calmly. "I am willing to serve your highness and assist the crown prince wholeheartedly. I wonder." He stared at Li Rong, his tone meaningful. "What does your highness think of this?" Chapter 26. Li Rong said nothing, quietly watching Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing allowed her to study him and remained silent as well. After a long while, Li Rong spoke softly. "I recall that the Su family has always been loyal only to His Majesty." "That is correct," Su Rongqing replied calmly. "Thus, Rongqing is merely Rongqing and does not represent the Su family." Li Rong understood what Su Rongqing meant. She lightly tapped the small table as the clamor of the street echoed outside. Su Rongqing waited quietly for her response. "Why choose the crown prince at this time?" Su Rongqing lowered his gaze and replied with steady composure. "His Majesty, in his prime, favored warfare, causing the people of Great Xia to suffer greatly. Now he favors powerful ministers, further increasing the hardships of the people. The crown prince is benevolent and virtuous, advocating Confucianism externally and Taoism internally, promoting rest and recuperation. Rongqing wishes to see the world governed in such a manner, and thus follows His Highness. You could speak directly to the crown prince." Li Rong picked up her tea. "Why tell me all this? The crown prince is open-hearted and cannot conceal matters. Rongqing's current position should not be known to the crown prince." Li Rong understood. Even if Su Rongqing represented only himself, as a member of the Su family, if Li Ming learned of his allegiance to the crown prince, Li Ming's suspicions toward the crown prince would likely deepen. Now that Su Rongqing had found an opportunity to declare his stance to her, she could at least make use of him when planning for Lichuan in the future. Li Rong listened without speaking. Su Rongqing looked up in confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness?" "There is no need for you to do this," Li Rong said plainly, returning to her senses. "The Su family has remained impartial throughout the generations. His Majesty trusts you because of this loyalty and righteousness. You need not take sides. Simply fulfill your duties. If the crown prince encounters trouble in the future, you can protect yourselves. If the crown prince ascends the throne." She looked at him. "As long as you continue to perform your duties as you do now, and as long as I am still here, the Su family will remain the Su family." Upon hearing this, Su Rongqing fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing his apparent unease, Li Rong reassured him. "I say this not to reject your allegiance, but because I believe." She hesitated for a moment before continuing softly. "A gentleman like you, young Master Su, should not be tainted by such matters." Although she had truly come to know Su Rongqing after his decline, and the Su Rongqing she knew and remembered was the politician he had eventually become, she still remembered the faint, gentle light in his eyes whenever he spoke of his youth. She and Pei Wenxuan had returned, and they were already old at heart. There was nothing to be done about that. But looking at the still young Su Rongqing before her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of protectiveness. Su Rongqing seemed momentarily dazed by her words. Li Rong twirled the fan in her hand, cleared her throat lightly, and changed the subject. "Minister Su, please brief me on the situation regarding the Ministry of War's account books." Hearing this, Su Rongqing finally regained his composure. He respectfully acknowledged her request and began detailing the current state of the Ministry of War's accounts. The two entered the Ministry of War one after the other. Su Rongqing had already made arrangements with the officials. Li Rong arrived at the room where the account books were stored, retrieved all the accounts related to the northwestern border, and began cross-checking them with her team. The accounts were numerous, and Li Rong remained at the Ministry of War for 2 full days. After completing the cross-checking, she immediately led her team, using a transfer order from the Ministry of Justice, to collectively interrogate all relevant individuals. At the same time, Li Rong instructed Jing Lan to deploy all personnel from the princess's manor to keep constant watch over any unusual movements at Tuoba Yan's residence, and to inquire daily about Li Chuan's situation at Nine Lu Mountain. She knew that within 5 days at most, news from the border would certainly arrive. These 5 days were the time she had to arrange everything. Her actions were not particularly conspicuous. Investigating accounts and interrogating those officials were not fatal blows to the Yang family. Their surface-level accounts could not possibly contain any problems. From Ning Fei's perspective, Li Rong's actions were even misguided, and she was content to watch Li Rong flail about like a headless fly. As for Li Rong's investigation into Tuoba Yan, it was carried out even more quietly. Even Su Rongqing, who accompanied her daily to examine the accounts, was unaware that she was still relentlessly pursuing Tuoba Yan. After 4 consecutive days of handling the case, Li Rong had nearly sorted out the entire process and amounts of military pay allocated to the Yang family by the Ministry of War. Satisfied, she walked out of the ministry late at night with the confessions in hand. As soon as she stepped through the main gate, Jing Lan approached and whispered, "Your Highness, Tuoba Yan has been found." Hearing this, Li Rong was delighted. She had known that Tuoba Yan couldn't have died so easily. Restraining her emotions, she led her people forward and asked softly as she walked, "Where is he?" "In the outskirts of the city. We're still pursuing him. I'll go there immediately." With that, Li Rong arranged her people into 2 groups. One group pretended to escort her back to the princess's manor, while the other followed her in plain clothes on swift horses as they left the city directly. Upon reaching the outskirts, someone was waiting for them. Seeing Li Rong arrive, the person whispered, "Your Highness, we've captured him." Li Rong nodded and followed the group to a dilapidated house. The room was filled with shadow guards. In the center, a burly man was tied to a chair. He was drenched, covered in wounds, and looked utterly exhausted. Li Rong walked up to him and smiled. "It's been a while, 6th Master." Hearing her voice, Tuoba Yan lifted his head. Panting heavily, he stared at Li Rong for a moment before rasping, "It's you." "It's me." Li Rong nodded. "These days haven't been easy for you, 6th Master, have they? I thought you would have left Huajing. Why are you still lingering around the outskirts? Who exactly are you?" Tuoba Yan stared at Li Rong and asked bluntly, "What do you want?" "You probably already know who I am." Li Rong chuckled softly. "Right now, I just want 6th Master to do me a favor. That ledger of yours, the ledger alone, isn't enough. 6th Master, do you think you could serve as a witness?" "That's against the rules." Tuoba Yan whispered. "Since the princess has managed to find me, you should know that in our line of work, we can die, but we cannot break the rules." "6th Master, they were the ones who tried to kill you first," Li Rong said gently. "They tried to kill you, and you're fighting back. Does that count as breaking the rules?" As she spoke, Li Rong crouched down, smiling as she looked at Tuoba Yan. "6th Master, I know your rules. You can't reveal anything about your clients. But if you had no intention of fighting back at all, why would you hide those ledgers?" "It's just a threat," Tuoba Yan said calmly. "Once a threat is used, it's no longer a threat. You're afraid that if you produce the ledger and testify against the Yang family, the others whose accounts you hold will kill you. But 6th Master, you have to be alive to have the chance to be killed. Then kill me." Tuoba Yan spoke coldly. "Since I've fallen into your hands, I never expected to survive." "6th Master, you jest. Why would I kill you?" Li Rong said gently. "What you fear are the methods of the Merchant Guild. Do you think?" Li Rong placed her hand softly on Tuoba Yan's shoulder. "That this princess doesn't know them? Let me tell you quietly." Li Rong leaned close to Tuoba Yan, her voice soft. "The palace has studied torture far more thoroughly than your Merchant Guild. Guards." Li Rong straightened and said calmly, "Start by pulling out his fingernails." With that, Li Rong walked over to a chair that had already been cleaned, took a cup of tea from the side, and smiled. Sixth Master, it's almost dawn now. The 39 tortures of the Merchant Guild probably won't last until tomorrow night. Shall I add a few more for you? As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Nian let out a scream. Blood splattered onto Li Rong's skirt, but she merely lowered her gaze and drank her tea, her expression unchanged. Beside her, Jinglan turned pale. Li Rong said calmly, "If you're uncomfortable, you may leave." Hearing this, Jinglan covered her mouth and hurried away. Li Rong held the teacup and said peacefully, "Sixth Master, one cannot live solely by rules. You must learn to assess the situation. If you leave now, you will die. But if you stay by my side, there is still a chance for survival. You may be tough enough to endure the 39 tortures today, but do you think death is the end?" Li Rong paused. "Your wife works as an embroiderer in Qingshui town, Luzhou, and your son is now of school age. I hear you've arranged an identity for him and plan to enroll him in Fengshan Academy next year." Li Rong looked up with a faint smile. Some things should not be clung to so stubbornly. Think about it. Think again. After speaking, Li Rong turned and ordered, "Apply honey to his wounds." As soon as she finished, Hua Nian's voice rang out. "I'll talk." Everyone paused. Li Rong looked up at him. The man stared at her with bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth. "I'll give you a confession, but you must guarantee one thing. Your wife will be brought to my side, and your son will be enrolled in the better Fengshan Academy." Li Rong knew what he was about to say and answered directly, "You will work in the princess's manor. As long as you are loyal." Li Rong stared at him. This princess does not mistreat her own people. Hua Nian remained silent, panting as he stared at Li Rong. After a long while, Li Rong tilted her chin upward. "Give him paper and brush." A servant brought over paper and a brush. Hua Nian's ropes were untied, and with trembling hands, he began writing his confession. He wrote with great difficulty. When he finished, he handed it to Li Rong. After reading it and confirming there were no problems, Li Rong ordered someone to take Hua Nian to Wenxuan. Then she boarded her carriage and led her people back to the princess's manor. Having stayed up all night, she closed her eyes to rest in the carriage, contemplating her current arrangements. The evidence of the Yang family's embezzlement of military funds was nearly complete in Huajing. With the Ministry of War's accounts, Hua Nian's confession, and the private ledger, she had already obtained confessions from all relevant participants. Next, she only needed to wait for the border accounts to arrive. As she pondered this, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly came from outside. Her carriage abruptly halted, and she heard someone call out, "Is that Princess Pinglu in the carriage?" Li Rong signaled to Jinglan, who lifted the curtain and leaned out. Outside stood a group from the Ministry of Justice. Jinglan frowned. "Who are you?" "Your humble servant Wang Qing of the Supervisory and Arrest Department conveys His Majesty's oral decree. In recent days, Princess Pinglu has abused her authority for personal gain and perverted the law. Under the pretense of investigating cases, she has in fact oppressed loyal ministers of the court. Furthermore, she has colluded with the suspect Pei Wenxuan and is suspected of plotting to harm others. She is hereby punished with 1 month of house arrest and transferred to the Ministry of Justice to assist in the investigation of Hua Nian's murder case." Upon hearing this, Jinglan was momentarily stunned. She glanced back at Li Rong, who had lifted the carriage curtain, unsure of how to respond. Hua Nian was in their hands. As long as they handed him over, Li Rong would not have to enter the Ministry of Justice, and Pei Wenxuan would subsequently be released. Yet since Li Rong remained silent, Jinglan dared not say more. Li Rong looked at the man before her, smiled gently, and asked, "Does this princess need to be escorted there?" Wang Qing respectfully stepped aside and hurriedly replied, "This humble officer will simply accompany your highness." Li Rong nodded, then instructed Jinmai inside the carriage. "You go ahead with the others and clean up the prison cell." Jinmai responded respectfully, quickly disembarked from the carriage, and led the others ahead. Li Rong returned to the carriage, closed her eyes, and said nothing more. Before long, she arrived at the Ministry of Justice prison. Wang Qing walked ahead, full of deference. Everyone understood clearly that as long as Li Chuan remained in power, Li Rong's arrival at the Ministry of Justice was merely a formality. "Lord Wang," Li Rong said gently, "may I choose where to stay in this prison?" Of course. Wang Qing's heart trembled at the sight of Li Rong, fearful of offending this noble princess. Which cell has caught your highness's eye? May I stay in the cell next to Lord Pei? Li Rong smiled. Having an acquaintance nearby will ease my fears. Your highness speaks wisely, Wang Qing fawned. Since the princess and Lord Pei are involved in the same case, it is only fitting that you be together. With that, Wang Qing led Li Rong to the far end of the prison. The cells there had been specially arranged, clearly intended for high-ranking officials and nobles. They were located in a separate corner with only a few scattered cells. Aside from Pei Wenxuan, who was lying inside reading a book, there was no one else. Pei Wenxuan was lying on the bed reading a travelogue. Seeing Li Rong enter, he stood up, placed the book on a small table, leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, and gazed at Li Rong with a smile. Noticing his gaze, Li Rong first selected the cell beside Pei Wenxuan's. After having it prepared, she walked over to him. Pei Wenxuan looked her up and down and chuckled. Your highness arrived so quickly. Could it be that you missed this humble official? Li Rong burst into laughter, covering half her face with her fan. It seems you haven't learned much else in prison, but Lord Pei's tongue has certainly improved. Not bad, not bad. Pei Wenxuan nodded, his expression serious. Your highness originally promised to visit this humble official once a day, yet after waiting all these days, I haven't seen a trace of you. I've thought of you day and night, tossed and turned in sleeplessness, gazed until my eyes grew weary, found joy in hardship, and reflected on bitterness to appreciate sweetness. Now that I finally see your highness, the myriad words in my heart are overwhelming. If I have been presumptuous, I beg your highness's forgiveness. Li Rong was thoroughly amused by Pei Wenxuan, laughing continuously behind her fan. Seeing Li Rong's cheerful expression, Pei Wenxuan knew that everything outside was going well. He lowered his voice. Everything is settled? One of the two matters is settled. As she spoke, Li Rong glanced around and lowered her voice. We'll talk later. Jing Lan and Jinmai brought in supplies, tidied up the entire cell, placed incense burners, and prepared curtains to hang at the entrance. In less than a quarter of an hour, the cell was nearly indistinguishable from Li Rong's usual bedroom. Once everything was arranged, Jing Lan agreed on daily visiting hours with Li Rong. After Li Rong settled into the cell, everyone finally left. The clamor of voices that had filled the space moments earlier vanished in an instant, leaving only Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan, separated by a wall. Pei Wenxuan leaned against the wall and continued, Which matter is settled? No one answered. Pei Wenxuan found it strange and was about to ask again when a hand with red-painted nails extended a slip of paper toward him. Pei Wenxuan bent down to take it, unfolded it, and saw Li Rong's handwriting. Evidence collection. That's not important. Pei Wenxuan shook his head, glancing toward the wall. Though he couldn't see Li Rong, the gesture brought him some comfort. What about the person? Has His Highness managed to invite him? Still in the process, Li Rong replied. Seeing that Pei Wenxuan made no attempt to conceal their conversation, she deduced that the place was safe. She abandoned the slips of paper and spoke directly. Is he the kind of person who'd easily come down the mountain? Not entirely unexpected. Pei Wenxuan tore the slip into pieces, frowning as he did so. How did you manage to invite him in our previous life? I don't recall it being this difficult. In their past life, though Qin Lin had also put on airs, it hadn't felt this excessive. Now, Li Chuan had been trying for 4 days without making any progress. Why was there still no movement? Hearing Pei Wenxuan's question, Li Rong felt uneasy. She couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that advancing this matter has affected things? Just as her spring banquet had stirred Yang Quan into action, now they were inviting Qin Lin earlier. Could it be that we won't be able to invite him? Li Rong couldn't help but voice her doubts. Pei Wenxuan quickly interjected, Don't jinx it. What if we can't invite him? Li Rong ignored Pei Wenxuan's attempt to stop her and frowned. Seeing that she paid him no heed, Pei Wenxuan could only say, What can we do? Let it be. Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong said coolly, tapping her fan lightly against her palm. If Qin Lin doesn't come down, I'll send you to the northwest. Either bring the northwest back to me, or I'll bury you there. Li Rong's voice remained steady, but when she uttered the word bury, Pei Wenxuan detected a hint of bloodlust in her tone. A chill ran down Pei Wenxuan's spine, but he wasn't one to be easily intimidated. He cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly and said, "It's mainly that you mind. If you didn't, I might still have a way. Such as, after all, he's truly." Pei Wenxuan trailed off. Li Rong pressed, "Truly what?" Pei Wenxuan quickly changed his phrasing. "The elder brother of the second Miss Qin." "So?" Li Rong fanned herself, her voice tinged with laughter, yet Pei Wenxuan sensed an indescribable coldness in her tone. For some reason, a pang of anxiety struck him. Still, he steeled himself and said with difficulty, "I think I might still have some standing in this matter." "Huh." Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. "What standing does a man who's been rejected in marriage have? Have you no shame?" "About the rejection? She must have been forced into it. I've noticed something about you, Pei Wenxuan. Your other abilities are mediocre at best, but you excel at deceiving yourself." Li Rong couldn't take it anymore and tapped her fan against the ground. "Her feelings for Chuaner are as clear as day. What does that have to do with you? Honestly, if she weren't so devoted to Chuaner, you wouldn't even have had a sliver of a chance. In our past life, if she had dared to respond even slightly to your help while keeping it from me, I would have ruined her." "Your logic is flawed," Pei Wenxuan responded seriously. Her affection for His Highness came later. When she broke off our engagement, I had just returned from mourning. She hadn't even met His Highness yet. She must have been forced by her family to break it off. Listening to Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong nearly choked on her anger. The key point was, when had Qin Jinjin ever liked Li Chuan? The truth was, she simply didn't like Pei Wenxuan. Breaking off the engagement had been entirely voluntary, spontaneous, and a clear expression of her own will. Li Rong took a deep breath, restraining her emotions. "Pei Wenxuan, you should really be grateful that we're in prison right now. Otherwise." Pei Wenxuan didn't understand what Li Rong meant. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Lin, he heard Li Rong say darkly, "If it weren't for these wooden bars, I'd go over there and gouge your eyes out right now." Pei Wenxuan's silence. He felt that Li Rong was particularly irritable today. After a moment of silence, he cautiously said, "You're a princess. You should mind your status. Resorting to violence doesn't look good." "It may not look good if I do it myself," Li Rong sneered, "but I can't have others do it for me." "For a young lady," Pei Wenxuan replied casually, "fighting and killing aren't proper. Have a sip of tea, calm down, and let's continue our conversation. I have nothing to say to you." Li Rong stood, her voice cold. "Go talk to your Jinjin. Why are you so irritable today? I thought we'd argued enough about this topic." Pei Wenxuan sighed. After a moment's thought, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you been interrogating people recently?" Li Rong froze. Seeing her lack of response, Pei Wenxuan understood. Li Rong had always been like this. Seeing blood easily unsettled her. It had been the same in their past life. Though they had been allies back then, they still had their own considerations. Li Rong hadn't trusted him enough to let him handle many matters, so he couldn't help her. Fortunately, this life was different. At least now, they were absolutely on the same side. Pei Wenxuan fell silent for a moment before speaking gently. "Let me handle these things from now on. Don't touch them." "No need," Li Rong replied coldly. "It's none of your business. Consider it a favor to me, all right." Pei Wenxuan sighed, knowing Li Rong was still angry. "We'll be living together from now on. Let's not keep quarreling like this. If you interrogate people and come back upset, then take it out on me. Won't I be the one suffering?" "I'm begging you, Your Highness." Pei Wenxuan drew out his words. "Give your humble servant a way out. Let me handle these things for you, all right?" Li Rong snorted coldly, but didn't reply. She walked to the bed and was about to lie down when she heard voices outside. Soon, Li Chuan entered with someone in tow. Li Chuan was still wearing commoner's clothes, clearly not having come from the palace. He hurried to the door of Li Rong's cell and anxiously said, "Sister, I heard something happened to you," and rushed back from Nine Lu Mountain. "Are you all right?" "All right." Li Rong nodded. "As expected. There's no need to worry. Has Qin Lin been invited?" "Not yet." Li Chuan shook his head, then seemed to remember something and quickly added, "But he will be invited soon." Li Rong acknowledged him, then heard footsteps approaching from the side. The person Li Chuan had brought wore a black cloak, with her features hidden beneath the hood, making her face impossible to distinguish. As soon as she entered, Li Rong noticed her. Li Rong had initially wondered about the person's identity, But when she saw her walk toward Pei Wenxuan's cell, she understood. Pei Wenxuan likely guessed the visitor's identity as well, but he remained silent, simply watching quietly. The woman said nothing. She merely lifted a pale, slender hand and removed the large hood, revealing delicate and elegant features. She was not exceptionally beautiful, but she was extremely pleasant to look at, plain, yet carrying a sense of tranquility. Most remarkable was her ethereal aura, as though she existed within the mundane world, yet somehow transcended it. Pei Wenxuan watched her quietly, seemingly surprised, yet also as though he had sensed her presence all along. The woman smiled gently. "It's been a long time," she said calmly. "Brother Pei." Author's note: the life or death question is here. Mini theater. Mo Shu Bai sits on the steps smoking. Pei Wenxuan: "Bai, stop smoking. It's bad for your health." Mo Shu Bai: "No. I'm under too much pressure." Pei Wenxuan: "Why?" Mo Shu Bai: "You're too much of a scoundrel. It worries me." Pei Wenxuan's silence. Mo Shu Bai: "Son, promise me you won't add fuel to your own funeral pyre anymore, okay? Mom's kidneys aren't good, and now her lungs aren't either. Please spare me." Chapter 27. It's been a long time. Pei Wenxuan smiled. "It should have been over 3 years, right?" As the two spoke, Rong gave Lichuan a look, then led him to the farthest corner of the prison cell, as far away from Pei Wenxuan as possible, and whispered, "Why is she here?" "Sister, you know her?" Lichuan glanced at the two who were talking and lowered his voice. "I met her at the entrance to Nine Lu Mountain. She saw me and started hitting me. Really fierce." Rong's silence. This was truly the first time she had heard anyone describe Qin Jinjin like that. And then, Rong ignored Lichuan's description and went straight to the point. "She said she's Qin Lin's sister. I don't know whether it's true or not. Anyway, after the people from the palace arrived, as soon as she heard who I was, she immediately offered to help me contact Qin Lin, but on one condition." Lichuan tilted his chin toward Pei Wenxuan. She wanted to come see Pei Wenxuan. As he spoke, Lichuan frowned. "Sister, is there something going on between them?" Rong's silence. Lichuan was rarely this perceptive. He was fairly steady when it came to government affairs, but in matters of the heart, Rong felt his emotional intelligence was basically no different from a 6-year-old's. Qin Jinjin was speaking with Pei Wenxuan. She asked about his general situation, and Pei Wenxuan answered each question. After confirming that he was fine, Qin Jinjin sighed in relief. "Knowing that Brother Pei is safe, I can rest easy. By the way," Qin Jinjin suddenly remembered something. "Did you receive the jade pendant from before?" Even sending him a jade pendant. Lichuan leaned close to Rong's ear and whispered, "There's definitely something going on between them." Rong tapped his shoulder with her fan, a playful smile curling her lips. She opened the folding fan, covered her face with it, leaned closer to Lichuan, and silently mouthed, "Time for the show." "I received it." Pei Wenxuan's voice rang out, calm and measured. "I know it wasn't your intention. I don't blame you, so you don't need to worry. Brother Pei, you misunderstand. It was my idea." Qin Jinjin spoke openly and honestly, her expression sincere. "I've wanted to return this jade pendant to Brother Pei for a long time, but you were in mourning before, so I couldn't. Now that you're back, I should have delivered it myself, but my elder brother said that since I've grown up, it would be inconvenient for me to see you. So he delivered it for me." Lichuan listened in confusion, while Rong hid behind her fan, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Looking at Qin Jinjin's utterly earnest face now, and recalling how Pei Wenxuan had previously sworn that Qin Jinjin had been forced, Rong could almost hear the invisible slaps, sharp and crisp, echoing through the air. Pei Wenxuan fell silent. After a long moment, he finally spoke stiffly. "Brother Qin is very thoughtful." "Yes." Qin Jinjin smiled. "Although you and my elder brother don't meet often, he cares deeply for you. My elder brother told me that when the two families arranged the engagement back then, no one expected the Pei family to rise to such prominence. Now that Brother Pei is the legitimate heir of the Pei family, your future is limitless. My elder brother told me not to hold you back, and not to let the playful words exchanged between our families years ago ruin your chance at a good marriage." Pei Wenxuan's silence. Rong leaned against the wall, laughing so hard she nearly doubled over. Lichuan looked utterly bewildered. After a long while, Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan's utterly emotionless voice. Did Qin Lin tell you all this? That complete lack of emotion revealed just how desperately Pei Wenxuan was restraining himself. From his voice alone, Li Rong could sense his impulse to tear Qin Lin apart with his bare hands. What nonsense about the legitimate heir of the Pei family having limitless prospects. It was all deceptive talk. If his prospects were truly limitless, how could he hold only a minor 8th-rank official position? Clearly, Qin Lin looked down on him and was simply deceiving Qin Jinjin. However, Qin Jinjin, as a woman confined to the inner chambers, had never paid much attention to these complicated relationships outside. The Pei family maintained appearances well, and it was common for scions of noble families to begin with low-ranking official positions that carried actual authority. As for which low-ranking positions held real power and which did not, that was beyond Qin Jinjin's understanding. Thus, after Qin Lin's grand deception, Qin Jinjin harbored no suspicions whatsoever. She handed over the jade pendant and had her brother go break off the engagement. Now, seeing not a trace of joy in Pei Wenxuan's expression, she sensed something was wrong and hesitantly asked, "Is there something wrong with what my brother said?" Pei Wenxuan's silence. Wrong. Everything was wrong. But at this moment, Pei Wenxuan had no desire to explain anything to Qin Jinjin. After all, the decision had already been made, and there was no need for explanations. So he replied expressionlessly, "It's nothing. I'm simply grateful for your brother's concern." Hearing this, Li Rong could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Qin Jinjin truly couldn't bear it anymore. She turned to look over, unable to understand why Princess Ping Lu had been laughing non-stop from the very beginning. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is your highness laughing at?" "Nothing." Li Rong composed herself, wiping tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. "I just thought of something funny." Hearing Li Rong laugh at him, Pei Wenxuan felt rather helpless. He immediately knew she was mocking him over their earlier argument. Somewhat embarrassed, he cleared his throat lightly. "I'm fine. There's no need to worry. Go back and advise your brother." The Crown Prince. "My brother already has a plan for this matter," Qin Jinjin interjected as soon as Pei Wenxuan brought it up. "Brother Pei, don't worry. My brother will go, but he needs to wait one more day." "Oh, so your brother will go, and yet you told me you'd persuade him on my behalf, asking me to help you in return?" Li Chuan, who had been listening nearby, raised an eyebrow. "Were you deceiving me?" Hearing Li Chuan speak up, Qin Jinjin immediately lost her previous composure and replied with cold indifference. It was only after this commoner persuaded him that he agreed to go. "How is that deception?" "You, Chuaner," Li Rong reminded him. "Mind your manners." Hearing this, Li Chuan turned to look at Li Rong, utterly astonished. "Sister, I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already accusing me of being rude?" "I already know what you were about to say." Li Rong raised an eyebrow. "All right, enough of this idle talk. Go back now and gather all the information on court affairs. Make preparations for tomorrow morning. The fact that father allowed me to come here means the Yang family must have pressured him. If nothing unexpected happens, at tomorrow's morning court assembly, father will likely assign you to supervise the war in the Northwest. You must not agree immediately. Keep refusing persistently." "I understand." Li Chuan pursed his lips. "I've long been prepared for this. Don't worry." Second Miss Qin. Li Rong looked up and turned her gaze toward Qin Jinjin. "If the Crown Prince is forced to the front lines tomorrow, can your brother guarantee that he will go?" Qin Jinjin respectfully bowed. "Your Highness, rest assured. My brother's difficulty with your Highness was merely to test your character, not a sign of refusal." Li Rong nodded. After a moment of thought, she looked at Li Chuan and added, "If Qin Lin accompanies you to the front lines, don't let anyone know. Quietly place him in the military camp, and don't let others know he's your man." Li Chuan was taken aback for a moment before understanding. Understood. They had gone to such great lengths to bring down the Yang family. They weren't doing it to pave the way for Li Ming. Their fundamental goal was to allow Li Chuan to insert his own people into the Northwest. Li Ming would undoubtedly replace the main general in the later stages of the war, taking all the credit for himself. If Qin Lin went directly with Li Chuan, he would likely be suppressed by Li Ming the moment he showed any promise. The safest plan now was for Qin Lin to take his friend Cui Qinghe to the front lines, starting from scratch with an identity unrelated to Li Chuan. With their intelligence and strategies, they would advise Li Chuan, resolve the threat posed by the Yang family on the northwestern border, and then defeat the Rong kingdom. Once the northwestern border was pacified, Li Ming could replace the main general, but he couldn't replace all the lower-ranking officers. Qin Lin would remain in the northwest, while they coordinated with him from Huajing regarding military provisions and deployments. In time, the military power in the northwest would eventually fall into Qin Lin's hands. These calculations were clear to everyone present except Qin Jinjin. Li Chuan respectfully said, "Sister, rest assured. I will arrange it." Li Rong acknowledged him and glanced at the sky. "It's getting late. You should head back." Li Chuan nodded in agreement, then turned to Qin Jinjin. "You can leave now, right?" Qin Jinjin glanced at Pei Wenxuan, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Seeing Brother Pei safe and sound puts my mind at ease. It is inconvenient for us to meet now, so I hope Brother Pei will take good care of himself. If you ever face difficulties and need my help in the future, please have someone contact my brother's people on Nine Lu Mountain to relay the message. I will not refuse." Hearing Qin Jinjin's words, Pei Wenxuan remained expressionless. He nodded slightly. "Don't worry. I'm doing well." Qin Jinjin nodded, pulled her hood back on, and returned to Li Chuan's side. Li Chuan looked at Li Rong. "Sister, I'm leaving now." Li Rong nodded. Li Chuan led Qin Jinjin away, teasing her about her short stature while she remained cold and ignored him. Watching the two walk away, Li Rong suddenly called out, "Chuaner." Li Chuan turned back in confusion. Li Rong stood inside the prison cell at the end of the corridor, quietly watching him. Her expression held a hint of struggle that Li Chuan couldn't quite understand. After a long moment, Li Rong said, "Have someone else escort Miss Qin later. There are matters in the palace waiting for you, so return early." Hearing this, Li Chuan smiled. "Understood. You even have to remind me about such things. Do you think I'm a child?" With that, he waved and left with Qin Jinjin. Watching Li Chuan's retreating figure, Li Rong stood there somewhat dazed. Although Pei Wenxuan couldn't see her expression, he could guess what she was thinking. "You don't want the crown prince and Miss Qin to meet again?" This time, he was careful with his words and didn't call her Jinjin. Hearing him, Li Rong replied indifferently, "And what about you?" "We encountered them a bit too early this time." Pei Wenxuan sounded somewhat concerned. "I wonder what changes might occur." Li Rong remained silent. She understood Pei Wenxuan's concern. Just as her half-finished spring banquet had already caused everything to diverge completely from their previous life. Now that Li Chuan and Qin Jinjin had met so much earlier, no one knew what changes might follow. In their previous life, Li Chuan and Qin Jinjin had met only a year later. Qin Jinjin entered the palace through the imperial consort selection and became Li Chuan's concubine. In the early days at the Eastern Palace, Qin Jinjin and Li Chuan did not get along. Li Chuan hardly ever saw her, and she was often bullied within the palace. It was only after Pei Wenxuan intervened and mediated several times that Qin Jinjin finally caught Li Chuan's attention. No one knew what happened to Li Chuan. He had never understood love before, but after being with Qin Jinjin, he suddenly became obsessed, wholeheartedly devoted to her alone. Yet beneath such intense favor lay not only love, but also a sharp blade. Thus, 1 year after Li Chuan ascended the throne, Qin Jinjin gave birth to Li Ping. Shortly afterward, she died in the inner palace. On the day she died, Li Chuan clung to her corpse, refusing to let go. It was only when Li Rong arrived that she managed to pull the body from his embrace. After Qin Jinjin's death, Li Chuan insisted on burying her with the rites of an empress, placing her in his own imperial mausoleum ahead of time. Back then, everyone merely thought Li Chuan was grieving and believed he would recover after a few years. But he never did. His temper grew worse, and he became increasingly tyrannical. The crown prince, once renowned for his benevolence in his youth, ultimately walked a path similar to Li Ming's. He exhausted military resources, suppressed the noble families, and ruled the court with an iron fist. Only Li Rong could restrain him to some extent. But later, after the Su family case, a rift finally formed between the siblings. After the Su family case, Li Rong was bedridden from her injuries, and Li Chuan came to visit her. By then, he had grown very thin. They were separated by a curtain, and as Li Rong looked at his silhouette, he seemed like nothing more than a shadow. He spoke somewhat distractedly, and somehow, the conversation turned to Qin Jinjin. That day, he spoke at length, as though he had returned to his youth. Toward the end, he suddenly said, "Elder sister, there is a beast in my heart. I cannot cage it. I fear it, and I fear myself. I'm sorry for hurting you." Fortunately, Lichuan chuckled softly. "What I needed to do is already done. From now on, everything is entrusted to you, sister." After saying this, he stood and, like a transcendent Taoist, drifted out of her room. Not long after the Su family was buried, Lichuan announced that he would renounce the world and become a monk. Pei Wenxuan led the officials to block the great traveling palace, kneeling for an entire day, and finally reached a compromise. Lichuan would not become a monk, but he would no longer handle affairs of state. For the next 25 years, Lichuan never attended a single morning court assembly again. He immersed himself daily in the illusions described by Taoist alchemists, attempting to find a way to bring the dead back to life. In the latter half of her life, Rong wondered countless times. If she hadn't allowed Lichuan to experience being deposed as crown prince, if she hadn't allowed him to meet Qin Jinjin, would her brother have remained as he had been in his youth? Forever hopeful, like a fire in the cold, illuminating the world. But back then, there had been no turning back. She didn't dwell on what couldn't be changed and simply muddled through. Now, however, things were different. She truly had a choice. The two leaned against the same wall, each standing on opposite sides. Rong remained silent, while Pei Wenxuan gazed up at the afternoon sky. After a long while, Rong slowly spoke. "This time, you won't let her enter the palace again, will you?" Pei Wenxuan didn't respond. Rong was somewhat puzzled. "Why aren't you answering?" "That depends on you." Pei Wenxuan spoke calmly. Rong was rather surprised. "Why does it depend on me? If you agree, I'll go and speak to Qin Lin. Once I've spoken, if they still insist on her entering the palace, that's her affair. As for whether to directly intervene to prevent her from entering the palace, that's your affair." These words left Rong bewildered. She couldn't understand them. She paused for a moment, turning the matter over in her mind, then cautiously said, "I'm sorry, could you explain a little more clearly? I don't quite follow." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan lowered his gaze. "I shouldn't have intervened back then." Rong was even more confused. She vaguely grasped the literal meaning of the sentence. Pei Wenxuan seemed to be saying he no longer intended to involve himself in Qin Jinjin's affairs. But how could that be? Rong was at a loss. Setting aside Qin Jinjin's significance in Pei Wenxuan's heart, even if she held little weight and was merely a friend, given Pei Wenxuan's nature, it was impossible for him to stand by and watch Qin Jinjin enter the palace knowing it would lead to her death. And what did he mean by needing her agreement? What did she need to agree to? Since when did Pei Wenxuan's affairs require her consent? What did it have to do with her? Rong was utterly perplexed. She didn't even know how many questions to ask or where to begin. Pei Wenxuan leaned against the wall, his head bowed in silence. He knew Rong would question him, and his heart raced with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. After all these years, he had never found the right moment to say these words, and now he hoped she would ask. Yet he wasn't sure whether he should answer. After so much time had passed, speaking of such things seemed only to add sorrow and regret, with little other purpose. After a quiet pause, Rong finally spoke. "So, what you mean is, you'll intervene if I ask you to, and you won't if I don't." Pei Wenxuan kept his head lowered. After a moment, he softly replied, "Why?" Rong stumbled over the words. Pei Wenxuan lowered his gaze and spoke slowly. "Between people, there are boundaries. Each person is like a spider's web, connected to others. Everyone must move within these boundaries. If you cross them, even a slight shift in one direction will cause pain to those on the other side." Pei Wenxuan's words were subtle, but Rong understood. She leaned gently against the wall, listening to his rare, earnest, and calm explanation. She has her brother, her husband, and herself. She should bear responsibility for her own life. Every choice she makes will bring its own consequences. Anyone else's interference isn't necessarily a good thing. I have my own responsibilities, no matter where they come from. Now that I've agreed to marry you, I will hold myself to the standards of a husband. Until our contract ends?" Rong chuckled lightly. Pei Wenxuan fell silent. After a moment, he said quietly, "Perhaps." Li Rong listened to Pei Wenxuan speak, pulled a rush cushion into the corner, and sat cross-legged. She straightened her clothes and sighed. "Pei Wenxuan, you really haven't lived these 50 years in vain. If you'd realized this earlier, we might truly have grown old together in our previous life." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan's eyelashes trembled slightly. He didn't know why, but Li Rong's words felt like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through him. He couldn't immediately discern where the feeling came from. Perhaps it was regret. Perhaps it was dissatisfaction with their previous life. Or perhaps it was the unspoken emotions of their youth, lying dormant for years, suddenly striking back in a single moment, biting down fiercely until blood flowed freely. The pain instinctively calmed Pei Wenxuan. Under intense emotion, he had always entered an extreme state of calm. Li Rong adjusted her clothes, completely unaware of Pei Wenxuan's feelings, and continued with a smile. "I always knew you were clever and would figure things out sooner or later. And sure enough, look at you now. With your appearance and your mindset, how many young ladies would adore you if you went out? You knew I would figure it out?" Pei Wenxuan's voice was cold. Li Rong fanned herself. "I'm quite accurate when it comes to judging people. And how did you see me? Now or back then?" "Back then." Hearing this, Li Rong thought carefully. Trying to recall Pei Wenxuan from 30 years ago, she slowly said, "You were a good person back then. You were just stubborn and unable to let go." "How so?" "You promised to take care of Qin Jinjin, and you believed a gentleman's word was unbreakable. Regardless of your own circumstances, you insisted on helping her." As she spoke, Li Rong poured herself some tea and continued her analysis. "Moreover, you always believed you loved Qin Jinjin. But when you met me and suddenly fell for me, you became conflicted and fell apart inside. You couldn't accept it, thinking, 'How could I be such a fickle man?' So your intentions weren't the problem. You simply couldn't let go." Pei Wenxuan listened as Li Rong described the past with such ease. He lowered his eyes, feeling every word she said about him was unbearably harsh. Yet he knew clearly that the reason they hurt was because everything Li Rong said was true. "Back then," he said calmly, without a trace of emotion, "you knew I liked you. I'm not stupid." Li Rong blew gently over the green, leaves floating in her tea. "If you didn't like me, why would you have treated me so well? It's just that I was still shy and uncertain back then, even though I felt you liked me." "Then why?" Pei Wenxuan's voice grew hoarse. "Why didn't you wait for me?" If she had been willing to wait a little longer, he might have seen his own heart clearly and learned to grow. Perhaps their previous life wouldn't have ended the way it did. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. "That's a funny thing to say. I'm not collecting scraps. Why should I have waited for you?" "Pei Wenxuan." Li Rong looked at her reflection in the cup, her voice calm. "There's one thing you've never been able to see clearly. It wasn't that you wronged me in our previous life, and I left heartbroken, gave up on myself, and spent the rest of my life with a eunuch. Rather, I could have had you, but I chose not to. I found someone new and grew old with the person I truly loved." A woman hates her rival because she feels that, in the competition for affection, facing a woman as excellent as she is now, she has no chance of winning. So she always hopes the other person is utterly repulsive, that her lover is blind, and that one day her lover will suddenly awaken and realize how wonderful and beautiful she is. But I don't need that kind of comfort. Li Rong smiled lightly. "I know that winning against Qin Jinjin would be effortless for me. If I wanted you, I wouldn't even need to do anything. I could simply wait. But I'm unwilling." Li Rong lifted her head, gazing at the colorful clouds filling the sky and the swallows chirping in the evening. "I, Li Rong, am of noble lineage, a blood relative of the emperor. Though my beauty may not be unparalleled beneath heaven, it is renowned throughout Huajing. Wealth and power are merely embellishments. I am well-read, courteous, and sharp-witted. For a woman like me, when you ask why I didn't wait for you, the question you should be asking is..." Li Rong drained the tea in her cup in one gulp. "What makes you think you deserve my waiting? Even if Lord Pei is exceptionally handsome." She drawled out the words, her tone tinged with playful mischief. "I'm not so foolish as to be blinded by mere looks." Pei Wenxuan listened to Li Rong's words. Her speech was calm and magnanimous. Even as she criticized him and spoke of unpleasant memories from the past, it was surprisingly refreshing and uplifting. Pei Wenxuan crossed his arms as he listened. He lowered his head, staring at his feet, and after a long moment of thought, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Suddenly, he felt as though he were meeting Li Rong for the very first time. The Li Rong of today was different from the one in her youth. She retained the determination and principles of her 20-year-old self, but possessed a level of magnanimity and tranquility far beyond what she had back then. In the past, they were always arguing and quarreling. The moment he saw Su Rongqing beside her, he found it difficult to restrain himself. Now, having set aside his prejudices, he felt an indescribable sense of admiration and fondness for her. This fondness had nothing to do with romantic love. It was simply the feeling that a woman like Li Rong was truly someone who commanded attention. Seeing that Pei Wenxuan remained silent for a long time, Li Rong wondered if she had struck a nerve. This man was notoriously petty, and now that she had wounded his pride, he might not speak for quite a while. She sighed inwardly, cursing his pettiness, and stood. Are we still talking or not? If not, I'm leaving. Pei Wenxuan said nothing. So Li Rong rose to her feet, fetched a book on her own, sat at the table, and began reading a storybook while cracking melon seeds. After a while, she looked up and noticed a scroll of paper suddenly appearing in the corner of the cell. The paper was rolled up and tied with a red silk ribbon, neatly arranged like a gift and looking quite elegant. Puzzled, Li Rong walked over, bent down, and picked up the scroll. On it, she recognized Pei Wenxuan's handwriting. For Her Highness the Princess. Pei Wenxuan's calligraphy had always possessed the ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Even the simplest things, adorned with his writing, took on an air of elegance. Li Rong pressed her lips together, finding it somewhat amusing. She untied the ribbon and unfolded the paper. As the scroll slowly unfurled, she saw an image of herself at 18, dressed in palace attire, a peony hairpin in her hair, glancing back over her shoulder with a smile. The face was that of her 18-year-old self, but the smile was not. Radiant and bold, yet carrying a hint of enchanting charm. Li Rong couldn't quite tell which version of herself this was. Beneath the painting were words written by Pei Wenxuan. Only the peony is the true beauty of the nation. Its bloom stirs the entire capital in its season. Seeing these words, Li Rong couldn't help but smile. Pei Wenxuan stood before his desk, carefully tracing the lines of Li Rong in the painting. In truth, there was one thing he had never dared to confront in his previous life. Throughout his entire existence, he had never felt that any woman was more beautiful than Li Rong. Only the peony was the true beauty of the nation, and in his heart, the only woman who possessed the peony's splendor was Li Rong. Qin Jinjin might have been lovely, but that loveliness had never made his heart race, nor had it ever left him in awe. Only Li Rong. Yet she had bloomed early and withered quickly, leaving only withered branches in his memory. He had nearly forgotten her beautiful form until, suddenly looking back, he saw it once more. The peony had always been in full bloom. It was simply that she no longer wished to let him see it. Author's note. Mini theater. Question. What does the painting Pei Wenxuan gave Li Rong mean? Li Rong. A peace offering. He's trying to use such small favors to keep me from arguing with him. So we'll stay on the same side and stop giving him headaches. Pei Wenxuan's silence. Question. Pei Wenxuan, don't stay silent. Speak up. Pei Wenxuan. It's a love letter. Everyone's silence. Pei Wenxuan. Of course, the true meaning of this love letter will only become clear later. Looking back, you'll understand my real intention. Everyone intention. Pei Wenxuan. I don't just want to avoid arguing with her. I want to marry her, so we can argue for a lifetime. Chapter 28. Having known Pei Wenxuan for many years, Li Rong was well aware of his capabilities. When this man opposed you, he could infuriate you to the point of fainting. But if he deliberately tried to flatter someone, his skill at buttering people up was something ordinary people could hardly match. After all, Pei Wenxuan was also the legitimate son of a prominent noble family. He was exceptionally intelligent, and it was said that back in the academy, he had been nearly the top student in every subject, proficient in all 6 arts of a gentleman. Winning over a young lady was as easy as reaching out his hand. Seeing his words, Li Rong felt thoroughly pleased. After a while, Pei Wenxuan noticed a piece of paper wrapped around a stone being thrown from the neighboring cell. He was taken aback, not expecting Li Rong to reply. He quickly went over, picked up the stone, crouched down, and opened the paper to find Li Rong's elegant yet sharp handwriting. If you know how to talk, then talk more. Looking at those words, Pei Wenxuan could almost picture Li Rong raising an eyebrow with a smile as she said them. Somehow, even her arrogant and domineering demeanor now seemed somewhat endearing, like a cat raising its tail, proud and pitifully pleased with itself. Pei Wenxuan suddenly felt the urge to tease her. A moment later, Li Rong received a reply. With his long arms, Pei Wenxuan simply reached over and handed her the note. Li Rong hurriedly took it, opened it, and found another drawing. This one was much simpler. A few strokes outlined a jar with the word peony written on it, accompanied by 4 characters. Aged peony. Seeing those words, Li Rong immediately crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it out, refusing to pay any further attention to this scoundrel. Seeing Li Rong throw the paper away, Pei Wenxuan knew she was angry. He quickly called out, Hey, Your Highness, don't be angry. It was just a joke. Humans do not converse with dogs, Li Rong said coldly. Cease your barking. Pei Wenxuan was left speechless by Li Rong's words, but he knew she was in a fit of anger. He hurriedly wrote several more poems praising her, reached out to hand them over, and whispered, Princess, would you take a look? Li Rong couldn't be bothered to respond. She cracked melon seeds while reading her storybook. Pei Wenxuan's arm grew sore, so he switched hands and continued waving the paper. Princess, I was wrong. I apologize. I won't tease you anymore. Won't you take a look? Li Rong glanced up at the white paper swaying outside, then lowered her head and continued reading her storybook. Pei Wenxuan tried calling her in different tones. Princess? Your Highness? Li Rong. Before he could finish, voices and footsteps echoed from outside. Pei Wenxuan immediately stood, leaned against the wall, and straightened his clothes just as a young man in crimson official robes emerged from the long corridor. He must have arrived in a hurry, because fine beads of sweat covered his forehead. As soon as he entered the prison, his gaze fell on Li Rong. Seeing that she was still safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully to her. Your Highness. Li Rong was somewhat surprised. She looked at the newcomer in confusion. Minister Su? Su Rongqing straightened after his bow, then nodded toward Pei Wenxuan. Minister Pei. Pei Wenxuan gave a nonchalant nod in return. Seeing the sweat on Su Rongqing's forehead, Li Rong couldn't help but smile. Why are you in such a hurry, Minister Su? Wipe your sweat first. With that, she handed him a handkerchief. Seeing the handkerchief Li Rong offered, Su Rongqing hesitated for a moment. But before Li Rong could react, he respectfully extended both hands and accepted it. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Rongqing took the handkerchief and gently wiped his forehead. Pei Wenxuan leaned against the wall, quietly watching, the rolled-up paper in his hand tapping his shoulder from time to time. As Su Rongqing wiped his forehead, he gradually calmed his breathing before speaking. I came in somewhat of a hurry. Please do not laugh, Your Highness. Why such haste? Li Rong chuckled softly. Su Rongqing replied respectfully. Today, upon learning of Your Highness's predicament, I wished to come immediately. However, I was summoned by His Majesty and only just managed to leave the palace. Fearing that Your Highness might face harassment in prison, I hurried over. Su Rongqing's speech was always steady, lacking the cadence and inflection of Pei Wenxuan's voice. Every gesture he made seemed as though it had been measured with a ruler, and even his voice carried that same precision. Hearing his words, Li Rong asked, What happened at today's morning court assembly? At today's morning court assembly, news arrived from the border. Su Rongqing's expression turned serious. 2 days ago, the Rong state attacked the city. The defending general, Zhao Yi, died on the front lines. The troops have now retreated to Fenching. Meanwhile, the Yang family submitted their resignation. Resignation? Li Rong laughed. What did they say? Su Rongqing's expression darkened slightly, but he repeated their words exactly. Yang Ming said that Yang Quan committed a grave offense by provoking the princess. The Yang family feels too ashamed to face the imperial family and therefore requests permission to retire and return to their hometown. They stated that they would take their family members into seclusion in the mountains and forests, hoping Your Highness would spare them. Words meant to wound the heart. Pei Wenxuan spoke softly. Li Rong lightly tapped her palm with her fan. If the Yang family had submitted their resignation under normal circumstances, the court might not have been so alarmed. But now, with the main general dead on the battlefield and the Rong state poised to advance, the Yang family's resignation at this moment was a threat. What did the others say? Li Rong asked calmly. Your Highness should know that most aristocratic families stand with the Yang family. Su Rongqing replied smoothly. Aristocratic families dislike change. The Yang family has guarded the border for so long, and unless their interests are genuinely threatened, they will not shift their stance. With the Yang family applying such pressure, the court was thrown into turmoil today. All the civil and military officials demanded that His Majesty detain Your Highness to reassure the border troops. I understand. Li Rong nodded. Su Rongqing looked up at her. What should I do, Your Highness? Nothing. Li Rong shook her head. Just focus on your own duties. Su Rongqing pressed his lips together, seemingly unwilling to accept this. He continued, Your Highness, what I said before. I know. Li Rong cut him off, speaking earnestly. But what I said to you is also sincere. I am not rejecting you out of wariness, nor because I look down on your abilities. It is truly unnecessary for Minister Su to involve himself in these matters. My promise to you is not an empty one. Su Rongqing fell silent. Seeing his apparent disappointment, Li Rong smiled. If Minister Su insists on doing something, how about bringing me something the next time you come? What would Your Highness like? Su Rongqing finally showed some reaction. Li Rong thought for a moment. Bring me some books. I enjoy reading novels. Since you read widely, could you recommend a few? Su Rongqing respectfully acknowledged her request. Li Rong then asked about the details of the morning court assembly. After they finished speaking, the two fell silent. A moment later, Su Rongqing respectfully said, If there is nothing else, this humble official will take his leave. Li Rong nodded. Go ahead. Next time, don't come in such a hurry. Nothing will happen to me in Huajing. Su Rongqing bowed and withdrew. After he left, Pei Wenxuan's voice drifted over leisurely. Your Highness, I've read quite a few books. Shall I recommend some to you? No need, Li Rong replied. I've grown tired of the books recommended by Lord Pei. I'd like to try something different. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan instinctively wanted to retort. But just before the words left his mouth, he suddenly stopped. He remembered that he shouldn't continue living like this. He shouldn't always argue with Li Rong, even if it was because of Su Rongqing. What Li Rong had said was actually true. When a person constantly wished ill upon their rival, it was essentially rooted in their own deep-seated insecurity. He didn't like Su Rongqing and always spoke badly of him. But that was merely displaced anger born from his insecurity and resentment towards Su Rongqing. But an entire lifetime had already passed. He had started anew. Li Rong was a good woman, and he didn't want to keep arguing with her. So he restrained himself and remained silent. Seeing Pei Wenxuan stay quiet, Li Rong couldn't help but feel puzzled. In the past, whenever Su Rongqing was involved, Pei Wenxuan would explode at the slightest provocation. How could he stay quiet for so long? She cautiously asked, Pei Wenxuan? Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. Li Rong couldn't help but entertain several worrying possibilities. Pei Wenxuan, why aren't you saying anything? Has something happened to you? No. Pei Wenxuan steadied his emotions. He shifted his posture, leaned against the wall, adjusted his tone, and feigned calmness. I was just thinking about what Su Rongqing said to you earlier. What did you refuse him? Li Rong was taken aback. She had expected Pei Wenxuan to argue with her again. She never imagined he would suddenly become so broad-minded. Seeing her silent, Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but ask, Why aren't you speaking? Is it inconvenient to say? No. Li Rong snapped back to reality. Pei Wenxuan, your change is too drastic. It's frightening. Why don't you scold me a few more times? Pei Wenxuan's silence. Pei Wenxuan suppressed a breath. Can't you live without arguing? That's more like it. Li Rong nodded. That makes me feel better. Pei Wenxuan's silence. Su Rongqing said he wanted to pledge allegiance to the crown prince. I didn't agree. Now that Pei Wenxuan seemed back to normal, Li Rong answered his question. Why didn't you agree? Pei Wenxuan frowned. If Su Rongqing sided with Li Chuan, it wouldn't be a bad thing. I don't think he's the kind of person who should be involved in these matters, Li Rong said calmly. In our previous life, the troubles of the Su family were mainly due to Su Ronghua's issues. In this life, just keep Su Ronghua away from Prince Su. He doesn't need to follow Chuaner so early. Let him serve as Vice Minister of Justice, do his job well, and Chuaner won't make things difficult for him. You're afraid that getting involved in these matters too early will taint his heart, aren't you? Pei Wenxuan spoke bluntly. Li Rong remained silent. Pei Wenxuan took that as her tacit agreement. A knot of frustration tightened in his chest, neither rising nor settling. You treat him very well, Pei Wenxuan said flatly. Yet you don't seem afraid of dragging me into the mire and tainting my heart. What's so pure about your heart? Li Rong didn't understand Pei Wenxuan's affectation and replied with disdain. You're already decades old, yet you still compare yourself to young people. Aren't you ashamed? And what about you? Pei Wenxuan immediately retorted. Decades old, yet still thinking about young people. Aren't you ashamed? Li Rong fell silent. Pei Wenxuan suddenly felt that his words had been too harsh. He knew in his heart that Li Rong and Su Rongqing had feelings for each other. Even though Su Rongqing had killed her, their ending hadn't been caused by a lack of affection, but rather by their conflicting positions. Li Rong had returned wanting to change Su Rongqing's stance and treat him better. That wasn't entirely unreasonable. Yet Pei Wenxuan still felt uncomfortable. He couldn't help but say, when I was young, you never once advised me to stay away from these matters. Li Rong believed Su Rongqing was an elegant gentleman untouched by worldly affairs and didn't want him involved in factional struggles. But what about Pei Wenxuan back then? Hadn't he also possessed lofty ambitions, capable of encompassing mountains and rivers? Did we have a choice back then? Li Rong asked calmly. Pei Wenxuan felt a weight settle in his chest. We didn't. But you never even considered it, did you? Li Rong remained silent. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath. Ultimately, your feelings for me and Su Rongqing are simply different. That's all. You know that very well. So why compare? Li Rong's voice remained steady. Pei Wenxuan froze. Li Rong said lightly, I was with him for 25 years. I was with you for less than a year. If you insist on comparing the two, aren't you just making yourself miserable? And why bother with these comparisons now? You said it yourself. This life is starting over. You plan to begin anew. Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. Li Rong leaned against the wall, gently resting her fan on her shoulder. They were separated by only a single wall, sitting back to back, each gazing down at the ground. You're right. Pei Wenxuan chuckled softly. Starting over, I shouldn't dwell on these things. I'll gradually change. Don't hold it against me in the future. Li Rong made no sound in response. Pei Wenxuan straightened and said only, I'm going to rest. You should rest early too. His tone was calm, but somehow Li Rong still detected a trace of disappointment and embarrassment in it. She knew that deep in Pei Wenxuan's heart, there was an innate and indescribable sense of inferiority when it came to Su Rongqing. Although both the Pei and Su families were great clans, the Su family was a century-old prestigious lineage, while the Pei family had originally been considered second-tier nobility. It was only through the efforts of Pei Wenxuan's father's generation that they had managed to squeeze into the ranks of first-class families. Pei Wenxuan had been exceptionally intelligent and handsome from a young age. He and Su Rongqing attended the two most elite academies in Huajing, each ranking first in their respective institutions. Thus, they had constantly been compared year after year. If it were only about personal merit, Pei Wenxuan naturally wouldn't lose. But some things required centuries of accumulation and heritage to possess. So whenever people mentioned Pei Wenxuan, they would always add, what a pity. From his youth, he had always been considered slightly inferior to Su Rongqing because of his family background. Later, in matters of the heart, even though Su Rongqing had suffered castration, Pei Wenxuan had still lost to him. For Pei Wenxuan, these things couldn't simply be set aside with the phrase, starting over. If they had been arguing as usual, Li Rong wouldn't have bothered with his inner turmoil. But now that Pei Wenxuan's attitude had softened, thinking of him, she felt a twinge of pity. She thought for a moment and finally said, Pei Wenxuan. Facing his silent pretense of sleep, Li Rong spoke softly. I told him to stay away from these matters because he's only in his 20s now, and I'm already old enough to be considered his elder. I feel somewhat protective toward him, not any other kind of affection. It's impossible for us to start again. He's 20-year-old Su Rongqing, and I'm 50-year-old Li Rong. She paused. I've grown old. If you hadn't been reborn, and I met the 20-year-old you. Li Rong paused again before finally adding. As long as you didn't cause trouble, I'd help you if I could. Listening to Li Rong's words, Pei Wenxuan felt an inexplicable ache. This ache was different from the bitterness he had felt earlier. Before, he had been thinking about himself, and that had hurt. But now, what troubled him was the way Li Rong spoke. She had always been arrogant, never caring much for others or sparing a thought for their feelings. Hearing her suddenly speak in such a tone made Pei Wenxuan feel even worse than being scolded by her. Stop talking about being old all the time, Pei Wenxuan muttered, his voice muffled. We're both 20 now. We're still very young. Li Rong laughed lightly, but said nothing more. Pei Wenxuan brooded for a while, then stood and walked to a corner, beckoning to Li Rong. Your Highness, come here for a moment. Li Rong was puzzled, but went over and crouched down. What is it? Your Highness, give me your hand. Pei Wenxuan extended his hand. Though unsure of his intentions, Li Rong reached out as well. They couldn't see each other, but they could see their hands. Pei Wenxuan firmly grasped hers, and Li Rong couldn't help but tremble slightly. Pei Wenxuan's hand was slender, with prominent knuckles. His skin was warm and slightly rough in a distinctly masculine way. Li Rong's hand, by contrast, was delicate and soft. Her skin was smooth and fine, and her nails were meticulously manicured and painted red. Pei Wenxuan's grip completely enveloped her hand. An indescribable tingling sensation surged upward, instantly reminding both of them of certain reckless moments from their youth. But pulling away hastily now would seem awkward, so they both feigned composure, as though unaffected. Li Rong said calmly, What are you doing? If you can't give me a good reason, this is an offense. Pei Wenxuan's face flushed deeply, but he forced himself to remain calm, grateful that they couldn't see each other. Gently, he placed something in Li Rong's palm, then released her hand with ease. Your Highness, here's something good for you. Try eating it. Li Rong was bewildered. She withdrew her hand and opened it to find a small, round pill. Instantly wary, she asked, What is this? Your Highness, try it and you'll know. What if it's poison? If I wanted to poison you, would I wait until now? You already ate my fish earlier. Li Rong's silence. That made sense. After thinking for a moment, Li Rong placed the pill in her mouth. A sweet plum blossom fragrance spread across her tongue. Li Rong was still confused when she heard Pei Wenxuan ask, Is it sweet? Sweet? Li Rong asked, puzzled. What did you give me? It's a sugar pill. Pei Wenxuan chuckled. Didn't you always have a sweet tooth back then? Sweet at 18, sweet at 50. Li Rong, don't dwell too much on age. As long as you don't think of yourself as old, you'll always be a young girl. Li Rong remained silent. She and Pei Wenxuan squatted together, a sugar pill in her mouth, her arms wrapped around her knees and her face resting on them. She smiled. What other sweet words do you have? Say some more for me to hear. Hearing the laughter in her voice, Pei Wenxuan felt more at ease. He stood and returned to the bed. No more. I'm not in the mood. If you want to hear more, come back tomorrow. If I'm in a good mood, I might say a few more words. Li Rong spat at his words, pulled the curtain shut, and rose to return to her own bed. Li Rong slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, after waking, Jing Lan arrived with the others. They led the servants in attending to Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan's washing and grooming, then began cleaning the cell. With nothing to do in the courtyard, Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan simply began practicing Tai Chi. When they were young, they had endured a great deal of turmoil. In their later years, they had come to cherish health preservation. Both had suffered from illness and pain, so they paid particular attention to their bodies. When Li Chuan arrived, he saw the two of them practicing Tai Chi. He stood behind Li Rong, who was in the middle of her movements, and asked curiously, Sister, when did you start practicing Tai Chi? I can also practice the 5 animal frolics, Li Rong replied, seemingly answering an entirely different question. Li Chuan choked for a moment before saying, No, I meant, when did you start doing things the Grand Empress Dowager enjoys? Pei Wenxuan was displeased upon hearing this. He had just comforted Li Rong the night before and feared Li Chuan's words might unsettle her again. He immediately said, It's never too early to start taking care of your health, Your Highness. You should begin practicing too. Li Chuan thought the two of them were insane, but he didn't have time to bicker with them and went straight to the point. Sister, the imperial decree was issued today. Are you going? Li Rong knew Li Chuan was referring to the matter in the northwest. The Yang family had submitted their resignation, and Li Ming had to send someone to the northwest to deal with the war. Sending Li Chuan now was part of their long-planned scheme. I'm going as the military supervisor, Li Chuan confirmed. Li Rong nodded. Is that person going? Li Rong was asking about Qin Lin. Li Chuan nodded. He's going. We'll split into 2 groups. I'll arrange a covert identity for him first. Good, Li Rong said calmly. Once you're there, get the account book as quickly as possible. I understand. Li Rong continued practicing Tai Chi as she said, Go ahead. I'll handle things here. At these words, Li Chuan looked at Li Rong, then at Pei Wenxuan. After a moment, he called out to Pei Wenxuan. Hey. Pei Wenxuan pretended not to hear and continued practicing Tai Chi. Li Chuan knew he was being ignored. Though somewhat annoyed, he didn't have time to argue. He simply said, While I'm away, take good care of my sister. I don't need him to take care of me. Li Rong immediately interjected. Just hurry up and leave. Have a safe trip, Pei Wenxuan added, still practicing Tai Chi. Li Chuan was left speechless by the 2 of them. After holding back for a while, he finally said, Forget it. I'm leaving. With that, he flicked his sleeve and walked toward the corridor. After a few steps, he suddenly called out, Sister. Li Rong turned around. Li Chuan suddenly ran back and hugged her tightly. His body trembled slightly as he whispered, Sister, if I don't come back, I'll be here. Li Rong raised her hand and gently patted his back, speaking calmly. You'll return safely. No matter what happens, your sister will always protect you. Listening to Li Rong's words, Li Chuan felt an inexplicable peace settle over him. Suddenly, a surge of courage welled up inside him, as though someone had spread their wings and silently shielded him from behind for the entire journey ahead. Sister, Li Chuan whispered softly, I will return safely, and you must not be afraid either. When I come back, I will protect you. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Li Rong couldn't help but smile. Li Chuan released her. This time, he didn't look back and ran out in quick strides. Pei Wenxuan stood behind Li Rong, gazing at her expression. Peaceful, composed, carrying a certain hope. It was an expression he wouldn't see again for decades to come. Li Rong. He couldn't help but call out to her. Li Rong turned around, slightly puzzled. Pei Wenxuan quietly watched her as she turned to look at him. He saw his own reflection in the girl's clear, water-like eyes. Peach blossoms, carried by the late spring breeze from somewhere unknown, drifted gently through the air. He looked at Li Rong in that moment. A sudden, inexplicable impulse rose within him. He wished Li Rong could live her entire life with such eyes and such a smile. If Li Rong could live like this for a lifetime, it wouldn't be impossible for him to endure a little hardship and treat her a little better. Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong called to him when he remained silent. Pei Wenxuan snapped back to reality. He offered a gentle smile and raised his hand to brush the top of her head. A flower fell on your hair, he said softly. Let me brush it away for you. Willing to brush away dust and snow for you. Willing to toil half a lifetime for you. Only in that moment did Pei Wenxuan realize, without even knowing it himself, just how much he could do for Li Rong. Author's note. Mini theater. Question. Li Chuan. How did it feel visiting the prison today? Li Chuan. It felt like visiting a retirement home and getting double-teamed by my parents. Tai Chi, square dancing, and softball, the 3 great sects of the elderly square. Chapter 29. Pei Wenxuan's momentary tenderness made Li Rong pause in surprise. Seeing her dazed expression, Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with you? Li Rong stared at his face for a moment, then looked up and patted him on the shoulder, sighing with emotion. My judgment really is quite good. Pei Wenxuan looked rather bewildered, but Li Rong had already taken her fan and returned to her own cell. Her room had already been cleaned. Jing Lan and Jing Mei asked whether she needed anything else, and finding nothing more to attend to, they withdrew. Each in their own cell, Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan passed the days reading books, studying chess manuals, and occasionally bickering when they had nothing better to do. When evening came, Su Rongqing arrived carrying a food box. He handed the food box and several storybooks to Li Rong, then reported on recent events at court. As Li Rong listened, she lowered her head to glance through the storybooks Su Rongqing had brought. After he finished speaking, she didn't ask any questions about court affairs. Instead, she said, these storybooks you brought look quite interesting. I should be able to finish them in a few days. Next time, find me some more like these. Su Rongqing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. After some hesitation, he added, Does your highness have no messages for me to deliver? Nothing. After a moment's thought, Li Rong added, In the future, you needn't come so often either. If His Majesty finds out, it won't be good for you. Hearing this, Su Rongqing fell silent. After a while, he gave a bitter smile and said gently, Your Highness is right. Li Rong nodded and said nothing more. Su Rongqing stood at the cell door for a moment before saying, If there is nothing else, this humble official will take his leave. Li Rong acknowledged him, her attitude rather indifferent. Su Rongqing bowed respectfully and withdrew. Only after he had left did Pei Wenxuan open his eyes. Leaning against the wall, he remarked lightly, Not going to keep him for a few more words? What for? Li Rong flipped through the storybook without even looking up. He's someone who can't be kept anyway. Li Rong. Pei Wenxuan spoke slowly. He sat on a cushion against the wall with his knees bent, one hand resting on his knee and the other on his leg. Do you really not want to rekindle your past relationship with Su Rongqing? No. Why? Pei Wenxuan asked curiously. Do you still resent him for killing you? Li Rong's movements paused. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Her feelings toward Su Rongqing were far more complicated than those she had toward Pei Wenxuan. Between her and Su Rongqing, there had been too much love and hatred, too many entanglements. With Pei Wenxuan, it was simply a matter of liking or not liking. But with Su Rongqing, it hovered somewhere between love and hatred. They guarded against each other, yet kept each other company. They gave each other their true hearts, yet were filled with suspicion. It wasn't that there had been no stirrings of emotion. She had even impulsively considered divorcing Pei Wenxuan. But Su Rongqing had made it clear to her that he did not want her impulsive gestures. In her previous life, she had been like a cat cautiously testing the world. Every time she reached out, she encountered flames that burned her. Though Su Rongqing's fire was gentle and beautiful, for her, perhaps admiring that beautiful blaze from afar was far better than reaching out to touch it. She remained silent, and Pei Wenxuan fell quiet as well. He didn't know why, but ever since realizing that Li Rong was quite different from the person he had imagined, he had become eager to understand her. He wanted to know what she had truly been like during those 25 years he had been absent. Thinking about it made him uncomfortable, yet he couldn't stop himself from wanting to ask. After a long while, Pei Wenxuan finally said, If you can't figure it out, why not talk to me? I can help you analyze it. Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. You're a mess when it comes to matters of the heart yourself, and you want to help me analyze mine? One cannot see the true face of Mount Lu because one is standing on the mountain itself. Pei Wenxuan immediately retorted, feeling Li Rong was wrong. I may not understand my own situation, but that doesn't mean I can't understand yours. Li Rong laughed. She thought Pei Wenxuan was like a doctor who couldn't heal himself, jumping to defend his skills the moment someone questioned them. She had no intention of saying more, but with nothing else to do in prison, she casually began to chat. Pei Wenxuan asked questions, and she answered them, recounting in detail the 25 years he had been absent and the life she had shared with another person. 25 years was a long time to recount. Their conversation stretched from dusk until midnight. Pei Wenxuan listened as she spoke, and occasionally he shared stories of his own, which Li Rong found surprisingly novel. As a light rain began to fall in the night, Pei Wenxuan was talking about how, because he had no children, his clan had speculated that he was incapable and desperately tried to arrange an heir for him. Li Rong listened intently, both engrossed and increasingly drowsy. Amid the pattering rain, Pei Wenxuan suddenly asked, Did you cover yourself with a blanket? Li Rong snapped out of her daze. She lazily got up, pulled a blanket from beside her, draped it over herself, and said, I'm covered now. Go on. Does your leg hurt? Pei Wenxuan suddenly asked again. Li Rong knew he was thinking about the pain she used to suffer in her legs on rainy days. She smiled. I'm still young. A little rain like this doesn't hurt. You were young back then too, Pei Wenxuan said gently. But you still easily felt pain in the autumn. Li Rong fell silent. She remembered those autumn nights when her legs had ached. At first, she hadn't told Pei Wenxuan, but he noticed that she couldn't sleep well at night and looked unwell. After asking about it, he learned that it was an old ailment caused by kneeling for too long as punishment when she was young. So he learned massage. One rainy night, as she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, Pei Wenxuan got up, tucked her beneath the covers, and gently pressed the acupoints on her legs. Rong, does it still hurt? That had been the first time she slept peacefully through an autumn rain. At that moment, she had felt that marriage was much better than she had expected. Thinking of herself and Pei Wenxuan back then, perhaps because it had been so long ago, even with the unhappy ending that followed, she still felt a touch of warmth. When Pei Wenxuan brought it up, he continued, "Did your legs still hurt later?" "It did." Rong sighed softly. Pei Wenxuan gazed ahead, listening to the light rain. "Didn't Su Rongqing take care of it?" "He did," Rong said gently. "But as one grows older, the body naturally weakens. He was good to you." "He was very good. It's just that there was too much standing between us." They fell silent, momentarily forgetting the original purpose of their conversation. Rong felt drowsy. She grabbed the blanket and stood. "Let's sleep." Then she returned to bed, wrapped herself in the blanket, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. After Lichuan left, the two of them had little to do and mostly just waited. Jinglan came every day to clean Rong's cell and, in passing, shared news from outside. Rong asked Jinglan to relay her words to the empress, urging her to cooperate by causing trouble with the emperor and demanding that he recall Lichuan from the border, while paying no attention to whether Rong herself remained imprisoned. Only if the empress showed reluctance to let Lichuan go to the border would the emperor believe that sending Lichuan there benefited him rather than Lichuan. And if the empress ignored Rong, it would also appear to Li Ming as a possible sign of discord between the empress and Rong. Even if it wasn't truly a sign, it would at least give Li Ming an excuse to sow discord between Rong and the empress in the future. The two of them spent their days in their cells, maintaining their health while waiting for news. When they grew bored, they bickered, chatted, or found games to pass the time. Pei Wenxuan was well-read and had dabbled in all manner of miscellaneous books. Even topics such as beauty regimens, cats, and dogs were familiar to him. In his previous life, aside from political struggles, he had also collected plenty of gossip. With nothing to do in prison, the two chatted about these things and found them surprisingly enjoyable. Besides chatting, they placed a chessboard outside their cells and, separated by the wall, played chess by reaching their hands around it. They also played rock, paper, scissors, and guessing riddles. When they were utterly bored, they even played a game to see who could move their hand faster. Rong complained that Pei Wenxuan was too strong, so Pei Wenxuan was tasked with dodging while she tried to hit him. Pei Wenxuan was clever and almost always evaded her strikes, leaving Rong's hand slamming painfully against the ground each time. Su Rongqing occasionally visited Rong, bringing storybooks each time and reporting on the situation outside. He was respectful and proper, leaving no room for criticism. At first, Pei Wenxuan felt a pang in his chest whenever he saw Su Rongqing, but he reminded himself that he should learn to face Su Rongqing, to become more open-minded and generous. Through constant self-persuasion, he gradually relaxed. At the very least, when they met, he could somewhat control his emotions and refrain from making sarcastic remarks. A month and a half passed in prison. When they had first entered, the flowers had just faded. Now, they heard that the summer lotuses were in full bloom. Finally, news of victory arrived from the front lines. Not only had Lichuan held the border, but he had also captured 3 cities in succession. The Yang family had been detained by Lichuan for colluding with the enemy, and both the suspects and the evidence had been sent all the way back to Huajing. Rong received the news at noon. Su Rongqing had learned of it during the morning court assembly and immediately rushed over to inform her. Rong showed no expression. She lightly tapped her palm with a folding fan and said calmly, "Minister Su, you are thoughtful. I am already aware of this matter. However, as I am still a convicted person, I cannot concern myself with outside affairs for now." Hearing this, Su Rongqing's expression changed slightly, but after a moment, he lowered his head and bowed respectfully. "As long as your highness is aware, that is enough. This humble official merely came to inform you." Rong acknowledged him. Seeing that Rong remained as aloof as ever, Su Rongqing withdrew. Once he left, Pei Wenxuan laughed. "Minister Su keeps running into your hard wall every day. I'm starting to feel a little sorry for him. You'd better save your pity for yourself, Li Rong retorted, already pondering what to do next. Pei Wenxuan shrugged, not particularly bothered. After all, he was used to being rebuked. One more remark made little difference. After a while, Li Rong stood. Now that Li Chuan had sent the Yang family back, it was time for her to act. She walked to the desk and began considering how to draft the memorial. The Yang family's case had reached a critical point. She needed to request permission from Li Ming to leave prison and continue investigating Yang Quan's case. However, if she wrote the memorial herself at this time, she feared Li Ming might suspect that she had been colluding with Li Chuan in this matter. After much deliberation, she finally realized that this might still require Pei Wenxuan's help. Hesitating for a moment, she ran to the corner and called out to him. Pei Wenxuan, quick, help me with something. Pei Wenxuan had long been leaning against the wall, waiting for her. Hearing her finally come over, he lightly tapped his shoulder with a folding fan and said leisurely, Your Highness jests. How could a pitiful official like me possibly be of any help to your Highness? Don't play dumb. Seeing him seize the opportunity to retaliate, Li Rong hurriedly added, This is serious business. Don't mess around. Your Highness just said I was pitiful, and now you want to make use of me. I don't understand what your Highness means. Li Rong understood. If she didn't humble herself a little, Pei Wenxuan would likely drag this out all night. She glanced to the side and saw the hem of Pei Wenxuan's robe protruding through the wooden bars, indicating that he was leaning against the wall and waiting for her. After thinking for a moment, she reached out and grabbed the hem of his robe. Pei Wenxuan looked down curiously. Then he heard a sweet, cooing voice from next door. Brother Pei. Pei Wenxuan shuddered so violently that his fan fell to the ground. Hearing the fan hit the floor, Li Rong burst into laughter, leaving Pei Wenxuan utterly exasperated. Li Rong, you can curse at me, but you can't frighten me like that. Enough nonsense. Will you write it or not? Hearing Li Rong's temper flare, Pei Wenxuan raised a hand to his forehead and sighed. Fine, fine. This gentleman is magnanimous and won't argue with a woman. Since you called me brother, I'll help you with this. Then Pei Wenxuan deliberately emphasized every syllable. My dear Rong. Rong Mei. Author's note. Mini theater. Question. Li Rong. How do you think Pei Wenxuan managed to win his way into your heart and become your best friend? Li Rong. With his unique talent for recommending products. Chat scene. Pei Wenxuan. I read in a book that applying pearl powder to your face can moisturize and brighten your complexion. Li Rong. Really? I'll try it. Pei Wenxuan. But I think you're already quite fair. You don't need pearl powder. Li Rong. Then what do I need? Pei Wenxuan. Come closer. Let me take a better look. He touches her face, pinches her cheek, and leans closer to examine her. Pei Wenxuan. Your skin is a little dry. Use more cucumber slices lately. Oh, and I'll write you a prescription for a bath that softens the skin and leaves a pleasant fragrance. Question. Then how did you deepen your friendship? Li Rong. Well, by pursuing love together. Question. Pursuing love? Li Rong. Yes. He's very knowledgeable. He often helps me analyze my emotional troubles and plan how to chase men. Question. And later? Did you succeed? Li Rong. Then we ended up together. Chapter 30. After agreeing to Li Rong's request, Pei Wenxuan returned to the desk. He picked up a brush and considered how he should write the memorial for her. If the two of them wanted to get out, it would not be wise for Li Rong to write it herself. That would make her seem too eager to destroy the Yang family, and given Li Ming's personality, he would likely become suspicious and overthink the matter. The role Li Rong needed to play now was that of a princess who was somewhat intelligent, but, because of her trust in her parents, remained almost completely ignorant of the struggle between the crown prince and the emperor. Just as she had been for the past 18 years, she had to appear as though she simply accepted things as she saw them, without looking too deeply beneath the surface. She had investigated the Yang family because Yang Quan had committed insubordination. Beyond that, the matter could not be connected to anything else. If she immediately began investigating someone else right after Li Chuan reported a victory, it would likely arouse suspicion. That was why Li Rong wanted him to write the memorial. But if he wrote it, the first thing he would have to explain was how he had obtained the information. He could claim that he had used Li Rong, or that he had relied on clandestine contacts left behind by his father. But one lie always required countless others to cover it up, and the more one lied, the more loopholes there would be. Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment, then put down his brush. "Your Highness," he called to Rong, who was waiting for him to write the memorial. "I cannot write this memorial." Hearing this, Rong knew that Pei Wenxuan must have other considerations. She asked directly, "Then how do you plan for us to get out?" Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment before saying in a low voice, "We'll go through the Empress." Upon hearing this, Rong immediately understood. Just as she was about to respond, Pei Wenxuan began to explain in detail. First, have the Crown Prince provide a list. Anyone the Crown Prince considers unsuitable should be placed on that list, which he will then present to His Majesty with a request that they be rewarded. It would be best to include many people from the noble clans of the Northwest, as well as some generals loyal to His Majesty. His Majesty has little contact with the northwestern border. His true confidants were framed by the Yang family during previous campaigns, and he isn't actually familiar with the ordinary generals serving beneath them. When these people appear on the Crown Prince's list of recommendations for rewards, His Majesty will certainly suspect that they belong to the Crown Prince's faction. Instead of rewarding them, he'll have them removed. Rong pondered his words and continued along Pei Wenxuan's train of thought. Pei Wenxuan knew that discussing such matters with Rong was effortless. He never needed to say much before she understood what he was thinking. That tacit understanding brought a sense of comfort to his heart. He relaxed and said, "Exactly. And if these people come from noble clans, not overly prominent ones, of course, then when His Majesty removes them, he will naturally alienate those northwestern clans as well. Once His Majesty has removed these people, he'll begin thinking about dealing with the Yang family," Rong said, tapping her palm with a small fan. "At that point, His Majesty will surely send someone to the border first to replace the Crown Prince's men, then summon the Crown Prince back and have us begin the trial of the Yang case, uprooting them completely. So, in fact, the best thing for us to do now is remain unchanged in the face of all changes. When His Majesty remembers us, he will naturally come to help me. At that time, if you proactively release Tuoba Yin and His Majesty's people find him, most of the problem will be solved." Pei Wenxuan chuckled softly. "We might not even have to touch the account books. Once His Majesty sends his people to the border, we can ask him for the ledgers." "You have a point. But there is one thing," Pei Wenxuan said, his expression turning serious. "Tuoba Yin, can you control this man?" "I've already had someone find his wife and children," Rong said coolly. "It shouldn't be a problem." "That's good." Pei Wenxuan nodded. "You should have someone see to it immediately." And so, Pei Wenxuan did not write the memorial. Instead, after Jinglan arrived the next day, Rong had her relay a message to the Eastern Palace. The people there sent a carrier pigeon from Huajing, conveying Rong's intentions to Chuan. Upon receiving the message at the border, Chuan summoned Qin Lin, Chui Qinghe, and the others that very night. Together, they secretly drafted a list, retaining some talented generals while selecting several from moderately influential clans, along with some generals loyal to Li Ming. They also mixed in a few generals Li Chuan had been using as a smokescreen, then sent the list to Huajing with a request that Li Ming reward them. When Li Ming received Li Chuan's memorial requesting rewards, he was so furious that he smashed a cup in the imperial study. The next day, Jinglan came to deliver the news to Rong, whispering, "I heard His Majesty was extremely angry. He said the Crown Prince's wings have hardened since going to the border, and that he's trying to win popular support and build his own faction. It took several senior ministers a long time to calm His Majesty down." Rong nodded. Jinglan studied her expression and said softly, "Your Highness, don't be too upset. What is there for me to be upset about?" Rong gave a faint smile. "I've long known His Majesty has this kind of temperament." Jinglan was somewhat surprised. She knew very well that the princess had always been on excellent terms with Li Ming in the past. After saying this, Rong also realized that she had let something slip. She sighed. "I'm not a fool. After this whole arranged marriage affair, how could I not see things clearly?" Hearing this, Jinglan understood where the princess's change in attitude had come from. She quickly said, "It's good that Your Highness can see things this way." A few days after receiving Li Chuan's memorial, Once Li Ming confirmed that the situation on the front lines had essentially stabilized, he immediately summoned Li Chuan back. At the same time, he dispatched his own trusted generals to take over the military posts in the northwest. He gave the group of generals for whom Li Chuan had requested rewards promotions in name but demotions in practice, transferring them away from their original positions in the northwest and scattering them among civilian posts in other armies. For a general, being transferred away was equivalent to being stripped of power. A tree could live if moved, but a person would die. The transferred generals all knew in their hearts that no matter how impressive their new titles sounded, they had effectively been dismissed from their posts. For a time, farewell banquets were held throughout the northwest, and many old generals wept bitterly. Although nothing was said explicitly, both sides knew what had caused their hearts to grow cold. On the day Li Chuan left the northwest, the newly appointed general led the army outside the city to see him off. Li Chuan stood in his carriage and looked back. "Minister Zhang, there is no need to see me off any farther. I must depart. I wish Minister Zhang, here in the northwest." Li Chuan gave him a meaningful smile. "A prosperous official career." With a reverent expression, Zhang Qiu bowed. "A respectful farewell to your highness." Li Chuan turned his head and saw the soldiers kneeling like a tidal wave. The summer wind swept across the northwest, stirring up yellow sand and carrying a wave of heat toward him. His gaze passed over the army, and he inadvertently caught sight of several young faces. Qin Lin, Cui Qinghe, and the others were mixed among the crowd. They secretly raised their eyes and quietly looked at Li Chuan. Li Chuan's expression remained unchanged. He nodded, then turned and entered the carriage. After settling inside, he turned to look at the scorching sun hanging over the vast desert. That boundless wilderness carried the fates of tens of thousands. The young crown prince, who had emerged from the slaughter of blood and swords, had never before felt so profoundly the weight of the countless bones buried beneath words such as soldiers, common people, the nation, and imperial power. He closed his eyes in silence. With all his orders issued, Li Ming saw that Li Chuan had finally agreed to return and felt a sense of relief, knowing that the Shangguan clan had accepted their loss this time. His men had already investigated the matter thoroughly. The Shangguan family had paid a heavy price. Nearly half of the troops the main branch of the Shangguan could mobilize had been depleted, and many of their businesses had been sold merely to raise military funds to support the crown prince. The crown prince was the Shangguan clan's hope. What Li Ming wanted was to slowly grind away the Shangguan clan's vitality, then destroy the very hope they had desperately tried to protect. This time, by destroying the Yang family and weakening the crown prince, he had achieved a great victory. At this thought, Li Ming remembered the person who had given him the idea. He considered the matter for a moment, then summoned the eunuch Fulai, who stood beside him. "That case involving Pei Wenxuan. Find someone to look into it." Fulai smiled and acknowledged the order. 2 days later, a down-and-out merchant rushed to the Shuntian prefecture office and beat the drum to announce a grievance. The officials of the Shuntian prefecture hurried out and frowned. "Who are you? Why are you beating the drum?" The down-and-out merchant raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "This commoner, Tuo Yin, has come to accuse the Yang family of the general's manner of corruption, perverting justice, colluding with the enemy, treason, oppressing the innocent, and indulging murderers." The officials of the Shuntian prefecture were stunned. Even the onlookers couldn't help finding the situation strange. How could a man who was said to have died some time ago still be alive? If he wasn't dead, then who had Pei Wenxuan, who was currently in prison, supposedly killed? The Shuntian prefecture did not dare to pass judgment on the case and reported it directly to the Ministry of Justice. From the Ministry of Justice, the case was transferred to the censorate, and finally, that very night, it reached Li Ming's hands. For such a major case, especially one involving his most beloved daughter, Li Ming decided to hold a trial in court. That night, he notified the Ministry of Justice to prepare all the relevant materials. 3 days later, before the sky had brightened, while Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan were still sleeping groggily in their cells, they heard footsteps approaching from outside. Then Su Rongqing entered with a group of guards carrying lanterns, instantly illuminating the entire prison. A curtain had been drawn across Li Rong's cell, while Pei Wenxuan was jolted awake by the sudden brightness. He opened his eyes and saw guards standing on both sides of the corridor without entering. Su Rongqing, however, walked to the front of the cells and bowed respectfully toward Li Rong's. Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned Your Highness and Minister Pei to court to assist in the trial. I ask that Your Highness rise and accompany this humble minister to the morning court assembly. Li Rong answered from within her cell. Su Rongqing spoke again. Your Highness, this humble minister has brought attendants from the princess's manor to serve you. Would it be convenient for them to enter? That was quite considerate. Pei Wenxuan, who was washing his face, paused and couldn't help glancing at Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing's expression remained impassive. Then came the sound of a curtain being pulled aside from the neighboring cell, and Li Rong appeared, dressed in a light red gauze robe, her hair loose around her shoulders, and a small golden fan in her hand. She leaned casually against the side and yawned. Come in. Su Rongqing did not raise his eyes. Keeping his head lowered, he stepped forward and opened the cell door. Several maids immediately followed, carrying basins of water. Su Rongqing drew the curtain for Li Rong, then waited outside. By the time Li Rong emerged after finishing her toilette, Pei Wenxuan was more or less ready as well. The two left their cells together, followed Su Rongqing, and walked out of the prison. The sky had not yet brightened, but everyone was wide awake. Li Rong boarded her carriage first. Pei Wenxuan was about to head toward the carriage behind hers when he saw Su Rongqing, showing no concern for propriety, jumped directly into Li Rong's carriage. Pei Wenxuan stopped. A moment later, he made a decision. He boarded Li Rong's carriage as well. When Li Rong first entered the carriage, she was still somewhat drowsy. Then she saw Su Rongqing jump inside. Startled, she subconsciously asked, "What are you doing up here? There are many matters I must explain to Your Highness, and I fear there won't be enough time once we reach the palace. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." Su Rongqing's reply was respectful. Li Rong composed herself and nodded. Minister Su is thoughtful. Before she could finish, Pei Wenxuan lifted the curtain and jumped inside. Li Rong couldn't help asking again, "And what are you doing up here?" Pei Wenxuan instinctively wanted to retort, "If he can come, why can't I?" But at the sight of Su Rongqing's face, he swallowed the words. It was fine to bicker in private, but in front of others, one still had to maintain proper decorum. So he said respectfully, "There are some matters I need to discuss with Your Highness, and I fear there won't be enough time once we reach the palace. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." Li Rong was speechless. Their excuses were so similar that she felt too embarrassed to refuse. "Then Minister Pei, please join us." Li Rong invited both men to sit. Without needing to consult each other, each chose a side of the carriage. Li Rong sat in the main seat at the head, and for some reason, she felt a strange sense of anxiety and awkwardness. The three sat in silence. Su Rongqing kept his eyes lowered and said nothing. Pei Wenxuan opened and closed the fan in his hand, remaining silent as well. With nothing else to do, Li Rong poured herself some tea. As the sound of flowing water filled the carriage, both men looked at her. Li Rong's hand froze around the teapot. A moment later, she forced an awkward smile. "Have some tea." With that, she personally poured a cup for each of them. Then, as she picked up the cups, another problem occurred to her. Who should she serve first? If she gave Su Rongqing his tea first, given Pei Wenxuan's petty nature, he would surely find some way to retaliate later. But if she gave it to Pei Wenxuan first, Su Rongqing outranked him in both official position and status, which would hardly be appropriate. She held the cups, her movements stiff. The two men quietly stared at the tea in her hands. For a moment, Li Rong felt as though she were holding not tea, but a firecracker that could explode at any moment. After a moment, Li Rong gritted her teeth, downed the tea in her hand, and said calmly, "I was a bit thirsty. I'll have another cup." Then she cast aside the awkward atmosphere and got straight to the point, turning towards Su Rongqing. "Minister Su, what matter did you wish to inform this princess of?" Su Rongqing conducted his business methodically. He told Li Rong almost everything he knew, down to the smallest detail. When he finished, he summarized, "The account books from the northwestern border arrived yesterday. Because this humble minister was previously supervising this matter, and now that the princess and Minister Pei are both in prison, this humble minister has taken over. I worked through the night to cross-reference the ledgers from the Ministry of War, to Obayan, and the front lines. Combined with Tuoba Yan's testimony and the confessions of the people Your Highness previously interrogated, there should not be any major issues with this case. Li Rong nodded gratefully. Minister Su has been most thoughtful. It is this minister's duty to serve Your Highness. As the two spoke, Pei Wenxuan listened quietly from the side. When Su Rongqing and Li Rong finished their conversation, Li Rong turned back toward Pei Wenxuan and smiled. And what matter does Minister Pei have to inform this princess of? Oh, it's nothing major. Pei Wenxuan smiled, raised his fan, and pointed toward the hairpin in Li Rong's hair. Your Highness's hairpin is crooked. Li Rong was speechless. He really wasn't giving her any face at all. He was too lazy even to maintain the pretense. Just as Li Rong was about to order the carriage to stop and throw Pei Wenxuan out, she sensed the person beside her suddenly rise. Su Rongqing pressed down one sleeve as he raised his hand. He gently straightened her hairpin and said peacefully, Your Highness, it is fixed. Li Rong was too stunned to react. Pei Wenxuan glared coldly at Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing returned to his seat with perfect composure, his expression calm as he completely ignored Pei Wenxuan's gaze. Seeing the atmosphere become awkward again, Li Rong gave a light cough. Both men looked toward her. Li Rong quickly picked up her teacup and urged, Have some tea. Neither of them spoke, which only made Li Rong feel even more awkward. Fortunately, the carriage arrived at the palace shortly afterward. As soon as they reached the imperial palace, Li Rong quickly said, We're here. Let's go. With that, she didn't even wait to see whether the two men had stood up before hastily jumping out of the carriage. The early morning breeze washed over her, and Li Rong immediately felt her spirits lift. Holding her fan, she quickened her pace and said to Jing Lan, Let's go. We'll go in first. Aren't we waiting for the two ministers? Jing Lan looked somewhat bewildered. Logically, since they had arrived together, Li Rong should enter the palace with them. But upon hearing her question, Li Rong quickly covered half her face with her fan, her expression full of disdain. Let's hurry up and go. Stay far away from them. With that, Li Rong led Jing Lan ahead. Pei Wenxuan and Su Rongqing entered the palace city side by side. Su Rongqing said gently, Minister Pei seems to have quite a few objections to me. Doesn't Minister Su feel? Pei Wenxuan turned to look at him and said coolly, That you're being a little overly attentive to the princess? Oh, Su Rongqing chuckled, completely unconcerned. Am I? I am merely fulfilling my duty as a minister. Does Minister Su plan to marry? Pei Wenxuan asked the question suddenly. Su Rongqing looked slightly puzzled. Why does Minister Pei ask? I hope Minister Su will continue adhering to this duty of a minister. Pei Wenxuan turned his head and smiled faintly. Especially in front of your esteemed wife. Su Rongqing's expression remained unchanged. Pei Wenxuan bowed. Minister Su still has to enter the hall. This subordinate will not disturb you any longer. With that, Pei Wenxuan straightened and walked away. Su Rongqing was to enter the hall at the beginning of the morning court assembly like an ordinary minister, so he went to stand in line. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan, however, waited at the entrance to be summoned. Seeing Pei Wenxuan approach with a smile on his face, Li Rong knew he was probably not in a good mood. When Pei Wenxuan was genuinely happy, his smile wasn't like this. The smile he wore now was the kind that, in their previous life, when he had been prime minister, usually meant trouble was brewing. Li Rong's expression remained impassive as she waited for Pei Wenxuan to make his move. Pei Wenxuan came to stand beside her, holding his court tablet, but said nothing. If the enemy didn't move, neither would she. Since Pei Wenxuan remained silent, Li Rong began thinking about other things. She ran through all the possible events of the day in her mind. As she was thinking, she heard Pei Wenxuan, apparently unable to hold himself back any longer, speak first. Doesn't your highness have anything to ask this humble minister? Li Rong returned to her senses. Hearing his question, she answered decisively, I don't want to ask. I'm not interested. Pei Wenxuan was speechless. Li Rong allowed her mind to wander again. After enduring it for a while, Pei Wenxuan finally said, But this humble minister wants to say it. I know I can't stop you. Li Rong sighed. Go on. If you don't, I'm afraid you'll burst. Your Highness's words, Pei Wenxuan said blandly, are already making this humble minister feel as though he's about to burst. Why don't you try holding it in a little longer? Li Rong offered the suggestion sincerely. Pei Wenxuan couldn't take it anymore. He said directly, I think Su Rongqing has ulterior motives toward you. Really? Li Rong's voice held no emotion whatsoever. I'm so happy. Li Rong. Pei Wenxuan used her name. I'm being serious. Su Rongqing is too good to you. Hearing this, Li Rong stopped teasing him. She listened to the eunuch's call to court and watched the ministers file inside like a stream of fish. Her voice was calm as she said, Pei Wenxuan, do you know what the biggest difference is between you and Su Rongqing? Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. He followed her gaze toward the ministers beneath the morning light, their expressions ranging from worried to joyful, from numb to flamboyant. Li Rong spoke coolly. He is more ruthless than you. Family, glory, legacy. Their gazes fell upon the young man in the distance. Beneath the morning light, he wore a crimson official's robe and held a court tablet in his hands. His bearing was elegant and proper, his aura noble and refined. He followed the crowd, ascended the white jade steps, and entered the grand hall that stood at the center of the nation's vortex of power. These are the things Su Rongqing has carried on his back his entire life. Beneath the weight of these things, what he has learned since childhood is restraint, composure, and forbearance. Li Rong's voice sounded distant, carrying a hint of pity and a faint sense of mutual understanding in its ethereal quality. He will not possess the emotions you think he does. He won't be good to me because of sentiment, Li Rong said with exceptional calmness. What he values is not me, but Chuaner. This is something I always remember. Then Li Rong looked up at him. Her phoenix eyes were like a cold pool in an ancient well, restrained and calm. Beneath that absolute stillness lay a captivating beauty from which one could not escape. She emphasized each word. And you must remember this as well. Author's note, Pei Wenxuan. The person I love is too cold-hearted. I feel pitiful, weak, and helpless. Chapter 31. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong for a long time without speaking. Li Rong couldn't help laughing. You're always so talkative. Why not offer a few comments? Pei Wenxuan held his court tablet with both hands, letting them hang naturally in front of him. He lowered his head and chuckled softly. Li Rong raised an eyebrow. What are you laughing at? Your Highness, Pei Wenxuan said with a smile as he looked at her. After all these years, you're still as adorable as ever. Li Rong was somewhat bewildered. Just then, a eunuch's voice echoed through the great hall, summoning Princess Ping Lu and Pei Wenxuan to enter the hall. Upon hearing the summons, both of them immediately composed themselves. After exchanging a glance, they entered the hall one after the other. Inside the great hall, Ning Fei and Yang Quan's father, Yang Lai, the head of the Yang family, knelt on the ground. Li Ming sat upon the high throne, watching as the two entered. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan walked forward without glancing to either side, knelt beside Ning Fei, and paid their respects to Li Ming. Ping Lu, Li Ming said calmly, allowing the two of them to rise. I previously tasked you with presiding over the Yang family case. How has your investigation progressed? Li Rong dared not answer Li Ming's question too thoroughly. If she appeared too thorough or clever, she might arouse his suspicion. So Li Rong smiled lightly and coughed. This matter was handled with Lord Pei's assistance. He is eloquent, while I am not. Let Lord Pei explain. Pei Wenxuan. Your servant is here. Pei Wenxuan stepped forward. Li Ming looked at the young official before him and said slowly, Some time ago, you were accused of murdering the wealthy merchant Tuoba Yin. Recently, this Tuoba Yin has come back to life and filed a complaint at the Shuntian prefecture, claiming that the Yang family sent people to hunt him down. Are you aware of this? Reporting to your majesty. Pei Wenxuan replied respectfully. Please allow your servant to explain the matter in detail. Speak. 2 months ago, Princess Ping Lu held a spring banquet at her suburban villa. Yang Quan wished to marry her highness, so he arranged an ambush on her way back to the palace, intending to play the hero saving the beauty and deceive her highness. On my way back to my residence, I discovered Yang Quan's intentions. To save the princess, I confronted Yang Quan, and later, I was rescued by the crown prince. The crown prince brought both her highness and me into the palace. When I met with your majesty took pity on my fright and specially sent guards to escort me back to my residence. Unexpectedly, Yang Quan, resentful that I had ruined his plans, became bold enough to arrange another ambush and assassinate me on my way back. In a moment of desperation, I accidentally killed the second young Master Yang. Upon learning of Yang Quan's audacious actions, Your Majesty specially appointed Princess Ping Lu as chief investigator, with your servant assisting and Vice Minister Su supervising, to conduct a thorough investigation into the Yang family. We accepted the order. After I opened the case and began investigating, someone secretly sent me a letter exposing the Yang family's actions in the Northwest. The letter claimed that, for many years, the Yang family had been colluding with the enemy and betraying the nation. You're talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Yang Lai roared at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan remained expressionless. Rong stood to the side, smiling as she fanned herself, while Pei Wenxuan calmly continued. According to this person, Rong's state is harsh and cold, and even to this day, most of their weapons are made of bronze. They are nothing more than a small barbarian state. It was the Yang family, seeking to secure their own position, who made an agreement with Rong's state. Every autumn, Rong's state would send troops to invade. The Yang family would request troops and provisions, and after receiving them, they would split them equally with Rong's state, pretending to wage war when they were actually putting on a show. Over the years, all those reports of victories, great and small, were merely the result of Rong's state taking money and cooperating with the Yang family in their performance. You insolent brat! Yang Lai surged to his feet in agitation. Seeing him move, Rong tightened her grip on the golden fan in her hand and sharply commanded, "Kneel." Her stern shout was forceful and resonant, startling Yang Lai back to his senses. Gritting his teeth, he knelt again. Pei Wenxuan glanced at him indifferently and continued. This is merely one side of the story, but since such rumors existed, I naturally had to investigate them. I heard that there was a foreign merchant in Huajing named Tuoba Yin who had purchased numerous artifacts from the Yang family on multiple occasions. Therefore, I requested permission from the princess to investigate this Tuoba Yin. Upon arriving at his residence, I secretly obtained the account books recording his transactions with the Yang family. Over the years, the Yang family received substantial sums of money from Tuoba Yin alone. The antiques Tuoba Yin purchased from the Yang family were sold at prices far exceeding their normal value, clearly indicating that these were not ordinary transactions. Following this lead, I cross-referenced the records with those of the Ministry of War, verifying all the accounts and interrogating every relevant individual. This matter may have reached Ning Fei's ears. Pei Wenxuan turned to look at Ning Fei, who knelt on the ground with an unchanged expression. Then he turned back and continued. To eliminate the evidence, they killed Tuoba Yin and framed both Princess Ping Lu and me. Meanwhile, upon learning that his family members were being held captive, Yang Lai plotted to kill the frontline commander at the time, then submitted his resignation to threaten Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Pei Wenxuan raised his head, his expression solemn. The account books from the Northwestern Front over the past 10 years, the Ministry of War's records, and Tuoba Yan's account books have all been cross-checked. The timing and amounts of the money transferred from Tuoba Yin to the Yang family correspond perfectly with the Ministry of War's records and the frontline accounts. Combined with the testimonies of Tuoba Yin and the others, this is sufficient proof that the Yang family has been embezzling funds at the border for years. How else could they have amassed such wealth? Recent reports from the front lines also indicate that the Rong forces wielded large numbers of Great Xia's weapons during their attacks. Taken together, all this evidence confirms that the informant's claims were indeed true. The Yang family's actions constitute deception of the sovereign, violation of the law, harm to the nation and its people, disrespect toward the emperor, and disregard for the populace. They have colluded with the enemy and betrayed Great Xia. Pei Wenxuan knelt and kowtowed. Your Majesty, such grave crimes cannot be tolerated. The Yang family must not be spared. After Pei Wenxuan finished speaking, the entire court was stunned. Everyone stared blankly at the kneeling Yang Lai and Ning Fei. After a long silence, Li Ming spoke. Yang Lai, do you have anything to say? Yang Lai knelt on the ground and lowered his head. After pondering for a moment, he sneered. Whatever Your Majesty says is the truth. Ning Fei. Li Ming turned to Ning Fei and said calmly, What about you? Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Ningfei placed her hands on her knees and rose gracefully. At this point, what meaning is there in your majesty's questions? Ningfei raised her head and looked at Li Ming. Whatever crimes the Yang family has committed, were they not all committed according to your majesty's will? When your majesty needed the Yang family, they fought on the border for half their lives. Now that your majesty finds the Yang family an obstacle and wishes to support Prince Su, they are suddenly accused of colluding with the enemy, betraying the nation, deceiving the sovereign, and violating the law. Ningfei laughed. How laughable! Utterly laughable. Young Wan, Li Ming shouted sharply. You are insolent. How dare I be presumptuous? Consort Ning raised her hand and pointed at Li Ming, her voice sharp and piercing. Your Li family has driven me to this point, and you still won't allow me to be presumptuous? I tell you all. Consort Ning turned her head and looked toward the court officials. What has befallen my Yang family today will be your fate tomorrow. Guards, Li Ming ordered coldly, drag this madwoman out. As soon as he spoke, soldiers rushed forward and seized Consort Ning. Consort Ning came from a military family and struggled fiercely, making it difficult for them to drag her away immediately. Breaking free of the soldier's grasp, she lunged toward Li Rong. Li Rong, you fool. He has long wanted to depose Li Chuan. None of the men he arranged for your marriage are any good. He wishes he could marry you off to a foreign land and let you die outside, yet you still respect and love him. May your Li family meet a wretched end. A wretched end. The soldiers pulled at Consort Ning, but she fought with all her strength, straining toward Li Rong. Pei Wenxuan subtly moved in front of Li Rong. Li Rong watched Consort Ning calmly, her expression as still as death. Consort Ning roared and screamed until, at the very moment she pulled a golden hairpin from her hair, Li Ming shouted, "Kill her!" A blade suddenly pierced Consort Ning's body. At that instant, Pei Wenxuan instinctively raised his hand to shield Li Rong's eyes. Blood splattered across the sleeve Pei Wenxuan held before her. Li Rong held her golden fan, lowered her gaze, and remained unmoved. From where she stood, she could see Consort Ning's blood spreading across the floor of the great hall, seeping all the way to her feet. Then came the sound of Consort Ning being dragged away. Suddenly, Li Rong spoke. Wait! Everyone looked at her. Using her golden fan, Li Rong lowered Pei Wenxuan's hand from in front of her eyes. She gazed at Consort Ning, who was being dragged away like a pig or dog, and said calmly, Noble families and the imperial house must not be humiliated. Bring a stretcher and white cloth. Carry her out with dignity. With that, she removed her outer robe, walked over to Consort Ning, and draped it across her body. Shortly afterward, people from outside brought a stretcher. They placed Consort Ning upon it, covered her with white cloth, and respectfully carried her away. Pei Wenxuan walked to Li Rong's side and looked at Yang Lai. General Yang, do you admit your guilt? Yang Lai raised his head. With clouded eyes, he gazed quietly at Li Rong for a long time before finally bowing deeply and speaking in a low, hoarse voice. Your subject admits his guilt. Those words, your subject admits his guilt, announced the complete downfall of the Yang family. After composing himself for a moment, Li Ming spoke wearily. Take him away. Hand the remaining matters over to the Ministry of Justice. The entire Yang clan is to be imprisoned. In consideration of their ancestors' contributions to the court, grant them whole corpses and bestow poison. Your subject. Yang Lai trembled as he spoke. Thanks, Your Majesty. After Yang Lai accepted his punishment, he was led away. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan also withdrew. At the doorway, Yang Lai stumbled, and Pei Wenxuan reached out to steady him. Yang Lai lifted his head and quietly gazed at the young man who had brought his entire clan to ruin. Do you know what you're doing? He asked hoarsely. Young man, being a blade is not so easy. Pei Wenxuan's expression remained calm. He looked at Yang Lai and said, Then does General Yang know what he himself has been doing? Yang Lai seemed not to fully understand. Pei Wenxuan helped him walk outside and said lightly, I have read the poems General Yang wrote in his youth. General Yang once wrote, On a white horse leading troops, blades point north, sweeping through the heavenly pass to repay the nation's grace. Do you remember, General? Yang Lai looked dazed for a moment before giving a bitter smile. So there are still people who know about such things. If you had ambitions in your youth, why not continue pursuing them? Pei Wenxuan raised his eyes and looked at him. Yang Lai shook his head. One person alone cannot clean out a muddy swamp. Officials shield one another, and relationships are tangled and complex. As a young master from a noble family, you should understand these principles better than I do. The ambitions of youth may soar high, but in the end, you will always discover that the words of your elders are often right. Yang Lai smiled faintly and reached out to pat Pei Wenxuan on the shoulder. Lord Pei, you may see me off here. With that, Yang Lai turned around. His hands were bound in iron chains, yet he walked slowly and steadily. One day, Lord Pei will understand what this old man means. Pei Wenxuan remained silent, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he stood atop the long steps and quietly watched Yang Lai walk away. Rong stood beside Pei Wenxuan and said softly, "Why ask such questions of a man who's about to die?" "It is precisely because he's about to die," Pei Wenxuan replied calmly, "that he'll tell you why he's dying. Only then will you know how to avoid dying for the same reason, and how to prevent others from dying for it as well." "Didn't you already understand what he meant?" Rong chuckled. "Have you lived 50 years in vain?" Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan smiled as well. "To be honest with your highness, even after 50 years, I still haven't fully understood his words." "You're lying," Rong immediately retorted. "If you didn't understand these things, why would you compete with me over the position of crown prince? When you were young, you also said you wanted the common people to live better lives. But in the end, didn't you still fight with me for personal power?" Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan fell silent. He wanted to explain, but he knew that his explanation involved things Rong should not know. Rong would never understand his ambition, his aspirations, or those almost naive ideals of his. Because Rong had been born into a high position. She had never walked through the fields, seen the mountains and rivers, made friends from all walks of life in Luzhou, or witnessed the hardships of the common people as he had. Upholding orthodoxy and stability was Rong's faith. Yet he knew all too well that if such faith persisted, the end of Great Xia could already be foreseen. But he could not speak these words, and Rong would never understand. Seeing his silence, Rong thought she had struck a nerve and felt that she had spoken too harshly. As they continued walking, she tapped her palm with her fan, trying to salvage the conversation. "But everyone is like this. Didn't I also think about such things when I was young? Today, you were afraid I'd see blood, but I've seen plenty." Rong. Pei Wenxuan suddenly interrupted her, his expression unreadable. Rong turned to look at him. "Every time you see blood, your left hand trembles slightly." Rong slowly composed herself. Pei Wenxuan continued, "You always tell me that you and people like Su Rongqing have no sincerity, that you're selfish and self-serving. But not everyone can, out of compassion in the middle of court, risk covering a dead person with their own garment. Words spoken are not always true." They reached the palace gate. Pei Wenxuan stopped and turned to look at her. "And some words, though spoken in jest, are not necessarily false." "For example?" Rong asked directly. Pei Wenxuan looked at her for a long time before suddenly saying, "After leaving the palace this time, we likely won't meet again before the wedding. During this short period, I plan to rebuild my previous information network. I need some money." Rong was speechless. "I truly wish to know." Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan, her face full of admiration. "How can you ask a woman for money so effortlessly?" "Because every coin you give me today, I can repay you double in the future," Pei Wenxuan said with a calm smile. "So, do you want to make this deal or not?" In their previous life, Pei Wenxuan's covert network had been even stronger than Li Chuan's. He had his own methods for establishing such networks and ensuring their efficiency. Many of Rong's information channels had relied on him, and alongside the covert network came various shops and businesses. A large portion of the wealth that had allowed Rong to live without financial worries later in life had come from the money she invested in Pei Wenxuan early on. Such a surefire, risk-free deal could only be refused by a fool. Rong was no fool, so she took out her token and handed it to Pei Wenxuan. "If you need anything, go to the princess's manor and find the steward. But let me make this clear. I don't have much money right now, only these few assets. Don't go wild with them. It seems being a princess isn't all that profitable." Pei Wenxuan took the token, looking disdainful. "I wonder if other princesses might be wealthier." Give that back to me. Li Rong reached out to snatch the token, but Pei Wenxuan raised it and tucked it behind his back, using his other hand to block her. Mind your manners, Your Highness. I know I'm captivating, but please don't take liberties with me. Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong was almost amused by his audacity. You have no shame. Pei Wenxuan raised an eyebrow, a smug look flashing through his eyes. Then he turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked toward the palace gate. Your Highness need not see me off any farther. This humble official takes his leave. Who's seeing you off? Every single coin of mine that you spend must be accounted for. I'll be checking the books. Li Rong felt like tearing him apart, but with others around, she couldn't go too far. After venting her anger, she calmed down somewhat and was about to turn and leave when Pei Wenxuan suddenly called out to her. One more thing. Li Rong turned back and looked at the young man standing at the palace gate. He stopped and glanced back at her, suddenly breaking into a gentle smile. If there's a next time, I'll still cover your eyes. Li Rong was taken aback. For a young lady, Pei Wenxuan's eyes held an indescribable tenderness, like a warm summer breeze gently wrapping around a person. He lowered his voice and spoke softly. It's always good to have someone looking out for you. After saying this, Pei Wenxuan truly did not look back again. He turned and walked out through the palace gate. Li Rong quietly watched his retreating figure. For a moment, she felt that even after knowing him for more than 30 years, she might never have truly understood what kind of person Pei Wenxuan really was. Lost in thought, she heard Jing Lan speak beside her. Your Highness, His Majesty seems to have finished court. Hearing this, Li Rong snapped back to reality. She composed herself and turned around. Let's go see His Majesty. Li Rong had someone inform Li Ming, then hurried over to join him for a meal. Li Ming had just finished court and arrived at Taihe Palace. After changing into casual attire, he was wiping his hands with a towel when he heard the announcement that Li Rong had arrived. Smiling, he ordered her to be brought in. After Li Rong paid her respects, Li Ming looked her up and down, beaming. You've lost weight. That place is simply unbearable, Li Rong complained. How could I not lose weight? What? Li Ming tossed the warm towel back into the basin and walked toward the dining table. Are you blaming me? Not exactly. Li Rong sighed. It's the Yang family who went too far. I understand that you have your difficulties, father. You've come to understand this? Li Ming smiled and gestured for her to sit. You've grown up. What's so hard to understand? Li Rong sat down. Pei Wenxuan explained it to me, and I understood right away. Hearing Li Rong mention Pei Wenxuan, Li Ming couldn't help giving her another glance. I heard you were locked up together? Yes. Li Rong casually picked up her chopsticks. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known anyone there. It would have been frightening at night with no one to keep me company. You've spent quite some time together. Li Ming took a piece of fish that had already been deboned by a eunuch and said slowly, What do you think of him? Huh? Li Rong stiffened at the question, a hint of discomfort flashing across her face. She lowered her voice. He's all right. What does all right mean? Seeing her expression, Li Ming understood and chuckled. I gave you 4 candidates. With Yang Quan gone, you still have to choose one, don't you? Well, Li Rong blushed. He's quite good. It was rare for Li Ming to see Li Rong acting so bashful, and he couldn't help laughing. Since when has our Ping Lu become so tongue-tied? If that Pei boy isn't suitable, you can choose between Chui Yulong and young Master Ning. I didn't say he wasn't suitable. Li Rong grew anxious and quickly added, Young Master Pei is very good. Finally, the truth. Li Ming picked up his chopsticks to take some food, smiling as he said, No one has been able to rein you in all these years, but that Pei boy seems to have some skill. What did he say to you? I locked you up, yet you didn't come crying and cursing at me. He told me that you love me dearly, father. If you could help, you definitely would. You must have your difficulties, or you wouldn't treat me this way. Father and daughter share the same heart. I stand by you, and I will always be your precious daughter. In that regard, he's not wrong. Li Ming sighed. This time in prison has made you grow up quite a bit. What about your mother? Did she visit you? At Li Ming's words, Li Rong immediately looked dejected. She must have her difficulties too. Li Ming scoffed. She certainly has her difficulties. While you were in prison, she didn't spare a single thought for you. Instead, she came to argue with me every day on behalf of Chuaner, never mentioning you once. Hearing this, Li Rong's eyes reddened. Li Ming paused in his meal. After a moment, he said slowly, "You have me for everything. Don't be sad. I didn't announce your engagement to Pei Wenxuan in court today because it didn't feel appropriate after such a bloody affair. Later, I'll have someone deliver the imperial decree of marriage to the Pei residence. Once you're married, you'll move into the princess's manor, and you won't have to worry about palace matters anymore." "I won't be able to live in the palace anymore." Hearing this, Li Rong looked up at Li Ming with reddened eyes. Li Ming smiled helplessly. "What princess lives in the palace forever? Once you're married, live a good life with Pei Wenxuan." Li Rong lowered her head, looking sad again. Li Ming set down his chopsticks. This meal has turned into a tearful affair. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Cheer up and discuss your wedding. I plan to set the wedding date for the 3rd day of next month. What do you think? I'll follow your arrangements, father." Li Rong sniffled. "Hasn't my marriage been discussed for a long time? It was delayed for 2 months because of the Yang family incident, and now the Ministry of Rites doesn't care anymore." "Don't wrong them." Li Ming laughed. "The Ministry of Rites not only cares, but they've also prepared 2 sets of wedding dresses for you. Go and choose one." "Really?" At the mention of clothes, Li Rong's eyes lit up. Seeing her act like a child, Li Ming couldn't help laughing. "So childish. Would I lie to you?" Li Rong cheered up and discussed the wedding arrangements with Li Ming, truly behaving like an 18-year-old girl, clinging to her father and chattering about the trivial details of everyday life. By the time the meal ended, both father and daughter were in high spirits. Li Rong escorted Li Ming to the imperial study. Before leaving, Li Ming suddenly remembered something and asked, "Ronger, why did you drape a cloak over someone like Ningfei today? Weren't you afraid after seeing blood?" "How could I not be afraid?" Li Rong laughed. "But I am a princess. I can't let others see me as a joke. Ningfei, I've interacted with her before." Li Rong sighed softly. Seeing her like that, I couldn't bear it. "You," Li Ming pointed at her, sounding somewhat exasperated. "You're too soft-hearted. All right, go back now." Then he turned toward the eunuch beside him. "Fulai, have the Ministry of Rites send both wedding gowns for the princess to choose from. If the princess has any requests, have the ministry add them. For the grand wedding of my Princess Pingla." Li Ming patted Fulai's shoulder. "Don't mess it up." Upon hearing this, Fulai bowed and escorted Li Ming into the imperial study. Then he turned to Li Rong with a smile. "Your Highness, see how much His Majesty cares for you." "Of course," Li Rong replied proudly. "I am father's most beloved daughter." With that, she waved her hand. "This princess will return now. No need to see me off, eunuch Fulai." "Farewell, Your Highness." Fulai bowed respectfully. After discussing the wedding with Li Ming, Li Rong yawned and returned to the palace. Meanwhile, Pei Wenxuan had also arrived home. He had just been released from prison that morning and had someone notify Tong Yi. After leaving court, he avoided the carriages belonging to the other elders of the Pei family and waited for Tong Yi to pick him up. Tong Yi arrived with a shabby carriage and complained, "Young master, don't complain about the carriage being old. Last time, we didn't return the carriage we borrowed from the courtyard, and the old woman in charge of the carriages keeps asking me for money. You haven't been back to the estate for so long, and I don't have the money to compensate her. She said that if we don't pay, she won't lend us any more carriages. It's already good that we managed to borrow one today." Pei Wenxuan sat inside the carriage with his eyes closed, resting. He couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. Seeing his silence, Tong Yi sighed. "These old servants are just bullying us. Look at the young masters from the households of the 2nd and 3rd lords. Which of them would ever be troubled over a carriage? But young master, when will you receive your monthly stipend? We need to repay the carriage money soon, or you won't have any way to go to court tomorrow. Once I change clothes, I'll have money." After changing clothes, he would go to the princess's manor and get some money. With Li Rong's money, he could buy himself a carriage. He couldn't buy an expensive one. If Li Rong found out, she would scold him for being wasteful. He would buy a simple one for now and replace it with something better once he had money of his own. Pei Wenxuan carefully calculated his plans. Hearing his words, Tong Yi grew worried, suspecting that Pei Wenxuan might have been traumatized in prison. When Pei Wenxuan arrived at the Pei estate, he and Tong Yi entered and walked along the corridor toward his courtyard. As soon as they reached the entrance, he sensed that something was wrong. He could vaguely see that his courtyard was filled with people, and his heart sank. He immediately began analyzing who might be waiting for him there. Only two groups could bring such a crowd into his courtyard within the Pei estate, either his mother or his second and third uncles. And regardless of which group it was, they were probably trying to stop him from marrying Rong. His mother had never approved of him marrying a princess back then, although she had ultimately had no choice but to accept it. Now that the imperial decree of marriage had not yet been issued, it was entirely possible that his mother had come to salvage the situation. If it was his second or third uncle, they would be even more opposed to him marrying a princess. Once he married a princess, he would gain powerful backing and break free from the Pei family's control. The thought that these people had come to disrupt his marriage plans filled him with irritation. Although marrying Rong had originally been a forced necessity, it had indeed become his goal. To marry Rong, he had killed Yang Quan and brought down the entire Yang family. And now, someone still dared to stand in his way. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. He flicked his sleeve and strode forward, muttering under his breath, "Why is it so hard to marry a wife?" Tong Yi was momentarily stunned. Then he watched as Pei Wenxuan gripped his court tablet and stepped into the courtyard with a cold expression. Pei Wenxuan swept his gaze over the servants waiting for him in the yard and demanded sharply, "What are you all doing here? Who allowed you to enter?" Pei Wenxuan was already prepared. Whoever dared to criticize his marriage plans today, he would make an example of these servants to shame their masters. Unexpectedly, a plump woman standing at the front stepped forward, bowed to Pei Wenxuan, and said respectfully, "Young master, we've been waiting for you for nearly 2 months. When we heard you had returned today, we came here specifically to greet you. What do you want?" Pei Wenxuan frowned, sensing something was amiss. The woman smiled lightly. "The account for the carriage you borrowed 2 months ago hasn't been settled yet. A carriage may not be much on its own, but since it belongs to the family, the rules must be followed. Please don't think this old servant is deliberately trying to make things difficult for you. Would you prefer to settle the debt with money or return the carriage?" Pei Wenxuan was speechless. He fell silent for a moment, composed himself, and asked calmly, "How much?" The woman held up 2 fingers. 200 taels. His monthly salary, excluding additional subsidies such as grain and silk, was only 2 taels. Perfect. He was now absolutely certain. He couldn't afford it. Author's note. Pei Wenxuan, had I known it was this expensive, I wouldn't have dismantled that carriage back then. I should have thought of another way. Tong Yi. Young master, don't be too upset. You'll have it paid off after another 10 years of work. Pei Wenxuan. No, I have another plan. On a dark and windy night, Pei Wenxuan knocked on Rong's door. "Rong, what are you doing here so late?" Pei Wenxuan, pitifully. "Your Highness, I don't want to work hard anymore." Rong's silence. A moment later. "Rong, if you don't want to work hard, what do you want to do?" Pei Wenxuan. "I want to buy a carriage." Rong, what kind of carriage?" Pei Wenxuan's silence. A moment later. Pei Wenxuan, "You're still the best at this." Rong, "But you're the one who started it." Chapter 32. This was an even more difficult and awkward question than being forbidden from taking a wife. Pei Wenxuan fell silent, pondering how he might elegantly and gracefully explain his intention to delay repaying the debt. The woman watched him with a smile on her face, but there was a hint of mockery in her eyes, as though she were waiting to see a good show. After a moment, Pei Wenxuan finally regained his composure. Just as he was about to speak, an urgent shout came from outside. "Eldest young master! Eldest young master!" Everyone turned their heads. Pei Wenxuan saw the gatekeeper running toward them. After a brief thought, he realized that the imperial edict of betrothal had most likely arrived. The servant stopped in front of Pei Wenxuan, gasping for breath. "The imperial edict. Eldest young master, at the gate." Pei Wenxuan didn't wait for him to finish before breaking into a smile. He turned and walked straight out. Only then did the maid who had come to collect the money react. She hurried forward and asked the gatekeeper, "What imperial edict?" "People from the palace have arrived outside," the gatekeeper explained after catching his breath. "They're here to proclaim an imperial edict. All the masters, madams, and young masters of the household must go. It seems something major is about to happen." Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and quickly ran toward the front courtyard, eager to see for themselves what was happening. By the time Pei Wenxuan reached the entrance, the members of the Pei family had already gathered. Pei Wendy, Pei Lixian's eldest son, sneered when he saw Pei Wenxuan approach. I always knew eldest brother liked putting on airs, but I didn't expect you'd still put on such airs even when officials from the palace have arrived. Wendy. Pei Lixian stood at the front with his hands tucked into his sleeves. He slowly opened his eyes and reprimanded him. Be quiet. Pei Wenxuan walked up to Pei Lixian and Pei Liwen and bowed respectfully. Second uncle, third uncle. Then he turned to look at his mother, Madame Wen, whom he had not seen in a long time. Mother. Madame Wen nodded slightly, her expression showing some weariness. Once every member of the Pei household had arrived, Pei Lixian stepped forward and addressed the eunuch holding the imperial edict. Esteemed eunuch, all members of the Pei household are present. Please proceed. The eunuch smiled and nodded. Pei Lixian stepped back. Then they heard the eunuch's powerful, resonant call. Kneel. Everyone knelt together. The eunuch began reading the edict, first lavishing praise upon Pei Wenxuan. Hearing those extravagant words of flattery, everyone secretly glanced at him. Pei Wenxuan remained perfectly calm. Then came the words, the Empress Dowager has heard of this with great pleasure and hereby specially decrees the betrothal to Princess Pinglu. At once, everyone understood. The servants hiding in the distance widened their eyes in astonishment, looking utterly bewildered. Pei Wenxuan calmly accepted the edict. The eunuch looked him up and down before saying, Princess Pinglu has always been His Majesty's most beloved daughter. Lord Pei, you are truly fortunate. Thank you for your auspicious words, esteemed eunuch. Pei Wenxuan bowed, his demeanor proper and humble. After the edict had been proclaimed, the people from the palace withdrew. Once they had seen them off, Pei Wenxuan turned around, imperial edict in hand, and looked up at Pei Lixian. Pei Lixian kept his hands tucked into his sleeves, his expression placid. Receiving an imperial betrothal from His Majesty is your good fortune. In the future, serve the princess well and do not neglect the etiquette of the Pei family. Pei Wenxuan was speechless. He had originally intended to bow, but after hearing those words, something felt slightly off. It almost sounded as though he were the bride-to-be. After saying this, Pei Lixian turned to the others. Disperse. Pei Lixian was accustomed to having the final say in the household. Upon hearing his order, no one dared linger, and everyone began to leave. Only Pei Wendy couldn't resist taking a few jabs at Pei Wenxuan before departing. Elder brother, what wonderful fortune you have. From now on, you'll be able to rely on the princess for your livelihood. Indeed. Pei Wenxuan lightly brushed his sleeves, his expression calm. Second brother, are you jealous? What a pity. Without waiting for Pei Wendy to respond, Pei Wenxuan gave a soft laugh. With second brother's character and appearance, I'm afraid there's no chance you'll ever marry a princess. In this lifetime, aside from relying on father, you won't be able to depend on anything else. You, Wenxuan. Before Pei Wendy's anger could erupt, Madame Wen hurried over, her face filled with anxiety. She glanced at Pei Wendy. Seeing her arrive, Pei Wendy could no longer continue arguing with Pei Wenxuan. After all, she was his elder. He could only bow and withdraw. Once Pei Wendy had left, Madame Wen grabbed Pei Wenxuan's hand and urged anxiously, come with me. With that, she dragged him toward her courtyard. Pei Wenxuan knew what Madame Wen wanted to say and felt rather helpless, but he still followed her. As soon as they entered the room, Madame Wen dismissed the servants and immediately pressed him. Did you know about this marriage decree beforehand? Pei Wenxuan calmly found a place to sit. He was well aware that, given his recent attendance at the spring banquet and his joint investigation with Rong, the fact that he had come into contact with Rong early on could no longer be concealed. So he admitted it frankly. I knew. You knew, yet you didn't tell me about something this important. Upon hearing his answer, Madame Wen immediately raised her voice. Do you still have me, your mother, in your heart? I did inform you, mother. Pei Wenxuan poured himself some tea and spoke calmly. Could you have defied the imperial decree or argued with His Majesty over it? Madame Wen was taken aback. After a moment, she sank weakly into her seat, tears immediately rolling down her cheeks. It's my fault for making you suffer this grievance. If your father were still here, you certainly wouldn't have encountered something like this. Marrying a princess is no easy matter. Which princess has a good temper? Listening to Madame Wen's tearful lament, Pei Wenxuan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "In this matter, I am willing." Madame Wen looked up in disbelief. Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment, then raised his eyes to meet hers and spoke gently. "Mother, this young lady is someone I sought out myself." "You sought her out?" Madame Wen was utterly astonished. "Why on earth would you seek to bring a princess into the family? Isn't a princess quite good?" Pei Wenxuan smiled. "A princess is still an ordinary young lady. She's a very good person. You'll understand once you meet her." "What kind of bewitching potion have you drunk?" Madame Wen began crying again. "I know you're only trying to comfort me. Since you were young, you've always liked Jinjin. Your temperament is just like your father's. How could you so easily fall for someone else?" "Mother." Pei Wenxuan was both amused and exasperated. "Please don't talk nonsense like this in the future. You are my son, the apple of my eye." Madame Wen sobbed, gasping for breath. Pei Wenxuan quickly patted her back as she continued. "How could I not know your heart? I couldn't stop your second uncle from spreading nonsense at the Qin family, and I never expected that Qin Lin, after hearing your second uncle's words, would immediately declare that his sister could never enter a den like the Pei family and come to break off the engagement. It's all my fault for harming you, and now you even have to comfort me." "Mother." Pei Wenxuan couldn't withstand Madame Wen's crying. His whole head was beginning to ache. But he knew his mother had always been this temperamental, so he could only coax her patiently. "She truly is wonderful. I genuinely like her. I went through a great deal of trouble to marry her. Please, in the future, never say such things in front of her. If you truly care for me and genuinely wish for me to have a good marriage, then I beg you not to mention Qin Jinjin again. Get along well with the princess, all right?" Hearing Pei Wenxuan's soothing words, Madame Wen looked up, half convinced and half doubtful. "You're not fooling me? How could I fool you?" Pei Wenxuan sighed. "I genuinely like her. What about Qin Jinjin then?" Madame Wen looked utterly bewildered. Pei Wenxuan raised a hand to his forehead. "I wasn't thinking clearly back then. I was so young. What did I know about liking or not liking someone?" "This." Madame Wen hesitated for a moment. Surprisingly, she seemed persuaded by his words. "That's true, I suppose." Pei Wenxuan looked up, somewhat puzzled. "You think I didn't like Qin Jinjin?" "That was merely childishness," Madame Wen said gently. "True feelings should be like what I had with your father. Missing each other when apart, hearts fluttering when together, feeling as though time flies whenever you're with each other. Even when your father merely teased me, I found it delightful." As she spoke, a trace of nostalgia appeared on Madame Wen's face. Pei Wenxuan knew she was thinking of his father again. He remained silent. Madame Wen also knew she shouldn't lose herself reminiscing about the past in front of others. After a moment, she sighed. "During those years in Luzhou, you never sent letters to Jinjin because you missed her. Whenever you saw her, you were always perfectly proper, no different from how you behaved in front of everyone else. How could that be called liking someone?" "According to what you're saying," Pei Wenxuan laughed, "I should find someone I like to tease, and that would mean I like her? Whether you'd tease her or not, I don't know." Madame Wen laughed as well. "But in front of that person, you would definitely be different from how you are with everyone else. In front of that person, you'd remain a child your entire life." Pei Wenxuan was taken aback. After a moment, he couldn't help asking, "Was father like that too?" "Yes." Madame Wen loved talking about Pei Lizzie. Hearing Pei Wenxuan mention him, her eyes softened. "Don't be fooled by how strict he was with you. He was actually a child who never grew up. Do you remember how he always bought toys for you, but ended up playing with them himself? I used to tell him, 'Who are you buying these toys for? Clearly, you're the one itching to play with them.'" "Yes." Pei Wenxuan accompanied Madame Wen in reminiscing. "I remember." Pei Wenxuan stayed with Madame Wen, talking about Pei Lizzie. Madame Wen was in poor health and grew tired after speaking for a while. Seeing her fatigue, Pei Wenxuan attended to her until she fell asleep, then left the room. Once outside, he stood at the doorway. Tong Yi followed behind him, looking somewhat puzzled. "Young master, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking." Pei Wenxuan sighed. "It's a good thing Her Highness doesn't cry easily." Tong Yi looked bewildered. "Huh." Pei Wenxuan lowered his head with a soft chuckle and walked away. While speaking with Madame Wen earlier, he had been thinking about Li Rong the entire time. In his previous life, he often said that Li Rong was too rigid. Whenever they argued over political disagreements, He would wonder how a woman could possibly be so unyielding. But just now, looking at Madame One, he suddenly felt that Li Rong's way was perfectly fine. No one could hide behind another person for their entire life. One day, they had to step forward and face the raging storms and the cruelty of the world themselves. His mother was not a bad person. She was gentle and kind-hearted. His father had protected her throughout his life, allowing her to live like a canary, spending most of her years in happiness. Yet every gift came with a price. His father probably never imagined that he would die so early. The more thoroughly he had protected this person, the more fragile she became after he was gone. Before his father's death, he had arranged for many people to protect both his wife and son. But at the time, Pei Wenxuan had been only 17 and was sent away to Luzhou under the pretext of observing mourning, leaving his mother behind in the Pei residence. His mother was soft-hearted and easily yielded. She feared conflict and always gave way. No matter how much his father had left behind, by the time Pei Wenxuan returned 3 years later, his mother had squandered it all. In his youth, he had envied his parents. Unlike most aristocratic couples, they had genuinely loved each other. Their relationship had been harmonious and fulfilling, and they had taught Pei Wenxuan the meaning of steadfastness and hope within a marriage. He had fantasized countless times that if he ever had a wife, he would live such a life as well. He would follow his father's example, protecting and loving that person with everything he had. But when he looked at his mother, he suddenly realized something. Doting on a woman too much, giving her everything without ever teaching her to fly. How was that any different from clipping her wings? Still, it was all right. Thinking of Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan felt relieved. No matter how much someone pampered that woman, she could still soar 90,000 miles into the sky. The only concern was that, in a moment of carelessness, she might ascend somewhere beyond your sight, leaving you to gaze up at her for the rest of your life, never able to reach her again. As soon as Pei Wenxuan became aware of this thought, he immediately found himself somewhat ridiculous. They were merely making do with each other in this life. In a few years, they would divorce and go their separate ways. Why was he daydreaming about how a married couple ought to live? Yet strangely enough, the thought brought him a certain joy. With light steps, he returned to his courtyard and saw the maid who had demanded money earlier standing nervously at his door. His expression darkened as he stared at her. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly spoke. "That carriage. Take your time." The maid immediately exclaimed. "Imperial son-in-law." "Oh no, young master." She looked at him pitifully. "This servant has come to apologize. This servant was blind and failed to recognize your stature. I hope young master won't hold it against me. You can return the carriage slowly. Any time is fine." Pei Wenxuan was amused by the maid's words. He suddenly understood what it meant to rely on someone else's power. Unwilling to bother with such trivial matters, he waved his hand. "It's fine. You may leave." The maid hurried away. Pei Wenxuan returned to his courtyard. That night, he considered the key figures needed for his covert network. The next day, he went to the princess's manor, withdrew funds, sought out people, and began establishing everything in an orderly manner. When he returned to the residence that evening, he saw the steward of the princess's manor standing at the gate as soon as he arrived. Pei Wenxuan was taken aback and quickly stepped down from the carriage to greet him. "Minister Liu, what brings you here?" "The princess has a letter for you." Lu Mingji handed an envelope to Pei Wenxuan. "I happened to be passing by, so I came to deliver it." "You are most thoughtful." Pei Wenxuan took the letter and exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu Mingji. After Lu Mingji bid farewell and left, Pei Wenxuan hesitated for a moment but did not open the letter. He returned to his room and placed it beside his bed. That evening, after finishing all his official duties, he lay down and opened the letter. Li Rong's handwriting appeared before him. Li Rong succinctly mentioned 3 things. First, she had enclosed 2 wedding dress designs for his reference. Second, she asked about the progress of the covert network's construction. Third, she included a banknote and told him to throw it in the slave girl's face. Lying in bed as he read Li Rong's letter, Pei Wenxuan couldn't help recalling the way she raised her eyebrows when she spoke. He let out a soft laugh. He carefully examined the 2 wedding dress designs, marked one of them, then set the letter aside and settled down to sleep. That night, he dreamed. In his dream, Li Rong wore the wedding dress he had chosen. She twirled before him and asked, "Pei Wenxuan, Do you think it looks good? For some reason, he couldn't help smiling. When he woke from the dream laughing, he lay quietly for a while. Only then did he realize that, after an immeasurably long stretch of time, this was the first time in his memory that he had ever awakened laughing from a dream. After his youth, there had been no more beautiful dreams. Only by returning to his youth did a beloved person enter his dreams. Author's note: I suddenly realized that Pei Wenxuan is holding the script of a female protagonist in a domestic drama. A legitimate daughter who has been robbed of her family's wealth and bullied relentlessly, with a brainless cousin who constantly argues with her, one day catches the eye of a tall, rich, and handsome man, and an imperial decree of marriage shocks the entire family. Oh, what a golden finger! Oh, how enviable is the female protagonist with a tall, rich, and handsome man. Mini theater. Before marriage. Rong. What kind of daydreams do you have every day that make you wake up laughing? Pei Wenxuan. I dreamed you married me. Rong. Oh, that's not really a daydream. After marriage. Rong. What kind of nightmares do you have every day that make you wake up crying? Pei Wenxuan. I dreamed you married me. Rong. Men. But there's one thing. Pei Wenxuan. What? Rong. Seeing you unhappy. I know I must be very happy. Chapter 33. Rong received Pei Wenxuan's reply the next day. She glanced at the wedding dress he had marked, thought for a moment, then pulled out the design for the other wedding dress and handed it to Jinglan. Tell the Ministry of Rites that I want the one embroidered with phoenixes. Jinglan was taken aback and couldn't help saying, didn't young Master Pei choose the one with peonies? Actually, either one would do, Rong said as she washed her hands. I'm just using the process of elimination. Hearing this, the maids nearby lowered their heads and smiled. After everyone had finished laughing, Rong checked the time. Her mother, the Empress, should be awake by now, so she went as usual to Weiyang Palace to pay her respects. Normally, she visited the Empress every day, but recently, between investigating cases and being imprisoned, she hadn't seen her mother for quite some time. She took a handkerchief from the side, dried her hands, then turned and led her attendants toward Weiyang Palace. Just as she reached the entrance, she heard bursts of women's laughter from inside. Rong smiled as she entered and saw that nearly all the imperial consorts were present. Her mother, Shang Wanyu, sat in the highest seat, laughing along with everyone else. What amusing topic has all the noble consorts laughing so heartily? Rong walked in with a smile, then bowed to the Empress on the throne. Greetings, Mother Empress. Next, she turned and bowed to the 4 noble consorts seated above. Greetings to all the noble consorts. So our little Ping Lu has arrived. A gentle voice spoke as soon as she rose. Rong looked up and saw Consort Ro gazing at her with a warm smile. Come, take a seat. The character Ro in her title came from her original name, Xiao Ro. She had come from an ordinary family and entered the palace at a young age to serve as a palace maid. Because of her cleverness, she began serving Li Ming during his youth. It was said that when Li Ming was still a prince, his life had not been easy. Xiao Ro had accompanied him through his adolescent years in the cold palace, giving Li Ming a peculiar affection for her. Later, while Li Ming was still the crown prince, Xiao Ro had been married off to a high-ranking official by the empress of that time. However, not long after the marriage, Li Ming ascended the throne as emperor. Several years later, that official died of illness at home. Xiao Ro first shaved her head and became a nun, but later encountered Li Ming at a temple. After a romantic encounter, she returned to the palace and had enjoyed imperial favor for decades without decline. With such ability, her appearance was naturally extraordinary. Now nearing 50, she was still exceptionally well preserved, retaining all her charm. Compared with the Empress, who was a full 7 years younger, she was not inferior in the slightest. As the highest ranking of the 4 noble consorts, she assisted the Empress in managing the harem and was highly skilled in social interaction. When Rong entered, the Empress remained silent, but Consort Ro was the first to speak. Rong smiled lightly and nodded in gratitude. A maid arranged a small table in the nearest place to the Empress's left. Rong walked over and sat behind it. As soon as she took her seat, she heard Consort Ro ask the Empress, I heard Ping Li's marriage has recently been settled. Is that true? The imperial decree of marriage has already been issued, Shang Guanyu said calmly. It is Pei Wenxuan, the eldest legitimate son of the Pei family. Pei Lizzie's son. Consort Rou smiled. I met that child 3 or 4 years ago. He is indeed very handsome. Then she turned to Li Rong. Ping Lu, I heard you investigated the Yang family case with him? Noble consort, Li Rong said gently. It is improper to discuss such matters before the marriage has taken place. Let's change the subject. Ping Lu is shy. Consort Duan interjected to smooth things over. She looked up at Consort Rou. Look how you've embarrassed the child, Sister Rou. She's not like us old folks. If you ask a young lady something like that, how could she possibly answer? Consort Rou raised her round fan and laughed lightly. The hall immediately filled with laughter. Li Rong held her teacup, took a few sips, and smiled without speaking. After the consorts had laughed and chatted for a while, the Empress dismissed them. Consort Rou remained seated without moving. Once everyone else had left, the Empress turned to Consort Rou. Do you have something to say? I only wanted to ask Ping Lu for a favor. Consort Rou smiled as she looked at Li Rong. Ping Lu has always preferred to keep to herself and isn't particularly close to her younger brothers and sisters. Now that she's about to marry, many of the younger princesses want to spend some time with their elder sister during these last few days and receive some guidance from her. So I thought perhaps Ping Lu could set aside some time each day to regularly interact with the other princesses in the palace. As she spoke, Consort Rou turned toward the Empress. What does your Majesty think? The Empress frowned. She knew Consort Rou's intentions were far from good and was about to refuse when she heard Li Rong say, All right. Consort Rou was slightly taken aback. Li Rong looked up at her. What expression is that, Your Highness? Did you think Ping Lu wouldn't agree? How could I? Consort Rou laughed. I've always known that although Ping Lu may seem aloof on the surface, she truly cares for her siblings in her heart. Your Highness makes it sound as though I usually have no regard for my siblings. Li Rong lightly tapped her golden fan against her palm. That's really quite disparaging of me. After being rebuffed by Li Rong, Consort Rou found it difficult to maintain her smile. She could only turn toward the Empress. Look at this child. Just 2 months apart, and she's become so sharp-tongued. I've always been concerned about all my younger sisters. Li Rong picked up her teacup, her tone gentle. There are many things I'd like to teach them. Why doesn't Consort Rou organize it? I can lecture the younger sisters for 2 hours every day. How does that sound? Lecture. Consort Rou looked puzzled. What would you lecture them about? Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has always been devoted to Buddhist teachings. I could teach my younger sisters about Buddhism, as well as daily etiquette and proper conduct. They can cultivate their minds and refine their manners so that they don't make mistakes. Li Rong paused. I heard recently that Hua Lu beat a maid to death in her courtyard. Hua Lu was Consort Rou's eldest daughter, known for her arrogance and willfulness. Upon hearing this, Consort Rou's expression changed drastically. Such a thing happened. Then you should discipline her properly. Good. Li Rong smiled. With your Highness's words, Ping Lu will do her best. Hearing this, Consort Rou suddenly felt uneasy. Li Rong glanced at the sky. Does Consort Rou wish to stay for a meal? This was clearly a hint that she should leave. Having said what she needed to say, Consort Rou stood. No. You came here to see Her Majesty the Empress. I won't intrude on your mother-daughter time. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Empress, Consort Rou left, swaying her fan. Seeing the Empress about to rise, Li Rong stepped forward to support her. The Empress allowed Li Rong to help her up and said with some dissatisfaction, Why did you agree just now? She clearly has ill intentions. If her intentions are ill, does it matter whether I refuse? Li Rong supported the Empress as they walked toward the courtyard. She spoke soothingly. If I refuse now, she'll simply go whisper into Father's ear again, talking about fostering sisterly bonds. Father always listens to her. By tomorrow, an imperial decree will probably be issued. How utterly disgusting. The Empress frowned, her expression filled with disgust. Li Rong chuckled softly. So let's not waste our thoughts on that wretched pair. You are the Empress, the most honored woman in the realm. Just focus on being the Empress. If that woman wants me to foster bonds with my sisters, we'll agree. Father will even think I'm becoming more reasonable. But what if she won't act directly? Li Rong walked alongside the Empress through the garden, speaking calmly. After all these years, haven't you seen through her methods? This time, Having me bond with the princesses is really just an excuse to let them get close to me. Some of them are foolish enough that she won't need to lift a finger. They'll act on their own. You've thought everything through. Hearing Li Rong's reasoned analysis, the Empress sighed in relief. Then you must handle it well. Don't worry. Li Rong's voice was even. The schemes of the rear palace are always the same old tricks. There's no need for concern. In fact, we should be pleased. What is there to be pleased about? The Empress looked weary. I don't see anything worth being happy about these days. Think of it this way. If my marriage held no value, Consort Ro wouldn't be scheming to ruin it. The fact that she's causing trouble now proves only one thing. What? The Empress turned her head. Li Rong smiled. Pei Wenxuan is probably about to be promoted. The Empress was taken aback. After a moment, she sighed softly. You young people are becoming harder and harder for me to understand. Sending Chuaner to the northwest truly frightened me these past 2 months. I was afraid something might happen to him on the battlefield, and I worried that he wouldn't handle matters properly there, giving His Majesty a reason to punish him. I could only beg your uncle for help. The Empress's eyes reddened. After all that turmoil, the Shangwan family has been severely weakened. Chuaner gained no credit at all, and yet you two seem quite pleased. I'm beginning to wonder which side that Pei Wenxuan is really on. Mother. Li Rong reached out and embraced the Empress's shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry. Actually, you should think of it this way. If even you can't see through what we're doing, that's even better. It means Father will find it even harder to understand. The Shangwan family losing a little strength right now isn't necessarily a bad thing, Mother. There's a simple principle. Li Rong advised her gently. Only by hiding the blade can you strike a fatal blow when the time comes. But you still need a blade. The Empress grew anxious. Li Rong only smiled without answering. By then, they had arrived at the dining area. The two sat down together. The Empress washed her hands in the copper basin, pouring water over them as she spoke. This time, when your uncle helped, he made a request. Oh, he wants to send you into the palace. Hearing this, Li Rong paused while washing her hands. The Empress took a towel from the side and glanced back at her. You remember Yer, don't you? You met when you were children. Oh, I remember. Li Rong snapped back to attention and quickly replied. I recall she returned to Yuzhou a long time ago. She'll be returning to the capital next month and will attend your wedding while she's here. The Empress chatted idly. Chuaner isn't young anymore. I plan to select consorts for him next year and have already begun looking for suitable candidates. The crown princess will definitely be your. As for other good families, you should also help keep an eye out. Li Rong remained silent. The Empress picked up her chopsticks and began eating as she continued. After he marries Yer, I want him to take 4 more concubines. For concubines, the girl's family background is more important than her character. Help me look. It would be best to choose 2 from military families. Chuaner lacks military power, and that has always been a weakness. The Empress chatted with Li Rong as they ate. Li Rong spoke little in front of her mother and mostly listened. After the meal, the Empress grew tired and decided to take a midday rest. So Li Rong excused herself and left. On her way back, she sat in her sedan chair, pondering the Empress's words. In her previous life, Li Chuan had indeed married Shangwanya and then taken 4 concubines. Shangwanya had a temperament similar to Li Rong's, and they had known each other since childhood. They had parted ways when Shangwanya went to Yuzhou, but after she returned and became Li Rong's sister-in-law, it had not affected their relationship. Taking concubines had little effect on Shangwanya. She was a woman of strong will, appearing noble and aloof on the surface, but revealing a fiery temperament once someone became familiar with her. Family always came first for her. Everything else was devoted to her own hobbies, drinking, playing chess, painting, and she lived a carefree and unrestrained life. When Li Chuan showed her no favor, Li Rong had even tried to think of ways to help her. But Shangwanya had merely waved her hand while looking over the household accounts. As long as my position as Empress isn't affected and he gives me the proper respect, that's enough. The rest of the time, he can stay as far away from me as possible. If he weren't the Emperor, who would bother with him? Her words had left Li Rong speechless. But Li Rong knew Shangwanya wasn't merely putting on a brave face. With her scholarly temperament, she probably genuinely found Li Chuan annoying. But just because it didn't affect Shangwanya didn't mean it hadn't affected others. The 4 concubines fought among themselves until, In the end, 2 died, 1 became a nun, and the last, who was more open-minded, remained in the palace with Shangguanya, and the 2 spent their later years together. Thinking about it that way, no one in her previous life had met a good end. Knowing the outcome, should she still follow the same path and allow everything to repeat itself? Rong lightly tapped her fan against her palm, deep in thought. Qin Jinjin absolutely could not enter the palace again. In fact, it would be best if she and Lichuan never met again from this point onward. As for Shangguanya, Rong hesitated for a moment, unsure what to decide. She took a deep breath, lifted the curtain, and instructed Jinglan. Send someone to the Shangguan residence. If Lady Shangguanya has returned, report it to me immediately. Yes. And Rong thought for a moment. Tell Pei Wenxuan to write me a letter. The general meaning should be that he asks the messenger to deliver it to me, requesting that I meet him somewhere we can both go because he has something to give me. After that, have him carry that item with him every day so he's ready to respond to my summons at any time. Yes. Jinglan acknowledged the orders. After giving these instructions, Rong lowered the curtain and leaned back to rest. The next day, Pei Wenxuan's letter was delivered through someone from the princess's manor. The delivery contained quite a few things. Rong first glanced over the letter he had written according to her instructions. After confirming that he had understood the key points without making any mistakes, she tucked that letter away. Then she opened Pei Wenxuan's personal letter. It contained only 3 sentences. How has the wedding dress been decided? Have you encountered any troublesome matters? And, Your Highness is quite wealthy. Seeing the words, Your Highness is quite wealthy, Rong couldn't help laughing. She set the letter aside and looked through the miscellaneous items Pei Wenxuan had sent her. She discovered that they consisted of his calculations regarding her assets and an expense budget. As Rong reviewed the list, she accepted a teacup from Jinglan. Seeing the smile on Rong's face, Jinglan couldn't help asking, What is Your Highness looking at? You seem so happy. Lord Pei is quite capable. Rong held the cup in one hand and took a sip of tea. Then she set the cup down and tossed the accounts Pei Wenxuan had sent her into the brazier used for burning paper. After washing up, Rong received news that Consort Ro had already chosen the location where she would teach the princesses. Rong nodded, rose, and went there. She found that Consort Ro had chosen a waterside pavilion in the imperial garden. Her ladyship said. The eunuch guiding her explained that summer is hot and dry, while the waterside pavilion is cool. It is the perfect place for Your Highness to lecture the princesses on the classics. Rong acknowledged this and stepped into the pavilion. As soon as she entered, she saw that all 6 of her younger sisters had already arrived. Among the 6, 2, Chang Lu and Hua Lu, were already over 15. Chang Lu was the daughter of Consort Mei, one of the 4 highest-ranking consorts. She was of noble status, highly favored, and had never gotten along well with Rong. Hua Lu was Consort Ro's daughter. She had inherited her mother's habit of smiling like a tiger while being privately cruel and violent. The remaining 4 princesses were all under 15, appearing to Rong as little more than children. The age difference between them was too great for them to have had much interaction. After Rong entered, Chang Lu turned to look at her and immediately smiled. Oh, elder sister is here. Rong smiled back. You all arrived quite early. Please sit. With that, Rong took the seat of honor. After the princesses had settled down, Chang Lu looked at Rong and said with a smile, I heard elder sister has been betrothed to the eldest son of the Pei family. Since elder sister has always been favored, the man you're betrothed to must surely be an extraordinary talent of exceptional status, right? Rong didn't answer. Instead, she spread open the scroll before her. Today, let's begin by reciting the Diamond Sutra. What's wrong? Seeing Rong avoid the question, Chang Lu became pleased. Is there something elder sister finds difficult to say? Is that gentleman Pei a high-ranking official at court? Though he's young, even if he can't compare to Vice Minister Su, he must at least hold a 6th-rank position, right? Chang Lu. Rong looked up at her gently. Today we're lecturing on the classics. If you don't like that, elder sister can teach you something else. Oh, Chang Lu raised an eyebrow. What else can elder sister teach? Jinglan, go to Weiyang Palace and summon the chief matron. Jinglan accepted the order and left. Still confused, Chang Lu pressed on. Elder sister, just tell us. Chang Lu. Hua Lu quickly interjected beside her. I heard Pei Wenxuan is only a minor 8th rank official. Please don't poke at elder sister's sore spot. Li Rong remained silent, calmly drinking her tea. After a short while, an elderly woman holding a ruler followed Jing Lan into the room and bowed to Li Rong. Your Highness, I have been entrusted with teaching the princesses the proper conduct befitting their status. I originally intended to lecture on the classics, but it seems that today my younger sisters have forgotten even the basic rules of the palace. Therefore, I've asked the chief matron to instruct you once more. Hearing this, everyone's faces paled. Li Rong turned toward the younger princesses. Chang Lu and Hua Lu shall receive instruction. The other younger sisters are still too young, so we'll let them be. Ping Lu, how dare you? Chang Lu slammed the table and pointed at Li Rong. Li Rong smiled lightly and calmly sipped her tea. No respect for superiors or inferiors. What right does a princess have to slam the table? Chief matron, what do you think should be done? Slap her face and strike her hands. Slapping her face would disgrace the imperial family, Li Rong said calmly. Strike her hands instead. The attendants nearby didn't dare move. Chang Lu sneered. I'd like to see who dares touch me today. Who dares not touch you? Li Rong raised her eyes and swept her gaze over the crowd. If you refuse, I will punish you instead. I am the legitimate eldest princess. Hereby consort Ro's order to instruct the princesses. Am I to be unable to enforce even the palace rules today? With that, Li Rong abruptly stood, pointed at Chang Lu, and shouted angrily, Restrain her. As soon as she finished speaking, Jing Lan and Jing Mei rushed forward and seized Chang Lu. Chang Li's maids tried to intervene, but Li Rong swept them with a cold glance. Think carefully. Insolence is punishable by death by beating. The maids froze in fear. The chief matron stepped forward and, without mercy, struck Chang Li's palms 10 times with the ruler. Chang Lu screamed in pain. Li Rong's expression remained as calm as ever. Once you're finished, leave. I still have to lecture my other younger sisters. Just as she finished speaking, a young man's voice came from outside. Moments later, the curtain was lifted. Everyone froze. Li Rong looked up. A handsome man stood there, dressed in a black outer robe embroidered with golden birds over a single-layer inner garment, a small fan in his hand. His features bore some resemblance to Su Rongqing's, but his brows and eyes carried a wild arrogance that Su Rongqing lacked. Behind him stood Su Rongqing, who had been speaking with him. As the curtain slowly rose, Su Rongqing's lingering smile remained on his face, and his gaze naturally fell upon Li Rong. The conversation abruptly ceased. He and Li Rong quietly looked at one another. One standing, one sitting, the two faced each other in silence. The man in black was the first to react. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and announced loudly, Your humble servant Su Ronghua, accompanied by my younger brother, pays respects to your highness. Author's note. Mini Theater. Empress. Rong, Consort Ro asked you to join the palace intrigue. Aren't you afraid? Li Rong. What's there to fear about fighting children in kindergarten? Empress's silence. Chapter 34. Su Ronghua's loud call snapped Su Rongqing out of his reverie. Su Rongqing raised his hands, knelt with respectful composure, and saluted Li Rong. Your humble servant, Su Rongqing, pays his respects to your highness. Li Rong nodded and raised her hand. At her signal, Jing Mei and Jing Lan released Chang Lu, and the supervising matron stepped aside. Li Rong turned toward the two Su brothers, puzzled. Why are you two gentlemen here? According to regulations, outsiders were not permitted in the inner palace, so why were both brothers present? Reporting to your highness, Su Ronghua spoke first, appearing quite respectful. We two humble servants were ordered by His Majesty to instruct Prince Su in his studies. We come here every afternoon for lessons, and usually arrive early to wait. Hearing this, Li Rong was not surprised. In her previous life, Su Ronghua had been Prince Su's teacher, and because of this relationship, he had spoken up for Prince Su during the rebellion, angering Li Chuan. What she hadn't known was that Su Rongqing had also served as Prince Su's teacher earlier. Using members of the Su clan as Li Chun's teachers carried obvious implications. Xiaoro came from an ordinary background. If Prince Su was to gain enough support at court to counter the empress, he needed to cultivate sufficient allies. Now, Li Ming had placed Xiao Ping in the northwest to build military power for Prince Su. Having the Su clan serve as his teachers was intended to win over the aristocratic families. 5 years ago, when the imperial examination system was established, commoners had begun flooding into the court. Though their numbers were still small and their positions low, given enough time, they would become a new force within the government. These commoners naturally felt an affinity for figures like Consort Ro, who came from a similar background. Faced with similar circumstances, they would be more inclined to support her. To pave the way for Prince Su, Li Ming had truly exhausted his ingenuity. And the core reason for making such elaborate preparations was probably that Li Ming believed he could live for 10,000 years. Li Rong felt somewhat helpless. If Li Ming knew he would die in 3 years, perhaps he wouldn't go to such lengths. But if he knew he would die in 3 years, perhaps he wouldn't use such gradual methods either. Li Rong's thoughts shifted briefly, but on the surface, she merely nodded slightly towards Su Ronghua and Su Rongqing and instructed the eunuch beside her. Since it's still before the afternoon lessons and the 2 gentlemen arrived early, please take them elsewhere to rest. Yes. After acknowledging the order, the 2 men stood and were led away by attendants. Once they had left, Li Rong looked up and saw Hua Li still looking pale. As soon as Chang Lu noticed Li Rong's gaze, she immediately tried to speak, but Li Rong cut her off. Must I slap your face today before you'll stop? Hearing this, Chang Lu froze. She knew Li Rong would truly slap her today. Li Rong lowered her head to look at the Buddhist scriptures and said calmly, "Supervising matron, I will now begin teaching the scriptures to the other princesses." The supervising matron respectfully acknowledged her words and gestured for Princesses Chang Lu and Hua Lu to leave. Chang Lu flung her sleeve and stormed out. Li Rong turned toward the clearly frightened young princesses. "Sisters, come. Let us recite together first." With their 2 leading troublemakers dealt with, the young princesses trembled in fear. They lined up like little radishes in a vegetable patch and quickly lowered their heads to begin reciting. The sound of children chanting scriptures in unison drifted through the waterside pavilion, accompanied by the chirping of summer insects and birdsong. Li Rong fanned herself with a small fan in the morning breeze, lowering her head to read the Buddhist scriptures. "Thus have I heard. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows." As Li Rong listened to the chanting, she inadvertently lifted her head and saw the Su brothers talking in a pavilion not far away. Su Ronghua sat in a slovenly manner, fidgeting constantly and slapping his knees as he laughed, without the slightest trace of propriety. He truly was the odd one out in the Su clan. Opposite him, Su Rongqing sat upright, his expression carrying a lingering ease. Though his demeanor remained impeccable, it was somewhat different from usual. There was a relaxed quality to his posture that Li Rong had never seen before. Even from a distance, where only his silhouette could be made out, one could still sense his gentle and serene demeanor. Li Rong watched quietly, listening to the chanting of the Buddhist sutras. For a moment, she felt somewhat dazed, as though she had fallen into an illusory dream on the wheel of reincarnation, one that had carried her back to her youth. Unable to pull her thoughts back, she simply closed her eyes and pretended to listen attentively to the sutras. Just then, a whispered announcement came from outside. "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived." Hearing this, Li Rong hurriedly rose and led several young princesses out of the waterside pavilion. Li Ming stood at the entrance with Pei Wenxuan. Seeing Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong was quite surprised. She first paid her respects to Li Ming, then asked, "What brings your Majesty here?" "I was strolling through the imperial garden with Minister Pei while discussing some matters." Li Ming gestured toward Pei Wenxuan, then looked toward the pavilion. "I heard the sound of recitation and came over to have a look." "How long have you been here?" Li Rong walked alongside Li Ming while instructing Jing Lan to watch over the princesses. Li Ming thought for a moment. "Not long. Just before you started daydreaming." At these words, Li Rong's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know whether Li Ming had seen her looking at Su Rongqing, but she showed no sign of it on her face. She merely smiled. "You've been here so long, yet your Majesty didn't let me know. These children are usually quite mischievous." Li Ming chuckled. "But today, you've managed to keep them well behaved. I didn't pay much attention before because I thought the palace had governesses. When Consort Ro asked me to discipline them, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do." Li Rong tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her movements graceful and her voice gentle. But after seeing them today, I realize Consort Ro has her difficulties. These are matters concerning children, and sometimes even she can't manage them. It's better for me, as their elder sister, to step in. I should have done so earlier. Though her words seemed considerate toward Consort Ro, to others they subtly implied that Consort Ro was incapable of managing the children. If Consort Ro lacked discipline, one's thoughts naturally turned to her background. Li Ming fell silent, as though lost in thought. Li Rong discreetly glanced at Pei Wenxuan, who was following behind her, but couldn't tell what he was thinking. His expression seemed distant, as though he hadn't been listening to their conversation at all. After accompanying Li Ming for a couple of rounds through the garden, Li Ming instructed her to leave first. As Li Rong bowed to him, she heard him say, "Pinglo, aren't you going to say a few more words to Minister Pei before you go?" Li Rong smiled as though embarrassed. She pressed her lips together and bowed toward Pei Wenxuan. "Safe travels, Minister Pei." Pei Wenxuan remained composed as he returned the courtesy. Li Rong couldn't help finding it strange. At times like these, Pei Wenxuan would at least give her a meaningful look. She grew somewhat worried, wondering whether Li Ming had said something to him. After the lessons ended, Li Rong sent someone to inquire about the day's events. Pei Wenxuan replied with only 2 words. Nothing happened. Along with the reply came a pile of bills. Li Rong gasped in shock at the speed with which Pei Wenxuan was spending money and became convinced that something was definitely amiss. She hurriedly wrote back. The next day, Pei Wenxuan's reply finally seemed somewhat normal. It roughly stated, "Money flows like water, and my heart is filled with worry." This was indeed something that had troubled Pei Wenxuan his entire life. Li Rong felt relieved, knowing that no major court affair she was unaware of had occurred. Thanks to the conversation between Li Rong and Li Ming. Before Chang Lu could go to Li Ming and complain, Li Ming had already bestowed a ruler upon Li Rong, instructing all the princesses to listen carefully to their eldest sister. Thus, Chang Lu no longer dared defy Li Rong and obediently studied etiquette and recited scriptures every day. While teaching the princesses to recite scriptures, Li Rong counted down the days until her wedding. Under her guidance, the princesses behaved properly and finished copying 10 volumes of scripture. Li Rong collected and bound them, then sent them to Xinang Palace. The Empress Dowager was originally from the Shangguan clan and had a good relationship with Li Rong and the Empress. However, in recent years, Li Ming disliked them spending too much time together. So the Empress Dowager feigned illness and secluded herself to cultivate Buddhism. Now that Li Rong had sent her some scriptures, the Empress Dowager remained quiet, but Li Ming's rewards soon arrived. It was said that the Empress Dowager had been unwell, but after receiving the scriptures, her condition improved considerably. Upon hearing this, Li Ming greatly appreciated Li Rong's filial piety and commended her. However, he did not reward only Li Rong. He also specifically praised Princess Hua Lu, saying that her scriptures had been beautifully copied and that the Empress Dowager was extremely pleased. It was her sincerity that had moved the heavens and led to the Empress Dowager's recovery. When Li Rong heard this in the palace, she couldn't stop laughing. What Li Ming probably didn't know was that Hua Lu hadn't copied the scriptures herself at all. However, now that the imperial decree had been issued, Hua Lu had no choice but to accept the praise. Afterward, she knelt in her room and desperately prayed to the Bodhisattva, hoping no one would expose her. In her younger days, Li Rong would have been eager to expose the matter immediately. But now she understood that while exposing Hua Lu would damage her reputation, it wouldn't bring Li Rong much benefit. Instead, it was better to keep the matter as leverage and reveal it at the appropriate moment to humiliate Consort Ro. In the blink of an eye, it was the final day she was supposed to teach the princesses. Early that morning, Li Rong arrived at the waterside pavilion, only to find it completely empty. She turned to Jing Lan beside her. "Did you decide today was the final day?" Hearing the question, Jing Lan immediately sensed that something was wrong. It was Qiufeng who delivered the message. "Investigate it thoroughly." Li Rong glanced at Jinmai. "Go inform Lord Pei and have him wait for me at the place he mentioned before. Also, send someone to keep watch near His Majesty and see who reports to him. Keep an eye on Qiufeng as well." After receiving her orders, Jinmai quickly withdrew, leaving only Li Rong and Jing Lan in the waterside pavilion. Jinglan said anxiously. Your Highness, since we know it's a trap, perhaps we should. It's fine. Li Rong smiled. The schemes of these princesses in the rear palace won't amount to anything major. Besides, it's a good opportunity to see how the people around us behave. There must be some trouble before you can truly understand people's hearts, right? Jinglan was momentarily stunned before grasping her meaning. In the struggles of this world, most defeats did not come from clever schemes, but from the people around you. Although Jinglan didn't know why Li Rong trusted her so much, since Li Rong had spoken, she simply remained by her side and quietly waited. Master and servant enjoyed the breeze in the waterside pavilion for a while before hearing footsteps approaching from behind. Li Rong turned around and saw Su Rongqing appear in the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Rong, he was slightly taken aback. Li Rong hadn't expected Su Rongqing to be the one to arrive. She had assumed that, given Chang Lu and her associates' capabilities, they would most likely try to frame her using a guard or someone similar. She never imagined they could actually summon Su Rongqing. Li Rong smiled faintly. How did Minister Su come to be here? Su Rongqing's expression changed drastically, and he immediately turned to leave. Then he heard Li Rong speak. Minister Su, don't rush. Come closer first. I have something for you. Seeing Li Rong's calm demeanor, Su Rongqing stepped forward and respectfully said, Your Highness. As he made this gesture with his back to the pavilion, Li Rong reached out to help him rise and whispered, Just say that Pei Wenxuan sent you to deliver a letter to me. Su Rongqing's expression shifted subtly. He discreetly accepted the letter from Li Rong while secretly passing her a small note in return. Li Rong took the note. Beneath her sleeve, she slid open the patterned side of her golden fan, placed the note inside the pattern, and closed the cover again. She smiled and gestured toward the outside. Let's go meet Lord Pei together. Su Rongqing complied and followed Li Rong out. Just as they reached the edge of the waterside pavilion, they heard a loud shout. You still think you can run? Li Rong looked up and saw Chang Lu leading a large group of people, including Li Ming, charging toward her with an imposing air. Feigning surprise, Li Rong stepped forward to greet Li Ming. Father, sister, how could you do this? Chang Lu exclaimed excitedly. You're about to marry Lord Pei. Even if Minister Su is admirable, you shouldn't be meeting him in secret like this. Watch your words. Li Rong glared coldly at Chang Lu. You are a princess of noble standing, yet you speak such vulgar gossip. Have you forgotten all the etiquette you've learned recently? You dare lecture me about etiquette? Chang Lu turned to Li Ming. Father, just look at her. Ping Lu. Li Ming frowned as he looked at Li Rong. What are you and Su Rongqing doing here? Father. Li Rong bowed. Minister Su was entrusted by someone to deliver a message to me. If he was delivering a message, why didn't he simply have someone from your palace relay it? Li Ming was clearly displeased. Just as Li Rong was about to answer, Su Rongqing knelt and respectfully said, Your Majesty, this is my fault. I usually give lectures at the waterside pavilion in the afternoon. I arrived early today and heard that the princess often spends her mornings here with the other princesses. I thought I could take a shortcut and personally deliver the letter to her. Usually, the other princesses are present. Minister Su is talking nonsense. Chang Lu interrupted. Yesterday, Consort Ro already suspended all the classes so sister could focus on preparing for her wedding. What classes could there be today? Did he know that? Li Rong directly retorted, looking at Chang Lu mockingly. Did Consort Ro specifically inform Minister Su that I wouldn't be coming? Chang Lu faltered for a moment before quickly recovering. Then why are you here? What? Am I not allowed to visit the imperial garden? Li Rong spoke with complete frankness. I was reminiscing about the time I spent with my younger sisters, and with my wedding approaching, I felt somewhat sentimental. I came here for a walk, happened to encounter Minister Su, and exchanged a few words with him in broad daylight, with my maid present. Is that a crime? Her words caused Chang Li's face to pale, then flush, then pale again. Chang Lu truly couldn't understand how Li Rong, who was as incompatible with her as fire and water, could utter such nauseating words. Li Rong watched Chang Lu with a radiant smile, then swept her gaze over the surroundings. However, I am rather puzzled. Why have all of you arrived as though you came to apprehend someone when I'm merely meeting with Minister Su? She turned to Li Ming. Father, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Li Ming turned toward Chang Lu. Chang Lu snapped back to reality and blurted out, I saw your attendant passing a note to Su Rongqing, inviting him to a secret rendezvous. If you don't believe me, search him. Search him? Li Rong laughed. Minister Su is the Vice Minister of Justice, a court official. How dare you demand that he be publicly searched over such a matter? Li Rong's reminder caused Li Ming's expression to shift. Chang Lu, do not be rude. But Chang Lu was about to protest when Su Rongqing, still kneeling, spoke first. Your Majesty, today I truly was entrusted by Lord Pei to deliver a letter to Her Highness. Since Lord Pei cannot enter the inner palace, I was asked to deliver it on his behalf. It was only because of my momentary laziness that such a misunderstanding arose. For the sake of the princess's reputation, I beg your Majesty to have me searched publicly so my innocence may be proven. As he spoke, Su Rongqing turned his gaze toward Li Rong. Please present Lord Pei's letter, Your Highness. Li Rong sighed and bowed slightly. I have implicated you, Minister Su. Evildoers are to blame. Su Rongqing replied with proper deference and an open expression, not the princess. Hearing this, Chang Lu looked toward Li Ming and urged, Father, he's willing to be searched. Li Ming glanced at Chang Lu as though she were a fool before finally saying, Minister Su is willing to prove his innocence. Fulai, proceed. Fulai stepped forward and searched Su Rongqing in front of everyone. Li Rong handed over Pei Wenxuan's letter. All eyes fixed upon it. Even Chang Lu looked somewhat incredulous. The greatest taboo in this matter was probably that word of it might reach Pei Wenxuan. Even with the princess's noble status, meeting another man before marriage might be explained away as coincidence by others, but Pei Wenxuan himself would surely harbor doubts. However, if Pei Wenxuan's letter was genuine, then no one in the world would believe that Su Rongqing and Li Rong had arranged a secret rendezvous. After all, no man in the world could possibly be that magnanimous. Li Ming took the letter with half-belief and scanned it. Before he could finish reading, a eunuch hurried over and whispered, Your Majesty, Lord Pei requests an audience in the outer palace. Pei Wenxuan had been promoted to supervisory censor because of the Yang family case. Although the position was not high in rank, it carried substantial authority. Li Ming had even specially granted him a golden fish pouch, allowing him to move freely before the emperor. He was now highly favored. Upon hearing Pei Wenxuan's name, Li Rong's expression shifted slightly. Chang Lu looked somewhat surprised. Then they heard Li Ming say, Bring him in. Soon afterward, Pei Wenxuan followed the eunuch inside. As he approached the waterside pavilion, he saw Su Rongqing and Li Rong from afar. One was kneeling, the other standing. Both were calm and composed, standing there like figures in a painting, somehow separate from everything around them. Pei Wenxuan's steps faltered for a moment. In that instant, it felt as though time had reversed, and a familiar scene from many years ago surged into his mind. Just then, Li Ming turned. Seeing Pei Wenxuan arrive, he called, Lord Pei. Pei Wenxuan instantly came back to himself and quickly stepped forward. After bowing to Li Ming, Li Rong, and the others, he rose. By then, Su Rongqing's search had also been completed. Fulai turned back toward Li Ming. Your Majesty, there is nothing. Impossible. Chang Lu grew anxious. I clearly. Minister Pei. Li Ming looked up at Pei Wenxuan. Why have you come? Reporting to your Majesty, Pei Wenxuan replied respectfully. Today I had some matters I wished to discuss with Her Highness, so I asked Minister Su to help deliver a letter to the princess, arranging to meet her in front of Xianwen Pavilion. I waited for a long time, but did not see Her Highness arrive. I feared something might have happened to her, so I hurried over. Li Ming glanced at the location Pei Wenxuan had specified in the letter and pondered for a moment. Then he turned toward Chang Lu. Chang Lu, when and where did you see Ping Li's people delivering a letter to Vice Minister Su? Do you recognize the messenger? I. Chang Lu stammered. Li Rong spoke gently. Yes, sister. Tell us. We'll investigate slowly and see who is trying to deceive and provoke you into framing me. Chang Lu froze. The more lies one told, the harder they became to cover. After hesitating for a long while, she suddenly added, But even if it wasn't young Master Su, it shouldn't be you, young Master Pei, engaging in such improper private exchanges. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Ming could no longer listen. Privately exchanging letters with Su Rongqing and doing so with Pei Wenxuan were entirely different matters. Although meeting after an engagement was somewhat improper, it was hardly a major taboo. Moreover, Xianwen Pavilion was not a place for secret rendezvous, so Pei Wenxuan's choice of location could not be considered disrespectful. Besides, Su Rongqing was not someone Li Ming intended to protect, but Pei Wenxuan was different. If Pei Wenxuan's promotion were affected by such a matter, Li Ming would be displeased. Moreover, by now Li Ming had already realized that the entire incident was probably orchestrated by Chang Lu to frame Li Rong. Investigating further would only make everyone look bad. So he made a decisive ruling. As a princess, listening to slander and falsely accusing your elder sister like this is simply outrageous. You are young, so I will let it pass. But what sort of people are surrounding you? He turned to Fulai. Send everyone around her to the laundry bureau and summon Consort Mei. Take Chang Lu back, confine her for a month, and have Consort Mei teach her proper manners. But, father, Chang Lu spoke urgently. Li Ming gave her a cold look. Sensing his anger, she no longer dared say anything more. She retreated and murmured softly, "Yes." Li Ming waved his hand irritably, ordering her to be taken away. After Chang Lu left, Li Ming glanced at the three young people before him. Then he poked Pei Wenxuan's forehead with his finger, sounding somewhat exasperated. "You're about to get married. What's the rush?" Pei Wenxuan hurriedly knelt. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I merely had some lingering doubts concerning the details of the Yang family's old case, and wished to verify them with the princess." "Details?" Li Ming looked at Li Rong, then Pei Wenxuan. "Finally," he said, "I'll take your word for it. I'm not some old-fashioned stickler. Your marriage is already settled. If you wish to meet, it's not impossible. If you had come openly, would I have refused?" By saying this, Li Ming was giving Pei Wenxuan a way out. Pei Wenxuan quickly replied, "It was my narrow-mindedness. Your Majesty is a magnanimous ruler, compassionate as a father. I failed to understand your Majesty's intentions. I beg your Majesty's punishment." Pei Wenxuan's flattery left Li Ming feeling quite pleased. Li Rong, meanwhile, felt goosebumps rising. Li Ming waved his hand. "All right, Rongqing and I will leave first. Minister Su has suffered because of this matter. You two must properly thank him." "Of course." Pei Wenxuan bowed to Su Rongqing. "Thank you, Brother Su, for your help this time." Su Rongqing calmly returned the greeting. Li Ming glanced at Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan, who were still standing there, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Forget it. If you two wish to speak, go ahead. Just bring more attendants with you to avoid idle gossip." "Yes, we respectfully bid farewell to your Majesty. We respectfully bid farewell to Father." Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong bowed together. Li Ming waved his hand and left with Su Rongqing. After the entourage departed, Pei Wenxuan turned toward Li Rong. He hesitated briefly before finally asking, "Shall we take a casual stroll, or would you prefer to sit in the waterside pavilion?" "Let's sit in the waterside pavilion. I'm rather exhausted from all this commotion." Li Rong looked weary. Pei Wenxuan nodded, maintaining a distance of half a zhang from her, and gestured politely. "Your Highness, please." Li Rong followed him back to the waterside pavilion. It was nearly noon, and a cool breeze drifted through the pavilion. Whether it was because of the wind or the company, Li Rong felt considerably more at ease. Pei Wenxuan had tea utensils brought over and began preparing tea for her as he sat opposite. He wasn't wearing his official robes today. Instead, he wore a blue silk outer garment embroidered with white plum blossoms, his hair half tied with a wooden hairpin. With his naturally upright and refined appearance, he sat properly behind the tea table, his gaze lowered as he focused on the tea utensils in his hands. His expression was serene, his posture elegant and dignified. Combined with the fragrance of tea and the faint wisps of rising steam, he possessed an almost ethereal, dreamlike handsomeness. Li Rong propped her chin on one hand and observed Pei Wenxuan. After resting for a while, she remarked, "Minister Pei seems to be in great favor now. Even my father is willing to bend the rules for you. I have to admit, I'm a little envious." Xiao Ping has smoothly assumed the position of general of the northern garrison and has just won a battle. Pei Wenxuan poured tea for Li Rong, his tone calm. "You are fond of me and seem to heed my words, while my stance appears to align with the crown prince, but actually serves his majesty. Granting me favor can lull the crown prince into complacency while also sharpening me into a useful tool. Pei Wenxuan blew lightly on the hot tea. Why wouldn't he do it? Most importantly, Minister Pei's skill in flattery has greatly improved after living half a lifetime. No wonder Chuaner later grew closer to you. Upon hearing this, Pei Wenxuan's movements paused. After a moment, he replied lightly, His Majesty favors me not because of sweet words, but because I understand him. Moreover, His Majesty is unaware of our relationship and treats me well partly out of consideration for you. Hearing Pei Wenxuan answer so earnestly, Rong suddenly felt a surge of irritation. She waved her hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Let's not speak so seriously. She leaned closer and studied him. What's the matter with you today? You look unhappy. Pei Wenxuan stiffened slightly. After a pause, he looked up and smiled. Perhaps I'm simply tired. Recently, I've been attending to His Majesty during the day and seeking out my former subordinates at night, recruiting them one by one. On top of that, I've been busy with our wedding preparations. Isn't the Ministry of Rites handling the wedding? What do you have to be busy with? Of course there are things to attend to. Pei Wenxuan spoke gently. The palace will send people to teach me court etiquette and instructions regarding your care. The imperial physicians have also visited several times. Although I've learned all of it before and it doesn't take much time, it's still something that has to be dealt with. Hearing this, Rong covered half her face with her fan and chuckled softly. Being the imperial son-in-law isn't easy, is it? Seeing Rong laugh so cheerfully, Pei Wenxuan's expression softened. It's manageable. I have experience. Then he lowered his head. Let's talk about today's matter. Did Chang Le cause trouble for you? Such a low-class trick was probably orchestrated by Consort Ro. I wasn't really in the mood to stir up trouble, but I wanted to clear out the people around me and teach Chang Lu a lesson at the same time. Why did Su Rongqing come? Pei Wenxuan took a sip of tea. Rong also found it strange. You're right. I wondered about that too. Chang Lu said she saw someone from my side deliver him a letter, so someone must have impersonated me and sent it. Someone as clever and cautious as him. Couldn't he tell it was a trap? Why would he rush here like that? What about the letter? Here. Rong opened her fan, looking rather pleased. Didn't expect that, did you? Let's take a look. Pei Wenxuan tilted his chin slightly. Rong activated a mechanism on the fan and pulled out a small slip of paper. Once unfolded, the handwriting indeed matched Rong's. Neatly written upon it was the line, "Longing unseen, promised beneath peach blossoms." Below it was another line, imitated somewhat hastily. "Meet at the waterside pavilion, yet no goddess appears." Author's note. Mini Theater 1. Rong. Explain why you've been spending so much money lately. Pei Wenxuan. I saw you and Su Rongqing at the waterside pavilion. I'm feeling a little emotional. Rong. So you maxed out my card. Pei Wenxuan. Yes. Mini Theater 2. Pei Wenxuan. You have to take responsibility for me. Rong, startled. Why? Pei Wenxuan. You flirted with me. Rong. I haven't even started flirting, and you're already in the post-flirtation phase? Aren't you moving a little fast? Pei Wenxuan. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Wenxuan. No, Your Highness, you can take your time. I can hold out until the day you actually flirt with me before entering the post-flirtation state. Rong, I don't think you'll last that long. Pei Wenxuan. Have a little faith in me. I'm your confidant. Su Rongqing. Hello, sister. Pei Wenxuan. Get lost. Chapter 35. Longing for you unseen. I await beneath the peach blossoms. Pei Wenxuan glanced at the words above, then lowered his gaze to his teacup and chuckled softly. During our southern tour in our previous life, Su Rongqing wrote you that love poem. Are you still practicing your calligraphy with it? Pei Wenxuan was sharp-eyed and immediately recognized which lines had truly been written by Rong. Rong cleared her throat lightly, maintaining a calm expression. I was just scribbling casually. I've written down any poems I happen to remember. As she spoke, Rong quickly added, I've written yours too. Pei Wenxuan gave her a faint glance, but didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he remarked, the original title of Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River was Ode to Grieving for Zhan. Many say Chao Ji wrote it to mourn Lady Zhan after her death, with the goddess of the Luo River secretly referring to her. Now that you're about to marry, in the eyes of others, you might very well be that goddess. A tryst by the waterside pavilion, yet the goddess remains elusive. Pei Wenxuan smiled mockingly. It's fortunate you hit it well. Otherwise, even if you jumped into this lake today, you wouldn't be able to wash away the gossip. That's why I'm careful. Rong knew Pei Wenxuan was annoyed by her boldness and lightly fanned herself. Didn't I ask you to leave me a letter beforehand? The methods of the inner palace are limited. It's either poisoning or catching someone in adultery. Don't worry, nothing major will happen. Do you remember how you died? Seeing her nonchalant attitude, Pei Wenxuan couldn't help reminding her. Rong smiled softly. That's precisely why I've learned my lesson and focused on cleaning up the people around me. Pei Wenxuan fell silent. Rong leaned forward and picked up her cup, raising the small teacup to her lips. Suddenly, Pei Wenxuan asked, "Why do you think Su Rongqing came?" Rong didn't answer. She sipped her tea as Pei Wenxuan continued. With his intelligence, why would he take the risk of coming so deep into the palace? What exactly are you trying to say? Rong set down her cup, her smile tinged with helplessness. Pei Wenxuan looked at her. Have you ever considered? No. Rong cut him off and met his gaze seriously. I know what you're going to say. You want to say that Su Rongqing likes me. But whether in our previous life or this one, at this moment, whether he likes me or not is irrelevant. Because you're marrying me. Pei Wenxuan watched her calmly. Rong grew impatient and fanned herself more vigorously. Yes, that's already a fact. So, Pei Wenxuan, I'd appreciate it if you dunk that clever little head of yours in water and rinse it out. Stop overthinking things. Even if Su Rongqing did like me, which he doesn't, his feelings would remain locked in his heart. He would never do anything to harm his family. Understood. Pei Wenxuan remained silent. Rong raised a hand to her forehead. If you have nothing else to say, you should leave. Looking at you gives me a headache. And she lifted her head and stared at him. We can argue all we want, but don't go back and spend money recklessly. Other matters didn't worry her much, but Rong was particularly concerned about her finances. Although she had a fief, it wasn't especially generous. She had to support the many people in the princess's manor, and now she also had to fund Pei Wenxuan's covert network and shadow guards. All of these were costly endeavors. Pei Wenxuan said nothing. He stood and prepared to leave with a bow. At the doorway, he suddenly paused. With his back to Rong, he gazed beyond the corridor and quietly asked, Rong, do you think you're always right? Rong was taken aback. Pei Wenxuan simply continued. If Su Rongqing were truly the person you think he is, he wouldn't have entered the palace today. Do you really know what Su Rongqing was like at 20? What he was like, Rong's voice turned cold, has nothing to do with me. If you mention the name Su one more time, I'll have someone throw you into the lake today. Su Rongqing, Su Rongqing, Su Rongqing. Pei Wenxuan quickly said the name 3 times, then turned to look at her. You can have someone come and throw me in now. Rong was speechless. Pei Wenxuan. Rong laughed, gripping her fan tightly. If you have the guts, don't marry me. Once you step into my princess's manor, I'll jump into Tranquil Heart Lake myself. Pei Wenxuan turned and walked away. Every single day, Tranquil Heart Lake was the pond in the backyard of the princess's manor. Hearing this, Rong was so furious she felt dizzy. She propped herself up, wanting to chase after Pei Wenxuan and curse him. But as soon as she stood, some clarity returned. She was in the imperial gardens, not some marketplace shrew. Why should she lower herself to his level? Rong rapidly fanned herself, trying to cool her temper with the breeze. Jinglan walked in, and, seeing Rong's expression, couldn't help laughing. Did Lord Pei upset you again? Troublemaker. Rong shook her head. This princess cannot stoop to the level of a troublemaker. The troublemaker Pei Wenxuan walked out of the waterside pavilion and onto the forest path. Suddenly, he stopped and glanced back. Rong had now emerged from the pavilion and was chatting and laughing with others. A pang of regret struck him. That morning, he had intended to ask her which wedding gown she had chosen. But when they met, they ended up arguing about Su Rongqing, and he had completely forgotten. He had felt somewhat pleased when thinking about it earlier, but for some reason, he now found himself unwilling to dwell on it any longer. The wedding gown he had chosen was the one she had worn in their previous life. Back then, they had married 2 months earlier, and the Ministry of Rites had prepared only one set. This time, because there had been more time to prepare, they had made an additional set. He preferred familiar things, so he chose the familiar one. He didn't know which one Li Rong had selected, but no matter what she chose, it somehow felt unimportant to him now. He knew very clearly that no matter what Li Rong wore when she married him, they would eventually part ways. This was not a wedding. It was a transaction. In this transaction, all Li Rong wanted was power and protection. Everything else was irrelevant. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath and pushed those thoughts aside. After returning to his office, he buried himself in work, repeatedly reviewing his memorials. After arguing with Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong returned to her palace, her anger still simmering. She summoned everyone and had them report the day's events one by one. Then she rewarded some and punished others. She had Qiu Feng dragged out and beaten with a plank. After less than an afternoon of interrogation, Qiu Feng confessed. It turned out that Chang Lu, formerly Mingle and now known as Chang Lu, had secretly bribed Qiu Feng. She had instructed Qiu Feng not to report Consort Ro's orders to Li Rong and to steal Li Rong's unfinished drafts before they were burned. Li Rong found the situation both laughable and exasperating. She didn't know whether to call Qiu Feng lucky or unlucky. Of all the drafts she could have stolen, she had happened to take the one concerning Su Rongqing. If she had stolen any other draft, perhaps Pei Wenxuan wouldn't have become so furious, and Li Rong's day would have been much easier. Li Rong felt rather helpless and had someone take Qiu Feng away. After resting for a while and listening to the sounds of weeping in the courtyard, Jinglan approached and offered her a bowl of sweet soup. Your Highness, after dealing with the people from the palace, is there anything else to be done? Although Chang Lu was under house arrest, Li Rong had already made it clear that this matter was undoubtedly connected to Consort Ro. Li Rong thought for a moment before slowly asking. Chang Lu caused trouble today, so His Majesty must be in a bad mood. Is His Majesty still going to Consort Ro's place tonight? Yes, Jinglan replied softly. Whenever His Majesty is troubled, he always goes to Consort Ro. Take the copy of the classic of filial piety that Hua Lu personally transcribed and have it framed. Li Rong immediately instructed. Later, send it to the Empress Dowager. But Li Rong, in her previous life, had possessed a far more open state of mind than he ever had. Except for the moment before her death, Li Rong's later years had probably been happy. He had seen Su Rongqing care for Li Rong. He had seen them in love. Li Rong said she would not be with Su Rongqing in this life because she was old and could not love a 20-year-old Su Rongqing. But in truth, Pei Wenxuan knew that deep down, Li Rong probably harbored a fundamental fear. She was afraid of repeating the mistakes of the past. In her mind, Su Rongqing was so calm that he seemed devoid of emotion. Yet Pei Wenxuan knew that this prejudice was, at its core, nothing more than Li Rong's extreme instinct for self-protection. A Su Rongqing who could be unsettled by a single letter. How could he truly be the cold-blooded tool Li Rong imagined, possessing nothing in his heart but his family? Su Rongqing was good, better than Li Rong imagined. It was simply that Li Rong did not dare imagine it. And he, Pei Wenxuan, had seized upon that opening to obtain an imperial marriage decree. His marriage itself had been built upon Li Rong's misfortune. And in the face of Li Rong's misfortune, how could he sleep peacefully and turn a blind eye? The longer Pei Wenxuan thought at night, the more awake he became. So during the day, he forced himself to work. Everyone he met congratulated him. Pei Wenxuan remained expressionless, smiling as he accepted all their well wishes. Following the customs of Great Xia, he distributed celebratory money to everyone who came to offer blessings. He never expected that when he reached the last person, he would encounter Su Rongqing. When he saw Su Rongqing, he couldn't help freezing. Su Rongqing smiled and held out his hands. Does Lord Pei not wish to give me any celebratory money? Of course not. Pei Wenxuan quickly snapped back to reality. I simply didn't expect Minister Su to be here. Aren't you supposed to be working? I was passing by and saw everyone gathered here, so I thought I'd join the excitement. Pei Wenxuan listened and handed the celebratory money to Su Rongqing. Su Rongqing looked at the silver in his hand and said earnestly, May you have a harmonious union for 100 years. Thank you. Now that you're getting married, Su Rongqing joked lightly, you must draw clear boundaries with other young ladies. Be careful not to offend the princess. Pei Wenxuan froze. He stared blankly at Su Rongqing. Seeing his dazed expression, Su Rongqing quickly added, just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Although spoken in jest, It was indeed the beginning of the rift between him and Li Rong in their previous life. Su Rongqing bowed and turned to leave the crowd. But Pei Wenxuan suddenly called out to him. Minister Su. Su Rongqing turned back. Pei Wenxuan asked seriously, if your wife were to clash with your family, what would you do? Su Rongqing hadn't expected such a sudden question. Someone nearby chimed in. Is Lord Pei seeking advice? If the princess clashes with your family, it's best to endure it. With that interruption, Pei Wenxuan's question no longer seemed unusual. Pei Wenxuan watched Su Rongqing intently. Su Rongqing thought for a moment. Finally, he said, I would stand with whoever was right. Shouldn't family be given greater weight? Pei Wenxuan pressed urgently. Isn't a wife also family? Su Rongqing countered. Pei Wenxuan fell silent. Su Rongqing smiled, bowed, and walked away. Lord Pei. Someone nearby nudged him. Hurry. May you have a son soon. Pei Wenxuan laughed somewhat helplessly and resumed handing out money. By the time he finished distributing it, night was nearly upon them. As Pei Wenxuan left the government office, he saw the steward of the princess's manor standing at the entrance. The sight of him made Pei Wenxuan's heart skip a beat. Normally, seeing the steward wouldn't have meant much. But today, it made him feel strangely uneasy. Nevertheless, he forced himself to remain calm, walked over, and bowed. What brings you here, sir? Tomorrow, you will marry the princess. I thought you might be busy today, and it would be inconvenient for you to visit the princess's manor, so I came instead. The steward smiled. The princess has a message for you. With that, he handed a letter to Pei Wenxuan. The letter contained Li Rong's admonitions. Essentially, she said that with the wedding approaching and nothing left to do, she was feeling somewhat restless. She hoped he would perform well during the ceremony tomorrow and not embarrass her. Otherwise, rather than merely making him jump into the lake, she would sink him in it herself. Reading Li Rong's letter, Pei Wenxuan couldn't help smiling. The steward of the princess's manor watched from the side and couldn't resist asking, did Her Highness say something amusing? Not at all. Pei Wenxuan put the letter away. She scolded me. Her Highness has always had this temperament. The steward nodded understandingly. She only scolds people she values. If she doesn't like someone, she simply ignores them. Then I should thank Her Highness for her appreciation. Her Highness is a wonderful young lady. The steward's tone suddenly softened, speaking like an elder. Although she is a princess, she is neither arrogant nor unreasonable. Even without her royal status, she would make an excellent wife. She may seem to scold you often, but she has also repeatedly instructed us that Lord Pei has a weak stomach and that we should prepare soft foods for you. Even the tea you drank when you visited was specially chosen by Her Highness because she said it was the kind you always enjoy. Pei Wenxuan quietly listened to these trivial matters. After a moment, he chuckled softly. She always scolds me, so I thought she disliked me. Lord Pei, you jest. The steward shook his head. Her Highness once said that you treat her well now, and she hopes you will have a good life in this lifetime. Pei Wenxuan fell silent. To an ordinary person, hearing the words, have a good life in this lifetime, might sound like nothing more than a casual remark. But Pei Wenxuan knew clearly that when Li Rong said such a thing, she genuinely meant it. She truly wished for him to have a good life. In their previous life, neither of them had been happy. And he, in particular, had been alone and isolated. Li Rong was someone who met strength with strength. If you treated her poorly, she would confront you head-on. But if you showed her even a little kindness, she would return it with boundless tenderness. Pei Wenxuan felt a pang of sadness. Something seemed lodged in his chest, impossible to spit out or swallow. After a long while, he finally spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Me too. I hope Her Highness will have a good life in this lifetime. If both of you think that way, the steward chuckled, then I am relieved. With that, he looked up at the sky. If there is nothing else, you should return and prepare, my lord. Sir. Pei Wenxuan called out to stop him. Could I trouble you to deliver a message to the princess for me? Just say. Pei Wenxuan smiled. I have a gift she's probably been looking forward to for a long time. I'll give it to her tomorrow. His voice softened. When she sees it, tell her not to be too grateful. Author's note. Pei Wenxuan's current condition is also known as pre-wedding jitters. Mini Theater 1. Li Rong. If you dare mention the surname Su one more time, I'll have you thrown into the lake. Pei Wenxuan. Su Rongqing, Su Rongqing, Su Rongqing. Naya Naya Naya. Pei Wenxuan is thrown into the lake. The end. Mini Theater 2. Su Rongqing. May you have a long and happy marriage. Treat the princess well. Pei Wenxuan. Wishing you happiness as well. You too. Princess. What are you two doing? Harmonious sisterhood and a happy reunion? Wake up. This is a certain green website in the web novel world known for its chaste and devoted male leads. Okay. Mini Theater 3. Pei Wenxuan. I know you like Su Rongqing. I'll push your heads together. Don't be afraid. Li Rong. What? Who? I like Su Rongqing. Since when? Don't touch me. Don't touch my head. Mini Theater 4. Pei Wenxuan. Your Highness, I have a gift for you. When you see it, don't be too grateful. Li Rong. Guards, drag him out and throw him into the lake. Jinglan. Your Highness, why? Li Rong. His brain usually doesn't sync with mine. If he says not to be too grateful, it means he's done something worthy of being thrown into the lake. Chapter 36. On the eve of the wedding, the entire palace bustled with activity, and hardly anyone slept well. Only Li Rong slept soundly until dawn, waking refreshed and radiant. She had nothing to worry about. Her only slight concern was the message sent from the princess's manor the previous night, saying that Pei Wenxuan had prepared a gift for her and that she need not thank him. Hearing this made her somewhat uneasy. She always felt Pei Wenxuan was capable of doing something unreliable. However, since matters had already reached this point, she decided to accept whatever happened calmly and didn't dwell on it any further. That morning, she began preparing according to schedule, then went to pay her respects to the Grand Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress. After the midday meal, she changed into her wedding dress and waited for the auspicious hour. All of this was not much different from her previous life. The only difference was that back then, she hadn't known whom she was marrying. She had felt anxious and hopeful, with a faint fear of the future. At the time, she had constantly asked those around her what sort of person Pei Wenxuan was, whether he was really as handsome as his portrait, what his family was like, and so on. Thinking of her younger self, Li Rong couldn't help laughing. At that moment, the ceremonial officials outside began reciting auspicious words. Jinglan walked in with a smile. Princess, the time has come. Please rise. Li Rong acknowledged her and raised a golden round fan embroidered with peonies to cover her face. The fan blocked her vision completely. Li Rong lowered her eyes and felt someone supporting her from either side as she rose. Her magnificent attire was heavy and cumbersome. An ordinary person might have struggled beneath its weight, but Li Rong moved with ease. Her posture was graceful as slender bamboo, her steps like blooming lotuses, dignified and elegant, carrying a nobility few could imitate. The imperial family, noble clans with centuries of history, and ordinary gentry might not appear particularly different in everyday life. But the moment they donned such splendid ceremonial attire, the subtle distinctions became obvious. It was like brewing tea with spring water. With a single sip, one could discern the source of the water and even the landscape from which it had come. Guided by others, Li Rong moved forward. She felt the softness of the red carpet beneath her feet, sensed petals falling around her, and heard the ceremonial officials standing on both sides reciting blessings as she passed. Joyful yet distant music drifted toward her. She walked for a long time, unsure where she had stopped, until Jinglan softly reminded her, "Your Highness, we have reached the palace gate." Li Rong acknowledged her. Soon, the ceremonial officials instructed her to bow in gratitude to the Emperor and the Empress. Supported by her attendants, Li Rong turned toward the splendidly dressed Li Ming and Shang Guanyu. Then, with assistance, she slowly knelt and bowed. Her movements were steady. Even as she lowered her head and bent at the waist, the ornaments on her attire remained perfectly still. Li Ming watched Li Rong bow, his voice hoarse as he recited the prepared blessings. Then the ceremonial officials instructed her to pay respects to Shang Guanyu, and Li Rong bowed once more in her mother's direction. Shang Guanyu's eyes reddened as she looked at Li Rong, but she maintained her composure and recited the blessings for her daughter with a choked voice. Once the ceremonial officials finished, the attendants helped Li Rong to her feet. Just as she stood and was about to turn away with her maids, she felt someone step forward and suddenly grasp her hand. "Ronger," Shang Guanyu's voice trembled with emotion. "You must live well. Promise your mother. You must live well." Upon hearing those words, sorrow welled up uncontrollably within Li Rong. Restraining her emotions, she spoke gently. Do not worry, mother. In the future, I can still return every day to visit you, just as before. Please do not grieve too deeply and lose your composure. Only after hearing Li Rong's comforting words did Shangguanyu slowly release her hand. Li Rong turned and, supported by her attendants, made her way toward the carriage. Then she felt a pair of steady hands reach out to assist her, accompanied by a familiar voice. Elder sister, I will clear the way for your carriage. The wedding banquet was to be held at the princess's manor, and Pei Wenxuan would arrive there early with the Pei family to make arrangements. According to the customs of Great Xia, commoners would block the road as she traveled from the palace to the princess's manor. The palace would specially assign someone to scatter coins ahead and clear a path through the crowd. This custom was known as clearing the way. Li Rong had assumed a ceremonial official would be assigned to the task. She had never expected the crowned prince himself to do it. Li Rong did not know what had come over her. After living for so many years, she felt she should no longer be so easily moved. Yet the moment she heard Li Ming's hoarse voice, felt Shangguanyu gripping her hand, and was helped into the carriage by Li Chuan, she suddenly felt as though she had returned to the age of 18. She had once believed herself surrounded by boundless affection, still capable of joy and sorrow over a few words from her family. Seated inside the carriage, as the palace gates creaked open beneath the weight of time, she struggled to restrain her emotions. She forced herself to think of things that might calm and cheer her. For instance, once the palace gates opened, Pei Wenxuan would be standing outside waiting for her. That scoundrel Pei Wenxuan would probably say something sweet to her. Actually, the task of welcoming the bride should have been handled by Pei Wenxuan's brothers. Pei Wenxuan himself only needed to kneel with the Pei family at the entrance of the princess's manor and greet her upon arrival. But in her previous life, none of Pei Wenxuan's brothers had been reliable. Perhaps Pei Wenxuan hadn't dared entrust such an important matter to them, or perhaps none of his brothers had been willing to do it. Thus, Pei Wenxuan had come himself and composed the widely circulated Ode to Welcoming the Phoenix, reciting it before the palace gates as a blessing. The general meaning had been that marrying her was a blessing bestowed by heaven, and he dared not betray such fortune, so he wished to personally come and receive her. At the time, she had not thought deeply about it. But now, looking back, what sort of absurd logic was that? Back then, seated in the bridal carriage and listening to him recite the poem, she had felt both shy and delighted, never questioning it. Had she thought more carefully at the time, she would have realized how difficult Pei Wenxuan's circumstances had been. If he hadn't been utterly alone and without support, why would he have resorted to such ostentation? As these thoughts crossed Li Rong's mind, she suddenly felt a pang of pity for Pei Wenxuan. That emotion slightly eased her sorrow. Taking a deep breath, she heard the curtain ahead being lifted. Then a familiar voice sounded directly in front of her. Your humble servant, Su Rongqing, on behalf of my sworn brother Pei Wenxuan, welcomes Princess Pingla. Hearing this, Li Rong's eyes widened in shock. She froze. Then she heard Su Rongqing begin reciting words of praise written by Pei Wenxuan. With Su Rongqing present, Pei Wenxuan naturally would not compose the Ode to Welcoming the Phoenix as he had in their previous life. Instead, Su Rongqing quietly recited a proper piece of parallel prose ahead. Li Rong quickly recovered from her initial surprise and listened as Su Rongqing recited the praises written in her honor. Finally, she heard Su Rongqing's voice falter for the briefest moment, but he quickly continued. Longing that may chase the sun and moon, vows pledged till next year's peach blossoms bloom. Pei Wenxuan had incorporated the love poem Su Rongqing had written for her in their previous life into this parallel prose. Although Su Rongqing had not written the piece himself, it carried his shadow. Li Rong couldn't quite describe the feeling in her heart. There was regret, bitterness, an indescribable helplessness, and faintly, an unspoken sense of completion. In her previous life, she had spent 25 years with Su Rongqing. Yet even now, she couldn't clearly define what kind of relationship they had shared. But occasionally, in fleeting moments, there had indeed been traces of regret. She had sometimes felt that perhaps she should have given Su Rongqing a proper status. Yet now, in this moment, that regret seemed to be filled in some intangible way. like a farewell. The emotions were too complicated. Layered over everything she had already felt, they left her unusually unsettled. Fortunately, she didn't need to do much. She merely held the round fan in her hand and sat quietly inside the carriage, listening as the ceremonial official and Su Rongqing followed the ritual dialogue. Then the curtain before her was lowered. Before it fell completely, Li Rong subtly lowered her fan a little and caught sight of Su Rongqing standing not far away. He looked just as she remembered, dressed in white, a jade crown upon his head, quietly watching her carriage. He seemed to notice her stealing a glance at him. Li Rong immediately straightened and resumed her proper posture, feeling somewhat flustered. Fortunately, the carriage began moving forward slowly, giving her no time to dwell on her unease. The cheers of the surrounding commoners rose loudly as they called her name. Li Rong kept her gaze straight ahead. She could only hear Lichuan in front, seemingly delighted, scattering coins and calling out auspicious words as he asked the people to make way. By dusk, she finally arrived at the entrance of the princess's manor. Sitting inside the carriage, she heard Pei Wenxuan's familiar voice. "Your humble servant, Pei Wenxuan, greets your highness." Following his words came the sound of a crowd kneeling in unison. Li Rong remained still as the curtain in front of her was drawn aside. Maids stepped forward, supporting her on both sides as she descended from the carriage. Then Pei Wenxuan approached and placed a red silk ribbon into her hand. He led the way ahead while the maids supported Li Rong on either side, guiding her across the brazier and into the main hall. Standing side by side, each holding one end of the red silk ribbon, Pei Wenxuan lowered his voice and whispered, "Do you like the gift I gave you? We'll talk about it later." Hearing the hint of pride in his tone, Li Rong felt anger rise within her. Restraining herself, she warned him coldly. Pei Wenxuan's heart sank. He had an ominous feeling. But after thinking it over carefully, he concluded that Li Rong was probably only upset for the moment. This was something he needed to clarify with her anyway. It was natural that she would blame him now. Once they talked it through, she would understand. Pei Wenxuan sighed silently as the ceremonial official announced the next part of the ceremony. Just as in their previous life, he and Li Rong bowed to heaven and earth, to the sovereign and their ancestors, and then to each other. Pei Wenxuan clearly remembered that in their previous life, Li Rong's phoenix crown had pricked his forehead during the mutual bow. This time, he was prepared and deliberately kept a slight distance from her. Meanwhile, Li Rong wanted to vent her anger. She bent lower than usual, trying to make her phoenix crown jut forward slightly, hoping to prick him exactly as she had before and force him to endure it. Pei Wenxuan sensed her intention as she bowed and considered taking a small step backward. Li Rong immediately lowered her voice and hissed, "Dare you?" Knowing he couldn't move in front of the crowd, Pei Wenxuan braced himself and endured the strike from Li Rong's phoenix crown. Li Rong knew she had pricked him. Her mood immediately improved a little. After rising, she was supported by her maids and led toward the rear courtyard. Only then was Pei Wenxuan released to accompany the guests and drink. Unconsciously, he raised his hand and covered the spot on his forehead where the crown had struck him. Lichuan walked up from behind, glanced at him, and asked, "Why are you covering your head? Has your brain gone bad?" Pei Wenxuan was speechless. These siblings truly shared the same talent for sarcasm. No wonder they had come from the same womb. "Your Highness jests." Pei Wenxuan lowered his hand. "Your Highness, please take your seat first. This humble official will join you shortly to entertain the guests." "Entertain what?" Lichuan rolled up his sleeves. "Come on. Today, I'll help you entertain them. Control yourself. Don't you dare get drunk before seeing my sister." With that, Lichuan pulled Pei Wenxuan along. Together with Su Rongqing, who had already been mingling with the guests, they ushered everyone toward their seats. Nearly every civil and military official at court had come today. Su Rongqing was the groomsman Pei Wenxuan had invited. He was familiar with everyone in court, and with Lichuan beside him, no one dared make things too difficult for Pei Wenxuan or deliberately force too much alcohol on him. But there were simply too many guests. Su Rongqing and Lichuan were the first to drink themselves under the table, leaving Pei Wenxuan alone to toast the final table, one person at a time. At first, Pei Wenxuan paced himself. But once Su Rongqing and Lichuan were gone and no one remained to hold him back, whenever he heard someone offer a toast to him and Li Rong, For some reason, he would drain his cup without the slightest hesitation. Whether drunk or sober, it never showed on his face. He remained smiling. His expression was composed. He looked as if nothing were wrong. After completing the round of toasts, everyone marveled at Pei Wenxuan's capacity for alcohol. Pei Wenxuan knew he was somewhat drunk, but it shouldn't be anything serious. After mingling with the guests, he went to see Li Chuan and Su Rongqing, who were resting nearby. Su Rongqing had recovered somewhat. Li Chuan was still holding his head, feeling unwell. Pei Wenxuan looked at the two of them and couldn't help saying, "You two rest a while longer. I'll head back first." Su Rongqing nodded and waved his hand without speaking. Pei Wenxuan hesitated for a moment, then bowed. "Thank you, Brother Su, for today. Go on." Su Rongqing finally spoke. "Just don't let down the beauty. That's all." Pei Wenxuan laughed. "It's not as if I'm the one who would let her down." Hearing this, Su Rongqing looked up, somewhat bewildered. Pei Wenxuan bowed, then turned toward Li Chuan. "Your Highness, this humble official takes his leave." "Treat my sister well," Li Chuan said hoarsely. "I only have one sister. Treat her well, understand?" Although Pei Wenxuan knew Li Chuan was speaking drunkenly, he still raised his hands and bowed solemnly. This humble official obeys the decree. Li Chuan felt unwell. He turned his head away and waved his hand, signaling Pei Wenxuan to leave quickly. Servants carrying lanterns led Pei Wenxuan toward the rear courtyard. In truth, he was extremely familiar with the princess's manner, but everyone treated him as if it were his first visit, carefully guiding him along. He found the experience somewhat novel. When he reached the door, he saw Jinglan and Jinmai standing guard at the entrance. The moment they saw him approach, both pursed their lips and smiled. That scene instantly overlapped with his memories from his previous life. Pei Wenxuan couldn't help freezing. A maid beside him softly called, "Imperial son-in-law?" Only then did Pei Wenxuan snap out of his daze. He nodded. "Announce me." "Your Highness." Jinglan turned toward the interior. "The imperial son-in-law has arrived. Come in." Li Rong's voice came from inside. For some reason, the moment Pei Wenxuan heard her voice, he suddenly felt a little nervous. Jinglan pushed open the door and led him inside. Then a group of people entered, carrying numerous trays, and lined up along the side. Pei Wenxuan was led before Li Rong. He looked at the young woman before him. She was wearing a wedding dress different from the one she had worn in their previous life. The peonies had been replaced by phoenixes. For a moment, that difference made him feel that this wedding was not merely a reenactment. It seemed like an entirely new ceremony. Because it was both similar to and different from his memories, Pei Wenxuan suddenly felt a faint flicker of anticipation. As he gazed at Li Rong, he couldn't help becoming somewhat lost in thought. Everyone around them exchanged amused glances. A maid brought forward the first tray, which held brush, ink, and paper, and presented it to Pei Wenxuan. "Imperial son-in-law," Jinglan said respectfully, "please compose a poem to lower the fan." Only then did Pei Wenxuan return to his senses. Li Rong held up her fan and said lightly, "Write well. If it's not good, I'll make you regret it." At those words, the young women in the room burst into laughter. Pei Wenxuan felt somewhat helpless. He picked up the brush, hesitated for a moment, then began to write. Half awake, half drunk, half a lifetime's dream. The bright moon, the clear heart, this moment gleams. If the fair one grants, but half a glance. While the green hills stand, I'll never part from this chance. Pei Wenxuan had originally intended to write something casual. But once he began, he found his emotions difficult to control. After he finished, a maid stepped forward to take the paper. Pei Wenxuan couldn't help pressing his hand down over it. The maid looked up in confusion. "Imperial son-in-law?" Pei Wenxuan froze and didn't move. He felt somewhat embarrassed, as though his inner thoughts had been exposed. And his current behavior only made the awkwardness worse. He remained still. The maid didn't dare move either. Hearing no movement beside her, Li Rong spoke directly. "Is the poem finished?" "Reporting to your highness, it is finished." As she spoke, the maid glanced up at Pei Wenxuan and cautiously called, "Imperial son-in-law?" Pei Wenxuan withdrew his hand, feeling rather flustered. Since Li Rong already knew he had finished, rewriting it now would seem far too deliberate. However, fan-lowering poems were usually meant to praise the bride's beauty. He felt that beginning with such grand declarations of eternal love was somewhat awkward, especially the line, half awake, half drunk, half a lifetime's dream. Would Li Rong interpret that as a hint about their previous life? The more Pei Wenxuan thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He didn't dare dwell on it. Instead, he pretended to remain calm and waited for Li Rong to receive the poem. Li Rong held the fan in one hand and read the poem with the other. Pei Wenxuan rarely wrote poems like this, and this one was different from his usual standard. Yet for some reason, when Li Rong read it, she felt an indescribable stirring in her heart. Perhaps it was the line, half awake, half drunk, half a lifetime's dream, that resonated with her. Or perhaps the line, while the green hills stand, I'll never part from this chance, stirred some faint longing deep inside her. Li Rong composed herself and smiled. It truly is quite good. With that, she slowly lowered her fan. The first thing revealed was her eyes. Lively and beautiful, like phoenix eyes painted in ink, they carried a trace of amusement. That amusement was different from what Pei Wenxuan remembered from their previous life. Back then, when she had looked at him in this moment, her eyes had held shyness mixed with delight. Now, she looked at him like an old acquaintance, with a faint trace of teasing. Then came her tall, straight nose, her lightly tinted thin lips, and finally, the contours of her entire face. Beautiful yet noble, Pei Wenxuan was momentarily stunned. The maids nearby wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Seeing Pei Wenxuan remain silent for so long, Li Rong couldn't help chuckling. Is the imperial son-in-law satisfied? Satisfied, Pei Wenxuan answered instinctively. Then he snapped back to reality. Everyone around them burst into laughter. Li Rong grabbed a handful of peanuts from the bed and threw them at him. How bold of you to speak to me like that. Hearing the amusement in Li Rong's voice, Pei Wenxuan slowly recovered and hurriedly said, My mistake. With that, he smiled and bowed. I beg your highness for forgiveness. Can't be bothered to argue with you. Li Rong shot him a mock glare and stood. A maid brought over another tray. Li Rong picked up a wine cup and tilted her chin toward Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan lowered his head with a soft chuckle and walked over, taking a cup as well. In front of everyone, they linked arms and raised the cups to their lips. Pei Wenxuan glanced up at Li Rong, who was now mere inches away. Seeing him stare, Li Rong raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me? A beauty offering wine. Pei Wenxuan smiled lightly. How could I not gaze upon her? Then how about a few more cups? Li Rong continued teasing him. Shall I offer you an entire jar? No, no. Pei Wenxuan quickly declined. 1 cup is enough. With that, they both drained their cups in one go. Afterward, they followed the customary rituals and exchanged auspicious words until the entire ceremony was finally complete. Then everyone withdrew. The moment the crowd left, both of them slumped in exhaustion. Li Rong went completely limp. She sat on the edge of the bed, leaned against the bedpost, and sighed. So tired. Pei Wenxuan sat beside her, leaning against the other side. Me too. They sat in silence for a while. Then Li Rong couldn't help asking, why didn't they help me take off the phoenix crown and change out of these clothes so I can sleep? That's probably the husband's job. Pei Wenxuan blurted it out without thinking. Hearing this, Li Rong turned and looked at him. Sensing her gaze, Pei Wenxuan turned to meet her eyes. The moment their gazes met, he felt an ominous premonition. What are you thinking? Do you know how heavy my phoenix crown is? Do you know? Pei Wenxuan pointed to his own headpiece. How heavy this thing on my head is. Is it heavier than mine? After Li Rong asked, Pei Wenxuan fell silent. Li Rong leaned against the bedpost and beckoned to him. Come on. Hurry up and take it off. Oh heavens! Pei Wenxuan groaned in agony, but resigned himself to the task. After all, neither of them wanted to call anyone back in to help remove their crowns and clothing. Summoning the last of his energy, Pei Wenxuan first removed his own headpiece and heavy outer robe. Then he climbed onto the bed, knelt behind Li Rong, and began carefully dismantling her phoenix crown. It wasn't his first time doing this. He had done it once before and vaguely remembered the steps. He worked while stifling yawns. Feeling him struggle with the crown behind her, Li Rong summoned the final shred of her consciousness and asked with difficulty, Pei Wenxuan. Why did you send Su Rongqing to fetch me? Can we discuss that tomorrow? Pei Wenxuan finally removed Li Rong's phoenix crown along with the various hairpins holding it in place. He carried them off the bed and placed them on the table. Rong leaned against the bed and watched the utterly exhausted Pei Wenxuan walk back. Then she spoke again. Pei Wenxuan. Before he could even sit down, Pei Wenxuan responded, I still have my clothes on. You want me to take those off too? Pei Wenxuan turned back with a pained expression. Can't you do it yourself? I'm so exhausted. Rong turned her head and looked at him. Besides, you said it. This is the husband's job. Pei Wenxuan choked. Rong watched him with a gaze full of pity. Pei Wenxuan sighed. Stand up. Rong propped herself up and stood. Pei Wenxuan first helped remove her belt, then gathered all the layers of her clothing into a bundle and stripped them off, leaving only a single undergarment. Rong immediately felt liberated and collapsed straight onto the bed. Pei Wenxuan stood there clutching the pile of clothes. Watching Rong crawl onto the bed by herself, he felt a degree of weariness he had never experienced before. He couldn't help saying, You're taking the bed. Where am I supposed to sleep? Sleep wherever you like. Rong burrowed into the covers. This princess needs to rest. He wanted to rest too. The thought of having to lay out bedding on the floor right now filled Pei Wenxuan with despair. He took a deep breath, trying not to let his frustration get the better of him. After putting away Rong's clothes, he turned and began rummaging through the cabinet. Hearing Pei Wenxuan searching through it, Rong thought for a moment. Then she poked her head out and looked at him. Why don't you just sleep here too? Pei Wenxuan froze. If that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Rong considered it. She didn't care much about such things. But Pei Wenxuan had always been extremely cautious in matters like this. Now that they had agreed to be allies, Pei Wenxuan was surely determined to preserve his purity to the very end. Although her idea was simply to share the bed, Pei Wenxuan might even consider sleeping in the same bed a violation of his chastity. So Rong decided to respect his wishes. Oh, then I'll sleep first. With that, Rong closed her eyes and fell asleep. She truly was too exhausted. Pei Wenxuan stood with his back to Rong, somewhat surprised. Was that it? Wasn't Rong going to try to persuade him a little more? Actually, he really wanted to sleep on the bed too. He was exhausted. He didn't want to lay out bedding on the floor at all. He could guarantee that he wouldn't lay a finger on Rong. Absolutely no crossing the line. Rong's steady breathing soon reached his ears. After hesitating for a moment, Pei Wenxuan made a major decision. He decided to sleep on the bed. Even if Rong kicked him off, he was going to sleep there. Once he made that decision, he immediately felt much lighter. He grabbed his quilt and happily returned to the bed. The bed was large. Rong was curled up at the very edge, wrapped completely in her quilt. Without her usual flamboyant and proud demeanor, she looked small, pitiful, and endearing. An intangible softness slowly spread through Pei Wenxuan's heart. He laid his quilt at the opposite edge of the bed and slipped beneath the covers. A great distance remained between them. He lay on the outermost side, as though shielding her from every storm and enclosing a small world meant only for her. For one fleeting moment, he suddenly felt a sweet, proud, indescribable sensation, one he hadn't even consciously recognized. He felt that he was protecting her, his eldest princess. Author's note. Mini theater. Question: what are your thoughts on this story? Rong. Helplessness, sorrow, a spider's web. Everyone is trapped on it, unable to move. Su Rongqing. Schemes and plots, a sea of blood and vengeance. Pei Wenxuan. I thought this was a sweet story. Aren't we here to fall in love? Everyone in the entire story cast shocked glances at him. Pei Wenxuan. Sorry. My mistake. Chapter 37. Rong dozed off in a daze. Unconsciously raising a hand to touch her face, she suddenly remembered something in her half-awake state and jolted upright in alarm. No, she hadn't removed her makeup yet. If she slept like this, she would definitely break out in acne. The thought instantly jolted her fully awake. Her brief nap had restored some of her energy, and just as she was about to get out of bed, she noticed someone sleeping beside her. Pei Wenxuan lay beneath the covers, sound asleep. Rong was taken aback. She hadn't expected Pei Wenxuan to actually climb into her bed. Clearly, he was utterly exhausted. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would never have done something so improper even if he were beaten to death. Pei Wenxuan was sleeping so comfortably that the sound of his gentle breathing made Li Rong drowsy again. She quickly slapped him on the body to wake him. Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan sat up abruptly, startled. What's wrong? Li Rong reached out, cupped his face, and turned it toward her, staring at him intently. We haven't washed up yet. There's still water in the washroom. Go take a bath quickly. Pei Wenxuan stared at her blankly for a moment before sighing in relief. Somewhat helplessly, he said, Your Highness, it's so late. Can't we skip the fuss? Li Rong had been eating well and sleeping soundly lately, so even a short nap could instantly restore her energy. But ever since parting with Li Rong at the waterside pavilion several days ago, Pei Wenxuan had hardly slept properly. Today, with his worries finally resolved, he had finally managed to get a good night's sleep. Being woken after only a short while felt worse than not sleeping at all. But how could Li Rong care about that? All she could think about was that they had both been wearing formal attire all day, and Pei Wenxuan had worn makeup as well. If they didn't wash up, not only would they be covered in sweat, but they would also break out in acne. With her stunning beauty, how could she allow it to be ruined by something like this? And Pei Wenxuan was someone she had to look at every day. If that divine face of his were marred by a few pimples, it would truly be a pity. So she squeezed his face and stared at him. Pei Wenxuan, are you even a man? Hearing her ask this, Pei Wenxuan knew she was about to make a fuss. He covered his face in agony and groaned as he collapsed to the side. I'm not. Your Highness, just send me to the palace tomorrow to be castrated. I want to sleep. Before he could finish, Li Rong gave him a fierce shove, sending him tumbling off the bed. Pei Wenxuan lay on the floor, clutching the blanket, while Li Rong stepped down from the bed and looked at him disdainfully. Go wash yourself clean in the washroom. If you're not clean by the time I get back, don't blame me for dealing with you. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan curled up on the floor with the blanket, looking quite aggrieved. Your Highness, the water is cold. But you're warm. Li Rong put on her outer robe and gave him a disdainful look, as though she were looking at a fool. Just warm the water yourself, won't you? With that, she lightly kicked him. Hurry up. After saying this, Li Rong tossed her hair back and opened the door to leave. The maids waiting outside hurriedly approached with lanterns and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, have someone prepare. I'm going to the imperial spring bath for a wash. Hearing this, the maids exchanged glances as though they understood something, then replied with suppressed smiles, Yes. The princess's manner seemed well prepared for Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan needing to get up in the middle of the night to bathe. There was a natural hot spring in the manor, and a dedicated bathing chamber had been built around it. When Li Rong entered, everything was already prepared. After helping her change, the maids attended to her as she stepped into the spring pool. Li Rong reclined in the pool with her eyes closed, resting. Of the maids beside her, one removed her makeup while another used soap berries to wash her hair, meticulously massaging her scalp. Li Rong relaxed comfortably as Jinmai, who was removing her makeup, asked with a smile, How did your Highness feel today? Feel about what? Li Rong didn't understand at first. The maids nearby chuckled softly, and Li Rong suddenly realized what she meant. She felt somewhat helpless. These maids of hers, though unmarried, seemed to know quite a lot. But she couldn't tell them the truth, so she brushed it off. It was fine. The imperial son-in-law must have been gentle, right? Jing Lan, who was massaging Li Rong's scalp, suddenly chimed in. Li Rong found it rather strange. Why are you all so concerned about this? As soon as she asked, everyone laughed again. Your Highness, Jinmai said with a smile, we've been waiting all this time. We thought it would be the imperial son-in-law coming to the imperial spring bath, but unexpectedly, it was you who walked over, leaving him in the cleansing room. Li Rong fell silent. For a moment, she felt rather awkward. She didn't know whether she should say that Pei Wenxuan was in poor health or that she herself was in too good of health. Fortunately, these were all unmarried young girls. She cleared her throat lightly and said casually, It wasn't as exaggerated as you imagine. The water here is warm, so don't ask too much. Pass me the bath beans. Li Rong's attempt to cover things up only made everyone laugh warmly, but they didn't say anything more. After attending to Li Rong as she finished bathing, they helped dry her hair and escorted her back to her room. By the time Li Rong returned, Pei Wenxuan had already finished washing. He had the water in the room changed, but since his bath had taken less time, He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, drying his own hair when Rong came back. As she walked in, he glanced up but said nothing, lowering his head again to continue drying his hair. The maids closed the door behind her. When Rong approached the bed, Pei Wenxuan's movements grew somewhat stiff. Rong gracefully sat down on the edge of the bed, and Pei Wenxuan quickly tried to get up and leave. Rong raised a hand and pressed it against the bedpost, blocking his way. "Sit down. I have something to discuss with you. It's late now." Seeing that Rong's expression wasn't particularly pleasant, Pei Wenxuan forced a smile. "Should we sleep first? My hair isn't dry yet." Rong shifted her legs onto the bed, positioning herself sideways against the bedpost and completely blocking Pei Wenxuan's path. Pei Wenxuan knelt back down, took a deep breath, and said, "We can talk off the bed. I want to talk to you on the bed." "And no," Pei Wenxuan stammered. "Isn't that inappropriate? You're already sitting here, so what's appropriate or inappropriate about it? Why are you so nervous?" Rong looked him up and down, then leaned closer. "Do you feel like you've done something wrong?" As Rong leaned in, a faint fragrance drifted toward him. Pei Wenxuan abruptly leaned back in alarm, his breathing noticeably quickening. Rong was so close to him that they were almost touching. She stared at him while he pretended to remain calm and looked back at her. After a moment, Rong gave a soft laugh. In the dim light, with the vibrant red around them reflected in her smile, there was a hint of allure. She gently raised her hand and brushed the strands of hair stuck to his face behind his ear. "Don't be afraid," she drawled. Her usually delicate, soft voice carried a coolness that, to Pei Wenxuan, now seemed to contain a seductive hook. Then her hand lingered on his face. Just before Pei Wenxuan could lose himself in the moment, she suddenly began patting his cheek lightly, one tap after another. "Confess, and leniency will follow. I am quite magnanimous." The patting brought him back to his senses. He quickly regained his composure, sat up straight, and said calmly, "What does your highness wish this humble subject to confess? What's the matter with Su Rongqing?" Rong stared at him. "On my wedding day, you had him come to fetch me. Are you mocking me?" "Your highness," Pei Wenxuan said without looking away. "Could you speak from a little farther away? If I move farther away, will you answer me?" Pei Wenxuan fell silent. Taking his silence as agreement, Rong straightened up, adopted a slightly more elegant posture, and knelt opposite him. The husband and wife knelt at opposite ends of the bed, facing each other. Rong stared at Pei Wenxuan while he lowered his gaze. After hesitating for a moment, he gathered his thoughts and finally spoke. "I only wanted you to be happier. It's my wedding day." Rong rapped her fan angrily against the bedboard. "You had Su Rongqing come to fetch me. Who are you trying to humiliate? And you still want me to be happy? You and he simply weren't fated." Pei Wenxuan looked up and spoke earnestly to Rong. "In the previous life, there was no suitable opportunity. In this life, you can have one, can't you?" Rong was taken aback by Pei Wenxuan's words. It took her a long moment to process them. She felt as though she understood every word he said, yet she still couldn't grasp what he meant. "Could you?" Rong frowned. "Use a language I can understand and tell me what you're thinking." "What I mean is, in this life, you can start over with Su Rongqing." "Why would I want to start over?" Rong instinctively retorted. "Because you love him," Pei Wenxuan answered seriously. I love him." Rong was so startled by Pei Wenxuan's words that she stammered. Clutching her fan, she asked in confusion, How would I not know that? You were with him for 25 years. Pei Wenxuan lowered his gaze. "I saw it all. He treated you well and protected you thoroughly. When you were with him, you were happy. Even in this life, you're different when you see him." As Rong listened to Pei Wenxuan's words, a sense of bewilderment began to rise within her. Pei Wenxuan looked up at her and said softly, "Rong, the truth is, you're best at deceiving yourself. Every time, you not only deceive others, but yourself as well. When you were young, you convinced yourself that you didn't like me. Now, you're convincing yourself that you don't like Su Rongqing. But it's not that you don't like him. You're just afraid." "What? What am I afraid of?" As she listened to Pei Wenxuan, Rong grew tense. She vaguely felt that he was right, yet something also seemed wrong. This conversation left her flustered and awkward, so much so that she even regretted asking about it in the first place. But she also wanted to hear more. She wanted to know what kind of person she was in Pei Wenxuan's eyes, and what he thought of her. You're afraid he'll be the same as before. Afraid that the love he gives you in this life will be just like the last, where family and power matter more than you. Li Rong, you always say you understand Su Rongqing, that you comprehend his choices and don't hold any resentment. But if you truly don't resent him, why did you give up on him from the very beginning? Li Rong froze. Pei Wenxuan laughed softly. You do resent him. Because when he killed you, you saw clearly that he was someone similar to you. Yet deep down, you knew that a love that would abandon you without hesitation for the sake of family was something you'd rather not have. So even though you knew this life had started over, even though you knew the fate of the Su family would change, and even though you had countless opportunities to be with him and have a better life, you chose to give up from the very beginning. So after saying all this, Li Rong smiled bitterly. What exactly are you trying to say? But Su Rongqing isn't like that. Pei Wenxuan's tone was full of sincerity. You think that between his wife and his family, he would always choose his family. You think he wouldn't truly love anyone. But do you really understand the 20-year-old Su Rongqing? If he didn't have you in his heart, if he were as cold and rational as you say, if love didn't occupy such an important place in his life, then he wouldn't have come to the waterside pavilion that day. Before the wedding, I asked him. Pei Wenxuan smiled slightly. I said, if there were a conflict between his wife and his family, who would he choose? He told me that his wife is also family, and he would choose what is right. He isn't the way you imagine him to be. He can give you the kind of love you want. He can give it, Li Rong said helplessly. But why should I want it? Because you want to live a good life. Pei Wenxuan looked into her eyes. You don't want to live like you did in your previous life. You want the crown prince to have a good future. You want a happy family. You want someone to love you and someone you can love in return. You want children to bring you joy, and you want someone to rely on in your old age, someone to face the end of life together with. Isn't that right? Li Rong couldn't find the words to respond. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath. You want all of this, and he is the person you were most likely to fall in love with. The two of you could have had a good life together. Now that this life has started over, why not try to fight for it, to give it one more chance? Don't keep thinking about how old you are. You're only 18 now, in the prime of your youth. Why are you closing yourself off to every possibility? When Su Rongqing came to pick you up today, didn't you think, even for a moment, that if the two of you were to marry one day, you might be happy? I didn't really think about it. Seeing Pei Wenxuan speak with such passion, Li Rong felt a twinge of guilt, as though her own lack of thought somehow failed to live up to his good intentions. Moreover, what Pei Wenxuan said made some sense to her. But while it made sense in theory, for some reason, she didn't feel any immediate desire to act on it. Seeing that Li Rong was still resisting, Pei Wenxuan felt a mixture of frustration and disappointment. He immediately pressed on. Then think about it now. Imagine it right now. If the two of you were to marry, wouldn't your lives be better? I'm a little tired. Li Rong felt that this topic couldn't continue any longer and quickly said, we have things to do tomorrow. Let's sleep first. No. Pei Wenxuan reached out to stop Li Rong from lying down, propping her upright. I've finally managed to have a serious heart-to-heart with you. We must clarify this issue. What issue? Li Rong looked utterly bewildered. Pei Wenxuan wore a serious expression. The issue of how you can marry Su Rongqing. Let's just sleep. Li Rong immediately tried to lie down again, but Pei Wenxuan intercepted her halfway and once more propped her upright. Don't mess around. Listen to me. Confronting your feelings for Su Rongqing is the first step toward opening your heart. Only by learning to face yourself can you live this life well. Hearing these words, Li Rong felt her head spinning. She took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and rolled up her sleeves. Fine. Speak. I'm listening. Let's see who can outlast whom tonight. Whatever grand reasoning you have, bring it on. First, tell me, what benefits would I gain from marrying Su Rongqing? First, you and Su Rongqing are of matching status and share similar thoughts. Together, you could be like confidants, like close friends, living in perfect harmony and becoming an immortal couple. Second, Su Rongqing is of noble birth, originally from the aristocracy. Being with him would be like adding wings to a tiger. Whatever the crown prince wishes to do in the future, with Su Rongqing present, it would be much more convenient. Third, you already share mutual affection. There is an emotional foundation. Pei Wenxuan fully utilized his instincts from court debates, listing Su Rongqing's merits one by one for Li Rong and painting a beautiful picture of their future together after marriage. Li Rong widened her eyes and stared fixedly at Pei Wenxuan. She couldn't believe that Pei Wenxuan, who had been so sleepy only moments ago, was now wide awake. However, Pei Wenxuan had fully realized Li Rong's intention. He was someone who grew stronger when faced with strength. If Li Rong wanted to outlast him, he would never let her succeed. Thus, he mustered all his energy, locked eyes with Li Rong, racked his brains, and spoke eloquently, thoroughly arguing the necessity of Li Rong marrying Su Rongqing. Pei Wenxuan was too persuasive. With the stage entirely to himself, he talked on until the rooster crowed. Li Rong propped her head on one hand, dozing off as Pei Wenxuan's words droned in her ears. But the more Pei Wenxuan spoke, the more spirited he became. Seeing Li Rong about to collapse, he immediately shook her awake and asked earnestly, "Your Highness, have you considered it?" Li Rong would jolt awake, immediately regain her senses, and raise another question with a serious expression. Leaving aside the questionable truth of all this, even if it were true, now that I am already married to you, how could I marry him? I've already thought of that for your Highness. Pei Wenxuan immediately got off the bed. Seeing him leave, Li Rong sighed in relief and was about to collapse to the side when Pei Wenxuan returned to the bed, respectfully presenting a memorial. "This is the plan I have drafted for your Highness. I've thought it over. For your Highness and Su Rongqing to rekindle your past bond, we need to proceed in stages. The first step, confidant. Your Highness needs to correctly understand your own mindset. Let go of the wariness from your past life and correctly recognize Su Rongqing." Li Rong took the memorial, listening to Pei Wenxuan's words in the darkness. Shocked, she unfolded the memorial detailing a solution to the problem of how she could marry Su Rongqing. The memorial unfurled to the length of her hand. By the moonlight, she saw densely packed characters written across it as Pei Wenxuan continued. Step 2. Know the enemy. We need to determine Su Rongqing's current attitude toward your Highness and toward matters of the heart. Leave this to me. Pei Wenxuan placed a hand over his chest, his expression earnest and reassuring. I will first establish a good relationship with Su Rongqing and ascertain his feelings for your Highness. After confirming Su Rongqing's feelings, we proceed to step 3, manipulate the enemy. This step will also be handled by me. The main goal is to let Su Rongqing know that your Highness and I are merely allies, and that he still has a chance. Step 4, capture the enemy. Once Su Rongqing sees an opportunity, we will create situations for your Highness and Su Rongqing to interact. With your Highness's abilities, someone like Su Rongqing will be easily won over, inevitably falling at your feet. At that point, your Highness can make a promise to him. You? Li Rong was dumbfounded. Do you have too much confidence in me? No, Pei Wenxuan said seriously. This is my comprehensive assessment of your Highness. With your beauty, skill, and temperament, given the right opportunity, what man in this world would not admire you? Your Highness must not underestimate yourself. You make it sound so convincing. Li Rong murmured. I almost believe it. Does your Highness not trust me? Pei Wenxuan assumed the posture of a loyal minister ready to die for his remonstrance, leaving Li Rong speechless. Hearing the rooster crow outside and holding the memorial in her hand, she suddenly realized that Pei Wenxuan had come prepared. In this battle of endurance, she was likely to lose. Taking a deep breath, she decided to turn the enemy's plan against him, using his own spear to pierce his shield so that Pei Wenxuan could experience her feelings for himself. She nodded. Minister Pei makes a very reasonable point. I have suddenly seen the light, as though awakened from a deep slumber. Coming back to this life is precisely an opportunity to make up for our regrets. Since Minister Pei cares so much for me, I am deeply grateful. To repay your sincere devotion, I have decided that your marriage prospects are now my responsibility. Pei Wenxuan froze. My marriage prospects? Yes. Li Rong nodded earnestly. You and Miss Qin II were once ill-fated. Now that we have returned to this life, Miss Qin has not yet entered the palace. You should summon your courage and pursue her with all your might. And no need for that. Pei Wenxuan grew restless at the mention of Qin Jinjin. Let's just focus on your highness. No. Li Rong placed a hand on Pei Wenxuan's shoulder and spoke sincerely. Since you care so much for me, how can I not care for you? Do not refuse, Minister Pei. If you refuse, then I cannot understand why you insist on having me plan to marry Su Rongqing. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan stiffened. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. Your Highness is right. However, the priority now is Minister Su. Miss Qin II can wait. Actually, Minister Su isn't that urgent either. At this point, both fell silent. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath. Your Highness, rest assured. Leave Minister Su's matter to me. I will definitely handle it properly for your Highness. Lord Pei, rest assured. Li Rong immediately replied. I will personally handle the matter regarding the second miss of the Qin family. I promise to resolve it satisfactorily for you. Pei Wenxuan fell silent. Li Rong fell silent. As the rooster crowed once more, Pei Wenxuan hesitantly suggested, since your Highness has already agreed to this matter, perhaps we should sleep? Li Rong nodded, and the two quickly slipped beneath the covers, closing their eyes to make the most of the remaining time. After lying still for a while, Li Rong couldn't help but speak again. Pei Wenxuan. Why do you do all this? What are you after? Pei Wenxuan remained silent. Li Rong pondered for a moment and realized she didn't need him to answer. She could guess that Pei Wenxuan truly meant well for her. Perhaps his methods weren't always perfect, but in his heart, he genuinely wished for her happiness. She couldn't help laughing silently in the darkness. What kind of relationship is this? We're not quite husband and wife, nor are we purely allies. After weathering 30 years of storms together, we criticize each other one moment, yet want to be good to each other the next. Even after marrying, we still help each other scheme about relationships with other people. What does that even make us? Pei Wenxuan remained silent. Hearing Li Rong say these things left an indescribable heaviness in his heart. With his back turned to her, he murmured softly, If you think highly of me, you could consider me an older brother. No thanks, Li Rong immediately rejected. I don't have a habit of looking for brothers. Suit yourself. Pei Wenxuan couldn't be bothered to argue. Li Rong thought for a moment, then suddenly turned over and scooted closer to him, saying cheerfully, Could you count as my close confidant, then? Stay away from me. Pei Wenxuan shrank back. Don't come over and scare me. Li Rong laughed and rolled away, putting some distance between them. For some reason, it felt as though she had suddenly found a new term to define her relationship with Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan. She poked his back with her finger. I think this word suits you perfectly. Starting today, you're my best friend. Then what does that make you to me? A sworn brother? Pei Wenxuan retorted, and Li Rong burst out laughing, suddenly no longer feeling sleepy. She continued chattering. You're in my private chambers right now, you. Oh, my dear lady. Pei Wenxuan couldn't take it anymore. He turned over and covered her mouth with his hand, speaking earnestly. Let's sleep, all right? Li Rong blinked. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath. Fine. I'm your best friend. Now can we sleep? Li Rong closed her eyes with a contented smile. Watching her drift off, Pei Wenxuan sighed and, forgetting to turn back around, fell asleep facing her. Just before sleep took him, a vague thought crossed his mind. Tomorrow, he'd need to ask for a few more quilts. It would be softer when he slept on the floor. If this kept up, he feared he might meet an early grave.